Yo, what's going on, guys? Welcome to the Ultimate React Native Crash Course, where you'll be building 4 incredible mobile apps in just 14 hours. We'll be building an AI workout tracker app that can help you track your workouts with a live timer, give you AI-powered exercise guidance and tips, and log all of the analytics to track your fitness journey with detailed stats. A Zoom-like video calling app with real-time seamless audio and video calling functionality, a join room feature that can support more than 100,000 participants. Yep, you heard that right. A UPS-like delivery app where you can pull all of the customer info, order info, search through any records, and I'll even show you how you can go from just a stream of JSON data to a beautiful delivery app like this. And finally, a fitness app where we will implement monthly and annual in-app subscriptions with localized pricing, restore purchase functionality, and full-fledged feature gating, meaning you can launch this right now in the App Store. So let's talk about the tech stack. Throughout this crash course, you'll be learning all of the fundamentals. We're going to be learning the latest and greatest React Native with Expo for mobile app development, how to use services such as Expo Application Services known as EAS, using the CLI tools to deploy a development build to a live iOS and Android device. We're going to learn about Clerk for quick and easy, thorough authentication implementations, and we're going to cover native win so you can use Tailwind CSS inside of your React Native app to style your apps like a pro. And of course, this wouldn't be a complete tutorial without covering TypeScript to keep all of those bugs at bay. In addition to this, we're also going to be covering tons of third-party libraries, such as popular AI APIs such as Claude and OpenAI APIs, Sanity CMS for real-time content management, Firebase for a real-time database functionality, Zustand for all of our state management needs, GetStream's video calling API for an in-app video calling experience, RevenueCat so we can implement those beautiful in-app subscriptions that are going to make us millionaires, and I'll even show you Ngrok so you can have a flexible API gateway so you have instant secure connectivity so you can test those HTTPS features. We're also going to use StepZen, now they're known as IBM Connect Essentials, to handle all of our GraphQL backend needs. And of course, all of our apps will require an element of authentication. So of course, our friends over at Clerk came through and we're going to be using the GOAT of authentication, Clerk. I'll show you how to integrate Clerk in all of your React Native apps to get the best and simplest authentication experience for your apps, so your users can focus on the app itself rather than a janky login experience. It's so easy to set up. It has a complete set of embeddable UIs, flexible APIs, and admin dashboards to authenticate and manage all of your users' needs. With Clerk, you also get multi-factor authentication, passkey functionality, session management as Clerk manages the full session lifecycle, email and SMS one-time passcodes with built-in brute force protection, magic links to improve sign-up conversion rates and filter out the spam and fraud, and more advanced security features such as 20 webhook events that we can tap into, bot detections to dramatically reduce fraudulent signups, and just so much more. Clerk also provides helpful SDKs for the most modern frameworks such as NextJS, React, React Native, Remix, Expo, Ruby on Rails, you name it, they have it. It integrates seamlessly with backend tools as well, like Supabase and Firebase, so they've got you covered in every angle. And of course, they're trusted by the world's largest companies like Vercel, Supabase, and even Stripe. And of course, when it comes to using Clerk in the videos, it would mean the absolute world if you just use this special link in the description. It tells Clerk that you came from this video and it allows us to continue to make videos like this for absolutely free. And Clerk even just launched Clerk billing, which is mind-blowingly powerful. You should probably go and check it out. Now remember guys, this video has been precisely cut, kung fu'd, and edited out for your viewing pleasure so you can enjoy all of the builds with 0 interruptions. Me and the team have added timestamps for the entire crash course in the description so you can skip to the build or the specific bit of content you want to watch. All I ask is that you smash the like button right now and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, because over 50% of you aren't subscribed and you're watching right now. So do me a favor and hit that button right now. And remember, this is supposed to be a challenge. It's supposed to be tricky, difficult, because I want to push you to your absolute limit as a developer. So if you get stuck at any point, you want mentorship, or you want to be a part of one of the world's largest and best developer communities on the planet with over 1,000 members, then check out my flagship course, Zero to Full Stack Hero 2.0, in the description. I'll say it time and time again, I've poured my heart and soul into this course and community to help you learn, grow, and land your dream job. We've helped over thousands of students do it. I am so confident in our ability as a community and our team to help you deliver your perfect results. And especially in this AI-driven society that we're in right now, you need to be at the cutting edge forefront to stand out from the rest of the crowd. We can help you get there as a community, as a team, and me as your direct mentor. We have weekly coaching calls and over 300 hours of video content by yours truly. It's a dynamic course, which means that as things evolve, such as AI agents, SaaS, we are adding to the course every single week so you remain up to date. We also have weekly success coaching calls by our amazing community members and mentors inside the family itself, and so much more. But again, don't just take my word for it. I completely get it. Here's some real testimonials from real successful students who are part of Zero to Full Stack Hero. And the page you see right now goes on and on with hundreds of success stories. And I can proudly say we've built one of the best developer communities on the planet. Feel free to check it out yourself on the link on the screen right now. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to jump into our first build of the crash course. Let's go. Let's start out strong on trend with an AI workout tracker app. This app's going to help you track your workouts with a live timer. It also gives you AI powered exercise guidance and tips so your users will never get stuck on which exercise they need to be doing and how to do it. And finally, it can log all of the analytics to track your fitness journey with detailed statistics. This amazing AI workout tracker app is powered by React Native with Expo, Native Win for our Tailwind CSS styling needs, Sanity powering the entire backend with a full CMS experience, meaning that any authenticated member in the backend can go into our CMS that we're going to go ahead and deploy, update all of the workout information, and deploy in real time to every single user, even if you had millions using it right now. I'm going to show you how to use OpenAI's API for the AI integration, Zustand for the state management, Clerk for all of the authentication in the app, including a Google sign-up, and of course TypeScript to reduce the bugs inside of the app. So without further ado, let's jump straight into a demo of the build. Enjoy, Papa Fam. Here we are, guys, full-fledged. Now you guys think I'm lying. It's not just a cap. This is a full app. That is a full app running right now, and I have the simulator on my screen as well. And also, shout out to Clerk for the little match. Right, let's go ahead and give you a deep dive into the tech stack that we've got going on today. We haven't just done an app today. We're literally doing everything in between. We've got Sanity powering all of the content on the app. You guys can see I don't take half measures. This app is absolutely gorgeous. Look at this. We've got all of the different exercises. We can go ahead and search. Let's go ahead and type in barbell squat. We've got, a nice description. This is me being lazy with the description. Let me go ahead and choose one that Jay's done. Here we go. Bent over barbell row, intermediate. But what if I want to go ahead and get some AI guidance, some AI advice, because everything has to have a sprinkle of AI these days. So we've gone ahead and built an AI agent into it. And as you can see, it will go ahead and personalize a routine for you. So it will go ahead and give you step-by-step instructions. You guys can see it tells you what equipment you'll need, the instructions on how to set up the positioning, how to go ahead and do it, tips, safety, different variations you can do. Imagine this in the palm of your hands. You've got all of the modals, beautiful navigation, tab navigation at the bottom. We can see previous workouts that we've worked on. You guys can go ahead and see full CRUD functionality. We can go ahead and delete a workout as well. It goes ahead and refreshes. Everything is done with no half measures. You can see we've even got the swipe back functionality, manage our profile. But how do we go ahead and track a workout? Because it's called a workout tracker. Well, we go ahead and hit the start workout button. Pow, we get this nice tracker with a timer that starts off. We can choose our weight metric. Let's go ahead and add an exercise. So we're going to do a bit of a random workout today. We've got some barbell squats. Let's go ahead and add in a farmer's walk. And I'm also going to go ahead and add in calf raises. There we go, right? So in this case, now you can see we've got our 3 exercises. I can track my sets. So now if I go ahead and hit a set, let's go ahead and say I'm going to do 3 sets on this one. And then as I'm working out, I can say, okay, I hit a 10 reps on that one, 10 reps on this one, 10 reps. And each time I did, let's just say 160 kg, 180 kg, and then we went for it and we got a 200 kg lift, right? And as we're working out, we can tick off each one. This is beautiful, guys. And if we make a mistake at any point, we can just remove it. Simple as. Full functionality is there. Let's say we want to simplify our workout. We didn't actually want to do the farmer's workout. We're a little bit tired. We can go ahead and remove that one. And for the calf raises, bit of a random one. We're doing barbells and calves. Let's go ahead and do, for example, 99 reps of that, 99 reps of that, 99 reps of that, because if you go to the gym, you'll know growing your calves is a bit of a pain. So let's go ahead and put massive amount of weight and a crazy amount of reps. And then we go ahead and hit save, save, save. Now, as you can see, we have our workout complete, right? Which means, as you can see, if I haven't completed an exercise, we can't complete the workout. Now, I want to mention as well, we have global state management with Zustand. So even when I change the metric, it's being persisted on the backend. Yes, I went to that level of detail with this, right? I don't take half measures. Now, as you can see, we've got our workout done. And if I want to, let's say I'm doing the workout and I'm not sure if I'm doing my calf raises right, I can click into this, we get a beautiful pop-up, and I can go ahead and get AI guidance to go ahead and show me how to do the exact perfect calf raise. And as you can see in just a moment, it will go ahead and tell me exactly how I should be doing my calf raises perfectly. And if it wasn't correct, or I want to get a bit of a fresh perspective, I can click on refresh and it will do just that. Let's go ahead and complete the workout. If I ended the workout, it would exit it. Let's go ahead and complete our workout. Let's go ahead and say yes. It will save the workout. Look at this little overlay we got going on. Workout's been saved, and boom, you can see our time has been saved and the barbell has been added in. So barbell and calf raises. It's added up the total kilograms. You can see I went a bit crazy on the calf raises. It tells us the total volume we did for our workouts. Anyone who hits the gym knows that this is pretty damn cool, right? Now, as you can see, we've also got the workouts being tracked in Sanity themselves. So I'm trying to show you multiple examples of how you can do things, right? So Sanity is not just there to go ahead and control the content. We can actually store content and do mutations and so forth inside of Sanity. So as you can see right here, I have my user ID, the barbell squats, and the calf raises. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger so you can see it. And if we click into barbell squats, you can see that is exactly correct, guys. I even went a step further. What if, for whatever reason, you want the native experience? And what do I mean by that? If you swipe down, you can pull to refresh. I've done it everywhere, guys. You can pull to refresh the exercises, done tons and tons of stuff here. And as you can see, if we went ahead and changed the workout, for example, let's go ahead and change the description of the bench press. So we can say a classic upper body. Let's go ahead and say an OG classic upper body, right? And I publish this. What we can now do is we can go over here, we can hit the refresh, and then bam, as we go down, an OG classic upper body exercise. Everyone will get the updated refreshed exercise. This is game changer stuff. I've got so much stuff coming your way today. I'm gonna go ahead and break it all down, but we don't finish there. I took it a step further. We have all of our profile screen. Let's go ahead and sign out, because obviously we have to have authentication. Now, firstly, can we have a minute of silence for this beautiful UI? I think it's absolutely gorgeous. We've got the email and password powered by the guys over at Clerk. Yes, your boy's repping Clerk merch right now. You can see the t-shirts looking fresh. And as you guys can see, we've also done continue with Google. So we have Google OAuth authentication. We can also do a sign-up flow, so you can go back and forth between the two. Right, but let's go ahead and continue with Google because I'm feeling lazy right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and click on continue. And as you can see, I'm gonna go ahead and sign in. It's in Arabic because yes, I'm in Dubai. And let's go ahead and sign in, and we will now see that I will be signed in to my account. Welcome back, Sunny. Boom, there you have it. That is me, member since June 2025. Everything is powered in. This is sick. I'm sorry, but this is one app. You can take it, you can go ahead and make your own fitness app. This is something I wished was out there when I started. So, huge app. And this is already deployed. So this Sanity Studio is live. So if you tried to go there right now, it would be protected by my login. So you wouldn't be able to log in. Jay would be able to log in because he knows the credentials. So we got tons of good stuff coming your way. I'm gonna go ahead and quickly get my screen brush open now. And then we're gonna go ahead and draft out what is inside this build. But before we do, I wanna give a huge shout out. We've got Clerk made the entire authentication powered up. All of that is possible by the guys over at Clerk. So I wanna go ahead and show you what if you don't know what Clerk is, the most powerful authentication, period. So this is, maybe we have authentication optimized for Expo. You guys can see, look at this. It's just simple as this. You can go ahead and use simple use sign-in hooks to go ahead and get started. You can see, look, it works on both platforms. It works for the web. You guys know and love Clerk. I use them in tons and tons of different tutorials. Now, of course, I'm going to jump into this more in a second, but we don't just have that. We have Sanity. Now, this is pretty cool. I'm on their website. I love it. I've always been on their website. We've been good friends with Sanity for a long time. Sanity powers some of the biggest apps out there, period. I'm going to dive into exactly what they do in just a moment. And of course, we are launching this application with Expo. Expo is think of it like a nice, neat wrapper around React Native. I'm gonna make it high level. Someone's gonna hate me for that. But essentially, Expo just takes off a lot of the headache of separating iOS and Android dependencies, makes it very nice to develop with React Native, okay? Now, if you are new to React Native, don't worry, I'm gonna try and break it down as much as I can. And if anything at any point is too complicated for you, remember, you can join us over at papareact.com/course. okay? So go into the description, you can join our community. I teach all of this inside the course. And there's even gonna be challenge stuff that I don't show in this build today that we're gonna cover in the course. So you guys can go ahead and feel free to jump into papareact.com/course, where we cover everything regarding Next.js, React Native, all that golden stuff. Everything is inside of our coaching plan inside of papareact.com/course. So go ahead and check that out. And I took it even a step further, guys. We're not just using regular CSS. I found a way, and I've done it in the past, but I'm showing you again. You guys can go ahead and follow along today and use Tailwind CSS inside of your React Native app. Yes, I said it. I damn well love Tailwind CSS, and now we're using Native Wind for Expo and React Native to go ahead and get Tailwind inside of our app as well. It's just a win-win all around. This is going to be a lot of fun, right? And this is also an incredible component library if you've never used it before. Also, I just realized the background effect is very nice, what they've done there. Very, very nice. Okay, so let's go ahead and get my little fancy pen out. And I forgot what the screen's called. YoFla, that's it, YoFla. We need the black screen now. Okay, let's go ahead and dive into our build today. So is that gonna stay? Okay, we're good. Right, so today's tech stack, get excited. We've got some fun stuff coming your way. You guys have been screaming at me to do React Native for the longest time, so your boys listened. And now if you have any React experience, it is 100% going to help you in today's build. Trust me, if you've done Next.js, React Native isn't far off. I know it may sound like it is, but it's not far off. You can 100% translate some of a lot of the knowledge over. React is the fundamental under it all. The same applies everywhere, right? So we have React Native and we're using Expo, okay? So it's worth mentioning, you can do React Native CLI or you can use Expo. Expo is like a managed environment. It makes dependency management, all of the deployment stuff a lot easier. I recommend using Expo, okay? And yes, we will be using Expo, and it's a powerful thing. And yes, it's production friendly. You can go full production with Expo, okay? We are using Native Wind for the Tailwind CSS. So to get Tailwind CSS in the mix, we are using Native Wind, okay? Now, we are also using Expo's API functionality. Now, you're probably wondering, this is an app. Now, when we're developing with Next.js, we typically, and also I love the fact that Jamie, one of our amazing Diamond students in the chat right now, says he's in production with Expo as well. So you guys can see for yourself, this is real stuff in production environments, okay? Expo API. Now, because we have a phone here, what if we also need to make API requests? We can't do secure things on the phone. It's just not safe. We want to make sure that we go ahead and make requests out to our server, and then we go ahead and use things like our private keys to do like API calls and so forth. So Expo have a really, really nice thing called the Expo API, which is essentially like how we do Next.js's backend. It's very similar, the routing is very similar in the way that we get it working. And essentially we're going to show you how to write route handlers. So Expo API is coming up in this build. Yes, it's awesome and it's powerful, and I'm going to show you how to do it. We also have TypeScript because I don't take half measures here. TypeScript is always in my builds. If you ever want to build without it, I'm sorry, I'm just not doing it, because TypeScript is there for a reason. It helps us make things a lot more robust. It helps us find the bugs and it helps things make, just way better, okay? Then we have Sanity to power all of the content inside of our app, and it's also doubling up as a database. We're saving the workouts, we're saving the exercises, everything inside of the app is being stored and saved via Sanity. So we're going to show you how to do your queries, mutations from the app, from also the server side as well. So we've got Sanity powering everything of them, right? We also have Clerk as well. One of our best friends is honestly Clerk. I bloody love Clerk, right? Clerk, I've been working with them for so long. Shout out to Alex over on that side. But Clerk is an incredible, powerful platform. And the reason why I love them, guys, is they make it so simple. We even have OTP in this build. I just kind of skipped over that, but we even have OTPs in this build. Clerk is going to make authentication your friend once again. Everyone hates authentication. I hate it. I'm never writing authentication from scratch. I'm always using Clerk. We have several production builds using Clerk, and it's just king. It's just absolute king. I'll say it time and time again. I stand behind Clerk all the way, right? And of course, you guys are in this AI hype, and there's good reason for it, right? So I'm also going to show you how we can go ahead and integrate an open API call into the app to go ahead and get some AI coaching enabled, right? So we've got AI coaching via OpenAI's APIs. So this is a full-fledged build. Like, there's seriously, I don't know how else to explain it. It's a full app. And I think we should go ahead and jump straight into this right now, right? So let's go ahead and break it down even more. I think we're good. I think we've got the tech stack fully down. I'm going to go ahead and just give you one more setup. Actually, we can do it as we start. Okay, so what I want you to do is typically head over to, let's get into a bit of a flow state now. All right, now we're going to go ahead and click on get started. And you've obviously got this quick start. But what I want you to do is click on create a project. Now, you will need Node and you will need a Windows or a Mac. Now, the reason why Expo is so powerful is because many of you may have an iPhone, right? You might have one of these things in your hand, but you may not have a Apple Mac. And then because of that, you might think I can't make iPhone apps. Well, if you have an iPhone, you can actually use your iPhone to render the app, right, via Expo. So this is going to help you a ton. And you don't necessarily need a Xcode on a Mac to basically get things up and running. But what I do recommend is that you go ahead and get Node set up. You either have, you have your computer, and then you need to run this command, npx create expo app at latest. But, right, you can do two things. Number one, we are going to use the template option. Typically, if we were to build this, and if we were to click this, you can see template. And then we have Expo examples. And I'm showing you this because I genuinely found this very useful, as well as just honestly non-sponsored, but shout out to the Expo YouTube channel. Very good tutorials over there. So if they're watching, really do appreciate the tutorials on that channel. They are awesome. I even send some of my one-on-one students over that direction because it's absolutely fantastic tutorials. So you can see here, they've got tons of examples of starter templates with different things. So in this case, you've got with Firebase, with Google Vision and all these kind of cool things. But the one that we're interested in is with Tailwind CSS. And if you go down further enough, you'll see with Tailwind CSS. And if you click into it, you'll see you've got npx create expo app e with Tailwind CSS. All right. Now that's cool. But what we're going to do is I'm going to show you how to get a starter template. So if you're in the description right now, there is a link to a free starter template, right? So if you go to the link in the description, you will land on this page right here. And all you need to do is pop your name, pop your email, and we will send you the link to the starter repo. Now, why have I done a starter repo? Because I wanted to go ahead and React Native development can be clunky at times. It can be a little bit more slow to get off the ground, especially if you're new to it. So I thought, let me make life a little bit simpler. And what I've done is I've essentially gone ahead and created a starter repo that any of you can go ahead and get absolutely for free. So simply go to that link in the description. And what you'll do is we'll send you an email and you will land over at this page right here. Okay, so you've got the fitness app, Expo, React Native starter, tail, and native Win TypeScript, right? Don't ask. I have to always name them something. It's harder than it looks to get the naming right every time. So in this case, we've got this. And as you can see, we're not going to do this. I didn't change the README. I was a little bit lazy. Sorry, guys. We're going to go ahead and click on code, and we're going to copy the URL to clipboard. And I want to go ahead and use this now. Okay, and this can give us a starter template. So what I want to do is I want to open up my terminal. And then I'm going to go into any directory. Now, I like to actually use Warp, right? I prefer to use Warp. I actually need to update my Warp. As you can see, it's not updated. So in this case, I'm going to cd into my documents and build folder because I like things a bit neat. You don't have to as well, right? And then we're going to go ahead and do git clone. And I'm going to paste in this fitness app, Expo, React Native, I'm going to paste that in, right? And then you can see it will say cloning into fitness app, right? Then what we want to do is cd into that directory. And as you can see, I'm inside the directory now. Once we've done that, what you want to do is I've set up cursor so I can just go ahead and if you've got VS Code, you might be familiar with code dot. I use cursor. So in this case, I use cursor dot. And then this will open up the project for us in the perfect folder. Okay. Now, this is one way of doing it. Another way of doing it is also if you were to just go into your code editor and you simply click on open folder and then you navigate to the folder that we just created. Okay. Now, with that set up, you should have your perfect starting point. So if you go inside the source folder app, what you'll have here is you can see we have some. So what we need to do is we actually need to install our dependencies. We're using package doc, which means we are using npm. So in this case, go to the terminal, which is Command J, and npm install. And what you will do is you'll install all of the dependencies. You might be freaked out because you might be seeing it as red, 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 red. It's okay. This will go away after you've installed your dependencies. As you can see, I added 74 packages, and in a moment, this will all disappear. Okay, so it will go ahead and it will disappear in just a moment. Hopefully, provided I've done everything right. Otherwise, I missed something, but I don't think I did. So I think we should be good. Otherwise, I'm going to have to do it a really long way. Why is this freaking out now? Let's do a restart my TypeScript server. And I think we're good now. I think we're good. Yeah. Okay, we're good. Whew. Okay. So in this case, go to your package JSON. At the time of building this, you can see we're on React 19 and so forth. So I always get the question of what was your dependency? So I want to show you how we go ahead and do this, right? So at this point, Command Shift P, and then you could type in TypeScript and then you'll get the restart TypeScript server. Sometimes when you install your dependencies, it's a little trick that I found will help you guys out. Okay, so at this point, we want to start the app. So Command J, and what you want to do is if you ever forget the command to start an app, simply go to your package JSON, and this is a nice little trick. You can see scripts. So you can do npm run, start npm run, Android, iOS, web, deploy, so forth. I'm going to go ahead and start as well. So I'm going to do npm run start. Now I'm also running the app, so I'm just confused if this may clash with the open port, but we will see if it starts in a separate port because I also have an app running here. So use port 8082 instead. Yeah, let's try that. I want to see if I can open both apps, right? So in this case, now we've got 8082. That's fine. And as you can see, we get this. We get a QR code that I can scan on my phone. So if I download the Expo Go app, or to be honest, all you need to do is pull your phone out and just scan it. So you basically pull out your camera app. In this case, you pull out your camera app, and then that's some inception right there. And then you go ahead and scan it, and it will open up an Expo link that will literally render the app provided you're on the same network as your phone. But in this case, as you can see, we have this. Now, I'm not going to go into what a development build is. You can check out the channel, the Expo channel for this. However, in this instance, we don't need to create a development build, but they do a great explanation of explaining what the differences are and so forth, right? Now, in this case, I'm going to go ahead and type in and hit I to open up on iOS Simulator. And as you can see, it opens up on iPhone 15 Pro Max, and we get our starter template. So this is where you should get to. Now, if you do have any issues getting to this point, or it says no simulator found, there's a couple of steps you're going to have to do. I would highly recommend you firstly go online. There's a billion tutorials out there about how to set up your simulators. Go to Xcode and you can set up a simulator there. Go to Android Studio if you're on Windows and go ahead and set up your simulator there. If you can't do that, again, grab your phone and scan the QR code, and then you can use your phone. So 3 different ways: Windows, Android Studio, Mac, you can do Android Studio, or you can do Xcode to get an iPhone simulator. And then obviously if all else fails, or you just want to double up, you can use your phone or your Android device to scan that code and get Expo Go running on your phone. Okay, so once that's done, we get to this point. Now, there's a couple of concepts that we have to understand before we start building. Everything is very similar to Next.js. They're moving in the same direction. You see, we still have tabs. In this case, we have on a routing already pre-set up. You've got a couple of links here, a couple of cheeky plugs if you want the complete source code and so forth. Obviously, I'm giving the starter template for this for free, but the entire complete source code is actually inside the Papa GitHub repo. So you can feel free to jump in that, or you can work for it and follow along with today's build, okay? So in this case now we have index, which is our first file that we load essentially. So you can see Expo, a native Win template. If I type in 1, 2, 3, hit save, you can see it updates. So this is what you want to get to before we start off, right? The second one is layout. So you notice how we have the app folder. This is our router, essentially. This is the routing and how everything works. And as you can see, we've got a tab navigator. So we've got tab, right? Tabs, Expo, router. Now, as you can see, the tabs are rendering out 3 different screens: home, profile, history, okay? Now, as you can see, home represents the index. So you can see index is this one here. We have history is represented by the history.tsx. And then we have profile, which in our instance does render a screen, but you can see it's got this top bar, and that means it's inside of a stack. And how does that work? So in this case, we got profile, which maps to, it looks for profile, it finds profile, and then it looks for the index inside of profile. Okay, so it renders out the profile. But if we go to the layout, which is responsible for this folder, renders a stack. What does that mean? It means that if I was to have links in this page, then I will get that navigation factor where if I click into a link, it will have a back arrow here, and I can essentially swipe back. That is known as a stack because you're stacking different pages on top of each other. Okay, so we have stack navigators. Now, they do a great job on the channel, on the Expo development channel, as to how to use modules and this and that, but I'm going to show you in practice how we do it for ourselves. So I think without further ado, let's just jump straight into it. Okay, so first step, let's start getting a few things built inside of our app, right? And just take your time. There's going to be a lot to cover here. I don't want you to get overwhelmed. So just don't freak out. Just take your time. So the first step is I actually do want to get the app running on a separate simulator if possible, or perhaps get some screenshots of the app. So I'm just wondering, what is the best way to do that? I think what we can do is I'm just going to go ahead and pull up a screenshot that I just took right now. I took a screenshot and I think it always flies over to my desktop. There we have it. So right now, okay, we're going to use this as our little reference monitor, right? So we have a nice little screenshot here of the application. So you can see on the bottom of the application, on the bottom of the application, we have this right here, right? We have this tab. We have home, exercise, workout, history, and profile. So that's our first job. Let's set up our tab layout, right? So we're going to go into our top folder, so app layout. Make sure you get this part right. Yeah. So take your time with this because it can kind of go ahead and get a bit freaked out. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go into our source app and then inside of our app. So in this case, we need to do something here because we have Clerk. Now, Clerk is going to add the authentication layer. And also, something just got released within 2 weeks ago, protected routes in Expo Router. And your boy is, of course, covering it in today's build. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do that. And by the way, if you're watching the replay, there are timestamps all over the video. Right, we put a ton of work into that. So make sure you use them. All right. So what I want to do is, firstly, the app, the entire app, I'm going to wrap it inside of a app. An invisible app folder, right? So if we do this, we type in app. Now, this actually doesn't carry any route, right? So in this case, while I'm in the app, if I type in R, it'll refresh. So if you hit the R key, it'll refresh, or you could do it on over here. You can hit refresh as well without hitting R. And if at any time you want to see these, you just press question mark. And then you go, you can come back to that, right? But at this point, app, what I'm going to do is I'm going to literally take history, index, and profile and drag it into app. And as you can see, nothing broke. And the reason why nothing broke is whenever we have these, I think it's called grouping folders, right? But with the parentheses, essentially is like an invisible folder. And we use this because it's very handy for when we want to do things with layouts and nested layouts and so forth. So we have a top level layout. And in this instance, what I want to do is we want to change this, right? I actually don't want to have this anymore. I'm going to have Clerk wrapping our entire app. So we need to set up Clerk here. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to basically, firstly, neaten up our environment a little bit because this is way too messy. I'm going to basically go ahead and keep our, that's kind of nice to know. So we can have it like this. And then I think this will be very handy for us because then we can use this as a reference on this screen. So we're going to have our dummy screenshots over on that side. And now we're going to go to our Clerk link. So if you go to the Clerk link in the description, we're going to go ahead and set that up. So I'm going to go to the Clerk link inside the description, which is this one right here. You go ahead and hit this link, bam, and that very important you go for that link because it registers that you came from the Papa fam and it helps us do this for longer for free. So go ahead and do that. And then you can see we have authentication optimized for Expo. You want to click on start building, and I'm already logged in, so that's absolutely perfect. In this case, we need to install the Clerk Expo SDK. Now, I just want to check something. I actually don't know if yeah, well, of course I did. Yeah, I did do that. I was wondering. So we're going to do npm install Clerk Expo. So we're going to go back here and I'm going to install it. So I'm going to split the terminal. So I have two terminals, Command B to hide the sidebar, npm install Clerk Expo. Okay. Next up, we need to set our Clerk API keys. Now, as you can see, I've got some keys here for different apps. Before we carry on with this, I'm just going to click on the dashboard. I'm going to create a new app, right? So I want you to go ahead and I've obviously created a million apps here. So you'll get to this page. So we're going to go ahead and actually, I'm just going to quickly pause something. One moment, guys. Okay. So here, what I want you to do is we're going to say fitness app. I'm going to call it YouTube, right? Now you want to select all your login providers, Google, email, and so forth. In this case, I'm happy with just Google and email. We're going to click on create application, but Clerk make it so easy. You just toggle which ones you want and you're good to go. Now at this point, you've got either a prompt, which will help, if you're using LLMs to go ahead and build it via cursor agents and so forth. But I'm going to show you the raw way. We're going to click on Expo, and as you can see, we've already done step 1. Now, this is why I like doing it this way, because it actually gives us the actual keys. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to show you keys on this tutorial, but in real life, do not show your keys. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and create a environment file. So at the top level on package JSON level, I'm going to do .env.local, and I'm going to paste in that value. Okay. And obviously this one's a public value. So Expo public. Just like we have next public, that means that it gets exposed on the client. Okay. Now, at this point, we go back over here. And as you can see, Clerk, provider, and slot. Now, what I want you to do is, remember we created this app and then we put everything inside of it. The top layout now, where we had the tabs before, I want you to get rid of that. I'm simply going to type in Clerk, provider, like so. We're going to go ahead and then pop inside, not this, we're going to pop in a slot. Okay. Now, why have I done it like this? Well, slot doesn't act as a stack. Now, stack basically stacks screens on top of each other. Slot just represents, it goes and finds the next layout or index, and it just renders that. Okay. So in this case, if we were to, we just need to import Clerk Expo. There we go. Like so. Go ahead and clean it up. Hit save. And if we hit a refresh now, a rebuild, and as you can see, there's no stack. We can't go ahead and click through anywhere. Obviously, we can click these links to take us to the channel and so forth, and that'll take us to the YouTube channel. Subscribe and like if you haven't. And it even says I'm live. Look at the inception right now, right? So in this point, you can go ahead and see we have the Clerk, provider, slot, and everything's fine. It's not freaking out. That's good, right? The next step is we're going to go ahead and address the internal layout, okay? And what do I mean by this? Well, we go inside of our app, and we need to create a layout here. So we do create new file, layout _ layout.tsx. And this is very similar to previously how we used to do things in inside of So I'm going to show you a little trick here. So firstly, go to your extensions, type in ES7, and you'll have this ES7 React Redux for React Native snippets. That's fine. And then here you can do React Native functional component, I think is that one. Yeah. And you can do layout. So you can either do it this way or you can do React. You can basically write what I just wrote on the screen, right? We have an export default, we have a layout, we import React at the top. We don't even need that anymore. But essentially this is going to represent our layout. Now, what we do with our layout is we need to render a navigator. We have different navigators. We have a slot, we have a stack, we have tabs. What navigator do we want at this level? Well, at this level, we essentially want to have a stack because we want to have potential, like lots of different screens. So at this point, if I pop in a stack and we hit save, what we will now see if I hit a refresh, we're in a stack now, right? And with a stack, you can actually go ahead and pass in options, screen options. And then here, you can say things like header shown. For example, if I type in header shown and I did false, pow, the header goes away. You see, it's simple as that. And that will apply to all the screens. Now, obviously, we're going to keep that, blank for now. And what I want to do is I want to add in our screens within it now. Okay. So right now we're just rendering an open stack. We want to take it a step further. Let's go ahead and have our screens. Now, firstly, we have our index screen inside of here, which is perfect. So I go ahead and do that. Header shown. And obviously we can have different options for each screen. So for the index, I can go ahead and customize the different options and so forth. Okay. And then for different ones, we can go ahead and manipulate and change it. So we're going to have this. Now, what I want to do is inside of here, I want to have tabs at the bottom. So you remember, you see this, we have tabs at the bottom. So what I want to do is I'm going to make it very neat for us to understand. Inside of our app folder, I'm going to create another nested folder, a grouping folder called tabs. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is, if you can guess already, I'm going to take my, I'm going to take the index, the history, and the profile, and I'm going to throw them in tabs. Okay. Now you can see, like, it says tabs index, because all it's doing is it's trying to search for the next index file. So now we have the layout and we have our index, and you see it went down a level. It couldn't find the index, so it went into tabs and rendered index. Okay. Now what we do is inside of our layout, what I wanted to say here is instead of stack.screen, we say stack and we put tabs here now. Okay. And this means that one of the stacks is represented by this entire tabs, and tabs can have its own stack navigator. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and do _ layout.tsx. And this is called nested navigators. So with the tabs layout, now remember what we started with? We're going to go ahead and do something similar there. We're going to have our layout and we're going to go ahead and we're simply going to say tabs. So in this case, we're going to render out tabs, and you can do something similar to this. So we can have, if we hit save now and we hit a refresh, you're going to have to refresh a lot. Now you can see, look, we've got nested tabs. Ah, very nice. But you can see we've got double headers now. So obviously when you start getting nested, you really want to be cautious of where you show different, screen options and so forth. In this case, I want to disable the stack navigator header. So in this case, you see, there we go. It makes it a bit more clean. And the reason being is even on the main, we're actually going to disable the navigator header on the tabs as well. So in this case over here, I can go ahead and remove the header shown. And now I just have a clean screen with navigation. Okay. So that's obviously handled the index screen and the history screen, but this isn't where I want it to be. I want it to get to the point where we have this. We have home, exercises, workout history, and profile. So what I'm going to do is we have the home screen. And in this case, I'm going to say header shown, but I actually want that to have a, here, I don't want to say index. That's horrible. I want to say title, and I'm going to say home. And as you can see, that's much better, right? And then for the icon, when we actually use Expo, we have a bunch of really nice icons that we can get from the Expo vector icon library. Now, I'm not going to go into the exact library, but all you can do is if you go into Google and you type in Expo vector icons, you'll see a bunch of different icons in different libraries. You select which family you want and you can render out the tab bar icon like so. And as you can see, now we have a home icon, right? So super clean, super easy. So we have the tab screen there. Let's go ahead and create some more tab screens. So we're going to have a few more. We're going to have one for exercises. So I'm going to have another one for exercises. We're going to have another one for workout. So let's go ahead and do workout. We're going to have another one for active workout as well. So let's go ahead and do active workout. And as you can see, these aren't showing up on the bottom. And that's because they're not being matched to any screen. And this one, I actually want it hidden always. The active workout screen represents when we're on a workout and we're actually on the active workout. So when we start the workout, okay? So the next one we have is history. So let's go ahead and do history. And then of course, we're gonna have profile as well. So in this case, I'm just gonna go ahead and pop in profile as well. So, and then I'll show you how we start getting these mapped in. So in this case, we got image we have to pull in from React Native. And then of course, here we have a user. Okay, so right now, what we're going to do is we're just going to render that as a comment, right? So in this case, because we don't have the user's information yet. Cool. So at this point, we have the layout being rendered as is, but we don't have the screens to match it to, except for history and index, right? We don't even have the profile is there, but we're not actually mapping the profile correctly. On the layout, we're not mapping it. Basically, I need to just set this up correctly, right? So step one, let's start adding the screens. So that way we've got some dummy screens to go ahead and map to. So first up, we've got the index screen. We've got the history screen over here, but we want the workout screen. So in this case, how do I do it? Well, we create a screen inside of our tabs called workout.tsx. And actually I've messed up. So you want to make sure, in this case, we're in, make sure you're at this level. So at the history level, and you want to type in workout.tsx RFCE. And now I can type in workout. And as you can see, look, home, workout, and that's freaking out because again, we're not on the web, right? So we have to use React Native components here. In this case, if I was just to type in, for example, a view, let's go ahead and put in text. You have to use these special React Native components. And as you can see now, if I put a safe area view, there you go, workout. Safe area view, by the way, in case you're wondering, if we just used a regular view in React Native, you see how it goes in the danger zone. So safe area is considered the safe area across native devices. So whether you're working in iPhone or an Android, the purpose of safe area view is so that it doesn't go into that status bar territory, right? So obviously React Native is designed to compile from one code base into iPhone and Android. So obviously there could be a lots of different phones that this could be working on. So safe area view makes our life easier. It basically renders it within the safe zone. Okay, so there you go. Workout's been mapped. Let's go ahead and continue on. we have active workout. Well, that one's not actually shown yet, so we don't need to go ahead and bother too much. Profile is the one that's not appearing right now. And that is because of, let's have a look. So we've got home workout exercises we need as well. So exercises, this one, exercise. So inside of here, let's do exercises.tsx, RFCE. Well, you know what? Let's do React Native component. No, definitely not that. React Native functional component. And there you go. You can do it that way as well. You can say exercises. Cool. And as you can see, we've got exercises as well now. And again, that's not in the safe zone. So let's go ahead and put safe area view in the mix. And we need to do flex one as well. So we need to flex one. There you go. And we've got exercises. Boom. There we go. If you don't put flex one, it's not going to use the full width of the screen. And you could run into some issues when we start styling it out. Okay. But for now, it's okay. So we have that down. So we have 4. We missing the profile. Okay. So profile is freaking out. Why? So we have profile here. We have header shown. All right, so profile is trying to find profile. What have I screwed up here? So we've got profile, then inside of there we have a layout. So inside of profile we have a layout, and here we have our functional export default. And then we've got the index inside of here, and that is because of, I believe it's the page name. So so sometimes you just need to save. I didn't save the file. Right. So in this case, if we hit a refresh, what you'll notice is NextJS tends to be less glitchy than React Native. React Native, you're going to find that you're going to have to do a few extra refreshes here and there. Right. It's just from my experience I found. And even if you look inside of the terminal, you can see like no route name profile. So what I want you to do is if we clear this now and I hit a refresh R, you can see we've got an issue here. Right. So no route name active workout. Okay, that's correct. No route name profile exists in nested children where we have exercises, history index, workout profile index. So it's not finding the profile, right? So in this case, we could do profile index. And as you can see, now it's not finding the, if we hit a refresh now and we do R, now it's just not finding active workout, which is correct, right? So what we can do is just pop in this active workout screen for now, just so we can go ahead and get rid of that issue. So in this case, I'm just going to do active-workout.tsx. And then here, I'm going to do React Native functional component. And this is going to be our active workout screen. And now, as you can see, because we set the href of the active workout to be null, it doesn't show. But if I didn't, you see how it shows up now. So it will show the active workout screen. But if I say href to null, then it doesn't. If we hit R, we can refresh to get back to the main screen. So this is pretty good. We have home, exercise, workout, history, and profile. Okay, so that's perfect so far. Okay, so now we've got our layout essentially set. We want to add in our authentication part, right? Before we do this, we're going to pause here and we're going to set up Sanity so we're ready when that time comes. So what I want you to do now is I want you to go over to our, our Sanity area where we go welcome Papa Fam subscriber Sunny and Sanity, and we're going to click on get started with coupon, right? And then we're going to go ahead and get set up with this. So I'm going to sign up with Google on Sanity because we're going to need this in a moment to go ahead and start pulling things in. So we're going to do sunny.sangha@gmail.com. That's fine. And Sanity actually has a very new dashboard here as well. So as you can see, create new project. So I'm going to create a project here called Fitness App YouTube. And then select organization, Sunny Sangha, create project. You might have to set up your organization, but they make it super simple to go ahead and do it. And as you can see, coupon applied. Coupon successfully applied. Awesome stuff. Now, once we're in, we have our beautiful Sanity dashboard. You can see here, we've got our getting started guide where we can go down here and start setting things up. Now, I want you to pause here. This is great. Okay. And as you can see, growth trial is, I should say boosted growth trial as well. For some reason, mine's not saying that. But the coupon was applied, right? You should get 60 days in your trial, okay? So once that's done, you can go ahead and pause. We have Sanity ready for when we need it, okay? So the next step is I want to start, building out the authentication portion of the app, right? So if we were to look at, so if I close Expo Go and I go to Expo Go over here, what I can do is I can render out the fitness app. So where's the other one? No, so this is the one that we're building. If we look at the bottom one, this fit app should be the main one. Yep. So I want to render a couple of screens here. So if I go to sign out, this is on the main app. I want to do screenshot. So Command S, screenshot. I'm also going to have the sign up screen, this one right here. And we're also going to do, yeah, that's good. I'm also going to show you, so say if I was to do, for example, Tango plus test2 at gmail.com. And say I did, I just ran a random password and I click, oh, sorry, sign up. So if I did, nope, Sunny, come on. Sometimes it lags a bit and freezes. It's normal. Sunny.sanga plus test3 blah, 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 gmail.com. And let's do a random password, create account. As you can see, firstly, that's beautiful. And then we have this screen as well. So I'm going to show you how to build all of this. And also, how do we protect things? So in this case, we've also got verification codes as well working. Right, so at this point, let's go back to the app that we're building. So if we go to Expo Go, now it should be this one. Okay, so back to our starter app. So right now, in this case, if we go to right now, you shouldn't be able to access this screen. This entire area should be protected, right? Typically, the old way of doing this is we would have a check whereby when the app loads, we basically check, does the user exist? And if it doesn't, it redirects. That was the old way of doing it. It's okay. You know, it works sometimes. It works, sorry, but it's not neat in my opinion. There could have been a cleaner way, right? So what have we done? I'm going to show you how to use the brand new Expo protected routes. Now, if you're wondering what the hell he's talking about, go to Expo protected routes and you will see for yourself. This is brand new stuff. It's awesome, right? It's available in SDK 53 and above. They have a great video for it, but essentially we can have these protected pages where we can protect certain screens with a logged in or, you know, any kind of constant. How we power the constant is up to us. We're going to use Clerk to power it, okay? Hence why we've got this higher order, you know, pattern here where we have the Clerk provider wrapping the entire app, and then we start doing what we need to do. So the first step inside of the app layout here, what we need to do is I need to tell, is the person signed in? Okay. So here what we can do is we can use a really nice hook from Clerk. So we've already wrapped our app in Clerk. What we can then do is pull it in like so, and then I can simply do console log is signed in. Okay. And what I typically do here is I say is signed in, and then on a console log, bop, 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 and then I open the terminal. And as you can see, if I refresh, is signed in is undefined, then it's false. Okay. Now that means I'm not signed in, so I should not be seeing this screen. But how do we do it at a high level? I don't want to have, you know, redirects and all that kind of annoying stuff. You know, in like randomly redirects me. I want to do it at the top level. Okay. So this tabs, this whole screen should be, you know, it should be protected. So we're going to have a stack dot protected. Okay. And then what we're going to do is we're going to wrap it inside of it. So that's protected now. But each time we have this, we have something called a guard. And in this case, I'm going to say the guard is signed in. Now, as you can see, nothing renders anymore because that screen's guarded. So it doesn't know where to go. So in this case, we need to have a stack dot protected. So we can say stack dot protected. And then we're going to say guard as the opposite. So we're going to say is not signed in. Then we want to send them somewhere else. So I'm going to have two screens, sign in and sign up. Okay. Now, a quick little pause. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up some screenshots of the other things that I just took a screenshot of. So what I'm going to do here, grab all of my screenshots that I've done, and I'm going to pop them in like so. So now I've got all of my design work. So you can see that we've got these screens. So fit tracker, and then we've got the join fit and so forth. So this is going to be the sign in, this is going to be the sign up, and this is going to be part of sign in. Okay. So let's do that. So we need to create sign in and we need to create sign up, right? Now, as the, you know, we're searching for tabs, sign in, sign up at this level, inside of app is where we actually create those screens. Okay. So here, what we do is we say sign in.tsx, like so, RFCE, sign in, And then obviously, oh, you know, you can do React Native. So React Native functional. And then we can do sign in. Okay. And then we can also have a sign up .tsx. Then we can have React Native functional, and then we can just call that sign up. Okay. Now if we hit a refresh, it will now send me to the sign in. Now, obviously the sign in isn't working the way we wanted it because this should be in a safe area view. Let's go ahead and pop that in like so. And then put a flex one. And as you can see, boom. Now I'm redirected to a sign in if I'm not signed in. That's perfect. Okay. So as you can see, this is such a nice little feature that it's not a little bit, it's an awesome feature that they've added. Now, what happens in the beginning? You see how it is a pause. I don't like that pause, right? Where it's loading, right? So while it hasn't loaded, I want to render an activity indicator, right? So if it hasn't loaded, you can either return no, or we can return an activity indicator. Now, what is that? It's a little spinning indicator that's native to each platform. So what we can do here is we can say return, and then I can import these like so. And obviously this one, you want to go ahead and pop in like that. And as you can see now, if I hit a refresh, I have a centered, because of my rules there, you got a centered activity indicator. That's nicer. You could also add a splash screen there if you wanted, but while it's loading, we're going to go ahead and show an activity indicator. Okay. So now we've got some kind of flow going on. We've got the sign in, everything's looking pretty decent. Let's do our sign in functionality. Okay. Heading back over now. If we go to our Clerk Expo authentication, here. Now we've got our Clerk provider. Then of course we have, you know, token caching and this kind of stuff. So what I want to do is I want to listen to the Clerk documentation, right? So we go back to Clerk docs. Now we have something where we can basically store the active user session token in memory. Now, why do we want to do this? Because every time the user comes back to the app, it's more better to have the token stored in memory. So that way we don't get these glitchy is loading effect every time. So we basically secure it. We store it in local memory. So the way we do this is we go ahead and we install Expo Secure Store. And then we go into we add in something called the token cache. Okay. So go back into our app, go back into our top layout, which is this one right here. And then what we do is we add in the token cache like so. And just like that, now we have token cache, right? So now it will be a bit more nice. If we are logged in already, it will store the user's value. So it doesn't have to check every single time. It only checks if it's expired. Okay. Then we have the sign in and sign up pages. And what I want you to do here is, you see, this is the old way of doing it. Remember I told you it was a redirect? We don't want to use that anymore, right? So the guys over at Clerk will definitely change this very shortly. However, I have just used the Expo protected routes, which I think is much cleaner, right? So in this case, you got the sign in and the sign up pages. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to copy these examples, right? Because they're actually very, very good examples to go ahead and get set up. So for the sign in, I want you to copy the entire page, and then I want you to go ahead and do the sign in. So we're going to replace all of our sign in with their sign in. And as you can see now, we have hit a refresh sometimes. Yeah. And you can see that it's there, right? Now, obviously that's not ideal. So we're going to wrap this in safe area view once again. Pull it in, and as you can see, we have enter email, continue, and password. So if I try to continue now, we start getting all of our validation checks and so forth. Now, what is it doing? Well, essentially, if you just break it down, it's got a router with Expo router, and if you try and sign in, it will go ahead and start a sign-in attempt and so forth, as well as a sign-up attempt, right? And we've just got state that is tracking the user's email and password that they enter in. Okay, so a few things like that. Let's do the same for sign up. So if we go to our sign up page, we can go ahead and copy that in the Clerk documentation, go to sign up, paste it in, hit save. Now, if we were to click on sign up, you can see we have the sign up flow. Okay. And again, we need to refresh. But before we do that, I'm going to go to the sign up flow, and I just want to make sure that we have the safe area view being rendered out. Okay. And then we hit the tab, flex one, and let's go ahead and hit a refresh. And sometimes you might run into that and then it all freaks out and it dies. It's okay. What I want you to do is, firstly, we have the safe area view being rendered in, hit the save. And what I want you to do is not freak out. Just go into your terminal here and hit I to rebuild it, okay, on the iPhone. Now here it's, oh, we haven't closed the tag. So what did I do? So, okay, where we had the view, this should have been safe area view. So safe area view, hit the import, and then obviously close it at the bottom. Okay, hit the refresh. And now we have, if we click sign up, you see, we can go back and forth between sign up and sign in. Okay. And as you can see, this also handles the 2FA portion of it, right? So all we're left to do really is style it at that point. So they've done the hard work of the sign in, sign up. And all we got to do is do the next step. So you've also got the sign out button, which we can do afterwards. We're not too stressed about that. And then, yeah, that's completely fine. Now, the only thing I do want to do is I want Google sign in. So also what I want to do is do Google. If you type in Command F and you do Google sign in, what we will see is you see the following example demonstrates a simple Google OAuth sign in flow. Okay. Now here, you see login with Google. You've got, this is the, no, it's not this one. No, it's social login. I think it's Google's. Google sign in. I think I just looked at that one. Adding Google as a social connection. So, is it here? Google. They got a nice example of it, and I'm just trying to wonder, where is it? Expo. So I've got a nice component. I just need to check which one it was again. Google sign in. So what I want you to do, if you go to Google, type in Google sign in Expo. Now you'll see using Google authentication. This one is not the one that I'm after, I don't think. No, it's not this one. It's way simpler than all of this. They have a very nice example. Why can't I find it? Implementing Google Auth. No. OAuth. Where is it? Okay. Sign in examples. You can use these Google OAuth. Here we are. So go to examples, sign in, Google OAuth, and then you have your, no, that's not the right one. Jay, if you can try and find it for me, the Google sign in, it'll help me a ton. It's got this code in it. I've just sent you the code on the side. It's got a warm-up browser. Let me just do a quick little check, right? Because I really want you to find that one. So it's actually Google sign in, use warm browser, Expo. So it's a very nice, they need to make it simpler to find that, because it's such an easy example. Okay, anyway, we'll come back to it. So I'll show you the code. I have the entire code for it anyway. So what we'll do is for the sign in, because we've got loads to cover, to be fair. So heading over to sign in, firstly, I want to just style this up a bit. So let's do the styling and then we can add in the Google button. Okay, so a few things. Firstly, I want a keyboard avoiding view. Now, what does that mean? So if I click sign in, when I basically click it, I want this screen to push up. So that way the keyboard never covers any of this, right? So what we do is we use something called a keyboard avoiding view. Okay, so here what we do is we add in a keyboard avoiding view. We wrap the entire app inside of it, and then what we can do is here we can go ahead and pull that in from React Native, right? And then what we do is we have something called behavior. Now, behavior is different depending on which platform you're on. The rule of thumb is if it's in iOS, so in this case we're pulling this platform helper. If it's iOS, we do padding. Otherwise, Android uses height. Okay. And then we have to add in flex one. Now, what does this mean? You can't really tell right now, but in this instance, we've messed up something. I've got a view here, and what's going on here? Oh, I've got, sorry, this needs to be flex one as well. Yeah. So now, if I was to do Command K to pull up the keyboard, if this was lower, this would all pull up a bit more. So if this, say for example, this was down here and I open the keyboard, it would bump above it, right? So the reason why you want to do that is for smaller devices or for whatever the case, it's going to be important to do that, right? So what we're going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and simplify this by basically adding in different sections. We've got the header section of our sign-in, essentially representing this. And then we're going to have the body, which is a sign-in form. And then we're going to have the footer area, right? So in this case, firstly, header section. Let's go ahead and tackle that. So for this, again, what I want to do is I'm going to pop these in and then you can go ahead and just see for yourselves as we do it. So you can either pause the video and copy the code that I'm writing on the screen, or you can feel free to go into the public GitHub repo and get the entire code, right? Otherwise, we'll never get through this tutorial in time. So in this case, we got the view. So this is not closing. So I forgot to add in a view here. So ionic icons as well, I need to import. So at the top of the file, we need to import our vector icons like so. So import vector icons, and firstly the header section. So it's a view, we've got some logo branding, we're centering, and then we've got essentially the icon being centered, all right, with a bit of styling around it, the text, and another bit of text. You can't use regular divs and that kind of stuff because obviously the text component renders out differently for iOS and Android, hence why we use a React Native one, right? So here we have the header section down, pretty nice. The next part is going to be the sign-in form, okay? So we're going to have the sign-in form. So what I want to do here is we're essentially going to have this is going to be a bigger one. So sign-in form is going to be encapsulated like so. We're going to have a div, and I'm just going to add things in as we do it. So firstly, I'm going to have a welcome back bit of text inside of there. So let's go ahead and pop that in. Welcome back. Nice, right? And I'll show you as we do it. Then we've got the email input. Email input, I'm going to add in like so. So instead of this email input, we're going to have our nicer one. So let's go ahead and pop in our own. If it is loading, I'll show you why that's not there as well in a moment. But for this sign in, we're going to get rid of this text input for the email address, and we're going to use isLoading instead. Now for isLoading, we're basically just going to have an easy bit of state at the top. So at the top, we're going to have React. Just use state like so. I mean, you could do it this way or you can import it. I'll keep it simple for now. But isLoading starts off as false, and we're going to use that later on. Yes, you can also use a use transition hook as well. All right. Another React Native beast. Great. Exactly. All right. So we have the email input over here. You guys can see for yourself. All we're doing is as we type in on change text, we're setting the state. The value is being mapped as well. We've got a placeholder, enter your email, and a bit of text and styling over here. Now, if it is loading at any point is true, you'll see that this gets disabled, right? So we can't actually do anything after it, right? Oh, editable, sorry. So in this case, if I did false now, you can see that I can't edit it. So even if I click it, nothing happens. So we're going to set it to if it's not loading. Cool. So after that, we go outside of this one and we have the password input. So password input, a bit more nicer as well. Let's go ahead and pop it in here. So we've got a bit of styling here, password, pretty much exact same styling with different icon, and the text input being for the password instead. So obviously that means we get rid of our password. There we go. Okay. And you see, I'm just slowly replacing it with what we have instead. Then we have the sign in button. Now for buttons in React Native, something that we typically like to use is called touchable opacity. But whenever we use a button, touchable opacity, you get different touchable ones. You get touchable, I think it's, I can show you, but anyway, the touchable opacity means as I touch the button, the opacity changes to reflect that the button has been pressed. Okay. So we also have touchable highlight, native feedback, which has a little rumble effect and so forth. But in this case, this is going to be the sign in button. Okay. Now, if I go ahead and firstly, right now, this is not the button that we want. I want to have a button which looks something like this. So I'm going to copy my button and show you. Right, boom. We have the touchable opacity, which is on sign in press. Right now, mine's freaking out. Could not find an application container. Okay, I'll fix that in a moment. Get rid of this touchable opacity. There we go. And we have, there we go. Just again, sometimes just a refresh is done. All right, it's like Sunny's on steroids for coding. Yeah. So in this case, we've got touchable opacity on press, on sign in press. We've got disabled is loaded. And then we have a bunch of our ternary styling conditions, right? If it's loading, we modify the styling to make it gray so it shows like it's loading. Same for the text, right? We want it to have a login button, and it changes to refresh if it's signing in. So when it is loading is happening, we show different text, right? So now you can see if I click it, the opacity changes. Obviously, it's freaking out right now because there's nothing called on sign in press. We don't have, oh, well, we're not actually doing anything with it, right? So that's our sign in button. And then I also want to have a divider underneath that. So boom, divider, very neat. Okay. And then it says sign in, or then we're going to have Google sign in, right? So Google sign in button here. So that's going to be a to do, to be implemented. And then after the Google sign in, we're going to basically get rid of this right here. And I've screwed up somewhere. What have I done? Right. We had everything wrapped in an initial view, which was for the header section. So everything was wrapped in the initial view. And where did I close the view out? So I closed the view out here. So you want to actually grab that, go all the way down to the bottom and pop it underneath here. Okay, there you go. Right. So we have everything outside of that. Then we're going to have outside the header, we're going to have the footer. Right now, the footer is going to be a very lazy thing here. It's just going to be the following. So a view, start your fitness journey. Right now, obviously, this is not styled correctly at the moment. It's touching the sides. Things don't look right. I want to add in a bit of padding. So we go to our surrounding header. And then in fact, we're going to surround everything in a view. So we're going to cut that view, go all the way down to the bottom. We're going to pop in a view over here, and that screwed it up. We're going to make this flex 1, and then we're also going to make this padding X of 6. Okay, so it breathes. Cool. We're almost getting there now. We just need one thing here as well, which is going to be for the Google sign-in button. Okay, so for the Google sign-in button, we're going to replace this with literally our Google sign-in component. So in this case, we're going to create a custom component called Google sign-in, which does exactly what we need. So we're going to go over here, hit save. We obviously don't have it at the moment. What I want you to do is inside of your app folder, so source app, we're going to create a components folder. Inside of here, we're going to say Google sign-in.tsx, and then we're going to do React Native functional, right? So Google sign-in. Now, what we want to do in here is create the Google sign-in flow. Now, there is a tutorial out there somewhere. I believe Jay has he found? Yes, Jay found it. Ultimate G. All right. So Jay has found the link. So what I'm going to do is on the screen right now, I'll share the link. So you can see literally that is where you need to go. All right. So what I'll do is I'll pull that up on the screen. Actually, thank you very much, Jay. So in this case, we've got the build a custom flow for authenticating with OAuth connections. Okay. So what we do is we click on Expo, and as you can see here, we've got the sign in. Now this one, what we're doing is we're essentially stripping this of what we want it for. So in this case, I want the Google Auth part of it. So yeah, here it is. So what I want to do is I'm going to copy this and I'm going to pop it in here, and then I'm going to rebuild this essentially. So for what I want it for. So if we refresh now, Google sign-in doesn't exist. Go over here, render in our component for, oh, we don't have this yet. So here, we're going to call this Google sign-in instead. Go over here. We should have an import option, hit save. This is obviously going to look horrible now. So it's going to say, oh, sign in with Google, it's just a straight up button. But basically, what it does is it uses a warm-up browser. Now, what this does is it preloads the browser for Android devices because it tends to take a little bit longer on the Android devices. This happens on mount once. And then what we do is we have the Google sign-in function. So it obviously starts the warm-up browser in the beginning. And then we have the single sign-on flow, right? So when we press this button down here, which is rendered over here, what we're doing is we're essentially starting a social login flow. So we're using OAuth, which is Google. And then we have the redirect URL, which is auth session.make redirect URL. Again, all of this stuff is going to come from, you can see we're basically pulling in Expo auth session. Okay. Now it will create it there and then. Now, what we're going to do is if we sign in successfully, it will set active, which is going to be the session. And as you'll notice here, set active, this will actually change the Clerk state. And obviously, as we're at the higher level, we're changing the user's authenticated state. The protected routes then change because the dynamic is signed in value will change, redirecting us to the home page. That is how you should do it at a high level because it's clean as hell, right? Now at this point, I want to style that button. I don't like it. I want a Google sign in look. So I'm going to change this button to be like this. So it's going to be a touchable opacity button, import it like so, import the Ionic icons and import the text from React Native. I'll quickly show you up here. We've got Ionic icons like so. And just like that, we have a beautiful looking button, right? Continuous sign. So that is how you do Google Auth, right? Obviously on the website, they have tons of documentation as to how you can do the rest of them. If you look here as well, the strategy, if we just go ahead and pop in, you can see like OAuth, Facebook, GitHub, GitLab, HubSpot, all of them are here essentially, right? Spotify, in this case, so it's very, very simple. You can go ahead and create a reusable structure like component. If I click on continue with Google now and click continue, now, boom. Very nice. We have this login flow. Okay. I'm not going to log in yet because I want to build the rest of the screens. The only thing I'm missing here now is a sign up button. So obviously, say for example, under the sign in, right, where we had the Google sign in. So we had beneath this, just before the footer, I actually wanted to have a sign up link, right? So in this case over here, I'm going to have a sign up link. So like so. Now the sign up link is, I've also screwed that up as well. So I have a view. So we should actually have one more closing view here. So maybe, no, I hate finding nested views, especially when I'm live. It's such a pain. I think to be fair, do you know what? I'm just going to be a little bit on the lazy side today and just go ahead and do a margin bottom 6. And that's going to be fine for this tutorial, right? Don't have an account, sign up, right? That's fine. I'm happy with that. It can have it like this. But obviously, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I like it too much, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually get rid of the margin bottom 6. This sign up link, I'm going to grab it. I'm going to pop it under the Google sign in. Yep. And then I'm going to add a margin top to it. And then that would also have a similar effect. I'm happy with that. Okay. So this is a sign up link. What you'll notice is it goes to /sign up. So you'll notice how this is /sign up because it's relative to our current index. So we're currently at this level. So if we do /sign up, it will reroute to this. Very clean routing structures. Now, obviously, if we do that, you see the swipe back functionality is there. That's exactly what we want. So there's our sign up flow done. We're going to do the sign in flow done. We're going to do the same for sign up. So let's continue over there. Obviously, we're going to move at a bit of speed because we've got a big build to do and we're just scratching the surface. Like we have a lot to do. Okay. So next up, we have the sign up. So for sign up, I'm going to go ahead and start styling things out. Let's go down to our, our sign in screen. So we have firstly the main area return. Okay. So firstly, safe area view. We're going to have it as flex one with a background of gray. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Flex one background of gray. Just to highlight that that does something, you can see, there you go, right? And then of course, we're gonna have a keyboard avoiding view, right? So again, instead of a fragment, we're gonna have a keyboard avoiding view, and down at the bottom, we're gonna close our keyboard avoiding view. Of course, we need to import keyboard avoiding view from React Native. Go down here and platform. If you do Control Spacebar, you can see React Native as well, right? So you can go ahead and pull that in. That's how I do my quick imports. Now heading back down, we have to go ahead and configure things. So we're gonna have a main container surrounding everything. So I'm just gonna go ahead and put this over here. So we're gonna have a main container surrounding everything. And then of course, I'm gonna start popping things inside of that container, right? So first up, what I wanna do is I'm gonna have another container, which is the main section. So here we're gonna have the main, and then we're gonna have the footer, okay? So for the main, I wanna go ahead and have a view, which has flex one precedence, right? So in this case, go ahead and close that up like so. And then I'm going to have different sections to it. So no, I've just repeated myself. It's not this one. There you go. Flex one just first, right? So step one, we have the logo and branding. Again, very similar. This is going to be, we need the Ionic icons, pull those in. So sign up. You have to click through, join fit tracker. So you see how it just became, it went from, if we hit or refresh, it goes from fit tracker to join fit tracker, right? So logo and branding gets popped in. Then we're gonna have the sign up form, which is going to be a much larger section. So in this case, it's going to be the sign up form. And then we're going to have create your account. So the first step, create your account. And then we're going to have the email input, which is going to be the following. And again, what I'm doing is I'm taking the previous stuff. So we have here the email, set email flow here, but I'm just repeating it. So obviously we need to add our is loaded again. I'm going to get rid of the sign up email, and is loading. We're going to go ahead and add into the top. So going back to the top, simple is loaded React use state. And there we go. We go back to sign up. Now you can see we've got the email back. Let's do the same with, let's do the exact same with the password input. So password input, we're in a good flow today. I can feel it. I've got the password input down here, and you can see a nice little, you know, addition, little subtle touches on it. Right, get rid of the text input there. Now that is the password input, which is there. Next up, we have the sign in button, right? So similar thing here, except what we're going to do is we're going to render it based on is loading as well. So we've got a ternary, so we've got a sign in button, on press, sign up, disabled with a bit of styling, active opacity 0.8 when we click it, is loading, we show this, otherwise we show something else, and same for the text, which is creating an account. So obviously when it's loading, we want to go ahead and do that. Now the touchable opacity after the button, we're going to have the terms, and we're just going to say, you know, by simply signing up, you accept our terms and conditions, blah, blah, blah. Okay. There you go. So just a kind of a template for you to work off of. The next step out here, we're going to have the sign in link. Okay. Now for the sign in link, we're going to have essentially, it's just going to basically be similar to what we had before, just going back. So you can basically go back to sign in. So at that point, we have it there. Then of course, in the footer, this is more aesthetic differences, right? If you want to have something, you know, which just kind of stands out a little bit more, we can go ahead and ready to transform your fitness. And then of course we can get rid of that section there. So hit a refresh, and now we should be perfect. Sign up, and there we are, sign in. There we go. So firstly, amazing, looks great. We haven't touched any differences for the authentication flow. So all of the Clerk authentication that they built for us works really nicely. Now, what I do want to mention is what we have not done, and sometimes it can glitch out, so you have to hit the refresh. Notice on your phone, this will not happen. It's really smooth on your phone, right? So we need to do the pending authentication state. So if you notice, if I typed in, for example, abc+1 at gmail.com, so this person's going to get an email, and I just did a random thing, create account. Now, you see, firstly, I get this verify your email, right? So there's another flow there. Now, why is that happening? Because pending verification is true based on our current flow. And if pending verification, you see how it just does verify your email. So we need to obviously style that. So it looks very nice, that screen as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a safe area view with a keyboard avoiding view. So let's go ahead and pop that in right now. So safe area view with a keyboard avoiding view. So keyboard avoiding view and safe area view, boom. And as you can see, it says verify your email now. And then we're going to start basically styling this out. So we're going to wrap everything in here, and we're going to slowly replace it out. So what's up, Nepal? I see you guys in the house as well, right? Now we're going to have everything be centered inside like so. And then we have the logo branding. Okay, so logo and branding is step one. So we're going to pop in the logo and branding here. And then you can see, check your email. We sent a verification code to the email that we have stored in state. And then we have the verification form. Okay, so obviously this is replacing this right now. So the verification form. And then step one is we have the enter verification code, right? Much nicer than our verify your email text over there. Get rid of that. Next, we have the code input. Code input, again, all we're doing here is effectively just replacing the verify and the text input, okay? So after this, what we want to do is we're going to have the code input. Oops, I've messed that up. So you want to make sure that's inside the view. Okay, so verification code like so. And what you'll notice is we have the same thing here, verification code. And then what you want to do is after that, we have the verify button. So we want to have a touchable opacity button. Again, it's going to go outside here. So touchable opacity, verify email. And as you can see, it's verifying when we click it based on is loading, right? That's awesome. And then we have the resend code. So we're going to have the didn't receive a button, didn't receive a, you know, that one here. And right now that doesn't actually do anything, but in this case, you could go ahead and implement that as well if you wanted, right? Searchable opacity, outside, and then we have the footer, which is just effectively almost there, just one more step, okay? And of course, after that, I can get rid of this chunk down here. Now, this is pretty cool. So in this case, now if we were to go back over here, sign up, ABC +1, sorry, whoever has that email, you can get spammed. And then we hit this, create account, wait for it, enter verification code, and then imagine it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, verify email, boom. Now, the one thing you'll notice is because I've added this, we actually need to add in the is loading anchors everywhere. So this will actually work perfectly. I'll show you how it will in a moment. But what we want to do is hit the refresh. You see that incorrect code. And obviously sometimes it will freak out. So you want to press I on the terminal and it'll go ahead and pop that open again. So what I want you to do here is inside of sign in. So Command K pulls up this helper screen. We can go ahead and do this. Now I want you to go to the implementation flow. So obviously set is loading is not happening anywhere, right? So what we want to do is we want to add in our is loading sort of sets, right? Now, again, you can 100% use start transition, right? I'm just showing you both ways. So use transition is a very good way of doing this as well, just FYI, right? So if on sign in press, now what I want to do here is I'm also going to go ahead and add in a few extra things. So I'm going to say if there's no email or password, I'm going to say please fill in all the fields. So we're going to add that in as well. And alert, you can go ahead and pull in from React Native. Nice little natural alert. So if I went and hit and did this, there you go. Now, once we've done that and those fields are set, we're going to set is loading to true. Okay. So you see how it doesn't even get there because it fails there. So we're going to do a try catch. And now after this, we're going to do a finally, and we're always going to set is loading back to false again. So if I did like ABC plus to gmail.com with a crazy long password, see signing in, and then it either way, if it succeeds or fails, it sets loading to false again. So that's done. Same with the same applies with the Google sign in. I believe Google sign in is actually okay because we actually have we don't need it for Google sign. We're going to do it for the sign up flow. So sign up is next. So sign up, we need to do it a bit more. So what we want to do is on sign up press here. We're going to add in, firstly, if you haven't added in your email or password, we're going to pop those in. Let's go ahead and pop that in like so. Cool. And then we're going to go and do the same thing for this. So we're going to have a finally after all of this. We'll finally set loading false. Now, when you go ahead and do this, it will set is loading and it will render out our conditions. The same will be for the on verification. Okay, so on verification, I'm going to say if there is no code, then we're going to say please enter the verification code. Otherwise, we're going to set loading to true after this point, and then after the try catch, we're going to say finally set is loading to false. Right, that handles all of our corner cases. Here, if we go ahead and do this, sign up, and we do, for example, ABC. Let's do it again. So sometimes you need to hit a refresh. Sign up, ABC +3 at gmail.com. Blah, 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 blah. Create account, boom, create an account, verify, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, verifying, fails. There you go. All right, so it works. So obviously this actually sends emails, by the way. Okay, so I'm going to give you a full demo now of how that does it. So let's go ahead and do the sign up flow, and then the authentication is done. Okay, so I'm going to do sunny.sanger plus, let's just say 9 gmail.com. I'm going to do just some crazy long password, create account. And now what you'll see is I'm going to open up my emails on a separate window because I want to make sure nothing gets seen. I'm going to open up my email client right now. And I want to show you that an actual verification code does in fact come in, right? So what we want to do is I'm going to pull in this right here. So this should be fine to show you. Okay. So you guys can see here, look, fitness app, YouTube verification code pulls in. So look at that. Woo. All right. So it comes in just to show you guys that it's not flying. And if I put in 856172, that will log me in. The reason why I'm not going to do that yet, because I want to actually save my Gmail and I want to do it via Google login instead. So what we can now do is go back. Let's do a login to basically get past the screen. The authentication section is done, guys. Well done, right? So sunny.sanger@gmail.com. Once this happens, our full, our top level layout, you see how it, boom, it just redirects us. So nice. Okay, now what I want to do is, you see the profile screen, we're going to have a log out button because we are in fact logged in now. Now, if I want to prove the point to you, if I hit a refresh, you'll see I always get to this screen now. So I want to have the logout flow, and then we have logout fully working. Okay, so if we go into our profile screen, what you'll see me do is you'll see me do Command P and jump around between the app a lot, right? So because it's quite a big app to run around in. So in this case, we're at the profile screen. So what I'm going to do now is add in a simple logout button. Okay. So for the logout button, I'm going to have a button which says sign out. It's going to look something like this. Sign out button. So firstly, let's just import a bunch of things that we need, right? And then of course we need a handle sign out functionality, right? So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in a quick little check. Are you sure you want to sign out? Okay. So in this case, we're going to call this the profile page, and then we're going to add in an alert. And here we get sign out. Are you sure you want to sign out? And then it's got two options, cancel or sign out. Sign out is a destructive function, so it's going to be a red button. And then you see we've got this sign out function. Now what we can do is we can get this from our use auth hook from Clerk, which is awesome. Now if I was to go ahead and hit a refresh, head over to our profile, bam, we have a big red sign out which says sign out. Are you sure you want to sign out? Destructive red, boom, sign out, redirects me. If I hit a refresh now, I'm back on the screen because it's protected. Boom, that is clean as hell. So nice, right? So nice. Doing amazing now by eCode FM. What's up, man? Good to see you. So in this case, I think that's Amin. Nice. All right, so let's go ahead and log back in. Move on to step 2, the next part of the app, right? So authentication is down, looking amazing. Clerk, thank you. Right. Next up, I want to start having some data inside of the app. So this is where Sanity comes in clutch. Remember I told you to prepare Sanity before? Okay, this is where we start getting into that territory. So we obviously just set up Sanity before, and obviously what I want to do is I want to get something like this set up where we have different schemas for different things. We have our exercise schema and the workouts that we're going to store effectively for each user. Okay. So what I need to do is I want to have it so that we have Sanity effectively in this repo. So I'm doing a mono repo structure today. You can do it separately if you want. I'm going to show you how to do a mono repo, right? So in this case, how we have it together. So how do we do this? Firstly, I want to hide one thing. Yep. Okay. So how do we do this? Well, we created our Sanity screen in the beginning. So let's go back over to that, wherever the hell that was. Here we are. Remember we got to this screen when we set it up, and make sure you use code Sunny when you're setting up, or the link in the description, because that allows me to do this for free. By the way, the retention today is nuts, guys. You guys are actually crazy good. Honestly, we've got like over 200 people consistently across platforms watching this right now, which is, I love you guys. That's it. It's just so cool, right? So we're going to go ahead and set things up like this. Now, obviously, I find this command doesn't always work, yeah, but we're going to give it a try anyway. npm create sanity latest, okay? Now, what I want to do is I'm going to actually run it through a little bit differently. So I'm going to push this over here, and at the top level, we're going to run that command. But you see, obviously it has all these ones. So I'm just going to go ahead and keep it very simple. I'm going to do npm create sanity at latest. Hit enter, and we should get asked a few things here, right? And firstly, it will log you in. So I'm already logged in. It shows our existing projects. I'm linking it to the fitness app YouTube. Now, again, if I haven't covered what Sanity exactly is, I want to give you a little breakdown as to what Sanity does and why you should use them. They are essentially a content operating system, absolutely incredible platform. What you can do with Sanity is you can effectively have a CMS that grows with you. So essentially very easy to add on schemas, very easy to go ahead and do, content management for your entire app. It has a live content lake, which means as we push changes, it can be real time pulled into the app. We have interactive visual editing. I've shown that in a couple of builds. Fully type safe as well, which is very, very important. We'll be doing that today as well, using the type gen functionality. They're supported by tons and tons of different frameworks. So regardless of what you're using, front end or back end, they got you covered, and a ton more, right? So we're going to go ahead and dive into this as well. So it's going to be absolutely incredible to go ahead and use. So firstly, we're going to do fitness app YouTube, hit enter, and then as you can see here, select which data set to use. We're going to jump into production. Obviously, you can also have development and production. Quick pause here for Jong Hang Seong. He says, a big hello from Singapore to Sunny and everyone. Good to be back. I'm always excited about mobile development. Thank you for this session. Firstly, I appreciate you guys because without you guys, none of this would be possible. So appreciate you so much. Make sure you like the video as well. All right. We're going to do project output path. Now here, I want you to type in Sanity. Okay. So this is going to basically go ahead and say, now clean project with no predefined schema types. Yes, I want a clean slate, right? Do you want to use TypeScript? What kind of question is that? Yes, we want to. Yes, I love that. All right, of course we want to use it. We're using NPM today. You can use PNPM yarn as you wish. I'm using NPM to keep it easy for everyone, okay? So now that that's going to go ahead and install, we've got loads of videos to come up with Sanity because honestly, there's just so many different use cases. Most people see it as, you know, just like, you know, CRMs where you just go ahead and you update information from Sanity Studio, but no, you can actually add information there, pull it in, use it as an actual live database. It's very, very powerful. And for that reason, I love it a lot. Right now, as you can see, we have Sanity being basically built out in the background. We have schema types with the index, and right now we have no schema types. While it's installing, we can go ahead and get things set up. Now, I do want to mention as well, obviously, some of you like to vibe code. Vibe coding is great, provided you know what the hell you're building, right? If you're just trusting Bolt and Lovable and all these things just to build apps for you, I have a surprise for you. You're not going to last long in this situation, right? Good luck. You might have an app that looks like it's working, great stuff. It ain't going to do you any justice because at some point you are going to hit some deep trouble or some deep water and you have no idea what to do. So instead, enhance your cursor LLM with things such as MDC rules, on which I'll show you how to add now, which a lot of the providers such as Sanity and Clerk give you, and then code and use LLMs and cursor to assist you in coding. So you understand the fundamentals, you always check and review what code it gives you. That is the key to being a badass developer, not assuming that it's just doing everything correct for you. Okay, so at this point now, what I want you to understand is we have essentially one repo with two different apps. We have our React Native app and our Sanity app. So here, when you see the Sanity, yeah, what I'm doing right now is more of a vibe code, right? To be fair, as opposed to AI, you know, the way it's been trended as. So as I'm gonna CD into the second app, Sanity. And the reason why I say it's the second app, it has its own node modules. Okay, so very, very important. Now we're inside of that. What I want you to do is you want to do npm run dev, I believe it was. Is it npm run dev? Yeah, so Sanity dev. You can see Sanity dev running with auto updates enabled. And as you can see, it's starting the development server. Right now, as you can see, we've got localhost 3333. And if I go ahead and open this right now, we can go ahead and see that I need to switch this to my personal environment and I can log in. And provided I log in with the same account, it will grant me access. So Sanity also gives, obviously, you know, you can have member access, so you can basically set up who has access. So if I want J to have access as well, there you go. All right, and as you see here, we've got a free upgrade because we use coupon code Sunny. Fitness app YouTube is up. Okay, so that's great. So I'm gonna actually pop in. I'm gonna keep our Sanity actually open over here, right? So I'm gonna have Sanity in a separate window on my left side, so we can actually always refer to the studio. And then I'll keep it separate. Okay, so for now we can go ahead and just move that to something else. This one, yeah. So now what the next step is, we've got two apps running. We've got our server for our Expo app running over here, and then we've got our Sanity app running over here. Okay, so next up, what we want to do is effectively have what we have in our final deployment, which is two schemas, right? We have a schema for our workout and our schema for our exercise, right? These are going to be the two schemas for tracking what is going on, right? Now, obviously, you know, we can go ahead and type this manually, which is fine, right? But I'm going to show you a mix of AI vibe coding as well. So what I want you to do is type in Sanity AI prompt, right? And what you'll find is cursor prompts, right? And then if you go click into this, what they've done is they've added in Sanity rules. Now you'll see here, this essentially basically primes our cursor agent to understand Sanity a bit more. Now, what I want you to do here is we're going to create a go to package JSON level, create a new dot cursor file. And this is only going to work in cursor, right? I'm obviously giving you a cursor example. And inside of here, we're going to create a folder for rules. And we're going to create a new sanity.mdc file. And as you can see, like rule type. Now I'm going to paste in that rule. And as you can see, it just teaches the LLM about when you use Sanity, this is effectively what you need to be doing, right? Now, what we're going to do is we're going to have the rule type. We're going to have it when the agent requests it. So we're going to let the AI decide if you use Sanity, then go ahead and use this rule file. And obviously we can give it an extra description to make it a bit more helpful for the AI agent. So in this case, whenever Sanity is used, use the rule file. Simple as. Hit save, close it. Obviously, you don't need to do that, but I'm going to show you how it can be beneficial to you. Okay, so in this case, if we have Sanity schema types, obviously we have the index here. So inside of our schema types, I'm going to create our first one, which is going to represent our exercise. Okay, so an exercise, for example, a barbell squat, has a name, a description, difficulty level, exercise image, video URL, and active exercise toggle. We don't actually use that, but still I'm going to add it in. Right. And then in this case, we're going to go ahead and put in exercise.ts. Okay. Now here, what we're going to say is I could go ahead and, read the documentation and all of that kind of stuff. But in this point, what I might do is I might go ahead and do Command I, pull open this, and I'm just showing you how you can do this because obviously I want to teach you the latest and greatest as well. And AI definitely has a beneficial side to it. All right. Right. At this point now, we're going to go ahead and create so I'm going to say create an exercise schema with following fields, right? So create a Sanity exercise schema with the following fields. We're gonna say it has a name, has a description, difficulty, with 3 options. Let's say beginner, intermediate. Don't even spell it right. Advanced, right? AI knows what I'm talking about. And then we have the image, and then I'm gonna have a video URL. I'm just gonna say it's a string value, and then we're gonna have is active, right? And this is a Boolean, so is active, and let's just say it's a Boolean roughly, right? So you can see I could just describe my problem to it. It already has reference to the file. I can pick which model I like using Claude 4, and then generate. And of course, cursor is paid, right? That's absolutely fine. But in this case, I like to pay for it. I use it a lot. And as you can see, look, now it's decided, oh, maybe I should use the Sanity rules that Sunny gave me before. And as you can see, it understands what it can do. So it's thinking about the problem. It's understanding how to do it. Obviously, you can do this in many ways. You can go ahead and read the documentation, write it for yourself. But in this case, you can see it's actually using it to decide how to go ahead and write what we've asked it for. So you can see this is actually the thinking step for Claude 4. So in this case, Lucid React, we don't want to use React, but you can see that it's created something for us. So as you can see, it's just let it do its thing, and it's replacing the icons with instead emojis, which is absolutely fine. We can do that, right? So at this point now, it's created all of these. Absolutely awesome. And you can see it's explaining what it's done. Perfect, right? So we're going to go ahead and see this, name, description, difficulty with 3 different options, image, which is the image itself, video URL, and is active. And it's also gone ahead and given us the following preview where we can go ahead and see it. Now, what we need to do is pull that into our index, which gets it rendered. And then of course, if we go to our Sanity Studio and we hit a refresh, what we should now see is the exercise. Look at that, guys. We have the exercise. And now if I click on new exercise, I can go ahead and type in, for example, bench press. Look at this. We have our schema, bench press. Oh, this is interesting, actually. Oh, I didn't actually do it like that. I had it as, this is a radio button. Interesting. So, okay. So I'm going to show you something quickly. So obviously you can have in this case, they've got a radio layout, right? Which is one way of doing it. So you guys can see for yourself, that's one way of doing it, which is cool. I didn't even know that was a thing. Or you can have it as what I've done here. It's just a drop down box, but I don't know which I prefer. Type string. I think I prefer this. So if we get rid of the layout, it genuinely becomes a drop down box. So if we were to go back, it'll become a drop down box like so. However, honestly, I think I prefer the radio layout because it just gives you a bit more of okay, I have 3 choices. So that's much better. So heading back into the Sanity Studio, let's go ahead and say the OG compound lift for chest, right? And then you can see difficulty level. Okay, let's just say it was a beginner. Let's just say it depends, right? Beginner for now. I'm going to upload an image. So I'm going to quickly select an image. And I think I had a lifting image of a bench press. There we go. Yeah. So I've selected an image. We can say bench press icon. And then video URL. Here you can go ahead and put a video URL in. Okay, I don't have a link to a bench press right now, but I could pop any in right now. So I'm just going to go ahead and pop in any link right now. I don't know what that YouTube link is. It could be mine. But then we got is active, and then I can say publish. And as you can see now, that bench press beginner, and you can see the icon. That is awesome, right? So there we have it. We have literally got our first exercise inside. So this is our first schema, which is amazing, right? And you see how we done AI to help us out, right? Now, of course, what I'm going to do is go back into our schema types and do another one for the workout. So in this case, let's do it again. Let's do workout.ts, and we have our workout. Now, again, I can pull open AI and I can do the same thing, or I could rewrite it myself. But now we could say, now create a workout.ts schema, including the following. And I could just basically explain it. User ID, and we'll say this will be the user's clerk ID, right? And then we got the date, which is a workout duration in seconds, right? Because that's how we're basically storing. And then we've got the exercises, which is going to map to the previous one. So it's going to be a reference. So it's going to say a reference to previous the reference to exercise. However, with an array of object with reps, weight, and we're going to say weight unit. And I'm going to say option for there is going to be either pounds or kg. Okay, so that's going to be the exercise, and then we're just going to have a preview. Okay, and we'll say set up the previews as it makes sense. Okay, now let's go ahead and see what it does. So have a think about how we're approaching this and so forth. What do I mean by the reference with the internal array of objects? This right here. These are references. So this is a reference to an existing exercise. And then we have these objects, which represent reps, weight, and different weight unit. Okay. So in this case, you can see that we've got the user ID, clerk ID of the user, date, workout date, which is of type date time. Then we have the number in seconds. So in this case, and we have exercises, which is the an array, which is, let's see, it's a reference to type exercise. Amazing. And then we have repetitions, weight, and weight units. So that one I want to change slightly. So I'll show you how we can do it. So what I can do here is I can say reps, weight, and weight unit. I can paste that in, and I can say, I want this in a sets array inside of a sets array. Okay, so I want that chunk inside of a sets array, and then we got the previews and so forth, right? And obviously it's given us some nice little, a preview that we can go and see. So inside, which makes immense sense, tracking multiple sets per exercise. Let me update the workout schema. Amazing, right? So then you can see for yourself. We'll let that do its thing in a moment, and then we'll obviously pull that into our set. So in this case, look, you can see we have the reference for the exercise, and then we have the sets, which is an array. Amazing, that's what we wanted. And inside we have an object, which is exercise set. We have the reps, the weight, and the weight unit with the radio button there, which is actually much nicer with the initial value as well. And then we've got a preview for that object, a preview for the outer object, and a preview for the main object. Amazing. Let's hit save. Now, go to our index and let's pull in our exercise. And you can see it even did it for us because it knew that we were going to do that, right? So now we go to workout. Let's go ahead and track an exercise. So user ID, ABC123, workout date. We can go ahead and pick one today, for example, this time. Duration, let's just say it was, I don't know, 3,000, which is, I think, an hour. Workout exercises, add items. We have our exercises. Let's go ahead and see. It will list out all the exercises. So bench press. Let's add a set. Okay, repetitions. We did a set of 10 on 100 kg. So 100 kg. Okay, boom. And then we have a set. Let's do another set. 10 on 100. And anyone asking, yes, I can do that, right? So 10 on 100. And then, oh, so the only thing is it done it like that. Now, I actually wanted it, I believe, as separate exercises. Oh, no, that's correct. That's absolutely correct. Yep, that is correct. So we actually wanted it. Yep, it's done it right. Perfect. So bench press, 2 sets. And then if we add another exercise, so let's add in one more exercise. Let's add in, for example, a, what images do I have? Let's see. We have a, I think we had bench press, lat pull down, squat. Let's do, for example, lat pull down. Let's do lat pull down. And let's just call this intermediate for a reason. Grow them lats, grow them lats. Image, lat pull down, icon, video URL. Let's just say that one didn't have a video URL. Publish that. Head over back to our workout. Head over here. And let's go ahead and say we track that as well. So, okay, now we have a lat pull down. Lat pull down. And let's go ahead and track a rep. So let's go ahead and say that was 5 reps of 5. I'm just again throwing random numbers there. Intermediate, that's because it was drafted. So we're going to have to actually publish that one. So you have to publish. If you're doing a reference, you have to make sure it's published. Okay. And just like that, guys, we have our bench press and our lat pull down. Amazing, amazing stuff. Okay. Obviously the icon is not showing there. So you can also have the preview of that if you want it. Right. But for now, I think it's pretty good. Like 50 minutes, 2 exercises. Awesome. All right. Publish that. And we have the ground basis for exercise and our workout. So the next step is we want to be able to query against it and we want to be able to push information into it. And as we do that, we're going to build out the entire app, the presentational logic and all that. So in this case now, we're going to go ahead and do, we've got the workout looking good. Awesome stuff. So pulling back the app. So let's go ahead and let's think about this. Firstly, let's do the exercise screen. I think that's the awesome way to start with this. And it's a great way to start pulling it in. So first thing I want to do is I want to set up Sanity's type gen, because obviously we have a schema here, but I want to go ahead and make sure that we are actually pulling in, that we're type safe. So how do we do that? So we go over here and we say Sanity type gen. And what we have is a nice little Sanity type gen tool. Eventually, this will literally be built in, I guess. But for now, it's a little bit of setup, but it works. So what we want to do, I believe you can, Thomas. You can deploy to multiple places in Europe as well. Just check it out on the documentation, but I'm sure you can, right? So there is a process here. Wherever we change the schema, we're going to have to go ahead and run this one command. So I'm going to split again. So we have the 2 apps running, and then we have a second one. Obviously, I want to cd into Sanity. Make sure you're inside of the second app. Remember, we have 2 apps running. Here, what I want to do is I want to say with the first command, which is Sanity schema extract. Okay, so let's run that right now. Sanity schema extract. And what you'll find is if you haven't got the Sanity CLI installed, you just have to install it. You can see extracted schema to Sanity schema JSON. And then you want to do Sanity type generate. Now, obviously, we don't really have anything running right now. So you can see it has 13 schema types, but 0 Ngrok queries. But it created a Sanity types for us, right? Now, that's great. So you can see here, it's created Sanity types. And as you can see, we've even got the, I believe it's the workout and so forth. See, look, type workout. This is awesome because now when we start using things, we can have type checking, which is absolutely amazing, right? So that looks pretty good. The only thing we have to do is add in a Sanity type gen file. So what I want you to do is add in a Sanity dash type gen.json file. And this is all in the, this is actually in the documentation. I'm not just making this up. You can go ahead and add in the following path, and you basically want to point up a level to source, and you basically are pointing at all of the main app code, right? Then we got the schema, and this is also a reason why I wanted it in a mono repo function. Okay. Now, if we do the command again, so you notice how it's always the two commands. I don't want to have to do it every time separately. So what I can do now is I can actually go ahead and do something like type gen. And there I can say sanity schema extract and sanity type gen generate. And then with that, I can just say npm run type gen. And now it will run those two commands one after the other. So there we go. And you can see that it generated it into source lib sanity types. Now, why is that so important? Because what it just did, guys, is it went into source lib types. And now in our app, we can read from it. So at this point now, we're going to go ahead and create the next step. So what I want to do is, yeah, we have the types being added in. Sorry, I completely froze for a second. All right, so first step, we want to go and we've set up our type definitions now, which is absolutely awesome. Go into exercises, and this is where we start building out the exercise screen. So one thing I want to do just to prepare us mentally is I want to open up Expo. So go ahead and close that. Oops. Okay, that's one of my old apps that we built. I'm going to open up this fit app as well. And then let's go and sign into that dummy app as well. So I'm going to log in with a separate account for that one. Let's go back. Log into this account. And I want to screenshot these. So first, yeah, you see that loading asset screen. I want this. I want to have this. And yeah, that's cool. That's a modal as well. Cool. And then we also got the search exercises, right? So I've got ABC. So we can do it anyway. So these two screenshots are very important, right? So that's cool. Now I'm going to go back into my app. Oops. Go back into my app here. It's confusing because they're both called fit app. A bit annoying. And now am I in the other one? I need to log into this one. It's logging me out because I'm in the Clerk development environment. So there you go. We're back. So cool. Now what I want to do is I'm going to make it so I'm going to go ahead and have in my desktop these two. Pull these open. Close this. Okay, we're back. So I've got the Russian twists and then I've got the library. So let's go ahead and pull that library in. So obviously we need to build this screen right now. That's what we're trying to do. Okay. So let's go into our exercises screen. So we're inside the exercises. Here we have the profile tabs, exercises screen. So here, instead of exercises, we're obviously going to build a full functioning app. Okay. And obviously I want to actually change the music. Actually, it's kind of all right. But we've got the safe area view. Let's change the background to 50. And then we've got we've got the header. So the header section. So let's go ahead and start building out. So for the header, we've got a view. I'm just going to pull this in right now, which is going to be I'm going to pause it, explain every single part of it, right? So here we have the view. So it's going to pull in from React Native, the Ionic icons, pull those, the text input from, again, React Native. Oops. And then touchable opacity, again, from React Native. Now, search query is a piece of local state. So it's going to be a search query, import that from React, and there we have it. So now with these alone, if we hit a refresh, we'll see exercise library. Let's go back here. And then you can see as we type into this, we set the search query. And just to test that it works, you can go ahead and do that. Now, that is really nice, right? We've got everything working pretty clean. And we've got the search bar looking pretty cool as well. Now, if you do Command K, you see it works as well. We don't need to worry about a keyboard avoiding view because it's always at the top of the screen, right? So we've got the header looking pretty clean. Now we want the exercise list, okay? So for the exercise list, what we do is inside of React Native, we use something called a flat list. Now there are different ways of doing this, but the flat list is an awesome way of doing it. So what I want you to do here is we're going to essentially render. It's one component. Okay, so it's essentially, I'm going to slowly bring it out. So it's one component. And what it has is it has data, which is going to be known as filtered exercises. In this case, we're going to have something like that. But for now, we can just have an empty array. We're going to render each item. Now, each item is eventually going to be something called an exercise card. And obviously we're going to have Expo router, right? And then we're going to have also, firstly, I need use router. So here I've done like so. Oh, this is such a tune. So we have use router. So, and then exercise card, we're going to go ahead and create. Obviously it's going to freak out if I refresh. Then we have something called key extractor. And we've got a little bit of extra styling differences here. So key extractor, basically how everything in any mapping, whenever we map things out, whether it's React, whether it's React Native, but essentially you always want to have a unique key for each item, right? So show vertical scroll indicator, that's fine. And then render item. And then we're also going to have something called refresh control, okay? We're going to have refresh control, and this is going to be the pull to refresh function. And then we're going to have, if it's empty, what happens then? Okay. So if it's empty, then what happens then? So try adjusting your search, your exercise will appear here. Okay. So now let's go ahead and set all these up. So first things first, we want a refreshing piece of state. So in this case, we got that. And then on refresh, we need to create a function for on refresh. On refresh is simply just going to go ahead and call fetch exercising. So in this case, we're going to have on refresh. And of course, fetch exercises is the most important thing because it's the one that pulls everything for us. So fetch exercises is an asynchronous arrow function. We have a try catch block, right? So essentially all we're doing is two things here. Now, the two things that we're doing here, however, are very important. Number one, we're going to have an exercises state, right? So we're going to go ahead and pull that there. And we're going to have a filtered exercises state. So in this case, we need to fetch the data from Sanity. So here, what we do is we fetch from exercise from Sanity. Now, client, we need to set up. So I'll show you we can set that up. And then we need the exercises query, okay? Now for the query, we're going to use something called Ngrok query language, which is how we essentially query from Sanity. By the way, okay, so let's finish that one first. So key extractor, by the way, for flatlist, every time you're mapping through anything in React Native, whatever the case, when you have a list of items, you want to go ahead and make sure each individual item on the list has a unique key. This is why we have a key extractor in this case. Or in React, you just simply have a key when you're mapping through something. Everything should be different. The reason why this is so important is because React works off of re-renderings. So if something changes, it calculates what to re-render, and then it cleverly only re-renders that thing. If you don't add in a key, and let's say we've got 1,000 items in a list, what will happen is if one item gets added in, it re-renders the entire list to get that new item in. That's annoying. That's bad, right? If, however, you went ahead and added in the keys, it doesn't re-render the, let's say there's 1,000 items. It doesn't re-render the 1,000. It just re-renders the 1,001th that you added onto the bottom of it. Way more efficient. Imagine that can be a huge difference when you got a lot of data on the screen. Right, so these things you don't notice with small apps, but these are like the production issues that can cause a lot of painstaking things in the future, especially if each component like the exercise card does something complex. It can cause a lot of issues. Exercise card, there we go. If we click this now, we have loading exercises, and obviously nothing happens because we don't have anything happening here. So what we need to do now is fetch from Sanity. Firstly, exercise query uses the Ngrok query language. The way we do it here is we essentially go ahead and we do a query, something like this. Now, define query comes from Ngrok, right? So in this case, we haven't installed Ngrok, so we need to install that right now. So I'm going to do npm i Ngrok, right? Ngrok is essentially a query language. Now, in this case, my node version is wrong, so I recommend you use npm. It doesn't break it, however, it's not ideal, so you're going to use npm, use 22. If you don't know what npm is, get to know it, right? So go ahead and set it up, and then you can go ahead and install it again. Just make sure you've done it. There you go. Added the correct packages. So it added Ngrok. Oh no, oh, God, I've added it in the wrong place. We need to uninstall Ngrok from Sanity. You see how I made the mistake? Uninstall Ngrok there. You want it inside of, you need to go up a level to the main app. Remember, two different apps, right? npm i, we are always watching Sanity. I appreciate you guys. Right, we're going to npm install Ngrok. There we go. Now we add it in. There we go. And then now this will disappear. Boom. Okay. Go back to exercises. There we go. Right. So in this case, we've got define query, which is being pulled in. Define query is very important because it is how we are going to do type matching every time we add in a new query. Okay, so in this case, first you set up the client, then we can worry about the type definitions. So what we want to do is inside of our source, we have a lib and we have sanity where we have the types. Inside of there, I want to create a client.ts file. Now here, what I'm going to use is we're going to use this @sanity client library. So @sanity client library. Oops, @sanity client npm. So what you'll find is Sanity has an awesome client library. They also have an app SDK. You can feel free to play with both, right? We're going to mess around with this right now. Updated 18 days ago. I mean, fairly popular. Okay. So in this case, if anyone who wonders, oh, should I use Sanity? Yeah, it's a great app, right? So npm install Sanity client. Boom. That's why you should never believe when people say web dev is dead or you know, native app dev is dead, because okay, tell that to the 819,000 people downloading that library. There you go. Right? There's enough jobs in the world. npm install. The problem is the quality of your skill isn't high enough. Upgrade your skill set, you have enough jobs. Trust me. Right? So npm install @sanity client. That's why we have communities like Papa Fam, Zero to Full Stack Hero, because we take our devs to that next level. Nothing is undoable. Like nothing is, we can do anything in that community. We built, all of our students have built some incredible apps, right? So npm install @sanity client, there we go, it's inside. Now what we want to do is we want to import two things: image URL builder and sanity client. Now this one we need to install. This is going to be a helper function for us. So it's going to help us generate references to the images that we upload inside of Sanity. All right, so we have this. Now what I want you to do is have your configuration. So remember when we set up Sanity, it's quite a while back, but it was over here, right? Go into next step, and then you'll see here we have a bunch of stuff. Here we have this. Go into next step, and you'll see we have the query, which explains how you can use Ngrok to go ahead and query the next step. And then you can see here, down over here, you have this config, okay? Now this has all of the config, you know, stuff that we have. Now, yes, you can go ahead and pop these into a environment variable and make it Expo public for the environment variable. For simplicity's sake, we have a lot to do in today's build. I'm not going to do that, right? But you can, and you probably should, because when you deploy, you want your local dev environment to be development, and then you want your production one to be production, as opposed to this, right? But for now, it's fine. But just know that that is the situation, okay? So what we want to do then is we're going to export const client, create config. So in this case, I actually want this to be the, so I need to change this. I need this to be config, like so, and then, yeah, like that, right? And then what I'm going to also do is have an admin client. Now, what does this mean? So effectively, we're going to have a client safe config, right? This is going to be used on the app. And then we're going to have an admin level client, right? This is used for backend, okay? And this one is going to be the exact same config. So we're spreading the above config. However, we're going to add a token, which is going to be Sanity API token, right? And this is not Expo public, Sanity API token. I'm going to show you how to get that in a moment. Then we have admin client, create client, admin config, okay? Now, after that, we have the image URL builder. So the final helper that we have is this one here. So we have a builder, which we initialize with this, with a config, so it knows where to go. And then we have this URL for function. So what we do is that we effectively pass in the source. And what we do is when we pull in documents from the Sanity's backend, we basically use builder.image with that source to rebuild a URL that we can then render on the screen. Okay, so that's very important to go ahead and use. So in this case, now what we do is we go back and we import our client. Now, hit the refresh button and, oh, we have an issue. So we hit a solid refresh firstly. Exercises, loading exercises, and then it will probably die in a moment because we don't have anything rendered here, right? So obviously nothing's happening here, but what we can do firstly is we added in a new define, every time we change the schema or anytime we add in a defined query, what I want you to do is cd into Sanity, and then I want you to run type gen. So run type gen. And what you should have now is one more query. So it should say 13 plus 1. So 13 schema types and one Ngrok query. And how do you know it worked? Go to your exercises and you will see this exercise query result. Now, important point, this name right here, exercise query, this has to be unique for every single time you create a query with defined query. If it's not unique, your type gen will fail. All right, so I'm saving you hassle, saving you headache. That will happen. Okay, now if I type in exercises dot, and let's just say I go into the first object, now you can see, look, I have all of the fields from Sanity. So now we can be type safe. And again, even for your exercises, you can even go ahead and type safe them if you really want to. So you can go ahead and say lib Sanity type, and now look at that, guys, we have type safe everything. Cool, right? But in this case, I just want to go ahead and just make it a bit more simple for this. So filtered exercises we'll handle afterwards. But what I want to do is I want to create the exercise card so we can actually render out what we have. So go into source components, app components, exercise card.tsx, right? Now, for the exercise card, we're going to have a React Native functional component exercise card. Cool. We're going to have 3 props that are going to get passed through. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an interface for those props, right? So going over here, we have an interface for the props. Again, for the exercise type, we can import it from our type definitions. Cool. Now over here, we can go ahead and pass in those props like so. And we can also go ahead and I'm going to have 2 helper functions, one for getting the difficulty color and one for getting difficulty text, right? What does this mean? It means if something is beginner, intermediate, or advanced, it will highlight it with certain colors. Same for beginner, intermediate, advanced for the difficulty text color, right? Or well, the colors, right? You can also combine these into one function if you wanted. It's up to you, okay? Now, after that, we're going to make this a touchable opacity with an onPress function, right? Now, here, what we're going to do is we're going to say, it's a touchable opacity, like so. And then we're going to import it from React Native. There we go, okay? Now, just as a quick set, I'm just going to go ahead and import this like so, hit save and go to exercises. I need to see that something is loading. Firstly, pull to refresh exercise working. Loading exercises, your exercise will appear here. Well, something's not right? Oh, here we are. Exercise data is empty. So filtered exercises right now is empty because I don't think we actually do anything. So in the beginning, we don't actually load anything. So what we want to do is have a use effect where we effectively first fetch the exercises. So number 1, we go ahead and we first import that from use effect from React. And when the component mounts, we fetch exercises. Now, of course, this will fetch exercises, which then goes ahead and fetches the exercises here and filtered exercises as well. Now, that's perfect, right? And I'll explain this afterwards, but for now, that's great. What we are going to have is another use effect, which basically will go ahead and run as well. And effectively goes ahead and says, if it will filter by the search query. So if I've typed in, if I've typed in here, so here you can see the exercise. If I've typed in, for example, bench, this will go ahead and filter through once I've saved. All right. So in this case, if I typed in bench, so you see that, right? Amazing. And then here we can actually change this to become exercise. No, this is exercise type. Yeah, like so. All right. Now, what you can do is you can say, like, for example, lat pull down, or if I typed in ZZZ, you see no exercise, but bench is there and so forth. Amazing, right? So now we have our type check-in. Obviously, we're doing a client-side search, which obviously you can go further, make it Elasticsearch wherever you want. But for the exercise card, let's continue on. So for exercise card, we're going to go ahead and, yep, we've got this. Now, step 1, we've got a surrounding view. So let's get rid of that. Doesn't look nice. That looks a bit better. Where's it? I mean, we haven't set anything up yet. So if we have an image, we're going to show an image. So in this case, we have an ionic icon. For the image here, we can do React Native. And then URL4 is for our helper function. Remember the one where we created previously inside of our Sanity lib client. So if we go ahead and do that now, boom, we have logos. Very nice, right? So that's really nice. Now, after that, we're going to have another section, which is going to be for all of the details and the description and so forth. So let's look at that. So we have a flex one, justify between. We have 2 containers. The first container here, the second container here. Now, as you can see here, we have the difficulty text being rendered out, different colors showing and so forth. We have the description, and we also have truncating. Truncating is the reason why React Native is quite nice as well, because you have this built in, like number of lines too. If it extends that, it goes ... with an ellipsis, right? Amazing stuff. And of course, if we pull to refresh, it works. And why does pull to refresh work? You might wonder. If we go back to exercises now, and we go down here, refresh control is on refresh. Now, all this does is it basically goes ahead and fetches exercise. And it basically does is while it's refreshing, we set it to true. Otherwise, after it's done fetching, it goes ahead and does it again. Now, as you can see, all that does is it just refetches over here. Yeah, amazing stuff. So if I was to change down the back end now, and then I've done a re-render. So in this case, if we go to lat pull down, I do 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3, I hit publish. Now on this side, you see, if I go ahead and I pull to refresh, boom, 1, 2, 3, right? So really nice. So really, really cool way of working. You can also tap into the real-time live content link, which is via the app SDK. Feel free to go wild with that, right? Now, when we click this, what I want to happen is I want a modal to pop up, guys. So I want a modal to fly up, and then I want to basically see the exercise details, okay? So how do we do that? So what I want to do is notice how when we click it, what I've done here is I've done an on-press handler, and I've basically said router.push / exercise detail, and I passed in a query param for the item ID. So that means the exercise detail screen needs to be created. So where and how do we create that? Well, with modals, things work a little bit different. You can add a modal anywhere effectively inside of your app. For simplicity's sake, I'm going to add it at the top level inside of our app. So I'm going to add a screen called exercise detail, right? .tsx. And I'm going to say React Native functional. And let's just call this one exercise detail. And to make it very visible, I'm going to make it a safe area view, you know, typical stuff that we've done previously. Import it, do a flex, and there we go, right? Exercise detail. Now, if I was to do that now, and you see if I did this, but you see it's a stack navigator. Why is it a stack navigator? Because if we look at the nearest layout, we're in a stack. So it's assumed, well, you didn't give me any other option. You just said you're in a stack. I'm going to give you a stack navigator when you click it. Okay. So it's not wrong. It's correct. It works, but it's not ideal. The next thing is remember I said I passed in a query param. How the hell do I get the query param? So what we do is we tap into something called use local search params. Now what we can do is we can go ahead and say exercise details with the ID. So we can pull it through. Look, that's the ID from the back. So you can see that, the bench press, and you can see that we've got that as well, right? So at this point now, what we're going to do is we have the exercise details as well. So at this point, I don't want it to be this view. Okay. So how do I differentiate that? Well, this is the really nice part. Because we've set everything up in such a nice way, what we can do is we can simply say, okay, so firstly, I want that to be a protected screen. So I can put that in the signed in protected stack. And I can say stack.screen, exercise details, the name, because it's the name of the file. So that's the route name. Header shown false. Okay, there you go. That worked. All right. Now what we can do is we can also go ahead and give it some more options. Now, the really interesting one is presentation. Now here you can see, look, I've got lots of different options for what I can do. I can do a transparent modal. Okay, interesting, right? I can do a regular modal. Now, if I hit the refresh, boom, boom. Oh, look at that. That is perfect. Look at that native functionality. Look, bam. And you know, you can swipe down, bam. The super nice, like a little card that pops up, right? So that is what I wanted, right? And then also I want to do gesture enabled. So gesture enabled is true. And I want the true. And I want to do animation type for replace is as a push. You can do pop or push, right? So in this case, boom, right? That's amazing. Okay. Now, what we want to do as well is that's great. So let's create that screen. See, I prefer, so I think Expo, once you get used to the navigation and all that kind of stuff, it's sick because now you can never access that modal if you're not logged in. right? So it just won't show. It won't be an available route to route towards, right? But it's simple. Like once you understand how the routing and everything works, it's very simple to go ahead and get working, right? So what I want to do now is let's have the exercise detail screen. So how do we do this? Well, firstly, let's go ahead and make it a little nicer. Okay, that's good. So next step is underneath it, I want to show you a little tip. So sometimes what you might have is lighter background colors. You see how the status bar is not showing. So what you can do is you can actually add a status bar Expo component, and you can say what color the content is. So the dark content, default. If I do a default, right, it works. But in this case, if I do light content, it works. If I did dark content, it hides. So you obviously want to show the user status bar. Otherwise, the app's crazy, like it's not going to work right. And you can see, look, see how it changes? That's awesome. That's what we want. Okay. So those kind of things make a difference. Okay. Now here we're going to have a header with a close button. Right. So at this point, number one, what we're going to do is we're going to have a touchable opacity with a ionic icon. So boom, we're going to have this. Let's go ahead and pop in some of the things that we need. The Expo router as well. We always need to use Expo router as use router, right? Not as this approach. So in this case, what we can do is use router, boom, pop that in like so. So exercises, bam. Ionic icons doesn't exist. Okay, obviously fix that. Pop that in, go back, click it, boom, X. Very nice, right? Simple things like that. Now, next up, we're going to go ahead and pop in a scroll view. So the scroll view is going to be an important one. So scroll view we haven't touched on yet, but a scroll view effectively just allows us to scroll through a view. So basically, if I'm here, you see, this is actually a scrollable view now. So oops. So if there's contents here, I'm actually scrolling through it. Okay. Now it shows vertical scroll indicator. If we add that to true, then what you can see is now as I scroll through it, you can't really see the scroll indicator, but yeah, there's a scroll indicator. So what I want to do now is go through each individual one. So firstly, I want a hero image of the exercise. So firstly, we need to add in this. Now, obviously the exercise, firstly, URL4, helpful, handy function, but the exercise itself, we don't show. Okay. So the exercise, firstly, number one, we're going to put in a piece of state. Okay. So we're going to have a piece of state for the exercise like so. And we're going to import this as well from our lib types. Okay. Next up, we're going to have a few other things which we're going to prepare for later. This is where we're also going to have, AI guidance and those kind of things. Now, when it loads, right? So initially, when the component mounts or when the ID changes, we want to render a use effect. And what we want to do in that use effect is effectively fetch the exercise. Now, we need the client to fetch. So we need our lib, right? Then we need the single exercise query, right? Single exercise query, again, we're going to go ahead and pull that in here. This is our Ngrok function. We're going to import that like so. We're basically querying for type exercise where the ID is 0, right? And obviously, because we're grabbing everything in this case, that's why we're doing it like that. So now what we can do is we need to run our type gen. So we need to actually go ahead and run type gen one more time. Otherwise, right now, before we do that, you notice how this will be any. After type gen is complete, it says 2 Ngrok queries now. And notice how this changes to a type definition. Okay, so very important. Now, at this point, what we do is if we hit a save now, hit a refresh, exercise, that pull down. We have an issue. So firstly, I want to protect it. So, ternary protectors are always a good idea, right? So you always want to add ternary in because for a second, it's not loaded. And then we will protect that beforehand. To be fair, I'm going to have while it's loading state, but you always want to use ternaries to your advantage. It will stop the app from just blowing up in your face, right? Obviously you don't want that to happen. So what we can then do is we have the hero image looking pretty neat. And then underneath that, we're going to have the content, right? So content is going to be a pretty big chunk. So under here, we have the content. And then first up, we have the title and the difficulty. Let's go ahead and pop that in. So title and difficulty. Remember those helpful functions that we add, difficulty color, difficulty text? You can go ahead and literally make them exportable. In this case, I'm going to be very lazy and just pop it in here as well. But yeah, you can make them import, export, and you can go ahead and do that. Now for the title and difficulty, outside of that, we want to have the description next. So description next. The description goes there. And then of course we have the video. So if the video is present, then we're going to go ahead and render a video out. So if there is a video present, what we do is we're essentially linking is from React Native. This is essentially how we open links. Exercise the video URL, and then bam, we got the video tutorial, touchable opacity. When we press the button, it's going to go into it. So in this case, this one doesn't have a link, whereas the bench press did have a link. However, we don't have a name, and that is because it likely has not rendered yet. So you see, we're going to have to put this everywhere. So typically, yes, you can do ternaries. And if we did that, this would now basically work. But okay, the reason why we're coming to this edge case is we should be checking for the loading state. So there is a period of time where exercise is not there. And that's because it's either loading or it's not found. So number one, we want to address the loading situation. So if it's loading, we're going to show an activity indicator. Okay, nice, right? And that's why we have the set loading here as false. So initially we have our loading as true, and then it will load it and then set it false. Okay. So now if we were to do it and we did bench press, boom, loading exercise. And then you see how we got rid of those corner cases and annoying situations. If there is no exercise that pops up, we're going to basically go ahead and throw them a, yo, this doesn't exist. Well, I don't know how you got here, but you can go back. All right, so now we've got a loading exercise, cool. And we've got the watch tutorial button. If I click here, this will open up a YouTube URL. Now, what is that video? Universal full stack Expo Stripe. Okay, I don't know where that came up, but there you go. So that gets pulled in. Remember, I used a random link, so I must have watched that before. Okay, so now we've got the learn proper form on the video tutorial section. So after that, guys, we are going to have the AI guidance section. So this is where AI guidance will go. So I'm effectively going to do a to-do there for now. So we're going to say to-do AI guidance. Okay. And then after the AI guidance, we're going to have action buttons, right? Now the action buttons are going to be encapsulated in a view. So we're going to have a view like so. And then we're going to have firstly, number one, a AI coach button. So the first button is going to be an AI coach button. So we're going to have a get AI guidance function. Okay. The second button is going to be a close button, which is going to make it easier. So you don't have to extend your finger all the way over there. You just simply press on the close button, which does route.go back. Now get AI guidance. We're going to create a dummy function for now before we implement that. But in this case, we're just going to have a function like so. Okay. Now let's give it a try. Let's go bench press, bam, loading exercise, close, works. We can either press that or we can press that. Router.go back closes a modal. We can also swipe down to close. Now, if we click on get guidance on form and technique, that's the bit we're going to implement. So I think we should do an AI implementation now because that's pretty good timing to do it. So at this point, we are pulling data from our backend. Great stuff. Next up, we're going to have to do the AI implementation. Then we're going to do workout tracking, history, profile, home, and deletions. Okay. So we are currently 2:30 in, 2 hours 30. I reckon we'll hit a 4-hour mark. So now let's do the get AI guidance functionality. I am absolutely freezing. I don't know why I make it so cold in my apartment, but it's just not cold. It's not cold. Too cold. All right. So the AI guidance. Now, if there is no exercise, we're going to simply defensive program stop. Right. Otherwise, we're going to set AI loading to true. We are going to do the following. I'm going to add this in as a skeleton, and then we are going to go ahead and build this out. Okay, so we're going to set our AI loading as true. And of course, you can use the use transition hook if you want, all right? So you can use both, but I'm making it simple for you guys, just using a simple constant changes state variable. All right, now, what I want to do is I'm going to make a request to our backend endpoint, API/AI. It's going to be a post request with the exercise name. AI is going to think about it, do everything else, and then it's going to go ahead and give us a response. If there is no response, we throw an error. Otherwise, we get the data. We set the data to the message. Cool. Otherwise, we set AI guidance. So sorry, there was an error getting the AI guidance. Okay. Now, if we were to go ahead and press this, you see it's loading because obviously we set our, our down here. Where is it to if AI is loading, then it changes the state and stuff, right? We've also got refresh AI guidance as well. So all we need to do is implement this API endpoint. Now, how do we do this with Expo? Because obviously we're building an app. That doesn't make any sense. Well, it's very cool actually. We have Expo API. This is very, very nice. API routes. Now these are functions which are literally created on server side. And then you can deploy with EAS or other hosting providers. Now, other hosting providers have got loads of options here to do and so forth. But yeah, you can use pretty much any of the deployment examples. But we can basically have route handlers by using the plus API syntax, right? So as you can see here, we've got the plus API.ts extension. So how the hell do we do that, right? How does that work? So what I'm going to do is inside the source, inside the app, I'm going to have an API folder. Now you don't need the API folder, but it makes it easy to find stuff. So I'm going to have an API folder, and then inside of the API folder, I'm going to have my endpoints. Now, this is /API, which is already there because we're in the API folder, /AI. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do AI plus API. Now, plus API is not seen as a file name. This, however, is seen. Okay. So what we then have is the route handler syntax. So in order to do a post request, what that looks like is something like this. Okay. If you wanted to do a GET request, it would look something like this. It will be exporting GET, and you can have put, post, put, delete, and all the others as well. So in this case, this supports a post request. Now, how do we test this in dev? Well, what we do is we go over here, and you see how at the bottom we have using API routes requires the web output to be server in the project app.json. So if we go to app.json, which is located here, you want to go ahead and you see this output, want to change it to server. Hit save, and then you want to cut your server because we made a big change here. Then we're going to do npm run start, and I want you to pay attention to this terminal now. Pay attention here, see what it says, right? So it will not only go ahead and run, so yes, we're going to do that, but you see how it says web is waiting on localhost 8082. That is now working the way we wanted it. So first up, I'm going to press I, and it will go ahead and just make sure that's running. Hit R to make sure it's running. There we go. But now we have a web server running. Now, when you deploy, very important point, guys, when you deploy, you actually change your origin to your deployment URL. Okay, so whatever that may be, that's what you will change it to. But they make it very simple, to be fair. So when you don't actually have to think too deep about it. Right now, when we're doing local dev or anything like on this side, it's relative. So what do I mean by it's relative? Well, if it's the same domain, we just do /API, and then the origin in app.json becomes whatever we deployed to. So wherever we deployed to, if it was Vercel, you have the Vercel beginning URL, and then it would basically be relative to your origin. So you make sure you change that when you deploy. Okay. Otherwise, it ain't going to work, period. Okay. So now at this point, if we do that pull down, now here inside of our AI.API, so we need to do a couple of things. Firstly, we need OpenAI. So I'm going to go ahead and install OpenAI. So let's go ahead and make this smaller now. And let's do CD. We're going to do it back into our main app, npmi OpenAI. So we're installing OpenAI, and then we're going to initialize it. So we're going to need a OpenAI API key. Now I have an API key from OpenAI. You need to get an API key. So what we do is platform.openai.com. Head over there, log in, go to the API reference, go to settings, go to API keys, create a new key. Call it whatever you want. Go ahead and create it, select the project. So in this case, let's call it fitness app, YouTube, select project, default project, create secret key. At this moment, we'll have an OpenAI API key. Notice how it doesn't say Expo public because this one's going to be private. You create the key and you pop it in here. Now, I'm not going to go ahead and create a key because I already have a key. But for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste my key in here. So I've already got a key. I popped it in. Now, the reason why I'm not showing you that key is because someone can run up my credits, which will cost. Okay. So this is now only accessible via server endpoints, which is API routes. Okay. Shadow Monk, I appreciate you so much. You're awesome, dude. Because you totally rock, Sunny. You guys rock for being here, right? Now, what we do is we extract the exercise name from the request. So notice how whenever we sent in the body exercise name. So on the back end, we get the exercise name out of the request. We say if there was no exercise name, throw an error at this point. Yeah, we don't want to accept that, right? Then I'm going to have a prompt. My prompt looks something like this. It's string interpolation. And what I've done here is I'm saying, you are a fitness coach. You are given an exercise, provide clear instructions on how to perform the exercise, including if any equipment is required, explain the exercise in detail, and for a beginner. The exercise name is right? And then we basically will pass that in from the backend. Keep it short and concise, use markdown formatting, use the following format. Information required, instructions, tips, variations, safety, keep spacings between, always use headings and subheadings. And it's also use markdown formatting. So this will give back headers and subheadings, okay? Now, once we have that, on the back end, you can feel free to console log the prompt so you can debug if you want to as well. That might help you out. And then I want you to have a try catch block. The try catch block will look something like this. We have const response equals await OpenAI.chat completions create. Then we have the model and then we have a message as the user, right? Now you could give it a system prompt here. So you can go ahead and actually give it the system prompt. You can do it two ways, right? You can either get a system prompt and then give the message as the user saying the exercise name is blah, 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 or you can just give a straight up user message. And you can also do response format, right? In this case, I'm just doing a raw message comes back from AI, right? And then it will console log the response, which is handy for us debugging. And then we send back the response choices, message content. This is basically the text that comes back. If anything goes wrong at any time, we go ahead and do that. Now, that's great. So this will now go ahead, and if we've done it all correct, we'll be able to go ahead and make a request. AI will respond, and we set AI guidance, okay? So AI guidance, where do we use that? Well, inside of our app, we simply will go ahead and render our AI guidance in this section, which was a to-do, right? So now, instead of here, what we do is we say, if AI guidance is set or it's not loading, then we can go ahead and render things out. So firstly, we're going to encapsulate it inside of a view like so. Okay, so that way we can just go ahead and work at our own pace instead of it screaming at us. Then we have firstly AI coach says. So in this case, I want to say AI coach says something. Okay. And then I'm going to have, if AI is loading, it's going to render one thing. Otherwise, it's going to render the second thing. Okay. So here. Now we have markdown. I'll explain what markdown is in a second, but firstly, if it's loading, we're going to say getting personalized guidance with an activity indicator, which is spinning. Then we're going to, once it loads, we're going to have a view with a bit of styling with a markdown. This is all inline styling here. So it's a different way of styling. I'm showing you both ways. Markdown we install from a React package called React Native Markdown Display. So in this case, what we do is we do npm install React Native Markdown Display. Then what I want you to do is go to the top. I want you to go all the way to the top, and I want you to import import Markdown. Now go all the way back down, and just like that, we've done it. We've literally set things up for AI guidance. So we can remove the to-do, and let's go ahead and say get AI guidance on format technique. At this point, it makes a backend request. The backend is going ahead and getting a prompt. As you can see here, the backend is going ahead, and that's the prompt we went ahead and sent across. We're using GPT-4o Mini because it's cheap. Bam, gives us back the response. There you go. This is how you do a lat pull down. Let's do the same thing for bench press. I don't know how to do a bench press. Get AI guidance. Now, as you can see, look at this. We've got the coach is thinking, and then now, just like this, bam. This is how you do a bench press. Set up the bench, load the bar, lie down, grip the bar, lift off, lowering the weights, pressing up, repetitions. Why is this cool? You could use something like RevenueCat or Stripe or whatever, web charging platform you want. Gate it, feature gate it, premium feature gate it. This is how you can essentially go ahead and do powerful stuff like that, right? So if you want to, you can go ahead and add in payments afterwards, feature gate it. Now you've got AI coach. Very cool, right? So you've got the exercise library is done. Literally is done, right? Next up, we have history and profile. So I think we should do history first, and then I think we should do the workout, and then I think we should do home and profile. Because history is very easy now. right? So let's head over to history, right? The history screen. So because we've done all of this, history is going to be an absolute breeze to go ahead and build now, because honestly, we've done a lot of the hard work already. Okay. So for history, what we want to do is we need access to a few things. So this is going to be the history page. So let's do history page. And obviously we have a dummy workout that we can use as a reference. So that's why I added one in. So history page. What I want you to do is firstly, we're going to have a fetch workouts function, which is going to go ahead and fetch all the workouts. Okay. Now, how does this work? Well, firstly, we get our client get workouts query, right? So this one, we're going to go ahead and go into our, okay. So we're going to have a query called get workouts query, define the query. Now notice how this one's a bit more intense because we querying for workout, we're matching the user ID as we pass it in, and then we order by date descending. Now we start selecting a couple of fields. However, whenever we have a reference to a nested type, for example, exercise is its own schema type. This arrow syntax means I want you to expand the reference, go inside the actual object itself and get the ID and name, right? So anytime you see that, it means go inside and expand, right? Because we have a new defined query, we then have to go cd sanity, and then we have to go ahead and do, guess what? Our type gen. So in this case, we run our type gen. Now we should have 3 Ngrok queries, right? Now you can see, boom, 3 Ngrok queries, okay? Now we've got the get workout query. Now in the results, you can see we have get workout query results. Right, now we need a user ID. So in order to get the user ID, we can use the user, which comes from use user in Clerk Expo. Now we have the user. Workouts, right? So what we're going to do here is we're going to have const, oops, what have I done here? Oops, const. We're going to have a piece of state. That's actually everything I needed. So we need the loading. We're not going to have refreshing. Here, I'm going to have a piece of state for the workout. And then we're going to have @lib sanity types, right? Again, ignore the top sanity. You want to use your internal lib one, right? Because when we commit, it's going to be there. So at this point, we've got the workouts. We can set the workouts. And then as you can see here, we have a bit of an issue where the workout isn't matching. So this is wrong. The reason why is because a workout shape is not matching an expanded, you know, in this instance where we've got our workout shape, but we're expanding some of the internal references. So we can't use a normal workout shape. We have to instead use the get workout query result type. And now you can see this should not freak out because what we need to do is we need to say it's a singular object, right? Cool. So we have the results come in, we start off with an empty array, and that's great. Okay. The next one we need is we do not need set refreshing. That's great. Okay. So inside of history now, what we're actually doing is we need to fetch results whenever the component mounts as well as when the user ID changes. So let's import the user effect, and now there you go. Okay. And then we've got a couple of, oh no, I'm on the wrong, oh God, I'm on the wrong page. Ah, I knew it. I was thinking, how the hell did that get there otherwise? Okay. So in this case, it's fine, right? We got the set refreshing. We do need refreshing. So in this case, we need the refreshing. I was thinking that's why I naturally went to go and refresh, right? So we got the refreshing here. That's cool. All right. So we want to still fetch the workouts, very similar logic. The profile screen and the history screen are very similar in this sense, right? So inside of this is where we'll fetch the workout on render or when the user ID changes. Now, when the refresh changes, we're also going to go ahead and have, okay, so I've got an idea. So there's 2 things we need to do. One, okay, we're going to support our app in a way that if you got redirected to this screen in any shape or form, and so for example, if you came to history and then the refresh parameter was true, yeah, if that happened at any point, because we are going to use that as a trick to navigate and refresh. So if that happened, what we do is we set up a user effect which will watch it. So if the refresh ever changed that variable, if it was set to true, it would refresh and then it would clear the refresh parameter from the URL. So what we need to do is we need the router. So we can say const equals use router, and then we have it. That way, if we ever got redirected to history, and say, for example, after we delete a previous workout, it will go to the history and it will refresh. And then what that will do is it will fetch the workouts again, right? So that's very nice, right? A little trick. We're gonna have an on refresh function, which we've already done, a format date and a format workout duration. So these ones are a bit more kind of, yeah, they're a bit, to be honest, there's nothing interesting here. We have a date string, we format the date string, and we basically go ahead and we prepare it as today, yesterday, or it's going to go ahead and give us a date. Okay. So you can go ahead and feel free. You can even use a third-party library. I literally have no attachment there. Do as you wish, right? We're going to have format workout duration as well, right? So in this case, I've got another one here, which is format workout duration. For the format duration, I'm going to create a util library, right? Now this one is a bit bigger. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create a util library that is going to help us out a little bit. So what I'm going to have is at the top level, a lib utils. No, I'm just going to have a lib file. And then inside of here, utils.ts. And then this right here. So you can pause the screen. You can literally look at it as you wish. You can feel free to have, doc types if you want. But essentially, all this is doing is it's formatting the seconds to a human readable string. If it's less than 60, it'll say seconds. Otherwise, it will determine the hours. Otherwise, it'll be hours and minutes. And otherwise, it'll just, basically, very simple. You can use AI to literally rewrite that, or you can use a third-party library. Very, very simple thing. You're just formatting the duration so it's more readable. Then we can import that from our library. There we go. Cool. All right. Now, after you've done your format workout duration, we've got a couple different things, such as getting the exercise name, getting the total sets. But I think let's just start seeing things on the screen. So history is here. If it's loading at any point, we're going to show workout history, but we're going to say loading your workouts. So here, if it's loading, we start importing the React Native views, activity indicator. Now, for example, as we pop in, you see it briefly was loading, right? And of course, you can refactor this to be, you don't have to reload the whole thing or change the whole thing. You really do whatever you want here. By the way, it's worth mentioning on React Native, everything by default is flex column. And then you have to change it into a flex row because obviously on web, it's flex column by default, and then it becomes row. Because think about screen types tend to be more columnar on a phone as opposed to the other way in a web, right? Then we've got background gray 50, and here we're gonna have a header. Step one, we're gonna have a header. So over here, boom, nice. And now you can see over here we have 0 workouts completed. Okay. And then we're gonna have the workout list. Now over here we're gonna have a scroll view with the workouts inside of it. So let's go ahead and pop in the scroll view. Let's go ahead and just pop in this like so. Let me pop that. Get rid of that. So I've just imported these from React Native. Nothing more special to it. And then we've got the refresh control. So in this case, if I was to refresh, pull to refresh, it literally calls the on refresh function. Now inside of here, however, if you have no workouts, we're going to say your completed workouts will appear here. Otherwise, we have quite a huge block. I don't want to just chuck that in one go. I'm going to show you that. So we're going to have if workout length is 0, then we're going to show this. Obviously, pull in our icons. Otherwise, we're going to show let's just do a very basic view for now. And then close. You can see. So no workouts yet. Okay. Refresh works. Pull to refresh. Cool. Now in here, once we have a workout, which we actually do have a workout. So I'm wondering why that hasn't shown. So let's have a look. Console log results. Let's see. So firstly, profile index. What is that? History. Nothing is pulling. So name is workout. Yes. Now, to be honest, what you can do to debug this truly is you can take your your entire query like so, go into your Sanity Studio, throw it in here, But obviously where we have user ID, you can get rid of that. And then you can expand it. So let's get rid of the order by, and let's just select all. So firstly, it is there. So we do have everything there. Yeah, so we're actually getting everything. So it's definitely working. The issue is that, and obviously we're not the user, the user ID. So what we can do to test it is we can say console log user.id. And then what I can do is I can take that user's ID, go into my structure, and just to test things out, I can change this user's ID. I can force it to be that user's workout. That's how you test it, right? Now going back over here, I can do a pull to refresh, and we have one workout completed, right? So a nice little debugging, little trickery there. And then you can remove your console logs. That is debugging in a nutshell. Really, nothing more fancy to it, right? You don't need to do all the special compiler breakpoints and that kind of stuff. Just sometimes the simple stuff works, right? Now with that, what we can do is we can have the view. Obviously this view is not correct. We want to have spacing between it. And then we're going to map through all the workouts. Each one is going to be a touchable opacity, right? So we're going to map through every workout. Yeah, we'll map through every workout. Each one's going to have a different workout ID, which is unique to it. So obviously when we map through, everything should be unique. And then we have an on press, and then we obviously have a button. Now in this case, right now it goes to history, workout record. We don't have the page. We're going to create that afterwards, and we pass in param. So there's two ways. Remember I showed you can pass in a search param, or you can pass in a param like so. So I want to show you both ways when we're working with this. Now, number one, the workout header. So obviously we don't want to just see an empty thing like this that looks ugly. We want a workout header. So let's pop in a workout header like so. As you can see, you can literally pause the screen and see what we're doing here. But effectively, it's just a bunch of layout. Right? So we have an icon with a bunch of layout, and we use format date and format workout duration. Okay. After the workout header, we're doing the same thing for workout stats. And workout stats uses get total sets. Right. Now for get total sets, we haven't done that function. So what does this do? What I'm going to do is I'm going to use special reduce function. This reduce function is more of a utility like helper. Basically what it does is we're going to say, okay, go ahead, go through every exercise. We have an accumulator, which starts off at 0. Okay. Now, well, it actually starts off at 0 here. And then what happens is it maps through every single exercise in the workout array. And it says, okay, total, which is our accumulator starting at 0, map through every single exercise and add on the number of sets. So sets.length. So imagine I done 3 sets. It'll plus it, and it basically racks up all your sets. So in this case, it'll be 2 exercises, 3 sets. So imagine if I did like 10 sets of whatever different exercises, that accumulator function will say, okay, you did 10 sets on a workout. Okay. We're also going to have another thing here called get exercise names. Okay. So in this case, I'll go ahead and get exercise names. So that's to get total sets. Looks pretty good. And now with that, I think we're effectively done. No, we're not. We need to have the exercise names. So workout stats is there. Underneath workout stats, we're going to have workout list. So workout list, let's go ahead and pop in workout list. So workout list, workout exercises and workout exercise length greater than 0. And then we're going to have a view, exercises, view, get exercise names, which basically is a function we created at the top, which just maps through all the names respectively. Yeah. And it basically just filters out, right? In this case, and we slice off the first 3, I believe. So this is for show only 3 exercises. You don't need to do this, to be fair. But you could just say, okay, I see what they're doing. So in this case, and by the way, when I say I see what they're doing, is because I actually used AI for this portion, right? So just to render it out quickly. So in this case, if you have 3, it'll be like 1, 2, 3 plus more. So plus, like say if it was -3, it'll be 3 plus 2 more, which is so it doesn't overflow and become a crazy long list if you've done a crazy long workout. Okay, Cool. Now you can see there, we click it, we want to go ahead and do the workout history. So in this case, click it, workout record. Let's go ahead and create that. So where do we have workout record? Well, in fact, we actually have it inside of where we have history right now. We're going to restructure history to be a stack navigator. So you can effectively have, this will be an internal stack. So we can click it, it'll create a stack. So how do we do that? Well, what we do is we create a history folder. We pull history in. Bam. We change history to index. And now you can see, oh, it's not looking nice. This is a bit broken now, right? What we do then is we go to the layout. We go to, what we actually do is we go to our layout. We create an underscore layout file, .tsx, RFCE, oops, RFCE. This is going to be our layout. And this one returns a stack. This one returns a stack. Like so. And now you can see history. Bow. Works, right? History. There we go. And also the index is there. So obviously we don't want to have, we want to have a couple of screens here. So we're gonna have the index screen is known as title history, but obviously we don't need the title here. So we can actually go ahead and just say hide the header here. Cool. Yeah. So in that case, when we go to the second screen, then yeah, sure, I want a header, right? So in this case, I can have a second screen called workout record, and that one can be header shown true, but by default it would be true anyway. So in this case, now what we do is we create a screen to match that. So we do workout dash record.tsx RFCE or React Native functional. And you say workout record. And now here, history, bam, done. Nice. Okay. So we can do a few things at this point. So at the layout level, what we can do is we can change this to be, we can change this to be, I don't like the title here. So we can say header shown true, header shown, yep, there you go, workout record. And also for the back button, you see it says back to index, right? So there's a few ways you can change that. I want to show you, did I change it internally last time? No. So you can actually change that text. So you can do, right now it just says back to index, header back tile could just be back, right? So you can say, you can even say workouts. So you see workout record, workouts. We can say back to history, even history. Right. And at this point, what we can do is we have the workout history. There we go. And now inside of workout history, we can build it. So let's jump through. So for workout history, we are going to do similar things. We're going to have a workout ID that gets passed through. So that gets passed through as local params. So we actually already did that when we sent through. Remember when we navigated through here? That got passed through. You can see there when I logged it. Perfect. So a little bit of quick debugging. You can do that. Now we're going to need a query to get the workout record. So that way we know what the workout was. Again, you could actually make it more efficient in one way by not actually having to, you could pass this workout through as an object and render it. So you don't have to make another Ngrok request. However, completely your call. We're going to have a set deleting as well. On the set loading, pull in the state. And then we're going to have a few things here. So one, we're going to have a use effect which fetches the workout, right? Now, because firstly, pull this from lib sanity, import that. Set workout is dying because obviously result doesn't match. Okay. Well, we actually don't even have a set result. So what we need to do is actually have a workout function. But you see, this doesn't exist. We don't have that. It's any at the moment. So because we just made a new define query, we need to do type gen. And now this should be 4 things that are created. So you should see 4 types. And now with that in mind, we can go ahead and import it. As you can see, we have a type. Perfect. Okay. Now since that's done, the use effect will fetch whenever the workout ID changes. So basically when you come on the screen, that means we've got the workout data now. We're gonna have a few extra helper functions, format date, another one. Again, you can pause the screen to look at it. Nothing special. Same with format time. Same with format workout duration. You can really, if you wanted to make it neat, separate these into, totally easier, and import that from our lib function. Separate these into, separate lib files instead of bloating out this one file, and then reuse it if you ever need to. We're gonna have a get total sets function as well. So get total sets, and then we're gonna have get total volume as well. So get total sets again was the same as last time. So again, you see I'm repeating code here. Not a good idea. If I was you should just separate that into a lib and go ahead and do that. Get total volume, similar thing. Here we're mapping through. What you could do here with the volume is you could actually change this into a reduce function. So if I use this, I'm gonna show you a little trick. You say reduce, change to a reduce function. And now you can actually go ahead and refer to that. So now you can have a reduce, which effectively does the same thing and it returns the result, right? So again, you can really decide how you want to do it. This one's just mapping through and accumulating. But as I noticed, it was accumulating. You could do that as well. So I'm just trying to show you quick ways of, that's kind of what I like to use a vibe coding approach for, right? We're going to have a handle delete workout function, but that's not yet. Okay. Now, if loading is, if it's loading at any point, we're going to show a activity indicator with a safe area view. Let's go and do that right now. Bam. Activity indicator. So now when we come to the screen, loading, you see it was very quick. If there is no workout, I'm going to show a workout not found. So if you somehow came to this screen for some accident and you shouldn't be here, then you're going to go ahead and get redirected. We also need the router, like so. Okay. And then after that, we're going to have our volume being rendered out, get to our volume. You can also make that in a use effect. You'll come totally up to you how you want to do it. Now you got safe area view. So in this case, safe area view, class name flex1. Then we're gonna have a scroll view. Import that. And let's start pulling things in. So firstly, we have a workout summary. Okay. This is the workout summary. Summary, yeah. The first step is the summary part. This will have a handle delete button. Okay, so right now we're just gonna assume that we haven't implemented that. So you click into it, the workout summary will appear, delete button. Okay, and we can handle the deletion step after. The next part is out of here. We're gonna have a view with the format date. Okay, and you can see as it starts rendering in, we're gonna have a format workout duration. We're gonna have the ion icons for the workout length, the number of exercises. Same for the total sets and same for the volume. There we go, right? Then outside of this view, we have the exercise list that was done, right? So at this point, we have a view with gap between each item inside the view, and then we're going to map through. So what we're doing is we're mapping through all the exercises, and then what we're doing, so we map through all the exercises, and we're simply going to go ahead and each one's going to have individual key, and then I'm going to separate each bit up. So we're going to have the exercise header to begin with, like so. And again, at this point, you can pause the video and just follow along, right? So really don't want to spend too much time on the presentational side. You can literally feel free to pause as long as you want and copy that out. Same for the sets. Sets, we have a view, text, we map through all the exercise data, and we basically render out each set. And this is really nice, this part, because quite honestly, it's just such an awesome way. If you're tracking your workouts, you want to see what did I do last time and so forth. And that's actually a challenge for this build that I added inside the GitHub repo. Now I want you to go ahead and add in streaks, previous personal best tracking, all that kind of stuff. Next up, we have the exercise volume summary. So this one is an accumulation, shows up how much. So 5 reps of 50 kg is 250 kg. Same for this, 10 times 10, that's 1,000. 2 sets of those, 2,000. Okay. So in this aspect, everything is working pretty nice. Now, next step is the deletion. Let's handle the delete, right? So delete workout. Now this is where we're going to create an API endpoint to handle our deletion. So let's first implement a sort of prompt that says, are you sure you want to delete? All right. So here we have it. It's an alert from React Native. So firstly, delete workout says, are you sure you want to delete it? Cool. So in this case, if I click it, are you sure you want to delete? Now, the reason why it doesn't work is because we haven't got a delete workout. So in this case, let's have a little dummy function like so. Are you sure you want to delete? Cancel does nothing. Delete executes the deletion. Now here, let's implement our delete. So we're going to have a if no workout ID. We're going to have a defensive programming statement. So it stops at this point if nothing is there. So if we have no workout ID. Otherwise, we're going to have a try catch where basically we do a push to our backend. Now, focus on this. API /delete workout. That's when the magic's happening. It's a post request where we pass the workout ID. The deletion should happen on the backend, right? Where it's secure, where it's safe. The client has access to the token to be able to delete. Router.replace. And then you see how what we're doing. We're redirecting to history with refresh true. Remember we did that before. So if we ever reached it, it would refresh. That's why we do it. If it failed, it will say it failed for some reason. Otherwise, finally, it sets deleting to false. Okay. So we need to do a delete workout plus API endpoint, right? So heading back over to our app API, let's do delete workout plus API.ts. Cool. Now this one is fairly straightforward in its implementation. We have a post request. We get the workout ID. Then we do a try catch if anything goes wrong. So really the only thing's happening here. Now notice how the only difference between our typical interaction is we have admin client. Now admin client has the admin config, but we have a Sanity API token. Now we haven't actually got our Sanity API token. So how do we get it? Go to our Sanity Studio, go to manage project. Now here you want to go to your API and you want to go down to your tokens. And then here you want to basically, you can have editors, fine. You just want to read and write. And you can say backend server, right? Or whatever you want to do. But in this case, save. You're going to obviously hide this key. Super sacred, hide it. Okay. So you don't show that key. And then what we want to do is go to your environment local file. And we're going to call it Sanity. Where is it? So Sanity API token, Sanity API token. Okay, equals. And then I'm going to paste in my key. Now, if I show you this view, yeah, that's fine. So now you can see I've given some of my keys, but you can't see the whole key. You can't actually see the entire key. So that is effectively what we want to do. Sanity API token now. Close it. And now you can see we have the admin token. Now, the reason why that's so important is because we never want to expose the admin key to the user, right? Because obviously they can just start deleting everything out of the database, or even other users. So at this point now, we have our API endpoint, we have our workout. There we go. So if we go to delete, bam, it's deleting. It will delete and it will reroute. And as you can see, it's deleted it. And that's actually deleted it from the backend. So if we go here now, so here, it deleted it, completely got rid of it. Okay, so we have our deletion. We have our first queries, mutations, the deletions all working nicely, right? So firstly, done. We've actually finished on the history front. That's amazing. The whole thing works. And you notice how the refresh worked perfectly. So what we want to do now is adding a workout. So adding a workout screen. So I want to go ahead and do that. Oops, God, what was that? All right, I want to go ahead and do that right now. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So yeah, what we're going to do is go to our layout workout. So in this case, what I want to do is workout. So inside of our tabs, yep. So you're going to go to your workout. Yeah, workout.tsx here to run the screen. Right. Now, let's have first step. We're going to have a use router. And then we're going to have a start workout button, which all it has to do to start a workout is effectively push us to active workout, this screen. Okay. Now, a few things to get set up. We're going to have our safe area view. Nice. And then we're going to have a status bar, right? Dark content. And then we're going to have the main start workout screen, which is going to look like this. Import the views. And then as you see here, ready to train. Right, that's going to be a flex one because we want that to push down the generic start workout card. Okay, now the next part is going to be the generic start workout card. So this is going to basically consist of, the first part is begin your training session. Effectively, it's literally just a clean card at the bottom of the screen. Okay, so we go ahead and hit a refresh, workout, begin workout. And then what I want to do is I want to have a start button underneath it. Okay, now the start button is here. So this one, all it is again is to start the workout. It redirects us to active workout screen. Right, so that's how we effectively start a workout. All the logic for the workout is going to be on the start active workout screen. Right, so a very, very simple sort of screen, that one. All right, so we have exercises, we have the history, start workout, and then PAL, this one. When we start a workout, this is where we're going to see the active workout screen. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to the active workout. And this is quite a chunky screen, if I'm honest, right? So what we're going to do is, number one, let's just get our safe view intact a little bit. So active workout, yep. Yep, and then what we're going to do is this one we're doing slightly different because I actually want the top area, the safe area, to be colored here, right? So firstly, let's add in the status bar. And then what I want to do is I want to have a top safe area. So this one right here is going to be basically responsible for, so pull that in. See how I'm coloring the top? And we're addressing the spacing ourselves instead of safe area view. OG React Native devs will actually know what that one is as well, right? Then we have the header here. Now the header consists of a couple of things. So firstly, you see there's a lot going on here, right? So firstly, we have get workout duration, set weight unit. We have set weight unit here and so forth. Now let's break this down. Get workout duration, right? Number one. So workout duration, this is going to be a helper function that we're going to go ahead and have, right? But it relies on minutes and seconds. Now, where is minutes and seconds? Well, we're actually going to use a library called use stopwatch. Okay. Now, use stopwatch is a nice little npm library called React Timer Hook. What we can do is we can go back into the main app, npm I React Timer Hook. And then I can import React stopwatch. Okay. Now we have the minutes and we have the seconds. Okay. And it starts from 0 each time. Cool. So once we have that now, the other issues is the weight units, right? Now weight, I actually want this to be persistent. So I'm going to use something called Zustand, right? Now the store here is going to be used for, so you may have heard of workout stores. Now, this is going to be important. So Zustand is going to act as our global store when we're building the app. Okay. Now the global store is going to be responsible for our selected weight unit, whether it's kg or pounds, and we're going to persist that selected store. And then we're also going to keep track of what exercises we're tracking during our workout. And all of that is going to stay in the global store. All right, so it's a good practice, and we're going to use something called Zustand to do it. So Zustand is an awesome library. So it's this bare necessities for state management. To get it set up, you can go ahead and check out npm install Zustand. This is why React is awesome, because you can literally carry across the logic always. Now, once you've done that, you just need to literally create a store. So we're going to have a store. You can have your store anywhere. I'm going to say store. Let's have a workout store, like a global layer. Think of like a onion surrounding our app with different layers. One of the layers is a workout store. Okay, we're going to have import create Zustand, and this is going to be the start of our, our set. So in this case, we're going to need a few things as well, some middlewares from Zustand, and we're going to need async storage from React Native. So we're going to use that later as well. So npm I React Native async storage. Now, a couple of things. What does a workout set look like? What does a workout exercise look like? And yeah, that's the first step. So a workout set would be, it'll have an ID, a reps, weight unit, and if it's completed or not. A workout exercise will have a Sanity ID for storing, like, what is that workout exercise, the name and the number of sets, which is going to be this, right? So the workout set. Then we need to define how our store looks. Okay, so our store will look the following way. It will have workout exercises and it will store weight unit. These are the two variables. So these are the state variables, right? And then these are the actions that it can perform. So this is what we store in the global layer, these two. And then these are the actions that can be performed on the state. So we have the ability to add exercise to our work. This is a function, takes an exercise, a name, and a Sanity ID, and adds it to the workout. And then we have set workout exercises, which is the exercise. And then we have two optionals that we can basically pass in. All right. Now, at this point, we have set weight unit, which is either unit, kilogram, or pound. And then we have reset workout. Okay. And then all we have to do is implement that. So how do we create the store? Well, we create the store by doing the following. We say use workout store equals create workout store. And then we have something called setter functions, right? So typically, if you look at the documentation, you have something like this, use bear store, and then you create it like so, right? Now, what we have here is we have an additional layer of middleware called persist, right? So persist is the first layer. Then we have the thing called set. So it's going to be layered up. So we have the persist. So the first argument is the set. Then we have the persist arguments. And this is going to basically have the following. So we basically are going to call this one. Let me just wrap it up. So, yeah. So we have our persist. The set is the really important part, which we need to implement. And then these are the options for the persist. So we're going to call the persistence workout storage. We're going to have a JSON storage, which is going to be stored on the phone, async storage. Then we're going to have something called partial state. Now here, we're going to say partialize weight unit. And then basically this means we're only going to persist the weight unit. We're not going to persist the workout exercises. And you can really feel free to go ahead and do that. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and implement the two, all of the functions declared here, right? We're going to have two things. So we need to set the initial state. So number one, we have to set workout, exercises, and weight unit. Now, obviously this is freaking out because we need to set up all of these things have to have a value which matches the signature. Okay. So workout, exercises, weight unit. Now, number one, add exercise to workout. So how do we go ahead and implement that? So I'm going to pop it in and then you can see how we've done it. So add exercise to workout. It's a bit aggressive with the bloody, what I'll do is I'm going to pop in each of the functions and then I'll run through them because otherwise it's just going to be covered in red screen. Okay, there we go. So number one, add exercise to workout. This matches the signature. It takes an exercise, which is of type name and Sanity ID. And basically it modifies the state. It takes a new exercise, which has got a random ID, Sanity ID, the name, and the sets, it starts with an empty set. And then it modifies our global state with whatever's currently in it plus the new exercise. Then we have set workout exercises, which takes the workout exercise and basically accepts two types, if it's a function or it's not a function, and then it updates the exercises themselves. Then we have set weight unit, which basically just modifies if it's pounds or kilograms, and then reset workout resets the entire workout. Okay, so this is in a nutshell our entire store. Okay, we're back. So we have use workout store. Okay, so now we can tap into our global store at any point that we want. Okay, so going ahead and jumping back in, let's go back to our active workout. So active workout over here. Now If I want access to those functions, what I can do is I can go and do the following. I can say use workout store. And you see how I have workout exercises, set workout exercises, reset workout, weight unit, set weight unit. Now, going down here, we have the cancel workout button. So everything else is disappeared, all the errors. We have the cancel workout. Now, cancel workout, let's go ahead and create that function. So that one is literally going to be a are you sure? And it's going to reset the workout. All right. So you're going to have an alert, and then it's going to have a router call. Now, router call, obviously, we need to have use router. Right, it's all coming together now. So in this case, alert, cancel workout. You sure you want to cancel the workout? No or yes. So in this case, let's go and do it. So start, boom. Now if I tap these, you see it modifies. So if I set this to pounds and I end the workout, firstly, go back, start workout, right? And if I set it to kg, end workout, go back, boom, nice, right? So that's awesome. The only thing that's going is the timer continues, right? So we do want to actually fix the timer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reset the timer if the focus changes, right? So if it's not on an active workout and the screen blurs essentially, so we're going to use something called use focus effect. So this basically, when the screen is not focused anymore, we're going to use a callback and say if there's no exercises as well, then we're going to reset. Reset is pulled from the use stopwatch timer. So now watch this, 8 seconds, 9 seconds, end workout. There we go, resets. And then it starts a new timer. Okay. So now we've got a really nice sort of timer action going. So this is how we get a really nice kind of header flow going. All right. Remember guys, if you want to be a part of this awesome community, do not hesitate. Join us over at papareact.com/course. And you guys will be a part of our incredible students. So many have been in the chat today. You guys know where to go. papareact.com/course. Right. So in this point now, we've got the workout, start workout, and let's keep this open. Okay. So now we can carry on because we've got our state set up. So what we have now is the touchable opacity 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and then we are in the main zone. So firstly, we have content area with our white background. So this is going to be the content area with the background. This is essentially where everything else goes. Okay. Now inside of here, we have the workout progress. So how many exercises have we basically hit? So at this point, if we go ahead and hit a refresh, let's go and do workout, start workout. Interesting. We don't have any. Workout progress, background white. If no exercises, oh yeah, if no exercises show a message, yeah. So we don't actually have any exercises yet, so that's right. That's exactly why. We need ionic icons. So in the beginning, we want to say, you know, no exercises yet, get started. Now something I've messed up somewhere. So the overall outside should have been flex 1, like content, background gray, do a refresh. So I actually want to show you how the other app will look. So we have a reference. I'm gonna have to log in quickly. So let's log in. I'm gonna have to do this whole flow twice. So it's fine because I need to show you how it looks. So start workout, boom, add exercise. Oh yeah, yeah. We have this screen, then we have, say like this, 1, 2, bam, exercise, this. So I need to show that for a helpful reason. So, okay. So these two are very important for me now to be able to do this. So then what we do is we go back to the main app that we're running. Log back into that one because again, Clerk development is going to log us out 2 dev apps. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this one and we're going to use our 2 screenshots on here. Like so. So there we are. Yeah. hamstring curls, and there we go. So right now we've got an issue where this is not showing the way it should be. So active workout, and it's because I've actually screwed up the whole coloring. So I've got the header, I've got the top safe area, and inside, oh, that's why. That shouldn't be there. That should be its own little area, guys. So get rid of one of the views. Yep, there we go. Top safe area is its own encapsulated view. There you go. Okay. And then we have it there. There you go. Nice. And we have no exercises yet. Now after that, I love this. Look at the OG members chatting away. And after that, all exercises are shown. So firstly, we need a keyboard avoiding view. Very important here, because imagine you've got exercises shown like here, and you click this button, you're not going to be able to add in the rep, because the keyboard will come up to like here. So the whole screen should push up. So how do we do that? So the way we do that is we say keyboard avoiding view. Yep. And now you have a scroll view inside the keyboard avoiding view. And then obviously we have the workout exercises. So at this point, we render out we need to have something inside. So we're going to say view. And I'm going to have the exercise ID, margin bottom of 8, however. And then the thing is, right now, you're not actually going to be able to see any exercise. So what I want to do here is actually go ahead and do okay, I'm going to pause here for a moment. Yeah, so we're going to have a header exercise header there. But underneath all of this, I want to have inside of the keyboard, inside of the scroll view, under here, we're going to have the new set button. No, that's inside. Add exercise button. So firstly, we need to do the add exercise button. So here, we need to add exercise button, because otherwise we're not going to see anything and we can't see what we're deving. So add exercise, we're going to say set show exercise selection screen. So this one is going to essentially go ahead and pop up the exercise selection modal. Okay. Now, where is this? This is actually at the underneath everything. So this can actually be underneath everything. And we need to have exercise selection modal. Now, this one is going to be its own component. Okay. So in this case, okay, there's a couple of things that we need to get working here, but number one, let's create the new component. So step one, .tsx. Okay, now React Native functional. Every time I say the app's not going to be big, and I just go way over my estimation. Yeah, visible and on close. And then what we have is a bunch of requirements here. So we're going to have use state, use workout store. And this is going to represent a modal. Now, what's cool is you can actually have a programmable modal. So rather than a view, you can actually have a modal like this. And you can import that from React Native. And you can literally programmatically say it's visible now, or it's not visible now. So just for now, we're going to keep that. We're going to have active selection modal imported, and then show exercise selection modal. So we need a piece of state at the top of our file. Okay. And then let's go here, start workout, add exercise. Boom. There we go. You see that? Nice. And here is where we're going to have the logic to go ahead and select a workout. So What we're gonna do is we're gonna have a safe area view. Safe area view. Like so. And then we're gonna have a stock content bar. Like so. And then we're gonna have the header initially, which is gonna be this right here. So the header, again, a couple of imports, just Ionic icons, text input. This one is gonna be, see what we've done, what we're essentially doing here is we're essentially having the exact same search query. Now, could you replace it with what we previously did as well and make it, you know, componentized? 100%. But this is essentially the exact same logic as what we did previously, by the way, guys. We've just copied and pasted essentially. I should have refactored this. To be fair. Yeah. So, and then underneath this, we have the exercise list. So we have view. Then we have the exercise list. Now here, this is going to be a flat list. And what this is doing, again, this is the exact same as the previous exercises screen. So here, we pull in flat list. We render the, oh no, so we are doing the exercise card. Okay, I was wondering, thank God, like we have the exercise card. I was thinking, I didn't want to rewrite everything. Yeah. We have refreshing and on refresh. So this is the exact same, but we are using our exercise card, yeah. And then handle exercise press. So handle exercise pressed is going to use our store. So remember our store that we had previously? Add exercise to workout. We're going to go ahead and pull our types in. This will go ahead and add the exercise to workout, which is adding it in our global store. Okay. The second one on refresh, we're going to go ahead and have a on refresh. It's just going to set refresh to true. And this is going to be a fetch exercises, which is going to be a client.fetch. And this is going to be an exercise query. So this one we're going to pull from our tabs exercises, which we previously already had. So now we pull to refresh. Exercises, lat, pull down. We're not setting that to anything. So, yo, we got AJ and asked. Aiden, that's Aiden. Yeah, what's up? So, set search query. We don't have filtered yet. So we need to have a use effect where we filter. And we also have a use effect if it's visible or not. So when it's visible, it will filter. So I like to put my use effects above the functions. So use effect, there we go. So now so when I click add exercise, it fetches. If I type in that pull down, it will change the search query. And again, you can debounce that if you want. And when you click this, it will add it to the overall. See, +1 exercise, again, +2 exercise, +3 exercise. Nice. Now in our global store, and if I hit refresh, because we hit that. Oh yeah, so it restarts, it resets. Remember, every time I come back, or you remove the partialize inside the store part. Okay, so now we've added exercises. Cool. So what I want to do now is go back into active workout and I want to start carrying on rendering out. So remember last time we paused here, exercise header, because I didn't have any exercise to show. So now we can resume on exercise header. So what I want you to do is create a touchable opacity. This button is pretty big, but we're going to roll with it. So the exercise header is here. So it's a touchable opacity. When we click it, we go to the exercise detail. And then I'm going to have a delete exercise function. Let's firstly implement the delete, and then I'll show you the entire code. Let's just have an empty function for now. Okay, so there you go. So right now, if we were to press this button, it takes us to exercise detail. Boom. And it passes in the parameter ID exercise Sanity. And that's sick because look, that's a modal, right? So that's cool. So we can literally just, it's that simple. Once you create the modal, bam, you could do it. You could do the same for the actual modal I just created. I would probably, if in production, I'd probably do it this way for the other modal as well, right? And then here we have the styling for the 0 sets completed, 0 sets done, and so forth. Touchable opacity for the deletion. Right now it doesn't do any deletion, but say we do bench press, lat, pull down, bench press, loads of bench press. Nice. Okay. Now, after this, let's go ahead and have the ability to the sets container. So outside of here, we have the exercise sets. Okay. Now here, we're going to need a bit more thinking. So in this case, we need this is our sets container. We're going to say sets. And then we're going to map through. So in this case, if we have no sets, it's going to say add your first sets. Otherwise, it's going to map through a bunch of them. So I'm going to pull it up to this point. So all right, for now, that's fine. No sets. Yep, there you go. And then if we do have sets, it'll map through the sets and it's supposed to render out all of those. Yeah. Now, this part is a bit more intricate because we have a lot more going on. So this is getting replaced with some way more stuff. So firstly, we have the first row. Now the first row will look like this, right? You have the sets with the reps, with the completion, deletion, and then the ability to add new set. Okay, all of this is locally managed via our local state. Okay, so I want to make that very clear. So we're going to call this the first row. So here we have the first row. Now in the first row, we're going to have the set number. So obviously we need a new set button, but we can't see it yet. So we need to really pause here, to be honest, to say reps input. And we actually need to have a add new set button outside of all of this. So outside of everything, we need to have a add new set button. Otherwise we can't see any of the sets. So here, we're going to have an add new set button outside. And this is going to say add new set, a bit of styling around it. But the add new set is effectively going to create an empty set. So what are we doing? We're going to go up. And this is going to modify our global store. So we take it from our workout store, add new set exercise ID. We create a new set using a random string, and then reps, weight unit based on our global is completed, and set workout exercises. Now what we're doing here is we're effectively mapping through and we're storing if we haven't already. So if exercise ID equals exercise ID, then we basically add to the current set. Otherwise we add a new exercise. Okay. Now if I was to click this, you see 1, 2, 3, 1. In this case now, that's how we're basically compiling them down. So going back to reps input, now we can start to add in the reps, right? So reps input at this point, we're going to have the number of reps. Yeah. So text input, update set we need. So for an update set, this is going to be a bigger function. No, it's not bigger function. It's going to be a, right. So we need to create a helper function for updating a set. At this point, I really recommend you either pause, copy this out, GPT for support. What I mean by that is literally copy, like go here, explain this. If you really want to, right, just like go ahead and do that. You can ask for explanations. You can use agent, but if you actually go ahead and highlight that and for example said explain this, and then you did a shift press, so you did shift command shift enter, no that is not, it's just command enter. So you say explain, command option enter, that will explain it in line, right? You see that it helps find the correct exercise, find the correct set within that exercise, update only that specific field, and then you see you can even ask for like for it to help out with it even further. So you can see it actually gives a kind of nice little example of it all. So this is what I'm trying to recommend. But I don't, rather than, because sometimes it's going to be really tricky to explain every single thing that every aspect of it all. But essentially what we're doing here is we take the exercise ID. So this exercise We take the set ID, so set 1. We take the field, whether it's reps or the weight, and then we give it a value. And then we're basically updating our local state to store that value. Okay, so that 2, 4, for example, 5, right? Now, let's go back down to reps input. Now, after reps input, we have the weight input. Okay, so after the reps input, we have the weight input. Now, weight is similar. You have the reps, you have the weight, and also update set. But this time, we're updating on the weight, not on the, where is it? Not on the reps. You see how we're basically storing, updating our local state. So at that point, I would really recommend this an exercise for you to really dive in, console log the store, see how we're storing the exact data structure and all that kind of stuff, and then really break it down yourself, right? Now, after this, we have the toggle set completion. So we haven't got this function yet, so it's going to fail if we do, but otherwise set is completed. Now, what we're doing here is for a given set, you can see that it was going to basically disable if a set is completed. Now, for a given set, we don't actually have this function. And what we're doing is inside that nested data structure, we're going to have a piece of state, which is basically going to go and find which one I clicked. And it's going to go and set that Boolean to complete. So what we do is we pass the exercise ID. So this will have this individual, even if you have two pull downs or have different exercise IDs, then you go to the set ID, it will find it and it will go ahead and it will set that ID to is completed if it wasn't completed or uncompleted. So in this case, if I tick that, bam, see how it's only going to that one. Yeah. Now you could make this a bit more optimized by having like a map instead of an array, because then that way you can do a direct ID, which is a lot more kind of better. But in this case, it's not going to be that big of an iteration. So in this case, look, we can actually keep track of all of these now. So 59 plus, and you see how I can't auto modify it afterwards. That's awesome, right? Now we need the delete set. So delete exercise and delete set. So Joa DeSantis is hydrated, folks, 100%. So I want the delete set function. So again, delete set, add new set we have here, update the set. And again, you could even expand the helper functions into a different one to reduce the bloat. Delete set essentially here, we're passing the exercise ID, set ID, and then we remove based on that. So again, these could be more optimized. You know, I would, again, perfect use case for AI. You could be like, improve this, make it more efficient. And you can even ask your an agent to do it instead. Then it's going to find better ways of doing it. So that current implementation is quite efficient, which optimal. However, you want to start, you could use find index to avoid mapping over all exercises when target exercise isn't found, right? And obviously at this point, that's the limitation of an array. So at that point, your understanding would be you could use something like a map, and then you can directly find the set, delete it, remove it, and so forth. So that's what I would do. But again, worst case, you're gonna have a couple of sets. The map is not that crazy. Is it worth it? Probably not in terms of mapping through, right? So in this case, just sometimes a little bit of a judgment call. But after the complete button, so we have the complete button, complete button here. After that, we have the delete button, which is just going to do delete button. So, right, again, that one we've already implemented. Oops, here. Now, remove, bam, remove that, bam, bam, and you see it actually removes the correct one. So we're doing 1, 3, 5. So if I remove 3, there you go. Boom. Okay, awesome stuff. So now also, and bear in mind, look at this. You see how all of these are getting pulled through? So now our data structure is perfect. The only thing we need to do is delete exercise, right? So delete exercise right now is empty. So delete exercise is going to be, I appreciate you, Aiden. That's awesome, man. Thank you so much. So the exercise is going to be the following. So what we're doing is we're essentially just filtering out. We're setting the exercises and we're filtering it out. So it's an easy kind of clearance. So you can basically, boom, deleted. right? Add bench press. You can have 2 bench presses. If you say you did supersets and you kind of went back and forth, you sometimes might want to have more than one. I know because I trained, so that's why I did that feature. But in this case, boom, you see you can add in a bunch of stuff. Cool. So we've got the actual logging down. What we now need to do is have a completion button, right? So underneath everything, we're going to have a complete workout button. So underneath the add exercise button, so down here, we're going to have a complete workout button. So complete workout button. Yeah. Now, this button is going to be the following, and we're going to break it down. So this one is going to effectively be as non-pressive save workout, right? It's going to have a disabled state. If it's saving, if the workout exercise is equal to 0, so there's nothing there, so we shouldn't be able to save an empty workout. And also, if some of the sets aren't complete, everything should be complete in order to save a workout. That's how we're doing it, but you could feel free to change that, right? That's more opinionated, right? Same for disabled, and then here is saving ternary operator. If it's saving, we're gonna have a saving indicator, so we need to import that. Otherwise, complete workout. So is saving is easy, save workout. Let's go ahead and add that. So is saving, it's gonna be a piece of state. Cool. And then we're gonna have save workout, which is going to basically go and do the following. So save workout is yep, I'm gonna have a save workout, which is basically gonna say so down here, you see how it's not there, but if we do save, it becomes green, right? Are you sure you want to save the workout? No. Are you sure you want to save the workout? Yes. Bam. And then we're going to get an error because obviously end workout doesn't exist. So at this point, what we need to do is create an end workout. So if you do decide to end, what happens? So what we're going to do is end workout is going to call save workout to database. And then if it was successfully saved, it's going to say you saved it. It's going to reset the workout, and then it's going to throw you back to the history page with the refresh true. So it will show your newly added workout. Boom. Save workout to database is where the niceness happens, right? So this is where we've got another manipulation with the database. So let's do this. Step 1. If there's no user, you need to be logged in. This is a bit pointless. We'll never be here otherwise, so don't worry about that. If we're already saving, we're going to return false. We don't want to have duplicate saves, right? And then we're going to have a try and a catch block. Okay, this is quite a big chunk, this bit. So we're going to have a try, catch, right? Now, firstly, the catch, right? Catch and finally. Let's handle those first. So if anything went wrong, we're going to say something went wrong, failed to save, and then we're always going to set saving to false after. And this is where we implement the saving. So implement saving. Okay. So let's break it down step by step. So step 1, we're going to use the stopwatch tool to determine how many seconds we have in the workout. So that's going to be the duration in seconds. Yeah. And then we can console log that if you want. Right, but in this case, I mean, that's not that deep, to be fair, right? Then we're going to transform all of the exercises to match the Sanity schema, okay? So this is an important one. And what we're going to do is we're going to do a promise all. So it does it in parallel. So I'll pop this out and then we can pause and have a look together. So what are we doing here? So number 1, pull in the client fetch, find exercise query. So we need to do an exercise query. We need to do a find exercise query based on what the exercise is, because so right now we need a define query, which means as we've added a new define query, we need to cd into Sanity and do an npm run type gen. Okay. So it's extracting the schema again. Now find exercise query will have a type. There you go. Right. Why is this important now? Because you can do this on the back end, the front end, wherever you want. Right. But at this point, what we're doing is we're doing it in parallel because there could be several calls to the backend. Again, you can optimize this in many ways, right? There's not just one way to it. You can really optimize this in a few ways, probably a better way as well, right? And I'll just try and show you many ways of doing it. So exercise doc, client fetch, exercise, find exercise query. So what it's doing is it's finding the exercise based on what it's called here. So this has a Sanity name as well, and it goes ahead and matches that on the database side. If there's an error, it didn't find it, there you go. Then what it does is it transforms sets to match the schema. So what it does is it only puts in the completed sets, okay, which have reps and weight. And then what it does is it converts it to a set with a random key, and it puts in the reps, the weight, and the weight unit. So what we're essentially doing here, guys, is we're mapping it to this structure. So effectively mapping it to this structure. We're going from our local state and we're mapping it and putting it in this structure. Underscore type is the structure of this set. Same for, yeah. So once we've done that, then what we do is we return workout exercise, and notice how inside of our schema, this one is going to be called workout exercise. So we need to actually change that. So, very important. So the array member here, so we've got exercises. This is workout exercise. Yep, that's correct. So workout exercise. So the type is getting saved as workout exercise. Key can be random. The exercise is going to be a reference to the exercise doc ID, which is going to be the one that we found that it matches, right? So that's how we get a clear reference to an existing exercise. And then we pass in the sets, which is the one that we just transformed. Okay. Now, after we've done that, we have to go ahead and save, I believe. So, so once we've done that, we want to filter out any exercises with no completed sets. Now, don't get me wrong, we're actually preventing that by, stopping the completion here, but we also want to, on the programming side, do it, right? If there is an error and we manage to get through, we're going to say, please complete at least one set before proceeding. Then what we're doing is we're creating the workout document. Okay, so workout data is actually from, where are we getting this from? Workout data is from, okay, yeah. So this is going to be the structure in which we're going to expect on the API. So we're going to create this afterwards. We need the user. So what I need to do is I need the actual user's data. So we can say const user equals user. Okay. And then what we're going to do is we're going to pass workout, which is the type here. This is a workout. Passing the user ID, the date, the duration, and the exercises. Okay. Now, once we've done that, we want to go ahead and make a call to the backend. And we're going to effectively go ahead and save. So save to Sanity via our API. So we need to create an API endpoint called save workout. We pass in the workout data, and we're going to type check this on our backend. That's why I wanted the mono repo structure, because we can have type checking across our front and back end. So save workout. So save workout here. So let's go to our API. So app API save workout plus API.ts. Okay. Now, let's go to our final endpoint. So firstly, the workout data. I want the workout data to look like this. So I expect it to be in this exact shape. Okay. Now let's pull this in. Workout data. Now, if anything went wrong here, we will know. This is why I can be quite confident when we're coding, because I will know if it broke at this point. Okay. It's going to be a post request, and we're going to expect to get the workout data out from the other side. Cool. Now, the next step is we have a try catch, right? So we have a try, and then we have the catch. Okay, so we have the catch after. Now, we need to use the admin client. So we're going to save Sanity using our admin client. And if everything went well, we'll just simply return a response. Admin client, we can import from our local lib. Cool. So, provided we did it all right, okay? What I want to do is, that's our production one. Where is our local one? Our local one is here. Okay. Provided we did this right, what we should see is a workout get added in here. So obviously this is in our app right now. We've got 2 exercises, bench press and lat pull down. Let's go ahead and pop it in and see if it actually did it right. If we did it right, wow, that's amazing, right? So let's put 1, 1, and let's just make life easier to test it. We can do 2, 2, 3, 3, and it's all in kilograms. Save, save. Let's go complete workout. Complete workout. Are you sure you want to complete it? To see if it makes the backend call. So it's making a backend call. Workout saved. Oh my God. Workout. 2 exercises, 3 sets. Let's see, guys. We have the workout, the user ID, the workout date, the duration in seconds, bench press, and lat pull down. A perfectly connected item of set, not valid for this list. Okay. So if I go here now, this is correct though. So interestingly enough, something was wrong here. So we almost have it right. We almost have it perfect. So lat pull down. Item of type set, not valid for this list. So what we want to do is, it's very good news because our mutation worked. And you see how it fully came together so nicely. So the only thing I need to change that I can believe it happened on is the schema. The reason why AI generated the schema as opposed to it being my own schema. So this is a variable point. So where this would have screwed up is, I believe, I know where it is. Here, exercise set. So we have exercise sets, and then here, this is it. It's sets, and then this is going to be called sets. Now, with that in mind, if we go back over here, workout, guys, watch this. Exercise type set is not exercise set on type. So what I want to do is I want to kill this one. Get rid of it. Let's try again. And then we've got reps, weight, weight unit. Okay, so this is actually very important that you don't mess this one up. Weight unit. This is, yep, camel cased. And then we have reps, weight unit. Yep. Exercise, object, workout, exercises, and this type array. Cool. So let's give it a try. So new workout, add exercise, bench press, lat pull down, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Save. Let's just test that worked. Yep, it did. Save. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Save. Complete. Are you sure you want to complete? Yes, sir. Complete. So it's definitely working because it saves. It takes me back here. We have the entire workout. The thing is the format correct? So we're slipping somewhere here. Bench press. Item of type set, not valid for this list. Now, where is that? That's inside of the exercise. Item of type set. Item of type set. So gotcha. This is a set. Okay. So we have sets, and then we have the individual set. Okay. There you go. Nice. Set. 1 rep. Boom. Set 22. Set. There we go, guys. Boom. Works. Oh my God. Wow. All right. We're going well. This is very good. We can save the workout. 23 seconds. That's why it says 0 minutes. 2 exercises. Boom. Nice. Okay. This is awesome. All right. So we have the workout history. The top. Right. So firstly, we're going to fix that. So inside the history, let's go in and very simple fix. What we can do here is we can have a status bar. Status bar. Here, start train. Yep. And then end workout. Yep. History. That would actually be There you go. You see how you can fix that very easily. And this, by the way, should be white, I believe. Oh, you can mess with that yourself, right? So yeah, there you go. Nice. Okay. Super clean. Okay, very nice. Right, we've got the workout working, the exercise is working. Boom. Okay, we just have presentational stuff, which is awesome. Right, so now profile. Let's fix the profile because it's annoying me. And then we have the front 2 pages. So to give context, I do think you need to see the front and back pages before I can create them. So we are going to do that quickly, and then I'm going to build profile and the home page, and then we're golden. All right. Go to the EAS day. We're not actually doing EAS build deployments because it's just too, it's going to be a way too long of a build, but we definitely can do that inside the course. Oh God, no, damn it, I closed it. Okay. Oh, come on, get out. Yeah. Okay, close up. Come on, give me a break. Click the right app. There you go. Is it? Which app is it? I'm getting confused now. Is this one or is this one? Let's log in. Oh, how much should I get? I got the wrong one. Right. I'm doing this so you guys can. There we go. Thank God. Right. Save. Save. All right. So these are our 2 reference screenshots. And again, each one of these will just take you to screens, workout history, browse exercises, and last workout will take you to the last workout. All right. So you see it's fairly easy. Same with the profile, a bunch of stats and gathering, and that's it. And then we're gold. Then you've done an entire app. Crazy. All right. We need to log out. So boom. Let's log into our demo app. Let me know, what did you guys think of today's build so far? I'm very curious. Do you want me to make more Expo React Native apps? All right, so at this point, the more comments that tell me you want this, the more I will do it. So it makes a big difference. Okay. So profile. Oh yeah, that was it. Okay. Yeah. So here we have it. Okay, let's do it. So profile. So number one, we have an annoying issue here actually. So profile, if we go up into our source app layout here. It's in tabs layout. Here, profile index. There you go. That's wrong. It's actually refresh. Interesting why profile doesn't have. Oh yeah, there we go. So user, because we don't have a user here. So what we need to do is get user. So and this is wrong. There we go. Now we have a nice little picture, guys. Very nice. All right. So what I did there, by the way, is I just went into this. I created our stack. You don't actually need this then. You could just do this as a stack like so. And you could probably even hide the settings. Yeah, so you want to hide the settings. I want to, do the profile screen. So index profile. Here we are. All right, let's get energy up because I want to finish strong, guys. All right. So if we're loading, so we're going to have a loading state as well. So we have the workouts as well. Use state. There we go. Get workouts query results. So we're going to have all the workouts we're going to fetch. Let's go. Define query. This is effectively what going to be our fetch that we're going to do. So I'm going to need to do a type gen. And then I'm going to have at some point, so this will have type gen now, bam. And then we're going to have a fetch workouts function. Client is going to be our admin client, user ID. So we need the user. User, there we go. Now, when we effectively load, we want the fetch workouts to trigger. Now we have all the workouts. Then what we're going to do is we're going to calculate some stats. Now, stats, I'm doing it a very simple way per render. Again, that's not the most optimal way. Really, you should do this at a use effect, but I'm just making it simple. It's a very long tutorial otherwise, right? So we have the total workouts, the total duration, same with join date as well. User.created at, we can use that as their join date, days since joining, we can do a math floor and so forth, right? So these are basically just some quick stats that we've got that can be used to pretty up the ending. We're gonna have a format join date. And then if it's loading at any point, we're gonna have our little spinners. Activity indicator, pull it in. Now, you see loading profile, boom, right? Now over here, what we're gonna do is in the safe area view, inside of everything, we're gonna have a scroll view. Wrap it all in. React Native, Flex 1. Now you can see that this is in the scroll view, but you can click on it. We have a header. It's going to say manage your account. Click it, boom, profile, much nicer. User info card. Now this one is a very, very nice card. This one we've got from our stats. We're going to go ahead and firstly pull in the React Native image. So we've got this. So we've got the user's card. Now, what does this do? Effectively, it just shows their member since blah, 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 gives their image, and it goes ahead and shows their email address and so forth of the logged in user. Okay. Now, after that, we've got the stats overview. So for the stats overview, this is quite a big one to be fair, but it's really nice. So we've got the stats, and then we're going to have firstly, again, another container inside there. And then we're going to have the fitness stats. Remember the fitness stats we just calculated above? These are all going to be pulled through here. So step 1. And again, these are literally just repeated, right? So here, we're going to have the format duration from lib utils. And then as you can see, each one is effectively just very simple. Like if you pause the video, you actually realize that's very simple styling. It's just a flex row and everything is put in between. So 0 days active, so days since joining, obviously it's going to be 0. If you're joined since like 10 days, it's going to be that. So we're not actually calculating a streak, we're just calculating days since you joined. So you can say days since joining, right? I mean, that's just an example, right? And then you've got the view, and then you've got the total workouts so that you've completed. In this case, oh, no, that's wrong. So that should go under that view. And as we can see, average workout duration, nice, right? Underneath these two views, we're gonna have the account settings. Now this one is a dummy window, basically. So this one, I'm gonna pop in the entire account settings because it's a dummy window. And what do I mean by this? It doesn't actually do anything. So here, this is just a view with account settings. and then a very nice kind of, you know, UI that I've constructed. So each one is essentially the same thing, but it doesn't go anywhere. But all you could effectively do here is go ahead and make these just route into your edit profile, edit and notifications, preferences, help and support. I hope you've understood, like throughout this entire build, the routing is simple enough to just do /edit profile, /notifications, /preference. This is why I love React Native and Expo. It's just so simple when you get it down, right? So that will effectively get the finishing touch done for you, right? And then you sign out. You can say, are you sure you want to sign out? No. We got there. The last step, the home page. Okay. The home page, this one. Boom. Effectively, link. Easy. Last workout. Fetch last workout. Send the user to /workout record with the current ID. And the same thing here, some stats. So let's get this done, guys. We're almost there, right? Index tabs is our page. So at this point, we've got our, you know, our dummy home page. So what we want to do here is actually just kind of kill this one. So we've got the content and the header. So right now, I've obviously given you a starting point. Get rid of the header, get rid of the content, and then get rid of these two. And we can basically start out. So there you go, blank page. Goes the home page. And let's just prepare ourselves. What do we need? We need a couple of things. We're going to need the following. We're going to need a bunch of our imports here. We're going to need the get results query, which we've already completed before. Fetch workouts, same as before. Again, what would I recommend you do in practice? Number one, firstly, let's just import these. And I've used them in both places here. You can effectively refactor that into one. That's what you should be doing. Secondly, what do I recommend you do? Well, here, what I would say you should be doing is where we have the this fetch workout practice, I would create a custom hook, use workouts, and then I would have this buried in a layer of abstraction, so it's easier at a higher level. It would be a one-liner here to get the workouts, right? I would do stuff like that. I would then cache it locally so you don't have to fetch every time. If you fetch once on one screen, why am I fetching again on another screen? These are all things which you can really optimize on, but obviously in a simple tutorial, or like not a simple tutorial, but in a big tutorial like this, it's just not feasible to do this in a fast enough time. It'll be like a 10-hour build. Total workouts, last workouts, total duration, average duration. Again, some sample stats for us to render out. Same thing for the formatting date. Again, I would separate these into util and lib functions, right? Really just, you know, you can do it however you want. Format date, we actually did shift that in a different function. But anyway, I'm not going to refactor it right now, but yeah. Get total sets as well. We're going to go ahead and pop that in a separate one. Now, if it's loading, we're going to have, again, our simple loader function. I would even do it to the point where that is a little function. I would really abstract the hell out of this, right? So it's simple. Now it says loading your stats. There we go. Now, safe area view, flex 1. Background gray, 50. And then what I want to do is I want to have a scroll view with the content. So scroll view, like so, refresh control. And as you can see, we've got our refresh control. On refresh, just pulls in that. There we go. That's fine. And then we're going to start building out. So we've got the header. Initially, it'll say, yo, welcome back, Sunny, or athlete, if it didn't have a name. So like a first name. So if you signed up just by email, for example, say, hey, welcome back, athlete. And then the same for the stats. Very, honestly, no different from the profile screen. That's the truth. So you see here, we've got the format duration from libutils. And then if I hit save, you can see that it's just this. It's just presentational. You can pause it, see for yourself, build it out. Or all the codes in the Papa-GitHub repo, right? Same for quick actions. So quick actions is going to be a nice, really nice container. So we're going to have a container here. Quick actions. Inside of here, let's go ahead and pop in each one. So we're going to have the quick actions. And then we're going to have a start workout button. And all this is going to do, all it has to do is push you to the /workout screen. And now, pow, start workout. If you really wanted to, you could push it to the active workout screen and it'll take you right there. So if I genuinely just did active workout, now look at this, guys, bam, starting a workout. You see what I mean? Like, build an app right and it's simple to go ahead and extend on. Like, it's just nice. This is why I recommend we do it this way. Instead of having like all these complex features, if you build your routes in a nice way, it can be a very simple app and it can do a lot. And it's easy to maintain, it's easy to do everything. The next one is we're going to refer to it as the action grid. This is going to be the 2 actions, the workout history and the browse exercises. So it's flex row with a gap of 4. Flex row because, like I said before, it starts off as flex column. So the first one, workout history. The second one is going to be browse exercises. And as you can see, because it's flex row with a gap of 4, pam, perfectly puts it into perspective. And as you can see, workout, there we go. Lovely. Right? And then we have the last workout section. So last workout is going to be from, we actually got last workout from fetch exercises, and then it was here. Just grab the first one, which would have been, because it's sorted, it goes and does that way. Could you add a verification if it has new updates in the App Store? I'm not sure what you mean. All right, so after this, we got the last workout section. So I'm going to pop it in and then I'm going to show you. So effectively, we've already got the last workout. So it's presentational at this point. So what we're doing here is the main thing to pay attention to is, firstly, that is ugly. What is up with that? So it's outside of that view. Yeah. So we have the touchable button and then we have here, route.push. History, workout record, and we simply pass in the workout ID from the last workout that was done. If I click it now, look, it literally takes me to that workout ID. Amazing. If I delete it, or actually before we delete it, yeah, I don't want to. We only have one account. I mean, we can. Let's say we delete it. Bam. There we go. Yeah. And then if you hit refresh now, boom, it's gone. All right. So that's kind of cool, to be fair. And then empty state for no workouts. So if there was no workouts, just like right now, then what we do is outside of that empty workouts, we go ahead and pop in the following. Say empty total workouts is 0. And then we will go ahead and pop this in. This is very nice, yeah. And then it'll take you to the workout screen. So let's say you're on the beginning of the app, you've just come here, ready to start your fitness journey. Track your first workout, start workout, boom. And that is it, guys. Boom, we have it. That is the last feature. There we go. Nice. Okay. Wow. Okay, so a couple of things to mention now. What you would do at this point is typically, we do Vercel deploy if it's Next.js. Now, this is under EAS, so it's Expo's app development, Expo app services, I believe it's called. But what you would essentially do here is, firstly, number one, it's in the repo. So if you need access to any of the code that we've done, it's all in the GitHub repo. So if you bought the GitHub repo or you're part of Zero to Full Stack Hero, you have access to the repo. All the code is inside of there. You can go ahead and go and get it right now and basically learn, build along, follow along the entire tutorial. Secondly, if you want to deploy it, go onto the Expo website and follow the entire deployment documentation. The reason why I'm not covering today as well is because, one, we're 4 hours 30 in already, but two, it will take a large amount of time. There's a lot of personal data that you have to upload and set up, but you effectively deploy your EAS web, which is essentially the server part, which is our API endpoints, and you effectively deploy the app to the iOS and the Play Store, the iOS App Store and the Android Play Store. And basically there'll be that whole deployment process. So that can take a bit of time. If you want me to do a video on that, I can, but right now I'm gonna cover that more so inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero first, until we start getting enough noise about it on the main YouTube channel. So in that case, until then, guys, I'm gonna run through the entire app, but this has been one absolute hell of a banger app. And remember, if you are doing during any of the preparation and the starting steps, remember, I need you to go hit those links in the description dashboard. Oh, by the way, we actually need to deploy Sanity. So I can show you that actually. So Sanity right now can be deployed. So Sanity can be deployed right now, which is awesome. So firstly, we made a mistake here. So profile, what we've done wrong actually is we done the get query here. So get workouts query. So what I can do is I can actually get rid of that one and I can import this from history. And the reason why you might want to do that is because if you do, remember, any other names are the same, it will break, all right? So now if I do it, it should be okay. And there you go. So you want to make sure that passes, number one. Number two was Sanity deployment. So Sanity deployment is easy. You just type in Sanity deploy and literally it will go ahead and log you in. It will start setting things up. And now you can see, give it a name, fitness app, YouTube. Let's go ahead and do that. Building with auto updates, build Sanity Studio, extracting the manifest, and then boom, verifying local content, deployed, bam. Deployed it already. Look at that. So now what is incredible about this, guys, is I can literally go and to anywhere I am in the world, I can log in via my phone, desktop, whatever the case, and I can modify the contents of that app. Can we just let that sink in for a moment? A lot of the time, what people end up doing is they have a hard-coded database and a hard-coded this and a hard-coded structure. Now, your app can be out there, users can be using it as much as you want, and you can log in from wherever in the world and be like, actually, there's a really good exercise I can add in, bam, there. Now, what do I recommend you do? I recommend you build this app alongside everything I've done today. You add in additional features. It's the ultimate portfolio piece. I will show that. I'm going to go into in-depth detail on this inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. So if you are interested in joining in that, then make sure you join us over at Zero to Full Stack Hero 2.0 over at popreact.com/course. What I'm going to be doing is essentially, we can essentially have an exercise on the next coaching call where we dive into today's build and we essentially go ahead and add in things like streaks. We add in things like, tracking the number of streaks that you've tracked in a day. Also, personal bests. How would we track it if you want to go ahead and when you add in a set, what did I do last week? Last time I hit a workout, what was my weight that I hit? Those kind of things, really awesome stuff. Also, workout templates. Say you built the ultimate chest day and you want to train chest again that perfect way. Boom. How do I save that as a template? All of these things. All of it would absolutely work perfectly with Sanity. Clerk, obviously, for the win, made it super simple. But this has been the fitness tracker clone, guys. I'm going to wrap up the only way I know how, by giving a complete demo of this entire app. But right now, this has been the entire fitness tracker app, guys. You can see if I click on start workout, boom, we can add our own exercises. Boom, we get all of this amazing UI. We can search for stuff, add our sets in. We can delete if we made a mistake there as well. And then it's just so clean. Let's just go ahead and add in a couple of sets right now. And then let's go ahead and add in a couple of sets here. So 55, let's do 99 of like 5. I don't know, I'm just adding in random numbers, 1, 2. And then look, you can go ahead and complete your workout. As imagine you're doing this during your workout, right? And then you can go ahead and complete the workout. Boom, save it. 32 seconds or so that was. Workout saved, or 28 seconds is when I hit save. 2 exercises, 5 sets, bam, we get all of the exercise details. We've got the profile, breaking it all down, 1 total workout, 28 seconds total time trained. This is awesome. We have all of the exercises, bench press. We even have AI guidance on the form and technique where we have the AI coach, API endpoints, all of that stuff inside of them. So you can still modify them there. Yes, you can. With Sanity, you can always do an update as well. All right, so there's tons of stuff that you guys can go ahead and learn from in this app. The new navigation, the protected routes, as well as all of the ability for the authentication side of things. So this is such a clean way to handle authentication. I'm so glad that the team over at Expo made the protected routes because it makes it so clean. And I'm so grateful for Clerk to make authentication this simple, because now we don't have to worry about all of the stress of authentication. It's just beautiful and easy to do, guys. And look, you saw the whole thing today. We have Google sign-in, we have also OTP authentication, all out of the box. And that's not all that Clerk does. They do all of the best, kind of authentication techniques, passkeys, all of that gold stuff, magic links, all of it is covered over at Clerk. Make sure when you're doing any of this, you use the links in description. It allows me to do content like this just over and over and over again for absolutely free. Wow, that was an incredible AI workout tracker app. I hope you had fun, and most importantly, I hope you learned something new. Make sure you smash the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. And remember, if you want access to complete source code for the build you just watched, or any of the other 55 plus more builds that I've had or will have in the future, make sure you check out the Papa GitHub repo. The link is right below in the description. Now let's build our next exciting app on the list, a Zoom 2.0 clone. So this Zoom-like 2.0 clone features a real-time seamless audio and video calling functionality. So effectively, you're making your own FaceTime application. It has a join room feature that lets you share an invite link to a room capable of supporting over 100,000 participants. Yes, over 100,000 participants. Pretty sure FaceTime can't do that. This Zoom clone is powered by React Native with Expo. We have Google Sign Up with Clerk. We have GetStream for implementing all of our video and audio calling requirements. And we're also going to be deploying a secure NextJS backend application to handle all of our server requests. So you actually get two in one here, a NextJS app and a React Native app. And I'm going to teach you how to use Ngrok so we can have a flexible API gateway for instant secure connectivity. This is really important when you want to test things which are blocked by HTTP access. And when we're in the developer environment, this is more important than ever. We're going to use Tailwind CSS to beautify the app, and of course TypeScript to reduce the overall bugs and errors. Let's hop into a demo right now. Enjoy, Papa Fam. We have our video calling app. Now this is absolutely gorgeous, first off, right? So I'm going to go ahead and just prove to you it works, because let's go ahead and try it out for ourselves. On this phone, we've got authentication, by the way. Clerk is back in the authentication for this. If I go ahead and click on start a call, check this out. So boom, I start a call on this phone. And then over here, I can go ahead and see my call on the right hand side, or I can copy the call ID. So I can either join by clicking this, or I can go ahead and join the room by going ahead and pasting the call ID and clicking join room. And then what you'll see is boom, we have a video chat right now. And it's worth mentioning, when you're using simulators, you can't actually use the video feed. So it tests with this cool little animation. So on the left screen right now, if I flip the camera, you can see that if this person was real, you see that if I move around the room, look at that, guys. We've got a full video calling app right now. And this is all working. And by the way, guys, this works with any number of phones, right? So you could have up to 100 participants, I believe, even more than 100. I think it was like 100,000 or something crazy, right? If I go ahead and create another phone, I'm going to do it right now in front of you guys. So I'm going to spin up another phone, and we're going to see for ourselves how that looks, right? And we're going to literally get all three phones. Oh my God, my voice, what happened there? All three phones. Wow. All three phones live on stream right now. We can go ahead and spin up another simulator. I'm going to show you how to do all of this in today's video. What's up, guys? I can see you tuning in. Everyone jumping in the chat. Over 100 people already. That's what I'm talking about. Papa Fam Energy is here to stay. I'm going to go ahead and spin it up on this app. So let's go ahead and launch this app right now. I believe I have it here. So let's go ahead and spin that one up. And I'll show you the authentication portion. Okay, so let's go ahead and log this user in. So right now, if I was to just join this call, let's jump into this call, everyone getting the same call. And look at that, guys, group calling. Well, hey, works perfectly, just as we want it, just as we expect it. And even then, if I was to flip the camera once again and show you guys that this user is moving around, you guys can see for yourself all of the layout, everything is working. Now, if that ain't cool, I don't know what is, right? Look at this, guys. Someone goes, your machine is a beast. Yeah, you can spin up loads of stuff on the M3 Max. So go ahead and smash the like button right now. And to top it off, I'm going to show you that this is a full app. So firstly, we've got a little bit of cool stuff here. We can go ahead and see all my calls. Well, they're just going to let that call run on the side to just show you how smooth that thing is. And then if we go ahead and exit, we've got a nice little pop-up. So we're going to go ahead and sign out right now. And boom, we even have a beautiful login page and auth flow. So this is all backed by the guys over at Clerk. We've got a full login with email and password, or we can sign in with Google. So first up, I'm going to show you sign in with Google. I'm going to go ahead and log in right now. Let's go ahead and do papareact.team. Let's log in right now, and you guys will see that this works perfectly. Boom, we are in. We can see one call is live right now. That's amazing, right? Now I'm going to go ahead and even show you. I took it a step further because, you know, I don't like doing half measures. So I went ahead and took it a little bit further, and now I've even shown you how to do 2FA. So again, Clerk, sick, has all of this powered up. And for those of you who are curious, yes, it's a keyboard avoiding view. I even addressed that, right? But if we click on sign up right now, I'm going to go ahead and do a little test. I'm going to do sign up, sunny.signup plus youtube@gmail.com. And I'm going to go ahead and pop in a password right now on the machine. Let's go ahead and click on create account. And you guys will see, boom, I get a verification code sent to my email. That is pretty damn sick, right? I'm going to go ahead and check my emails right now. And I'm going to hide it just so I don't show anything on the screen. So can I get that full screen? All right, but basically I'm going to show you that the verification code has in fact came in. So I took a screenshot of it to pull it into the screen. And just like that, guys, look at this. We have our verification code. This is on my emails. Obviously, I'm not showing it for obvious reasons, but you guys can see here, we've got 677471. And let's go ahead and pop that in. And now if I was to go ahead and close that, 1 second. All right, so if I was to go ahead and then close that now, we're going to go ahead and do 677471. Verify the email. And then you can see, boom, we are logged in. So we even have 2FA backed in the mix, right? So absolutely powerful stuff. It is so, so cool. And we're going to go ahead and jump into it right now. Now let's break down this tech stack. Okay, so how are we doing this firstly? So let's go ahead and dive straight in. So I'm going to end this call right now to sort of prevent my computer from, I guess, blowing up at some point. It's fine, but I don't want to risk it. So first up, we have Stream. Stream is the API behind this. They have amazingly powerful APIs and SDKs to build chat apps. Basically, you can do chat apps, video apps, and feeds, and that even includes live streams. So it's absolutely powerful what you can do with these guys. And yes, if you're wondering, we don't have any backend service like Firebase or anything like that. We're using purely, literally Stream, so GetStream, and Clerk. So these are the two things that we're going to need today, and both are absolutely free. So you guys can go ahead and build out the entire app. And also, I want to mention, remember I told you, you can have several, if we refresh this, you see the call ends after a while. If we went ahead and added, let's just say like, you know, whether it was 100 users, 200 users, 100,000 participants, it will support it. That is wild, guys. It supports 100,000. So you can build your next, you know, a live streaming platform using Stream to do so, right? It even has all of the amazing features that Zoom and those kind of companies have, like recording, transcriptions, all that good stuff, and things like noise reduction and all of that goodness as well. So you're in good hands when you use Stream, and I'm going to teach you how to do it today. We also have Clerk. Clerk is honestly, they're my favorite. If you can't tell already, they're absolutely my favorite. And I'm so blessed that we get to work with these guys because one, the team is damn awesome. And two, the tech is just, the dev experience is just, yes, it is sick. Oh my God, it just works in every way we want it. And I'm bringing you guys the next level sort of features of Clerk now. So it's going to be a lot more of the advanced features. So you guys know how to do the simple auth. I'm going to show you things like 2FA. I'm going to show you things like advanced security. So stay tuned on this channel. Make sure you're subscribed already if you haven't, to make sure you do not miss out on any of this, right? So that means email and SMS one-time passcodes. That means magic links. That means the advanced stuff, the bot detection. That means the session management. We'll even be doing a bit of multi-tenant sort of work down the line, right? So a lot of stuff to come. So make sure you subscribe, and I'll bring it to you for absolutely free. And again, when you get started with it today, please feel free to go ahead and use the link in the description because it supports us on the channel and it tells Clerk that you guys are watching from these videos, which allows me to keep bringing the videos for absolutely free. Okay, so guys, let's jump into it. Let's break down the build. And at any point, if you find it tricky, just simply head over to papareact.com/course and join us over at Zero to Full Stack Hero for more in-depth tutorials and weekly coaching calls where I run through all this kind of stuff and break it down. I don't know what is going on with my voice today. It's like slowly going, right? Somebody goes, can the UI be customized? Absolutely, yes. I will show you how to do it all in today's build. Do not worry, my friend. So in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and move this phone on the side right now. And I'm going to go ahead and draft out a description. If you guys didn't know, I went to Japan recently. So I've got a big Japanese obsession lately. So that's why our background is this beautiful Japanese background. So let's go ahead and get the build down. So today we have React Native. You guys can tell I've done too much Next.js lately. All right, we've got React Native and we will be using Expo. Now Expo is going to allow us, obviously React Native allows us to do iOS and Android, but Expo is going to allow us to use things like EAS, which allows us to make builds really, really simple on Expo, right? And this means that we can use native dependencies without ejecting, right? So it's absolutely going to be really, really powerful stuff to learn in today's video. We also have amazing bits of tech. Like I said, we've got Clerk authentication to add in Google authentication. We're also going to be adding in username and password. So username and password. And we've also got 2FA, right? So we've got 2FA in the mix as well. Right. And also guys, in case any of you are wondering, yes, I do have a Japan vlog in the works. I literally recorded the whole trip with my mom. You guys have got a very cool vlog coming out, so I got you covered, right? So this is all going to be considered on the front end, so up until this point. And then we're going to have the backend portion. The backend portion is going to be a bit of Next.js to handle the tokens that we need to basically prepare in advance. So a lot of things are going to be going into this build, right? So we've got Next.js as well. In fact, what I'm going to do is just go ahead and put the screen like this so it helps us out a little bit, right? Now, in addition to this, we have obviously Next.js to handle secure session management. So this is the tokens and how we basically provide tokens to GetStream. GetStream is going to be responsible for the video and audio calling, right? They also do lots of other things like chats and everything, but today we're covering the video and audio, right? So we've got 2FA, we've got authentication, we've got React Native, a bunch of different styling. Of course, you know, I'm doing things properly. We're doing it with TypeScript. So we have lots and lots to learn from today. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and jump into it. I want to keep it relatively surface level of what we're going to do because I want to dive in. And what I've done today is given you guys a bit more of a helpful breakdown, which I feel, because I'm going to have to cut these simulators so I can actually work on the new project. So what I decided to do was I'm going to work in a way as if we were at a software agency, okay? So let's say we're a software agency, we've got our designs. So in this case, we've got our screens. In this case, this is what the client wants. They want this built and we need to go ahead and satisfy the client and basically build everything. So these are all the screens that we've been given. We've been agreed on an amount and we're basically going to dev this for our client. So from this point, from screenshots, I will take you through and build the entire app right now. All I want is a simple hit of the thumbs up button. So first up, we're going to go into what I want you to do is in the description, there is a link to Clerk where we can go ahead and get started with Expo. Okay, so I've already given you all the links in the description. Feel free to go ahead and head over to Expo, the quick start guide. All right, so we start off at Clerk. Now, if you haven't got MPX, you have to install Node on your machine. I'm not going to run through that because we've already done that. Oh my God, my pre-workout's kicking. Wow, I got the itchy feeling, right? So in this case, we've got the terminal here. So I'm going to do MPX create Expo app, okay? So let's go ahead and pull up Warp firstly, okay? So here we have Warp, this is our terminal. Honestly, you can just use a normal terminal. It does not matter. You don't need to use Warp. Just open up a normal terminal, whatever the case. I'm just going to do this because it's easier. And then we're going to go ahead and do the following. So I'm going to go into my documents and build folder. You don't have to. I like to keep things neat. We're going to paste that. So MPX create Expo app. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and call it something. So I'm going to say YouTube. Let's call this one Zoom clone, or let's just create video calling app, right? So YouTube video calling app, because we're basically doing a lot of different features there. Okay. And then we're going to locate the project files. We're going to install. It's going to do all that goodness. And it's going to ask us a bunch of questions before we get started. Okay, so let's go ahead and wait for that to get set up. You can see I use iStat menus. Nice little pop up there. Now, after that's done, we're going to have to install Clerk Expo into our project. But before that, don't skip this second step. You're going to need to do that, right? So let's go ahead and do that right now. Now, if any of you are wondering, what is React Native? How is Sunny doing the things he's doing? Is this the same as Next.js? Well, no. Remember, React Native is essentially we write one code base and it compiles down into different code bases. One for iOS, one for Android, and one for even the web. But we're going to ignore that one for now because I prefer to do Next.js out of the box. But right now we're going to focus on the two code bases that it creates, the iOS and the Android. So we code one code base with React Native, and Expo is the framework that we're using. and then it's going to compile down into iOS and Android. Okay, so this will take a second to download. Obviously, there's a bit more dependencies involved in this. Once that's done, we're going to simply run npx expo install, and we're going to install our dependencies. Then we're going to install Clerk into the project, and then we're going to have to set our environment variables. So I think this is a very good point to actually just get started with things. So obviously here, your project is ready. CD into YouTube, and then we're going to do video calling app. Okay, and we're going to type in code dot, right, and you can see npm run Android, npm run iOS, npm run web. So we're not going to actually do that. And obviously, like I always say, make sure your workspace is nice and organized, so you guys can feel free to, you know, not work in a bit of stressful chaos, right? So keep things very neat. It's going to help you out in the long run. All right, boom, we passed over 100 likes. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Keep destroying that like button. I'll keep bringing the content, right? So we go into the app folder, and as you can see, here's our layout. Now, you can see the top level layout, the tabs. It's already given us a tab layout, but I just want to start the app, okay? So what I'm going to have to do is cut my previous app, so that's on a separate screen, and I'm going to go ahead and open my terminal. Command J, click on output, and we're going to close these two. And here, I'm going to go ahead and do npm run start, and this will start the compiler. Okay, so once this is done, let's go ahead and it will start something called the Metro Bundler, and this is the really important part. Well, firstly, we're using Expo Go. Now this is good for the beginning, but eventually we're going to have to do something called create a development build, and that will allow us to use native dependencies, but this is fine for the beginning. Right, then we've got open Android, open iOS simulator. Now it's worth mentioning, if you are using a Mac, you can do the iOS dev, right? So we can actually use something called Xcode to get a simulator set up, and then we can press I on the keyboard to open up our iOS simulator, which is what you saw on my machine. So we saw this iOS simulator, right? If you haven't got if you've got a Mac and you can't seem to open this, simply open up Xcode on your machine or download Xcode from the App Store, right? So Xcode from the App Store. And make sure you follow the setups, you follow all the approvals, and you open it for the first time. It will ask you to install a bunch of different things. You're going to need to do that before you get started. Now, don't worry, Windows guys. If you're using Windows, simply download Android Studio. So you want to download Android Studio, and then when you open Android Studio, what I'm going to need you to do is I need you to go ahead and grab the More Actions button, click it, and then click on Virtual Device Manager. Click that, right? Once you're inside of here, you will see 0 phones in the beginning. You're gonna click on plus, right? Now here is where you can select a demo phone, for example, Pixel 8 Pro. Click on next. You can download an API, so I'm using API 35. Click on next, and then we can set up our emulator. Now, what is this doing? It's essentially giving us test digital devices to test against. So if you're on a Mac, you can use both. If you're in a Windows, you can feel free to test this with Android phones, okay? And of course, the really nice thing as well is that if you have an iPhone, you can even use that to go ahead and test it if you even have a Windows machine, okay? So lots of cool workarounds here to make sure that you can develop the app that you need to go ahead and do. But we're gonna keep things simple for now. I'm gonna simply press I to open up the project on my simulator. And as you can see, it opens up a dummy project and it will bundle it together. I'm going to move this one over here for now. And you can see it's on here. Now, if I want to open it in Android, I press A. And if I lose these commands at any point, I simply press question mark and it will ask me, it'll give me all the available commands inside of the terminal. Okay, so I click the terminal and press question mark. So hopefully that's helping you guys out right now. And I hope you're enjoying the pace. So as you can see, we've got tab layout. Okay, so we've got a tab layout. Now, in this case, you can see it follows a very similar structure to what we're used to inside of NextJS. If we go inside the top level layout, what we can see here is really interesting. We can see a stack, and then we've got 2 screens, stack, tabs, and not found. Now, not found is going to be if we navigated to some not found screen, right? But in this case, if we go a level deeper, for example, inside of tabs, and we go into the layout here, what we will see is a tab layout. And that is what is responsible for these 2 tabs here. So you can see we've got 2 screens inside. We've got the tab for the index screen, and which will correlate to the index route. And then we have the tab explore screen, which will correlate to the explore route. So there's lots of little things that I recommend you just pick up. Don't worry if it doesn't make sense. Like I said, we cover all of this inside of my flagship course, 0 to Full Stack Hero, which is available at papareact.com. revenuecat.com/course. So if you do get stuck at any point, then make sure you definitely check us out. We cover React Native inside of this course, right? So it's worth mentioning that we have React Native inside of the course. Can't even bloody find that. There you go. We got React Native 101 course, right? And it's got Expo, it's got everything good inside of there. So all you need to jump into zero to full stack here if you find things too tricky at any point. Okay, now let's carry on. So don't get overwhelmed by any of this. We're gonna break it down, make it super simple. Okay, so first step, what I want you to do is we're actually gonna simplify the hell out of this. We're gonna make sure it's so simple so we can go ahead and start from scratch. Well, first up, go to the top level layout. Right, this HTML, in case you're wondering, is for if you render it on the web. I'm not concerned with the web version right now. We're going to basically be, assuming that you build a separate Next.js app for that. But in this case, we're going to carry on with the top level layout. Okay, so over here, we've got theme provider, stack, and stack screen. Now, in this case, the theme provider is all about the providing, like if your phone is in dark mode and all that stuff. Right now, I'm not going to use it. Okay, I'm going to keep things really, really simple. And instead of all of this, I'm going to simply render something called a slot, right? Now, again, I'm not going to get so far into it, but all we have to understand is that a slot simply resembles a page. A stack in React Native resembles that behavior where pages are stacked on each other. Now, what does this mean? It means if I'm on one page of an app and I click through to the next page, notice how in a typical behavior would be that if I swipe back, I can go back to the previous page, or I can press the top header button to go back to the previous page. That is what we call a stack. When we use something called a slot, we do not have that swipeable back behavior. But in this case, it's okay. We're going to simply stick to that. We're going to get rid of this use effect. We do not need any of this for now. And I'm going to go ahead and remove all of this, right? You can go ahead and feel free to investigate and look into those if you wish. But again, I want to keep things so simple for you guys so you can basically follow along and it's just effortless, right? So in this case, this is what you should be seeing, right? Starting absolutely fresh. Now, the first step is I want to get Clerk set up. So head back over to our documentation that we were using earlier. I believe it was this one. The link is in the description. Head down and we're going to go ahead and install this one right here. This is actually if you want to use it for the web, but I'm not going to miss it out because some of you might want to do that. So Command J. Now, what I like to do is split terminal. So I have the one terminal and the other terminal. However, on YouTube, for the benefit that you can just read everything, I'm going to simply open up a second terminal. So just be aware that I have two terminals with the first one running the app. Okay. So I'm going to install the dependencies. And then once that is done, I'm going to also install this one. And this one is responsible for adding the Clerk Expo SDK. So first up, we're doing the authentication. Okay. It makes sense. And it's also going to be the best way to start off building the app. So let's go ahead and do npm install Clerk Expo. Okay, now while that's happening, we need to go ahead and create an account with Clerk. So again, if you head over to the link in the description, you'll hit this page. Now over here, simply click on start building for free. And this will take you to the next page. I've already done that. So I'm simply going to ask you just to sign in. And then I'm going to sign into my default account. And which profile am I on right now? I'm on my dev account. I believe, let me quickly log into my account. So once you've logged into your account, I want you to go to your accounts. I want you to create an application. Okay. Now we're going to call this application video calling app. Okay. And here you can see email, Google, and you've got a bunch of other providers. Now I'm not going to use any other provider. I'm going to keep it very simple today and just use Google. Okay. So with Google, I'm just going to simply click on create application. So we've got email and Google. And then here you can see, if we go to the top, we have Expo. And this is really nice. You see the documentation that we were following previously. You also have an instance of looking at it here. So we just did this Clerk Expo step right now. Let's carry on with the next step. So here, they will even pre-fill your environment variable keys. So what I want you to do next is I want you to create a .env file at the package.json level. So click on package.json .env, and I want you to simply paste in this value. Now, notice how I'm not scared of showing you this. This is because this is a publishable key. Right, they typically start with PK. Now, a publishable key means that it's okay to show, right? So in this case, we don't care if this is shown. There's nothing dangerous that you can do with that, right? It's publishable key. It's a public key, okay? So once we've done that, we're going to need that to connect our React Native app to our Clerk setup. Okay, so it's going to make things a lot easier. Next, we have to add Clerk provider to our application. Now, what I'd recommend is you simply copy it from the top. So you can see right here, if we go back over to our layout, I'm going to simply paste in the following. So we basically get our public key over here, and then we say, if there is no publishable key, throw an error saying you're missing a key that we actually need. Okay, so once we've done that, we need to simply load our Clerk provider and our Clerk loaded states. So I'm going to import that as such at the top of the file. So it's going to pull that in. And then we're going to simply wrap our slot around Clerk provider and Clerk loaded. So let's do that right now. So I'm going to simply put this in parentheses, pull this down, get rid of that, pull this over, and we're going to wrap it inside the Clerk provider. Now, this will work. However, in a lot of cases, we want to ensure that Clerk's loaded before we do anything. So we surround our app with the Clerk loaded provider, and this will basically act as if it will act as a blocking mechanism to make sure that the user is loaded. For example, it won't render any child content unless the Clerk API has loaded, which prevents a lot of unexpected behavior, right? It prevents that little flicker behavior that we might see sometimes. Now, once we've done that, we need to basically set up a token cache. And what this does is, on a user's phone, it stores the user inside of memory on the phone. And this is useful for a couple of reasons. What if I swipe and close my app and then I come back? I want to be logged in still. So we need something called a token cache. So let's go ahead and set that up. Again, Clerk make this effortless, right? We head over to our app. We simply pop it in like so, right? Now, once we've got this down, I want you to go ahead and we're going to create the token cache. So you don't need to worry too much about this for now. We're going to go ahead and expand the code, and I want to copy this portion right here. Again, all of this is in the documentation. You have access to everything that you can see. We even have Abo in the house. What's good, dude? Good to see you here. I'm going to do this actually above the publishable key. So in this gap here, I'm going to paste the token cache, and you can see we need to import secure store. Now, this one, to import it, we simply do the following. We say import all as secure store from Expo secure store, and we hit save, right? And that will give us our token cache. Now, to connect it to our app, very simply, we go to our Clerk provider, we type in token cache, and we simply pass it through like such. Okay, so we have the publishable key and the token cache. All right, now the next step, we have the home root group layout. Okay, now the home, basically, you can see they've got this similar group notation, right? So this is similar to NextJS. If you know about group layouts, essentially what happens here is inside of Expo router, which is the routing system that we're going to be using today, everything is like a web page. Our first page that we ever open on the app is the index page. It's our / blank, right? That's like a web page. Same thing in React Native with Expo router, okay? Then if we go to like the contact me page, it'll be / contact me. Now, if we use this notion of parentheses folders, right? So in this case, if I was to create something like this, app / home / index, this is an invisible folder. So this root would actually correlate to /. If it was / home / contact me, this root would correlate to / contact me, not / home / contact me. These are basically invisible folders, okay? So I want to make it as simple as possible for you guys to understand. Okay, now with that done, we're not going to call it home. We're actually going to call it cool, because on the actual app, everything is based off that. I mean, we could call it home. Okay, we could call it home, make it easy, right? So in this case, ignore the tabs for now. We're not going to bother messing around with that. Instead, what we're going to do is we are going to create a new folder called home, okay? And inside of home, we're going to go ahead and call this one, and we're going to have an index file, right? So index.tsx. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this example right here. So we're going to go ahead and add a index.tsx. This is so easy to follow along, guys. All the code is there for you. You simply paste it in, and as you can see now, it's complaining. And this is the cool thing about when we're using Expo router. It says that this doesn't exist, right? This root does not exist. If I actually click into this and do /, you see how it's got a sitemap? So it actually tells me all the roots I have, but it says the one that you were trying to do doesn't exist. And the really cool thing about this in the example as well, one, we have the use user hook from Clerk, which allows us access to the user. We also have these signed in wrappers and signed out wrappers. Now this means that the children here will only show on the screen if we're signed out for this part. And then if we're signed in, it'll say hello with the user's name, okay? So lots of cool stuff. Marius goes, the type safety of Expo Router is sick. It really, really is. It's honestly very, very powerful. I'm a big fan of it, right? Now, the tabs. I'm gonna remove the tabs folder. Keep it simple, guys, right? Hit save. You may get an error at this point, so I want you to make sure that you go back to your terminal. And as you can see here, we've got a few things going on. Let's go ahead and click refresh. And you see, honestly, you're gonna have to learn to be a bit more patient when you're working with Expo, right? And React Native. In this instance right now, you will get a couple of errors. You'll get a couple of instances where you might have to, for example, close the app. You see how it freezes sometimes? It's normal, it happens. In this case, I'm gonna go ahead and close both apps, and I'm gonna open it again with the I command. And then we are back to this example. This one is rendering where? Let's have a look. So we've got the layout, we've got our Clerk slot, we've got the index.tsx, and for now, I'm simply just going to go ahead and put this. So we've got some example of where to show this. Now, this is still loading the previous demo. I believe what we can do here is we can actually cut our server by doing Control-C and npm run start once again. And we should be able to go ahead and get things up and running one more time. Okay, so let's go ahead and do open iOS simulator again. So and now wait for this to go ahead and load. And oops, I've gone ahead and done some craziness there. So 1 minute, I messed things up. So let me do that again, 1 minute. So I'm actually gonna close this one and create a new terminal. I got into some weird edge case there. npm run start. And again, this is just something that you have to get used to. It's not as smooth as when you dev with NextJS. Just get used to it. I'm going to normalize it so you guys don't get weirded out, but it's completely normal that you'll come into some teething issues when you're starting with React Native. Any dev who's done React Native work will understand what I'm saying. That's why I like doing it live, showing you the actual reality of it, okay? So let's go ahead and close all of this. Let's do I to open on iOS. And now we should have the point that I wanted. Yes, okay, here we are, okay? This is better. Right, so the screen doesn't exist, go to the home screen. And again, we have a bit of an issue where there's nothing being loaded, okay? So that's fine for now, don't worry. This is gonna be okay just for now, okay? So at this point, if we look over here, you can see Windows JS. That's a strange, interesting error because I'm not actually running it on the web, which is very, very interesting, okay? Again, I knew the demo gods would be against me today. Okay, that's all good. We're going to still carry on and jump through with what we're doing. But what I do want you to do, guys, is before you do anything, just get your app loading, right? So if we were to render just a slot, you can see it loads this and we've got not found.tsx. Let's just bring this back for now. So I just want to make sure that it's actually loading my app. I'm in a weird little corner right now. Example. Oh, what the hell is that? Okay, get rid of that. Put this outside the folder. So we've got at the top level. Do a refresh and I've got my Android running. Okay, interesting. So I'm going to close my Android and then because we're getting mixed errors coming in. So let's go ahead and do this. Okay, so this seems to be a little bit of an issue with the latest update, I guess, or with Expo Router perhaps. So it's all good for now. In fact, what I'm actually going to do here is just to test things out. I'm just going to type in text. So we need to use these special components when we're doing any work with React Native. And I just simply want to get my home screen up and running, right? So in this case, right now, okay, demo gods are really against me right now. So event listener function is not defined. Okay, so this is very strange. Okay, so what I'm actually going to do is I may do a fresh restart on this because this is annoying. And I did a little bit of a slight deviation to my normal setup, which I feel has thrown me off. Let's go ahead and start from scratch. 1 second. So we've got HTML. In fact, with the HTML, okay, I don't really care about that, so that's fine. Inside of my layout, just want to double check my work here. So we've got our everything looking good. We're a bit of live debugging already, guys. We've got this. We've got the cloud provider. Okay, so I just want to double check now and just load up our app itself, right? So let's do this firstly. And let's just pop the index outside. And we just want to make sure we see hello world. That's our first point of contact. Right now, if we go package JSON, we actually have an entry point somewhere. that I need to find that I believe this app's actually set up already on my behalf, which is not really ideal because I didn't want it to do that. And where is it? Let's try and find it, guys. If someone can help me out, it's gonna help me out. We can clear the cache as well, but there's definitely somewhere where it's starting the app pointing to something, and that is what has been started differently on this one. I believe it might have been, no, so that's actually correct. Okay, so let's start the cache fresh. So what we can do is we can do npm npx expo start, or actually you can do, I think, npm run start with the cache flag, but let's do it anyway fresh. So with Mario, that's correct. Yes, npx expo start -c, and this will clear the cache for us to get things started off with. Okay, and also, guys, I forgot to mention, actually, oh no, we are using that environment variable. There we go. Now let's start again. Let's do it again. If this doesn't work, I have another workaround. Don't worry. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and debug all of that as well live on the channel. So I believe that might have fixed it, to be honest with you. Nope, it didn't. Okay, interesting. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start fresh because I feel like that deviation has messed something up. Things are broken with new versions of Clerk. I have it working. That's the interesting thing. So what I'm going to teach you is to start from the point at which I started from previously. So don't do it from here. I'm going to show you from scratch from the Expo documentation itself. So let's do Expo, get started, and let's start here. Okay, so I'm just going to start very simply from here, and I want to get started with an example so we can get. So I'm just going to do cd. We're actually going to start from fresh again. Okay, we're going to do npx create expo app, and instead of this, I'm just going to type in YouTube. Let's just call it video calling app, and then we're going to start from here, scratch. Okay, now there's a reason why I want to do this, because we didn't actually, oh sorry, try using your directory name. Okay, so we've already done that one. Let's just call it main. It should have actually asked me if I wanted an empty template, which is the interesting part. So here, let's just do template blank. Yeah, because I think it definitely installed it with some other setup. So let's do template blank to start things off. I've already done that one. Okay, so let's just do, oh my God, okay. Let's do video calling app YouTube, right? So a little bit of live debugging, never hurt anyone to start off a build. You guys see it live, literally. Stay calm and just get on with it, right? So, right, so let's go ahead and do it. Use template for getting template options. Yes, you're correct, actually. If you just put -- template without an argument, it would have come up with the template options. But we want a blank template. I don't want to start with anything. And then I'm going to show you from the first starting point with a one page, and then we'll get on with it from there, okay? So, okay, so while that's happening, we take a breath and we just go ahead and take one step at a time. Now, install dependencies for the web. I'm not going to do this step. I'm not interested with doing it for the web right now, okay? So in this case, we're going to skip that step this time. So we're going to do cd, video calling app, YouTube, and then I'm going to open this up as well. So now open that up, close the previous one, and let's do this now. So Command J, go ahead to output, pull this, and we're going to do npm run start. Okay, very simple, straightforward. And in this case, we can close this app to make sure we've got a fresh start. Now, if I do open in iOS Simulator by hitting the I key, you'll see now it will bundle things up and it will open it up, okay? And we should see some sort of splash screen, so let's ignore that, it's fine. Okay, and let's have a look. Yes, there we go, guys. There we go, that's what I wanted. Command B, we go into our app.js. Oh God, this is giving me no routing. No, I don't want to do this. Okay. Oh my God. Let's do it again. I need the template. Wow. Okay. TypeScript template. Yes. All right. Go back one more time. Third time's a charm. Okay. We're going to create the Expo. There we go. God damn it. They changed the setup before I went live. So npx create Expo app, video calling app. Let's just call this one final. Oh my God. Okay. That one. You got the template. And we should see, there we go, guys. That's what I wanted. All right. So do this command right there. Okay. That's the one that we want. Okay, it's the best live stream ever. Exactly. All right, go to navigation, TypeScript, because we want the file-based routing with TypeScript enabled. Boom. There you go. But this is good. This is actually very good because this is live debugging, which is priceless in my opinion, right? You guys get to see how I work through a problem. And obviously I've just reset the project a couple of times, but we can move past it, right? Video calling app, final. There we go. Right now we're inside code doc. Boom. There we go. Close that one. Get rid of it. John Gill, what's up, dude? Good to see you here. Right now, I'm going to go ahead and start up our app for the first time. Right, and this is going to work now. npm run start. Now, as we can see inside of app, we still have the tabs. Okay, I didn't want that, but anyway, we have the modal now as well. But let's look at layout, and we can see we've got a bunch of stuff, and then we have our stack screen. Okay, so there we go. Boom. Okay. Now with that, we can start to already have an idea of what's going on. So open it up on iOS, give it a second, get rid of that one. I for opening on iOS. And then let it do its thing. Okay, now we have tab 1 and tab 2. And we even have a modal as well. Okay, so this is working. Now what I want you to do is we're going to go ahead. Yes, there are lots of updates when you do like your Android setup or iOS setup. There's lots of installations you'll have to do. So just take your time, and then when you've done that step and you've got your simulators running, come back and carry on. All of this will be timestamped as well, so don't worry, guys. Okay, so at this point, we've got the root layout with the theme provider and a bunch of other stuff. So here, I'm just going to slowly dissect away what we don't want. I actually firstly don't want a stack. I want a slot. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that and import slot from Expo router. If we do this, you can see now it will simply just switch page, but you see how I can't go back. So the stack behavior is now gone, right? So it doesn't stack on a page, it just switches page. But for now, it's okay because I actually want that in the final app, right? Now, after that is done, I actually do not want a index like this, right? A tab, sorry. I just want to have one index file. So in this case, if I put the index outside of here and I was to simply get rid of the tabs folder, okay, and I hit refresh, you can see now we have one page and it says tab 1. So let's go ahead and go to this, and we're going to simply type in text hello world. Okay, and as you can see, we have our first instance of a correct working app. Now we've got some style sheets down here, which is how you can do it. I'm going to be doing inline styling today. Okay, so let's go back over here and get rid of all of that. Cool. Styles does not exist. Yep, we're going to get rid of that as well. Now you can use native wind if you want set Tailwind CSS. I'm not going to today because a lot of you have asked me to show you how to do it without it. So I'm going to listen to you and do it that way as well. So in this case, we've got that. So now go to layout. And I'm also going to get rid of the theme provider. Okay, so get rid of that, hit save, and we should see that everything is okay at the moment. All right, so no issues as of yet. This is going to be, just call it the index screen. So let's just call this the index screen. And you see, sometimes you have a crash. It's all good. Don't worry, it happens. Right, you're going to get this, especially when you're changing this many files together. It's all good. Now, to open up on iOS. And just keep making sure that you can get your app running. That's the screen we want. You see how it's in the corner in the danger zone? That's actually the screen that we want to start with. Very good. I know it may not seem like it, but it is. And if you're wondering how the hell do you get it out of that area, you can add something called safe area view, and make sure you've got 2 imports here. Make sure it's the React Native safe area context import that you're using. Okay. By simply adding that, you'll notice that after a simple refresh, so go into the terminal, hit R, now it will always be in the safe area. Okay, so that's it. We've got the first setup done. Now we're going to install Clerk. So let's go ahead and simplify a lot of this bunch over here. So if we were to go ahead and do a very simple export default function result, root layout nav, we don't care about this one, to be honest. We're going to get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of all of this. You can use those things if you want, guys. I'm not going to bother too much with any of this. We don't want any of this yet. We're going to keep it very empty and simple so you guys can follow along very easily, right? And I hope that was a helpful little demonstration of me literally showing you guys. Don't freak out. Now you can do this one as well. Prevent discussion for more high before asset loading is complete. You can do that if you want. In this case, again, keep it super simple. Now, stable point, boom. Okay, we're not going to use the modal as well, so you can get rid of it. And also for components, I don't really use much of these. Obviously, in the not found, it's using some. It's using the themed component here. But styled text, I don't believe we're using anywhere. So you can get rid of a couple of these. But for now, just to not break much, I'm just going to delete as we need it, okay? So you guys can follow along and we can get the build going. So let's carry on. Right, so in this case, let's go ahead and get back on track with Clerk. So I want you to head back over to Clerk. So we're going to go over to Clerk. Now we're going to do npm install Clerk Expo. Okay. So let's pull open our app. And this is the moment of truth again, because this is where things went wrong last time. npm install Clerk Expo. And it could be that the new version isn't right. So we can actually change the version manually until a fix is pushed in. It happens. It's all good. We've got our keys as well. So remember, we actually got our keys inside of the dashboard, guys. Remember, inside the dashboard, here we had the keys. So I'm going to copy my keys, head back over, create a environment file at the top level. And then I'm going to simply go ahead and do this. Expo public key, publishable key. There we go. Okay. And then inside the layout, we can carry on and we can do the following. We can pull in our publishable key. Like so. Let's just double check. So it did install correctly. Great. Let's go ahead and do this. And right now it says missing publishable keys, right? And that's because we haven't actually pulled in the key itself. So we can check now, missing publishable key. And if we were to reload it now, you can see that's good. Okay. Cool. And then inside of Clerk provider and Clerk loaded, we need to do the same thing. Now, again, this is where it broke last time. So let's hope it works. Let's go ahead and pop this in. I'm going to go ahead and do this, and let's pull the slot inside here and then Clerk provider like so. Okay. And we're going to simply import Clerk provider, import Clerk Expo. Nice. Hit save and hit a refresh. Okay. So we're getting that same error that we were experiencing before, which is very interesting. I'm going to check the package version. So 2.2.7. There is a change from the version that I was using. So I was using 2.2.5. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to change it to 2.2.5. And just you guys, if you're following along with this, 2.2.5 is, I believe, stable. So what I'm going to do is do an npm install. And I will let the guys over at Clerk know that 2.2.7 seems to have a bit of an issue. So this didn't change any of the packages. That's the problem. I believe we can do it by doing an at install, but I think it's -c, is it? No. Okay. Anyway, let's try and continue on. So I'm going to try my best to, I think it will still work. I think this is more of an error on, like, I don't think that will break our flow, to be honest with you. So if we go through with this now, the only issue is we've got that safe area view. So if we go here, I just want to do a view. Standard view. Get rid of this. I don't want components themed. So go to here and get rid of themed. We don't want that. We're going to download our own. Get rid of that. And even the text, make sure you're pulling it from React Native. Okay. So hit a refresh. And we have an error inside of our layout because I believe we're pulling it from components themed app to builds and themes can be. Okay, so we were using themed somewhere. Again, it's very annoying. I just want a blank starter point. Not found here. Okay, let's go ahead and get rid of that. View, React Native, text, React Native as well. Okay, so just stay calm. Slowly debug one thing at a time. Head back into the app, get rid of it. And we also have an error inside of something else. So firstly, star text, get rid of it. I don't want it. Okay. And we have it somewhere else. Edit screen info. I don't care about that. Get rid of that. External link. We're not using it. Use client only value. These are fine. Okay. Hit refresh. Edit screen info is gone now. So I'm going to stop the server, run the server again. We're going to deploy the app as a development in a development environment. Yes. Okay. Open up with I. Now let's try again. There you go, guys. Okay, so like I said before, don't worry. Right now, this is just a, also worth mentioning, guys, that's a type error. Okay, so it's just a type error. So I've already told the guys over at Clerk to fix it, but it's a very minor type error. In fact, what I'm going to do is pull this back to 2.2.7. It's completely cool. Type errors are completely fine, right? It's a totally normal thing to be getting used to the bugs when you're working with React Native. Okay, don't freak out. All right, it's completely normal, right? So at this point, you can just go ahead and, I mean, this is a bit annoying because I want to hide that, but it's okay for now. I'm just going to power through with it, to be honest, because that is so frustrating. Okay, we're just gonna ignore that for now. It's fine. All right. So next step is normalize it. Don't worry about it. It's good. Okay, so we're going to do the clerk provided. That's cool. So next step is inside of our index. I just want to test out if you're signed in or signed out. Okay. The simulator isn't responding. Yes, I agree with you. That's the problem. Okay. Yes, I want to try this in Android as well. So I'm going to use something called Orbit, which is really cool. If you haven't used it, I definitely recommend you use it. Hit launch. I wish there wasn't these micro updates. Honestly, it drives me crazy sometimes, but it's fine. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to double check one thing on the side, guys. 1 second. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to uninstall the Clerk package, and I'll show you how I would do this, right? So I know that it's stable on the version I was using. So what I want you to do, and if you're following this tutorial, feel free to do the same, okay? So we're going to uninstall Clerk at Clerk Expo, and instead I'm going to install the stable version at, and I want to do, it was 2.2.5, okay? So at 2.2.5. And now we're going to install this version instead. Okay, so this version was stable when I was using it. So there you go, 58 packages. If we go into our package JSON now, we're at 2.2.5. And then what I want you to do is go ahead and cut your server and npm run start -c. I think -c, I don't know if -c is going to work with it, to be honest, unless you do npx expo. But let's give it a try now, okay? So now we do I. So I'm going to close this one again, close it, and we're going to do I. Cool. Remember, if you're watching the replay of this, the timestamps will be available, so you could just feel free to skip this debugging section. Wow, it's already 55 minutes. That's crazy. Okay. Damn it. Okay, I mean, we got it. So it was that more. Okay, so it's 2.2.7. So there you go, guys. That's how you can get past it for now, and we can get through that error, okay? Thank you, Omran. But I don't want to ignore the logs. Instead, I want to kind of show you how you can use a stable version and then move forward. And I'm going to notify the guys that 2.7. So Jay, if you just take note of that, and we can tell the team that that needs a little fix, because that was pushed just before I went live, which was actually a big problem. Okay, so this is stable 2.2.5. Okay, now we can carry on. Let's power through now. Okay, so at this point, oh, smash the like button, because that was stressful, please. All right, we're through. So now I need to install the Expo secure store, and hopefully this ain't a problem either. This is actually only Expo's package as well, so it's not too bad. So at this point now, Expo install secure store. Let's go ahead and do that. We've done it. Now I'm going to go ahead and import the token cache above the token right here. Nice, Jay. And then we're going to go ahead and pull this in. So you guys can see here, we've got this. And what I want you to do is import all as secure store, right? And then we have the token cache. So at this point, the token cache, I need to connect like so. Token cache equals token cache. And then what I want you to constantly do as you're building alongside me, guys, is make sure, this one's fine, by the way, this is just Clerk being loaded with development keys, is hit the refresh button. And as you can see now, it says Clerk JWT was used, okay? So there you go. Now, so in this case, we've done that. Now we need to create the layouts and all that good stuff, okay? So what I'm gonna do is, I've actually set it up where all of the app's contents are inside of a call folder. So anything which you're authorized to do is inside the call. We could call this the app folder, but it's kind of confusing. Or we could call it home, or we can call it like logged in, right? Whatever you want to say. In this case, I'm just going to call it call, because all of the app's functionality is call. So everything that is related to the call is inside of here. Okay, and I'm actually going to put my TSX file inside of that. And notice how nothing breaks. It just seems to work, right? And that's because call is invisible. So to the app, index still remains the same place, right? So, but the good thing with this is we can nest different layouts, okay? So in fact, what I actually want to do here is I want to have a tab layout at this level, okay? And I'm going to have like separate different tabs inside of here. So I'm going to have a index file, and I'm also going to have a join call button, a join call file. So eventually we're going to have, you see how we have two tabs at the bottom. We have add all calls, we have the join call, and then we also have a start new call. We're going to ignore that for now. I'm going to add that one in afterwards, okay? So Let's go ahead and do it right now. React Native functional component. And if you guys are wondering how the hell did you do that, well, head over to your extensions and then type in ES7, I believe, or ES7, and then it's this one right here. So ES7 React Redux native snippets, right? Every time I do it, it's got like 1 million more views. It's crazy, right? So once we've done that, I want you to simply go ahead, and this is going to be called the join page, whatever you want to call it, it's all fine. And then here it's just going to be join. Now, as you can see in the corner, I don't know if you can see that, but it's basically, this is, I'm pretty sure it's there, right? So what I'm going to do is inside of this folder, I'm going to have a layout. So it works in a similar way to Clerk is 2.2.5. Yes, in case anyone's wondering, make sure you install at that dependency for today's stream, and by the time you're watching this, it will be fixed, right? 2.2.7 onwards will be fixed, but 2.2.5 for now is a stable version. Okay, and again, this is totally normal, right? You just watched a live version, like live sort of example of how to fix that. Okay, so yeah, here I want to do it. So we have the layout here, and then the next layout will be applying to all of the things inside of core. So let's do that. So I'm going to have a file called _layout.tsx. Okay, now inside of here, guys, all we do is we literally export another React Native functional component. Okay, and this one's going to be called the core roots layout, right? So core roots layout. Cool. And once we've got this in place, we're going to go ahead and hit save. And you can see it just says core routes layout for now. This is not what we want to do. Instead, what we want to do is have the tabs being rendered here, right? So here, what I'm going to do is firstly, you see it's in the danger zone. Remember what I talked about, the safe area view, because every different device, remember we're developing cross-platform now for iOS and Android devices. We need to make sure that we have it in the safe area. Android has different phones with different notches. iOS has the little, dynamic notch now. So you need to make sure you're always in the safe area. So that's the first step. Cool. The next step, guys, is we want to go ahead and put in something called tabs, right? So this is a tabs navigator. Now, this is going to have children. So inside of it, we're going to basically be able to customize it accordingly. For now, I'm going to keep it very simple by adding in one example of the tab, right? So in this case, if we add in, if I was to actually leave this by itself, right, you can see immediately we have two tabs. So even if I was to have just the tab navigator, you might be wondering, how does it know that? How does it know this? Because it's using the file-based routing to actually showcase each of these, which is really cool, right? And it works perfectly in the way that we want. The only difference is safe area view, we have to style it accordingly and add something called flex1. So it knows that it can use the majority of the room. So that's perfect, right? And then in this case, I'm going to just do screen options. And over here, what we want to do is header show. Was it this one? Header show? No. Was it there? There's a little bit of a known bug as well. It's fine. We can fix that one. It's okay. Right. For now, anyway. Okay. So that's cool. Go into our index for now. Go into our layout. Okay, cool. So here we've got the tabs, right? So inside of our tabs, what I want you to do, guys, is right now on iOS, there's a known bug where you have this gap of header space, right? Now, I'm going to also pull open the Android emulator so you guys can see examples of both devices. So yes, I'm going the extra mile just to make life easier for you lot. So I'm going to open it up and we can see, and yes, it will take time as well. You got to be patient with React Native, right? But it's the price we got to pay, guys, if we want to get this done. Okay, so in this case, you can see we've got that a bit of annoying spacing up there, right? Well, in this case, I actually don't want the header to be there at all, right? So here, what I do is I say screen options, and then I can go ahead and say header, and I can render the header as a no object, right? And just like that, we have a full screen now, whether it's Android or whether it's iOS. That's exactly the behavior that I would rather have, right? I want full control over the style here. Now, what we're also going to do is eventually when we're on the call screen is going to be a dynamic screen with an ID that it gets passed through. So what I can do here is I can say if, let's do, sorry, it should be inside the screen options. If the root, right? If the root name is ID, we're going to not display the tab bar. Otherwise, we're going to display it as a regular tab bar, right? And this is because imagine when we're on the call screen. So when you're actually on the call screen, you don't want that tab bar, right? You want to get rid of it. So when we're on this screen, we're going to disable the tab bar. That's how we do it. Now, you might be wondering, how do we get root? Well, that comes through as a render prop, which is actually over here. So this comes through as something called a render prop. So this is actually the route. And then this overall component is actually wrapped in a parentheses, right? So now you have the route being passed as a render prop. Cool. Now you can use it inside of your rendering. I do want to mention as well, right, and add in the tab bar label style, which is basically just going to be a couple of things for the padding and a few other areas. Now, I want to mention it here. If you press question mark, you can see if I was to go ahead and put in, where is it? Select a simulator, reload, show QR code, C. Okay. Now on your phone, all you need to do is pull out your phone, scan that with the Photos app, right? And then it will basically prompt you to open up, download Expo Go, and you can actually start debugging it on your phone. So you'll be seeing this on a real device. So you can actually build alongside it, right? So very, very cool thing. I stupidly have the iOS beta, so it's not working for me. And then that's why it's not working. But in this case, we're going to expand the tabs, and I'm going to start customizing each of these tabs. Now, the way we can do that very simply is we can have a tabs.screen element inside of this, right? So we're customizing our layout here. You might be wondering, we've got icons, right? Now, whenever you install Expo, by default, out of the box, you get these icons. So we can actually use a bunch of these icons. The first most important thing is the tabs.screen name. Now, if I was to put any random value here, it will freak out. That it says no root named ABC exists, and it actually gives me the roots that I can use. And because we're in the call area, you can see it's only got access to index and join. So again, what we do is we simply fix this to become index. Right now, you can see all calls is index, and then the second one is join. And as you can see, it navigates between the pages. Okay, so very, very nice. I was gonna say very, very demure. If anyone knows, they know. In this case, we're gonna have that, and then I'm gonna go ahead and pop that in again, and I'm gonna say for this one, I'm gonna call it join. Right now, for this, a little bit more styling. For the join, I want to have. No, actually, I'm gonna change it a little bit again. Sorry, don't do that one. Do this one. For join, yeah, we're gonna have a. Instead, the title is gonna be join call. So when you're inside of here, if there is a title for the header, it would have been saying join call. So you can actually put that in if you want. The header title, enter the room ID would be at the top of the page. In fact, for that one, I actually did want it to show. So I believe you can do it. I can think we header shown is true, and I don't know if that will get overridden. Yeah, that gets overridden by this one. You can see there, enter the room ID, right? But anyway, I'm going to customize this ourselves. But if you did want to do that, you can have it that way as well, right? So that's how I'm showing you both examples. And then the icon, right? So join call, we've got the icons. So first off, that looks good. The only difference is I want to change the color. The color sucks. I don't want that color. I want the tab bar active color to be our themed purple. And you'll see me using this a lot throughout the build, right? So this actually is now a theme of purple now. And we've got our first bit of styling already done, right? So absolutely awesome. So this is the benefit of using Expo. You code once and it works in both places. Cool. Okay, let's jump through now. So let's get the authentication bit done so we can actually dive into the nitty gritty of the app, right? So first up, I'm going to click on the layout, the top level layout, create a folder at this level and call it Auth. Okay, this is going to be for the authentication. Now, this is very, very important, guys, because this one is going to be responsible for where the user ends up. Okay, so basically, we're going to make sure that if the user is not logged in, they're always going to get basically set over this way, and then they have to log in, right? So first up, we're going to have a layout file inside of here. So underscore layout.tsx. And this is going to be a stack screen. So we're going to React Native functional component. This one is going to be called the auth roots layout. Okay, like so. And you can see that's the first one that gets loaded, right? Because I guess it's at the top of the file. Whereas in this case, it's just simply it's doing it based on alphabetical. But it works for us right now. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and do that. And then we're going to basically, we need the user's authenticated state. Now, as we set up the top level authentication in this layout, we have access to layout in the user's authenticated state here. If the user is not signed in, or if they are signed in, only then are we going to redirect the user to the call screen. Now, if I do /call, what you'll notice is it will direct us to, so make sure when you do redirect, you're pulling it from Expo router. And then let's just see here, guys, 1 minute. They've changed something else. So we're going to do /call. Okay. That's what you want to do. And that will make sure that if we're logged in, it will automatically redirect the user to the sign in page. Otherwise, they'll see this screen by default in the beginning. Okay. Bass, what's up from Amsterdam? Good to see you here. All right. Now over here, I want to do a safe area view. So safe area view, and then we're going to wrap in a stack navigator. Okay. So here I'm going to have a stack navigator for the pages that will be here. And we're going to have 2 pages. We're going to have sign in and sign up. Okay. So first up, we're going to replace this with stack. So it's a stack navigator. This is going to have customized stack screens inside of it. So here I'm going to say stack screen. Let's do the first one, which is going to be for the sign in screen. This one correlates to the sign in screen. So we're going to have a sign in .tsx. Everything is file-based, React Native functional. There we go. And we can say sign in page or sign in screen. Okay. And now what we can see, if we go back here, we're not actually seeing anything right now because the safe area view doesn't have flex 1. So we need to make sure we always give it a flex 1 so it knows that it has space to build. And as you can see, the first screen is rendered in, the sign in screen. Okay. Now that's all good for now. The second screen is the sign up screen. Okay. So the sign up screen. So I just want to say create a new account, header back and so forth. Now again, for this one, you can go ahead and show the header if you want, I believe, by just doing the following. You can go ahead and say header shown, and then you could do true. I'm not sure if it will show that because the top layout is actually overriding it. So that's fine for now. Oh no, sorry, we've done it here. Sorry guys. Here, if you do header true, look, you can see signing to get started. So if you do want to have it, it's fine. Too many screens to find. Route sign is restricting us because I did sign up, sign in. Oh yeah, oops. Sorry guys, we need to sign up. We also need the sign up. Hey, we got fans in the house. I see you. Sign up.tsx, do React Native functional. And then we've got the sign up page. Or again, sign up screen. Boom. Okay. Keep that there. Okay. Oh god damn it. What the hell? Okay. I didn't mean to unlock. There we go. Yeah. And then go over to again I for iOS. And then we pull it open. It will open up on the iOS device. Hit refresh. Okay, again, you're just gonna run into these frustrating moments, guys. Like right now, iOS is tweaking. Right, so that again here, it's just frustrating sometimes. So sometimes you have to close it. I use Orbit to basically make life easier. I go back to my iPhone 15 Pro Max. I click launch, and it will restart my simulator. So just get used to that, all right? And if you don't know what Orbit is, just Google Orbit iOS simulator, and it'll start showing you what I'm talking about. If you click on I for iOS, there we go. So sometimes you just have to hard reset, and then we're back. Okay. Now we see the hello world because the user, I mean, we shouldn't be seeing that actually. So here, the index, hello world. Let's go back here. So I guess we are logged in. Okay, so it thinks we're logged in because obviously I've been logged in the previous example. So what I actually want to do now is inside of index, I want to check if they're signed in. So if signed in, then I'm going to render out a text saying you're signed in. So let's go ahead and do that. Hit refresh. Hello world. So we're not actually signed in. So let's go ahead and do signed out. So if you're signed out, you're signed out. Okay, so you're actually signed out here. So we need to make sure our layout points to the right initial screen. Okay, so let's go to our layout. And we're going to do /. So we're signed out by default. Okay, that's fine. And let's go here, continue, get rid of this, sign out. I just want to double check something. Hit refresh. Yeah, cool. So, okay, that makes sense. So we're not actually being directed to auth yet. So we can do it 2 ways. We can actually say at this level, what I'll do is inside the layout here, we can do a check here as well. We can say get the user. If you're not signed in, then redirect you to the auth. Okay. So let's do that. So there you go. So an auth doesn't exist. We're going to redirect them to sign in. So let's go to the home screen. And as you can see, it's sign in to get started. Okay. So go back to home screen. Now if we go over here and we do header shown false, boom. Okay, we're back. Oh, let's carry on. So we've got the sign in screen live. So now what I'm going to do is get the sign in working. So lots of stuff happening. So first up, I want to go ahead and get the text input for the email and the password. Now it's worth mentioning, guys, that for all of the email and sign-ins and stuff like that, they have great examples here. So we're actually going to use this as a perfect starting template. So inside of that starter setup, right, that we talked about here, so you guys can see it, create a new group called this, redirect users to the homepage if they're already signed in, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Now, I'm going to do here. So auth sign up. Yeah. So firstly, we're going to do a sign in page. I prefer this one. So down here, I want you to start from down here. I want you to get the button, the don't have an account, signed up, all of that. But basically just grab the entire thing, right? The entire view. And I want you to go back into sign in. And I'm going to simply paste it like so, right? And we're going to start importing things as we need it. The button from React Native and the link as well, right? And then we need the email and password in our state. Okay, let's go ahead and do it. We also need the state. Now, as you can see here, we've got the state over there as well. So we've got the email and the password, and all this is doing is using React state. Okay, so there we go. So you don't actually need to say .react. You can just do that and do a import statement like so. And then on sign in press, we need to go ahead and create a function for that. Now, again, they have given us a very nice sign in function. We can do this one. It's a callback function as well. So get rid of that. We need a use callback is loaded, right? Is loaded is actually being pulled from use sign in. So we need to make sure that that is present as well. So let's go ahead and pop that one in. Again, Clerk providing all the goodness here. You guys can see it's loaded. It will not do anything if it's not loaded, sorry. And when we try and sign in, it will pass in the email address, password. If the login was successful, it will redirect us to the home screen. Now the home screen is going to be the index. So wherever the index is, again, remember these are invisible, so it'll pass us through to here. So that's fine once we logged in, but we need the router, which we don't have. So we do const router equals use navigation like so. And then that gives us the router. Router.replace is not a thing. It's actually going to be router. It's not push. It was so I've not done, what did I do? What the hell? Use router. Did I do it from React navigation? Yeah. Oh, use router. Sorry guys. Sorry. Use router. Okay. Boom. And this one will be router.replace. There we go. Okay, cool. Now, if this was incorrect, so ABC, sign in, you'll see error. And this is because, look, you can see here, identifier is invalid. Okay, so we don't actually have that working right now. So first up, I actually want to make sure that for this app, we've connected up our correct publishable keys. Let's just double check that we have the correct key inside our M file. We do have the correct key. Yeah, cool. So that's fine. And if we do at gmail.com sign in, we should see could not find your account. That's good. Okay, that's what we wanted, right? So instead of doing that right now, I'm just going to go ahead and say some kind of like, oops, something went wrong. Now you can use the alert message, but good rule of thumb is to actually take the error message and handle errors on the front end, right? You shouldn't actually trust what comes from the back end. That sounded so bad. Click on import that right now. And right now it just says, whoops, looks like you've done something wrong. Okay, so try again. And that's fine. And we're just going to simply not log out the error because I don't want to show an error on the screen. Next up, if you click sign up, it simply links us to /sign up. So remember, we're inside of a stack. Okay, so right now you can see we're inside of a stack. Okay, now in this instance, I want to have, so if we go to the home screen here, sign up, you can see I have got that sign up, that header. The reason why we got that header is if we go back to layout, guys, you'll see that I didn't do header shown false, right? So that's why this is a stack. This is why a stack's really good, right? And you see we can even swipe back and so forth, right? I am using the router from the Expo router directly. We are, oh, you mean like here, router? Can you? I like using hooks, but I mean, it could work. I haven't tried it, to be honest. Anyway, we have too many distractions for this. All right, let's carry on. Okay, so let's carry on. So at this point, for the safe area, head back to layout for auth. We're going to style the background color. So here, background color. Let's go ahead and give this our nice purple that we have. And obviously you can put this as a constant somewhere to save yourself the hassle. That'll make it a little bit easier. Okay. Now inside of the sign-in screen, this is where we're going to do a bit of magic now. Okay. So inside of our sign-out screen, we're going to go ahead and firstly say, I want a bunch of styling inside this view. Okay. So accordingly, we've got some style being applied. Flex one, use up as much space as you can. Justify the content in the center, background color purple. Okay, and this obviously looks horrible right now, so it's hard to read any of this, but we'll make it good. Okay, first step as well is I want this to be a keyboard avoiding view. Now the reason for this is when you're using phones, anything like that, what you need to be aware of, guys, is that you may not think about it when you're deving, but if I was having a kind of an input field down here, and I open up the keyboard with Command K, you see how eventually sometimes it could actually hide the input field. You want to push everything up, so you use something called a keyboard avoiding view. Now when you do that, you need to make sure you put this line of code in, and import platform, because we need to use the padding option for the behavior when we avoid the keyboard avoiding view and so forth. So what this does is now it makes sure that even on an iOS device, if I go ahead and do this, look at that. You see how it pushes up? That's much better, right? And it works for this as well. You see how it pushed everything up? That's great. So every time you've got any kind of form or thing like that, you want to make sure you do the same thing. Okay. So first up as well, I want to have a nice little video chat icon at the top to make things look a bit better, so we don't have to stare at that ugliness. Right, go ahead and do that. Import like so. Expo vector icons like so. Hit save. And as you can see, boom, right? We have a little bit of an icon now. Again, what we are designing right now, guys, is this screen right here. So we're building this up, okay? So next up, I am gonna do the text inputs, okay? So for both text inputs, a very simple bit of styling. I'm gonna pop them in like so. So auto capitalize, yes, because we are doing the email address here. Very simple styling. You can just pause the video, have a look for yourself. The same styling for the password field as well, guys, right? Now here, if I type in, you see how it's hidden because secure text entry is true. So we've got the email and password being set on change text, all good, right? The only thing is now, when we have these items next to each other like so, I want to space them out. Now there's two ways I could do it. I can either in the top parent add something called a gap, and this one will basically go ahead, and if I give you 10, don't do that like I did, it will give everything a gap. Now you might be wondering, hang on a minute, flex is flex row, no? Why is it stacked? Well, by default on the web, when you do flex, things go in a row. By default on a phone, flex is always column. So it's a rule you have to remember. So when you do flex direction, you actually have to tell it on a phone, go in a row. And if you think about it, it makes sense because on a phone, you've got vertical space, whereas on a website, you've got horizontal space. So it only makes sense by default, you'll flex column instead of flex row. So in case you're ever wondering why that's happening, that's why, okay? Cool, oh, banger, I like this song. Okay, so at this point, we're gonna go ahead and have a little divider as well. So I'm gonna go underneath the text input, boom. This is gonna be a little divider, simple line, easy as. And then we have a styled button, right? And the reason I've done styled button is because I don't want this button, right? I want to show you how to create a custom styled button. Then you can go to your heart's content and create that as much as you want, right? In this case, I'm simply going to go into my components. Here we've got a bunch of these extra things. I don't care about this for now. I'm just going to go ahead and create a new one called styled button.tsx. React Native functional, and this is going to be our styled button, okay? And what I want to do is, I'm going to close that. This styled button is going to take a couple of things. It's going to take a, sorry guys, 1 second. It's going to take a title, on press, and a style component. So let's go ahead and do our style button here. Boom. Sorry, like this. It's going to take these three things. We have to add the type definitions for them as well. This is going to actually be an any object because we can pass in any style reference. The on press is simply a function. And just like that, we've got it right now. Again, for this bit, we're not going to use a button. When we're using anything React Native, we're going to customize it. We can use something called touchable opacity. And what this does is it basically means when I touch it, it will go pause. When it goes, it will basically, when I press it, the opacity will change to reflect the click. Okay. So in this case, when I click it now, this will go ahead and do that, right? So we've got the text inside of here, and I'm going to pass the title in, title like so. Now for the touchable opacity, we're going to add a bit of styling in like so. And then basically I've got my default styling, and then any styling you pass in will override that styling, okay? And the same thing for the text, except obviously it's going to be preset. So let's do that. And again, this is just like a reusable button we can use everywhere. And then on press will be passed through from the prop that we pass in. The only thing optional here is the style prop, okay? Now, all good, right? We've got that. Now, if I go to this and I go ahead and change our styled button to the following, right? So I change it to the styled button. Now you'll see we've got a nice styled button, okay? And then when we sign in, it will go ahead and try to sign me in. So that's a lot cleaner as well. And we can use that button, reuse it in a few different places. Now underneath that styled button, we're gonna have an OR button. The OR is going to basically reflect this, and then we're going to have a sign in with OAuth button there, another divider, and then don't have an account, sign up. So let's firstly build that out. So we've got the OR, which is pretty easy, and then we're going to have a sign in with Auth, right? So this one is going to be to do, so we need to basically build that. Underneath this, we're going to have a divider, so let's go ahead and pop that in. And then underneath all of that, we're going to have the do not have an account, right? So firstly, for the styling here for the view, let's go ahead and pop it in like so. So don't have an account, sign up. Firstly, the text underneath here, I'm going to go ahead and pop it in. Again, these are like, you don't need to be a magician to understand what I'm doing there. Color is white, font is bold, text decoration underline, right? There's no need for me to slow the entire build out by showing you that stuff. You guys can literally pause the video and have a look at it for yourself. I'm just changing minimal things there, okay? This is just a link, href. So now if I click it, boom, I go over to the next screen, okay? Very simple. Now, before we continue on, I want to finish the Google sign up, and then we will do the sign in flow accordingly, okay? So for, let's do the, actually let's do the sign up because they've already done the hard work for us. Okay, so let's do sign up. Yeah, so sign up. And this, by the way guys, this out of the box gives us the 2FA, so they've already handled it for us, right? So literally copy the sign up example here, paste it. Okay, now this sign up example is full-fledged. Like if I save it and I go to the sign up page, you can see I've literally got this. And by the way, guys, out of the box, that's using, so firstly, just do a little kind of cleanup. I hate this. There's no need to do that. You can import, use state accordingly. No, what? Don't do that. Don't do that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Boom. Okay. Yeah. So that's a lot cleaner. Now this, by the way, if I was to put in an email here, so let's just say sunny.sanga+1@gmail.com, pop in a password, ABC, sign up. Yeah, look what it does. Well, firstly, it's not secure, I don't think. Password has been found on the, please use a different password. Okay, so I'm just gonna pop in a different password. Let's just pop in a random crazy long password, sign up. And now you can see it will send a code. So this will literally send me a code in my on my desktop now, so I can actually see that code right now, and it's a real code. So it actually sent me on my emails that code right here. So this code, as you can see on the screen, okay? So if I was to pop that in, I would sign in. Okay, so I'm not going to do that because obviously I need to complete the rest of the flow, but let's style this screen up. So firstly, that's how you get that page, and then let's just style it up accordingly, and then we can fairly quickly move forward. So that's the 2FA already done, so literally not much more to it than that. Keyboard avoiding view, let's throw that in. Let's pull that in from React Native. Let's pop in the behavior for the iOS, which is that exception that we need to add in, and a bit of styling. We need to import platform like so. And if we go into sign up, boom, that looks a lot cleaner, except again, ugly looking stuff over there. Now here, instead of a React fragment, I'm going to add in a view. I'm going to add in some styling. Just a simple gap between the text fields is good. And then for the instances here, again, the same styling here and here, which is going to be the style accordingly to style up those input fields. Now, the only thing I haven't done there is background color is white. So I actually screwed that up. Sorry, 1 second. I copied the wrong bit. I should have done the enter text. Okay, so I wanted to actually do a text field above it, which was something like this. So import from React Native. So just gonna enter your details to get started. And then for the text input, that is where I have my styling elements. So here and here, or I'll just do it here and here. Come on, here and here. Pop it in. So a bit of styling, there we go. And again, for the styled button, I can very simply just say styled button instead, import my styled button, and boom, we have it. See if I click sign up, boom, we get this error now. Enter email address. Again, for that, I'm gonna go ahead and do an error down here. So for the on sign up press, I'm gonna have the error from the backend. I know we said we shouldn't do this, but again, I'm showing you both examples, right? So here, this will basically go ahead and show us what we did wrong. See, enter email address. So this will go ahead and give us the trusted backend behavior. But in that case, what I would actually do is check the error code and then do it accordingly and so forth, right? So that's fine. And then we have the on press verify. So this is for the 2FA. Here I'm going to say, looks like you entered the wrong code instead of what we have here. Okay, so very simply just handling that accordingly, right? Now, if I was to test this out, Sunny, oops, so you see the email there as secure text entry. I don't want that. Why is it doing that? So it's saying secure text entry, which is not what we wanted. False, yeah, secure text entry, false. So ABC, yeah, +11, yeah, at gmail.com. And then some long password, sign up. And then you can see here, verify email. So we need to style that one. So you see pending verification down here. Let's go ahead and style that. So first up, I'm going to say that a piece of text was sent over to you. So that's going to be this verification code. And obviously, as you can see, we've got hot reloading, which is awesome, right? We've got someone saying, hello, Pop Fam. What's good, dude? There we go. Boom. All right. So the text input here, bit of styling, and then the button, again, styled button for the win. Bam. Okay. Now, if I put in the wrong verification code, you can see there it comes through. Now, someone random just got sent that email. That's fine. So firstly, that's how you sign up, and it will work the entire flow, right? And then you will get stored in the token provider in our top layout file. So here we have the token cache. So we'll keep track of the user if they're signed in. So that works, the sign up flow now. Okay, this perfectly works. What we want to do next, the sign in flow will work. It's the OAuth sign in button. Okay. So again, what we have here, guys, is Clerk have made it so easy for us again, is if we go into continue to the Expo guide, there is actually a very nice sign in example that we can use for the OAuth. Where is it? We've got, if we go down here, one-time passcode, pass keys, emails. Look at this. It's amazing what we can do. Social connections here, right? So if we go to social connections, detailed guides, we can see here we've got Google. And then if we go down to, we've already done all that. We don't need to do that. There's a great example of this in sign in with OAuth. Okay, there is a great example of it in the code somewhere. I will show you otherwise, but was it here? I don't think it was here even. I think it might have been in social connections, custom auth. Here we have the shared credentials, learn more. There is a very nice, yes, so this is if you're going to deploy to production, you have to do all of that. But I want to, look, I'll show you the way I found it. It's somewhere in the documentation. I definitely did find it very easily, actually. I think if you go down, I believe it might be down here. Client components. Oh, it's somewhere here, guys. Honestly, it's somewhere here. I ain't gonna spend too long trying to find it. But if we do home guides, it was for Expo. Yeah. So go down here. I think it was here. Sign in page, enable OTA updates. OAuth with Expo. Here we go, guys. Before you start, boom. Okay, NextJS Expo. There we are. Expo linking, right? This is what we need to do. So to create the Expo Auth login flow, so Google basically, we need to go here, install Expo linking, go down, and this is the one we need. So sign in with OAuth, right? Very simple. Copy this example, right? Literally they handle the whole thing, and you can basically read the documentation if you want to check for yourself. But inside of components, create a new file, call it sign in with OAuth.tsx and paste. Now this entire thing will basically render a button, sign in with Google. We can go ahead and customize it. So I'm going to basically do it right now. I don't care about the view. I don't care about that. I just want this to be a styled button, which we've already done. So styled button, import it, and that's boom. That's it, right? Sign in with Google. And this, without even much customization, will literally do what we wanted, right? Obviously you can refactor this accordingly to get rid of any unnecessary things, to make it a bit cleaner. Have the import statements like so. So very, very simple. But basically, if you look at this, it's warming up the Android browser to go ahead and make sure it's a bit quicker on Android. And then this is the overall strategy. So you can look at this yourself, fairly straightforward, a try-catch block, and it basically starts the OAuth flow. If it's correct, it will set our session and so forth, right? So once we've done that, let's go back to our sign up flow, and underneath, our sign in flow, and underneath the sign in divider, so underneath the OR, here we have it. Yeah, so where we had this sign in with OAuth, remember we had that, just import our sign in with OAuth, and boom. Now if I click here, watch this. Expo wants to wants to use Google to sign in. Go here, I can literally log in, and straight off the bat, boom, I am now signed in. And in just a second we get redirected because we hit this button over here. So we hit this layout. So at the top level layout here, if signed in, redirect to /call. If I hit a refresh now, you will see we get thrown straight to this page because we're signed in. Amazing, you are signed in. Perfect stuff. Let's do it on here as well. Sign in with Google. Look, we get pushed over here, sunny.sanga. Let's go ahead and log into my Google account, and boom, we are in. It says this screen does not, oh, that's because this is not the up-to-date. When it says cannot connect to Metro, you need to make sure you restart your build. So right now that was actually the old build, but the token is still there now. You are signed in. Okay, so this is looking great. It's working pretty awesome at the moment. At the top of the page, so we are logged in, right? I want to create the log out flow, and then we can build the entire video calling app. That's okay. I know it sounds crazy, but we're going to build the entire app there. All right, so first up, I want to actually, inside of my inside of the index.ts, I want to build the ability to log out, so we have a full authentication flow. Firstly, I don't want to have a signed out one. Right now it just says you are signed in. If we were signed out, it will kick us back to this signed out page, right, which is awesome. But I actually want to have the ability to sign out on my own accord, right? So the way we can do that right now is I'm going to have a touchable opacity, right? So first up, I'm going to have at the top here, let's just have a, I'm going to have a touchable opacity. I'll show you right now. Touchable opacity, import this like so. Set dialog open. You might be wondering, what is he on about? Well, first off, right, if we were simply to get rid of the on press here and do a refresh. So let's pull this in, you can see. So again, you see how it's not refreshing? R, press R, and on the in the terminal. So click terminal, press R to refresh all your apps. Sometimes it can happen, especially when you're switching around. And you can see we have the little exit sign. That's because I'm absolutely positioned it top right, 2020 spacing, to top right, 2020 outward. And then we got Z index to make sure it's above everything. So I want that in the top of the corner. Cool. And I'm going to have a piece of state to keep track of if the dialog box is open. Now, what dialog box am I talking about? I'm going to say, are you sure you want to log out? Okay. Now, in order to do that, so first up, if we do this, now this will actually set a piece of state to true. Now, that's cool, but we want to handle the React Native dialog. Now, there is a great package called React Native Dialog that we're going to use, right? And it's basically responsible for working cross-platform, and it's very, very simple to install. We do npm I React Native Dialog. So we take it over, Command J, head over to the second tab, and we install npm I React Native Dialog. Cool. Now, once that's done, this will install the dependencies that we need. Now, you may, at this point, experience a little issue when we start using it, right? And this is where we start needing to do some development build stuff, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Right now, what I need you to do is we're going to go ahead and basically add the dialog container into our app. So if you see here, we import dialog from a React Native dialog, hit save and go back down. And you can see here, we just basically pop the dialog container. Now I've customized it accordingly and added our state inside of it, right? So what I'm going to do here is underneath the touchable opacity, the dialog container. Now think of this as a piece of like a component which is rendered on the page, but it's not always visible. Visible dialog open by default, it's false. So it'll be hidden until we click the button and we set the dialog open to true. Then it'll say sign out. Are you sure you want to sign out? On pressing the cancel button, it'll close it. But if we press the OK button to sign out, then we're going to sign out itself, right? Now, in order to sign out, we're going to use our handy little sign out from use Auth, which is provided by Clerk. So Clerk, again, abstracting all the complexity here. And if I click this now, are you sure you want to sign out? If we click cancel, it just closes. If we click sign out, boom, we hit 200 likes. Let's hit 300, guys. Come on, keep smashing that like button. If we click sign out now, look at this, boom. Okay, our sign up flow works. If I hit refresh by hitting R on the keyboard, bam. If I sign in with Google, don't worry about the sign in with development keys, it's fine. Accounts.google, papareact.team@gmail.com, log back in, and then we'll redirect to the index page and we are signed back in. And the whole flow is complete. We have authentication done, all right? And if you, in case you don't believe me, that will work even if you create a new account. So I'm going to show you right now, sunny.sanga@gmail.com. Let's go ahead and pop in a password. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in a password right now, just to go ahead and prove to you that this works. Email address is already taken. Ooh, interesting. All right, so if we do plus 999, boom, sign in. Okay, verification code has been sent, right? I'm actually going to go ahead and pop open my email right now, and I'm checking, and then right now the code is 369891. And whenever you copy on your clipboard, if you just click here, you can see paste, verify email, I'm signed in, okay? So you guys can, that's proof in the pudding that you can do it. But I want to make sure I've signed in with Google because I get all the nice extra token stuff here. So let's just sign in and we can carry on, right? So authentication flow done, right? GetStream is next. So Clerk, firstly, thank you for making that easy. Little slip with the versioning. However, if you're watching it, it will be fixed by the time we get to it. So do not worry, guys. It's all good. Platform looks awesome. Yeah, honestly, guys, it looks really great. Now, we've done that bit now. The next step is let's go ahead and let's get our first call up and running because it's funner, right? Let's get the fun bit going. Let's do the start a new call. Okay, so right now we've got all calls, we've got join call, but we don't have start a new call. I want to get the fun stuff running and I want GetStream integrated. So at this point, we have our index and our join. The middle tab, I'm going to call it id.tsx because I actually need it to be React Native functional. I need this to be the call screen, right? So let's go ahead and do that. And as you can see, guys, ID is there, right? And if we go to the call screen, remember I deactivated if we go to the layout here, I actually said if the root name is ID, then deactivate. And as you can see, if I get rid of it, it's there, right? But that's because when we go to that screen, I want it to be full screen without the tab there. So when we click that, it will deactivate the tab bar, okay, which is great. We want that. Now, the only thing here is I want to change the ordering. So what I do is I can basically make the tab. So we've got the ordering here. So we've got 1 and 2, and then 3rd is being rendered after. What we can do is here, I can go ahead and add in a 3rd tab. So let's go ahead and add in a tab screen, which correlates to, let's just close this up like so. And as you can see, we've got the ID in the middle now. So it's 1, 2, which being the ID screen, and 3, right? This is a wildcard, so any value can go there to reflect the ID. Now we're going to start a new call here. So we're going to say start new call, but obviously we're hiding the title. But again, I'm showing you in case you just want it, right? Now there is a very important thing here that I want to mention. When we go back and forth between tabs, it does not refresh the component. Like it won't unmount and mount, because tabs are basically like if you've loaded it once, the iOS is like, why should I bother uploading, mounting it again? So for the call screen, it's going to be dynamic, meaning every time that you actually go onto that call screen, I want it to remount. So we need to unmount every time. And in order to do that, in the options, what we do is we say unmount on blur true. And that will basically make sure it unmounts, right? Then we need to do header is equal to null. I don't want a header here. And then for the tab bar, I've got an interesting one here. So tab bar, I actually have a little plus circle, I believe it was. Yeah, so, okay, this one's interesting. So basically you see the design here that we have. So this little plus, I've done a little bit of a hack here with a bit of styling, and I'll show you what I've come out with. So this is what I came out with, but if we go ahead and import view, import the font awesome, and then here. So this right here is a little bit of a hacky approach, but you can see all I've essentially done is I've created a little kind of circle which sticks out from by using absolute positioning, and it creates this nice kind of elevated start a new call approach. Now when I click it, you see I'll be on the call screen, and this is where I'll see the entire call. So at that point I would be seeing, you know, the user on the phone to whoever they are, and then when you click on end call, you basically go back to the previous screen. Okay, so that's essentially what we're going to do. We can also click back on the phone to go back, right? So that's why the Android simulator is pretty good, because you've also got the back button as well. So that's looking pretty cool off the bat. Again, you can pause, look at that for yourself if you want a little inference or a little reference, sorry. So great stuff. Okay, now next step is the phone call itself. So this is really where the magic is going to happen. So what I need to do is I've done the phone setup in a way. So as you can see, the design spec from our client, right, is saying that every time a call gets created, we basically have this special random name for the call ID. So in this case, this call ID was Mango Orange Monkey, right? So I'll show you, and every single time, I know I said that out, but every single time that you create a new call, it will generate a new thing. It could be like flaky gray elephant, right, or whatever the case, but then you would basically use that ID to share it to your friend, and you can FaceTime, right? So I've designed that all, by the way, so you can feel free to make it however you want, but this is a prime example of what I'm showing you. So let's go ahead and do it. So inside the id.tsx, what I want to do is basically set up the start call stream. But before we do that, let's actually get GetStream set up, right? So in the link in the description will take you to this page right here. And inside of it, if you click on start coding for free, you can create your account. So all you need to do, create your account, click on complete setup, and log into your GetStream account. Now I am already inside, but once you're inside, we can go ahead and do a couple of cool things. So if we head over to our dashboard, let me see, where is it? If I head over to my dashboard, let me go inside. As you can see, I'm inside of my dashboard. I created an app. So all you need to do is click on create app, and you get a bunch of test ones you can go ahead and do. You can set this all up yourself. It's all good. You even got Tokyo, or you can clone the existing app. We're going to do development environment. Click on Papa, and now inside of here, you can see we've got keys and secrets. Okay, so this is the next step in our journey. So what we're going to do is we actually need to create a GetStream API key. Okay, so inside of our environment variables, so over here .env, I'm going to go ahead and create a Expo public GetStream API key. Now here, I want you to go ahead and simply copy an API existing key. So in this case, if you haven't got one, create a key, and it'll create one for you. So simple as, you can go ahead and copy the key. So copy that key, and you can basically use it like so. This is public key, doesn't matter. It's completely cool to use. The secret key is the one you need to keep secret. Yeah. We're also going to need one more, right, down the line. We're going to need Expo public API, and this is for our own API down the line, right? So I'm going to do https://www.example.com for now, right? But in this case, this will be replaced with our own API, right, in the end. So because we're going to have a NextJS backend to handle some of the token management. Okay, so once that's done, we need to set things up. So in order to get this working, head over to, you can see there's a bunch of different sections in GetStream. We're going to be focused on video and audio. Click on overview, and you can see here view documentation. So once you've got documentation up, you got a bunch of different examples of different SDKs. The SDK obviously that we're interested in is React Native. Now remember, we are using React Native, but we're using the Expo framework. So it's worth realizing that there's going to be a couple of differences that we will have to take into consideration. For example, it says npx pod install. When you see that, look for Expo somewhere, because I guarantee you see installation. We are not using raw React Native, we're using Expo. And Expo has benefits because when we do npx expo install, it installs all the dependencies for iOS and Android without the need to eject. Do not eject the app at this point, right? Do not do that, right? We don't need to do that at all in this build, okay? So go ahead, open up your terminal, and then let's go ahead and do this. We're gonna go ahead and paste in the following. So at this point, we've done an Expo install on all of the packages that we're going to need. So you can see right now it's installing everything that we need, and then it tells you what you need to install as well. Now, a couple of things that we need to do. We need to go inside of our app.json file. And it's very important, right? The app.json. Okay, Jay's going to know why I'm laughing at that. Right, so inside of the app.json file, we're going to see where we have the plugins. Where is it? Plugins here, Expo router, right? So here we want to add a couple of things. So first up, we have the Expo build properties that it's telling us about, right? So this one, you want to basically add in here. So boom, like so. Expo build properties, add it as I've added it. So literally taking it as the example I've added. Then we need a config plugin for React Native WebRTC, right? So in this case, we need this one, so you can copy that snippet again after this, comma, and paste it. Okay, we do not need that as well. Now, what is this doing? Is asking for permission to access the camera and microphone. Okay, so that is very important, guys. And we also need to set up something called React Native permissions, and this is very important. So at this point, you want to go ahead and click this to open it up. We need to install this. So if without doing this, your app will not work. Okay, so we need to go ahead and do app in npm install. So you can't skip this step. Otherwise, it'll literally crash your build and it'll say, whoa, it crashed because of, if you do an inspection report, it'll say this app crashed because you didn't get right permissions. Okay, so once we've installed that, guys, you do not need to worry about all of this rubbish. Go back instead. And now what I want you to do is, instead of all of that, we're going to add in the following to our app. Okay, so once we've installed that, underneath the GetStream, we added that here. I want you to add in the following: array, React Native permissions, iOS permissions, camera, microphone. Okay, and that is enough to get what we need ready. Okay, now I believe that's not all, so that's not everything. If we go up, by the way, I completely skipped a step, I believe. No, I didn't skip a step, but you should also do an additional step here. So inside of Android, we need to say that we are asking for permissions. Okay, so here in Android, here I'm going to say permissions, Android permission camera, Android permission record audio. Okay, and then we also need a package, right? The package is typically going to be the name of the app. It'll be com with our name, and then it'll be, but I think that's set up for us down the line, so that's completely fine. We can add that in afterwards, but in this case, that's good for now to get set up, right? So we needed to do that step. You can take your time with it. There's going to be a bit of issues as well as a known issue as well if you're on version anything below 1.1.18, and you may have to do this if you're below Expo 49. Okay, so then after we're done with that, we can head over to the client setup, right? So this is the next step, really. This is really the important part, as to get the whole phone call setup working. So where do we do all of this? Well, this is actually inside of the layout. So if I close all of these and we go to app, we go into, assets, so I don't need that right now. App call layout. This is where we're gonna do a lot of this stuff, okay? So here is where I'm firstly gonna get access to the GetStream API key. So first up, we're going to make sure we have access to it. If there is no key, we're going to say, no, you don't have it, right? And remember, we set this up a second ago over here, okay? So we've done that now. If it comes up with that issue, it's just refreshing. It's all good. Then we're going to go ahead and actually wrap our entire app inside of the stream video, okay? So, so you can see here, stream video client. Okay, so we need to do that right now. So on top of the tabs, but within the safe area view, we can do it here. We can say stream video. Now, as you can see, nothing is being loaded. And that is either down to two things. one, I haven't installed the required dependency, or two, I don't think I have installed the dependency. Yeah. So let's go back. Introduction, React Native, Expo. We did install it all. Was there an error? Let's have a look. No, it's done. So sometimes it's just slow on the auto importing. So let's just try for ourselves. There we go. So import the statement. Missing API key, that's fine for now. You can just do a refresh, go down here, hit refresh, and then we should see that there's no longer missing API key. Okay, cool. Now, once we're here, we need the actual client. So we are going to go ahead and create the client. Well, firstly, we're going to use it. So let's just say stream video client equals client. And then we're going to have a closing one. We're going to take the closing one, go all the way outside the tabs and paste it there. Okay, so our entire app is surrounded by it. Now, obviously, we don't have a client. So the client will look something like this. So outside here, we're going to say stream video client, get or create instance. Then we need the API key, user, token provider, which is actually going to be using our NextJS backend, which we're yet to create. And that's going to set things up. And then we have the options here of basically doing something with the error messages. So if you do want to console log a couple of errors, this is how you would do it. For now, I'm just not doing anything with it, right? So how do we get that set up? So first up, what we need is we have the API key up here, right? Now, a couple of things. If we're not signed in, if we do not have a user and we do not have an API key, we should redirect the user to the sign up page. So how do we do that? Well, first up, if we're going to go ahead and pull in a couple of things that we need is signed in. Let's go ahead and do this. Use user. We're going to pull from Clerk Expo. Now here we have our user. Now we're not just going to do this check. We're going to check a few others. We're going to check if the user is signed in, or if there's no Clerk user, or if there's no API key. Okay. Now it says web RTC module is not found. That is because I actually forgot to do something else. I actually try the implement inside your. If you're trying to use module that is not supporting Expo, go. Okay, so this is because, yes, okay. So now is where we start hitting the native stuff problems, right? So because we're using streaming, videos, all that stuff, this is where it will break. Because Expo Go cannot do native module dependency work. Now, what does this mean? Basically, we have just installed by doing npm expo. So if you remember here, this, as soon as you start doing this stuff, npx expo install, you are starting to install native dependencies, okay? So what you have to be aware of now is that you see this, our SDK is not available on Expo Go due to native code being required, but you can use the Expo dev client library to run your Expo app with a development build. So now what we need to do is we need to pause, go to Expo dev client, and we have to create this. So this is very important, guys. So basically, what we're doing now is we have an Expo Go app to start with, which can do minimal things that we need it to, right? So the setup that we've done so far. But what we now need to do is basically create something called a development build. This allows us to create a sort of a, let's just say an app which has native dependencies installed inside of it. Now there's two ways of doing this. You can do it locally, but there's a ton of setup, so I'm not going to get into that, right? Or you can use EAS. EAS is a free service. They have a very generous free tier, and then they have like queues and concurrency limits. But for now, we're going to use EAS. So in order to do this, what we do is we do npx expo install expo dev client. Okay, so I'm going to go down here. I'm going to do npx expo install expo dev client. And as you can see, installing one SDK 51 compatible and a module npx install. Cool. Okay. Now verify your EAS JSON configuration. All right. So in this case, we go to your EAS.json file, and there's a couple of things that we have to do here. Okay. So EAS, let's go down here. EAS JSON, where's it gone? We don't actually have an EAS JSON file. So if you don't have it, you will run this EAS build. Okay, so let's do that firstly, and it will actually create it for us. So right now, if we're in here, EAS build, and if we do that, what you'll see because we should see an EAS JSON be created in just a second. If we go ahead and do all platforms, look, EAS JSON. Would you like to automatically create an EAS project for Sasanga video calling app final? Yes, I'm going to click yes. But if you're not logged in at this point, you'll be prompted to log in to Expo. So just log in and then click yes to create a project. It will link it, and here, loaded environment configuration for the production profile. So I want to do just a default name for the Android application. That's fine. And this generating a new Android key store. Yes. This will start doing a build, which I don't actually want. So I'm going to cancel, right? Cancel that. So do it, but cancel it before it creates a new build. Reason being is I don't want to use up any of my concurrency limits when we're demoing. I'm going to show you what we need to do ahead of time to make sure it's ready, right? Firstly, new CLI version to what I had. So hopefully nothing breaks. But anyway, so we've got development preview production. I actually am going to create a new profile here called development simulator. Okay, so development simulator. And inside of here, we're going to say development client is true, distribution internal. So we're going to copy this. So it's basically the same as development, but I'm going to add my own custom take on it, which basically I'm going to have environment variables firstly. Now the environment variables, when we build this, because remember, this is being built on EAS servers, right? So this, firstly, remember, don't ever put any sensitive data here, but in this case, these are all public keys. So copy our public keys and put them here as well, okay? So put them here. Now you might need to actually go ahead and firstly have to do this accordingly. Oops. And then the last one, do the following, like so, right? So you need to go ahead and put them in the correct format. And then we're also going to say iOS simulator is true. Okay. So now we've created a profile for the development simulator. And then what we can actually do is if we go here now, you can see EAS build profile, development simulator, or iOS. We can do iOS. In this case, you see, look, they actually helped us out with it here. So you can actually go down here and do it yourself, but I've added in the environment variables, but we can take that right there. Now, what I want you to do is save this command, because this command is the main one, right? We're going to be using it a lot. Now here you can see ES device create and so forth. Now, again, if you are going to test it on your device in this fashion, you will need an Apple developer membership, right? So I think it's $99 a year or something, but if you're doing it on iOS, you will need that. By doing ES device create, this is where you can test your development builds on your local device. I'm not going to run into how to do that. I'm going to stick to the simulator for this tutorial, but just know that that's the case, right? Now, first up, before we carry on, let's just create a development build. You can't skip this step, by the way, right? So EAS build profile development simulator. As soon as we hit that, it will ask me which platform do I want to create on. I actually want both. I want Android and iOS. This step actually takes a bit of time. So, right. So it loaded environment configuration file. So it loaded my environment variables. Now it's uploading my project to EAS. And the same for iOS bundle. Yes, we're going to say that is correct. No remote versions have been created. So it's uploading that as well. And now you can see it's creating both of my builds. And as you can see, it's inside of a queue. Okay. So of course you can go ahead and do this at your own pace. But in this case, if I go ahead and just copy this and head back over to my browser, we can see the following. Look, it will actually go ahead and start a build, right? So in this case, I'm at Expo now. If we click on all builds, what we'll see is we've started two builds, right? We've got the Android build and the iOS simulator build. This is the one that we're going to need to go ahead and set things up for. Okay, so while that does that build step, which will take about 10 minutes, by the way, right? It will take a bit of time, but it's in the cloud, so you don't have to worry about it. They're handling it, right? So while that development build is happening, we're just going to carry on building the app. Okay, so and then we'll come back to this. So that means that we can then use our simulator with native dependencies, because we're no longer using Expo Go. We're using a development build, which has been specifically built for iOS and Android, but then we can actually install it to our simulator devices. And it's even easier via something called Orbit, which I'll show you very shortly as well. Okay, don't worry. I know it can be overwhelming, but it's all good. Like, this will be really great practice for a lot of you. Now, from our Clerk user, I'm going to create a user instance. So this user instance, we are importing from, from Stream.io. So in this case, we can see Clerk user ID, Clerk user full name, and Clerk user image URL. And we pass it through to the user. And then we need something called a token provider. Now, the token provider is where we actually need to build this ourselves. So what is this? Basically, when we access GetStream, every time we either create a new video call or we join a video call, we need a access token. There's a couple of ways you can do it. You can have authentication, you can do different approaches. We're going to use access tokens. And what we can do here is GetStream provide us something called a token provider service, right? But what we need to do is we need to handle that on a server, which is secure. Now you can do this with Super-based cloud functions, Fire-based cloud functions, but I'm going to show you the free way, which is with a NextJS app on the side. Okay. And obviously we will deploy that and we'll get it working. Now I'm going to pop it in like so. So this is a token provider. It's a function which simply has the following inside of it, right? So simply a function and it has the following inside. It's a fetch call here. This is simply a fetch call. All it's doing is it's passing the user's information, right? As well as the user's ID up to our endpoint, right? So this right now is our own endpoint, right? So obviously inside of my environment file, we just have an example endpoint. So this is not doing anything right now, but it's /generate user tokens. We have to create a backend with a post endpoint, which has a body, which accepts a body of that. And then we're going to generate a API key with it. Okay. So this is where I need you to focus, right? We're going to open up Warp or terminal, wherever, it doesn't matter, right? Open up a terminal. I'm going to go into my documents and builds, and we're going to create a second app. So yes, we've been doing everything with React Native, but I'm going to create a second app for next to basically be our server now. Okay. So here I'm going to go ahead and do npx create next app, right? And this one, we're going to go ahead and say video calling app final backend Next.js, right? So this is our backend server. Okay. So I'm going to create a Next.js app for our backend. Okay. So we're actually doing a bit of create, like this is a lot of dev right now, okay? So we're gonna go ahead and create all of the defaults out of the box. And yes, some might consider this as overkill, but I'm just showing you a free approach, right? You can literally make a cloud function, which then consumes, you make a request to it, but this is free and it works with Vercel and we're used to it on the channel. We use it tons, right? And it's a perfectly viable thing that you can do, okay? So we're creating our backend function here. You can feel free to do it a couple of ways. It's all good. You can see right now this is still being built out, so yeah, that one's still being in concurrency. That's fine. So let's go ahead and do cd video calling app final backend Next.js, and we're going to open that in our editor. So now I have two apps open. So remember, I have the backend and then the React Native app. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to push this one over here. So I am in the backend now. Right, so I'm going to keep telling you when I'm in front end, back end, right? But this is front end, and I refer to this as the React Native app. This one is the Next.js app. So this is a normal Next.js app, right? We're completely used to this on the channel, building Next.js apps. Now, all we're going to do here in this Next.js app is if I was to simply run this, you can basically see for yourself, it's nothing special. If we go into our output and we do npm run dev, right, this will go ahead and I've actually got an app running right now. So let's go ahead and cancel that. So now this is starting on localhost 3000. So let's go ahead and spin that up. And as you can see, I have a Next.js app, right? So very, very simple. What I'm going to do here, guys, is I'm simply going to go ahead and create a endpoint. Okay. So I'm going to have a root called generate user token. Inside of here, we're going to do route.ts. Okay. Now inside of route.ts, we're going to go ahead and have our export async function. Export async function. And this is going to be responsible for consuming our response. So from our phone, we're going to make a request to this generate user token over here, generate user token. So this is going to make a request to our backend, right? Now we're going to use something called Ngrok, right? So Ngrok. So if I go over here, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys how to use Ngrok. So if inside of Ngrok, it's for free right now. I've already installed it. You can go ahead and do it yourself. You can click on the technical documentation to see how to install Ngrok. If you go ahead and just do get started with Ngrok, brew, install. I've already used Homebrew to install it, but you can follow any of these steps to install it. Once you've done it, you can basically go ahead and do the following. You can do this as well if you want, but Ngrok HTTP localhost. Okay, so I'm going to show you how we do this. So inside of our app, inside of our backend, sorry, we're going to go ahead and create a second. I'm going to split this one so you can see it. And here I'm going to say Ngrok HTTP 3000. So here you guys can see I did Ngrok HTTP 3000. I'll cut that and show you again. Ngrok HTTP 3000. And what I'm doing is I'm forwarding. So while we're developing, I need to have access to this. Okay, so what I'm doing now is I'm forwarding all of my 3000 requests through something called a tunnel. Okay, and in this case, I've signed in, I've got a free plan. And while this is running, this URL can be used for development. Okay, so what I can do now is go over to my environment variable. I can just simply swap this up. So this will be a row endpoint while my server's running, and it's perfect for when we're developing. Okay, so if I cancel this, I'm going to have a new URL. So it's worth mentioning now. Okay, so at this point, we can go ahead and get the body over here. So at this point, heading back over to our app. Oops. Oh, damn it. What have I done? VS Code. Okay. Yeah. So over here now, what we can do is this is where the request will get made, and then it will get sent over here. So on the back end, we can take the user ID, name, image, email. So everything that we sent over here, and we can do what we need to do with it. So first up, we need the SDK from GetStream. So if we go over to GetStream right now, the documentation, and we go to the video and audio. Okay. So we're inside the video and audio section. And if we look at the documentation here, remember we clicked on React Native. Well, for the backend, we're going to click on Platform API documentation. And here you can see we can do npm install stream node SDK, because this is a node backend SDK, right? So heading back over to this app, and what you can see is this is running. This is at Ngrok. So I'm going to create an entirely separate terminal for installing stuff. So this one's running. The Ngrok is over here on the side, just running. And we're going to do npm install stream node SDK. Right, so that's that. So left side is my app running, middle's for installing stuff, right side is Ngrok. And now we've got it installed. What I can do is I can go ahead and simply pop in the following. So I can say import stream client user request from stream.io node SDK. And obviously you can see all of this yourself. They basically have all the documentation. So if you're wondering, how's he getting all this stuff? How's he creating tokens? This is where I get it all from. But obviously I'm going to skip that part and just show you, okay? Because it's easier. Now, I need an API key and a secret. So I actually need two things. I need an API key and a secret, okay? And these both are going to be kept. Well, remember, this one is actually public, so we don't need to worry about this. Is a local server good for production? No, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it for production because it can get overwhelmed really easy. And if you turn your computer off, then it's not going to be able to serve. You have to deploy it to Vercel, and then it's okay. So here we have the environment file. So let's go ahead and create a .env.local file. So this is our environment file for a backend. Right now, inside of here, guys, we need a publishable key. So in this case, my publishable key will be the same one we had here, right, for GetStream. So it'd be the same publishable key, like so. And then we need a secret key, okay, from GetStream. Now this one is secret, okay, and obviously it's on our backend, so it's a bit more secure. So here, if I go into my dashboard, so let's get messy now. Let me tidy up. We're using Arc, by the way, in case you're wondering. Okay, I did nothing. But in this case, you can see Android build is done. I'll show you how we can install it in a second. But here, so for the P9G, whatever it is, yeah. So this one here, I'm going to reveal the secret. So I'm going to click to reveal, and on my screen now, I can see a secret, and I've copied it. Okay, so I just copied this secret. Okay, now once I have it, I'm going to go back to my backend and I'm going to paste it here. So at this point, guys, I'm going to paste. Right, so I pasted in the key just like so, and then I'm closing my environment.local file. Okay, so in this case now we can carry on. That was smooth, I know. And now we've got the keys that we need, and if we don't, it'll throw an error. All right, and it reloads those into our app. Okay, so that's great. The next step is we're going to create a user from that information. So in this case, we're going to create a user in GetStream. So in this case, user request is from GetStream. So we'll make sure everything's type safe. We've got the ID, we've got the role as a user. You can also use a guest role permission. We're going to do the name, image, and then custom properties. Now we're going to pass the email as a custom property. And you notice here, we don't need to use anything like Firebase or anything else to store this information. Everything is stored inside of GetStream. So in this case, we've got the custom, and then we need to simply insert our user. Okay, upsert means that if it's already there, it will go ahead and install it. If it's not, it will just go ahead and do if it's already there, then it will grab it. If not, it will just get the current user. Okay, but here I need the access to the client. So we say new const client equals new stream client, passing the key and secret. Using this client, we're going to upsert the users. Okay, and as you can see here, this will return a promise. Okay, so we're going to simply await that that's finished. Now you can set the validity of the access token that we're going to provide. In this case, by default, it's an hour, but I'm just putting it here for reference so you can use it. And then we're going to create the token, right? So in this case, token equals client generate user token, passing the user ID and the validity in seconds. And then we write console log user with the user ID created with token and validity and so forth, right? This is just handy for debugging. You don't need to put a console log. And then we're simply going to return the token. Okay. So we're going to return the token afterwards to the user, and we need to make sure we import next response like so. Okay. So this is our backend essentially done, and now it's ready for testing. Now, how do we start sending requests to this from the NextJS app or from the React Native app? So good question. We're going to go ahead and do it right now. So the backend is actually complete, but we're running it locally via this approach. We're running it and we're tunneling it through a Ngrok, right? So I can get rid of this one for now in the middle. As you can see here, now we're tunneling this through Ngrok. And we're running it locally. So this is how I can dev and debug it accordingly, right? So in the meantime, we can go ahead and run this. So what we can do now is the token provider here, we're basically passing the data.token, right? So this token provider, all we have to do, guys, is pass it into the client that we pass into stream video. And then whenever we access the layout here, it will go ahead and actually call the token provider. So remember, we now need to get the app running. Yeah. So let's go back to our Expo builds. And as you can see, the Android build is now complete. Okay. So the iOS build is being built. It's almost done. But if we go to and do not keep on doing this because you have a limit with the free tier. And now you can see here that install or open with Orbit. If you click install, you can open this on your device, but obviously you need to authenticate your device. But Orbit is the one that I'm interested in showing you. Now this is only from Mac, the Orbit, right? But here, if you download Orbit, all you need to do is click on open with Orbit. And then if you go ahead, simply Google Orbit Expo and it will show you how to go ahead and do it, right? But in this case, all I need to do, guys, is click open with Orbit, and I need to click on the emulator that I care about. So in this case, open with Orbit, and it's already trying to do it on this one. Let it finish this one round, yeah? So open with Orbit. If I go to, let's just do it from this one then. It's picking this one, and you see development servers. Now this is basically a development build. However, it's connecting to our local dev environment, which is really powerful, guys. So you see here, this now is, if I pull this over to our app, so we have 3 phones here. This one has my development build on it, right? And you can tell by this, if you swipe up from here, you'll see that these are, one of them will have Expo Go, and then you'll have this little, no picture. That's because it's a development build. We haven't set a picture for it. So what we can do now is if we sign in here, right, I will show you that this will start doing what we actually want it to do. So let's go over here. Let's sign in with Google. Do I have an account? Okay, so this one is the bad phone. I need to go ahead and set up with the other phone. So here, what I can do is, again, with open with Orbit, let's do it again, open in Orbit. And oh, for God's sake, it's doing it again. So let's just do this. Look, open with Orbit here. Select build from EAS, right? And there's a couple of ways you can install it. Honestly, it's just one way, right? Again, you don't have to do it this way, but Orbit is from Mac users. You can do this on, I don't know, I think it is IntelliSense. I think it was already out of the box, so you didn't need to install IntelliSense. But you can see for Grab, we've got a bunch of apps here. Video calling app, Final is the one I'm interested in, Visit, and then we select the build that we want to install, so Android here. I click that build now. Here, you can see it says, all I need to do now is click on a phone. So I click on this Pixel 8, okay? And if I click in open with Orbit, it will install it to my Pixel 8. Okay, now you can see, look, again, development service here. It's available for Windows. Oh, nice. I didn't know that. Thank you for letting me know. Orbit is available for Windows. It wasn't before, so I guess it is now, right? And now you can see this is the developer menu. So now we're inside the correct screen. So sign in with Google on the bigger phone. And as you can see, this one's logged in. So I've got a couple of test phones. Close that one. That's crap. Continue. And open in chat with anyone Expo or video calling app. So video calling app is the one I want. We're going to do always. And as you can see now, it signed me in. Great. Okay. Now, promise rejection, token provider failed with JSON unprovided. Okay, so something went wrong here. So it did not actually push to the correct thing. And that is because we changed the environment variable. Okay, so that's actually why this happened. So we actually changed the environment variable. So what I can do is I can do Control C, and I need to basically do npm, go back to my original terminal, and I need to go ahead and restart the server. So npm run start, or you can do npm expo start. Sorry, where is it? npx expo start -c to clear my cache. Okay. Now, I can understand the confusion here, because what will actually happen is you'll be a bit confused to be like, hang on a minute, what actually changed? Well, firstly, now it says using development build, not Expo Go. Secondly, what you'll notice is when we've got a development build, we don't have to necessarily keep rebuilding a dev build. All we need to do is every time we install new native dependencies, then we need a new development build. Otherwise, now we can resume the current flow from dev, right? So from my environment here. So no development build for the project, so make sure install development device first. Okay, so I didn't do it on the iOS device because it's still building. So if we go here, you'll see that iOS wasn't finished. So forget that for now, do A for Android. And as you can see, it's opening it up on the Pixel 8 Pro. And remember, we changed all the environment variables. Now, we may need to rebuild because of the environment variables, but I don't think we do. I think we're good. Okay, good. Now, as you can see, there we go, guys. Look, user created with token. There we go. Boom, we have it. Now, if I was to refresh, so R, you guys can see here, the user, we actually already generated the user, so we don't need to. Yeah, there you go. Look, it's there. It generated a token. Perfect. All right, so now you can see it's hitting our backend correctly. That's perfect, guys. That's exactly what we wanted to see, right? So that's great. Our Auth flow is working and we have tokens being provided. You need to do that step and get to the point that I'm at before you can carry on. Again, once the iOS build is done, we can then carry on. So iOS is being built, but that's how you do your first development build. Okay. Again, lots of complexity in the sense of like getting used to new things, but just take your time. And honestly, like, there's not a rush here. Like, you just need to make sure you just take your time, debug it, like I said. And I'm always here in 0 to Full Stack Hero as well to go ahead and handle things. Okay, so we've done that. Now we've got the stream video connected and we've got tokens being passed through. That's actually the hard work done. Like, I kid you not, the rest of it is easy, right? So now you'll be like, how is this? How is it going to be easy now? Well, I'll show you. But basically what we do is inside of the ID. So this screen is going to be responsible for calling. Okay. So in here, all we have to do now is go ahead and say stream call. And this custom built component just takes a call object. Now we just need to get the call object and then it will be able to render we're going to create a room component, which is going to render the call contents. Now, how do we get a call object? Well, I'll show you right now. So first up, we're going to create a piece of state to keep track of the call. Okay. We're going to go ahead and import the use state like so. And we're going to import call from our React Native SDK. Next up, we have the actual call itself. So what we need to do is we actually need to make a call, a use effect, right? So a couple of things. Firstly, I need a use effect for if the user leaves. Let's assume there's a call. If the user leaves the page, for example, if I'm on this, say I'm on a call page, yeah, I'm here and I leave. So I go back. at that point, I should actually leave that call. Okay, so how do we do that? So we create a use effect, import it from React. We go ahead and we've got our dependency array. If you're wondering about the use effects, I've got a whole video which explains them. It'll be linked over here if you're watching the replay. Jay, that's a cue to add it. So I appreciate it. At that point, we're going to go ahead and have a cleanup function. So cleanup functions basically run when the component unmounts. Okay, so again, look at that. Even GitHub agrees with me, right? Copilot. So here we're going to say if the call state, and it may be undefined, so that's why we do this. If the call state, calling state, so we actually have these things called calling states here. If the calling state has, so we can actually tap into an enum here. So calling state dot, and you see we've got a bunch of things here. So we can say calling, if we've left the calling state, then what we're going to do is we're going to say call dot leave. Okay, call dot leave. Oops. And just like that, guys, we are going to basically, as long as we are dependent on this, this will leave the call every time the user leaves the screen. So if I was to close the app, leave, or whatever the case, my state would become, not this, sorry. There you go, guys. My state would become calling state left, and then it would trigger the leave every time it unmounts, okay? So that's the first thing. Now, obviously, there's no call that it's connected to, so we have to handle that part as well. Well, let's do that firstly. So we're going to say use effect. Okay. Now here, we're actually going to have two flows inside of this use effect. Well, first up, we're going to have an ID and a client that is going to be responsible for here that we need to basically be dependent on. Now, in order to get those, first up, we can get the client easily because in the layout, the parent component above, we surrounded the entire thing in a higher order component. So if you look inside of here, we have the stream video passing the client in, which means any child under it has access to it via the hook. So we've got the client here. Great. The ID, on the other hand, is basically passed through. Now, the ID refers to this ID. So this is a wildcard. So remember, it's a root. So this could be / remember what we talked about? It could be like blue happy monkey, right? And then you're probably wondering if you just joined the stream, what is he on about? Right, so here, look, mango orange monkey is your room name, okay? So in this case now, that would be the room ID. So we need to get that using the use local search params. So in this case, we got the use effect, and this is really going to separate the devs who are willing to put in the work. Like, that's the truth, right? I don't really care about having like so many people tune in. I really care about teaching the devs who really want to excel, right? That's the ones that are going to make a difference. All right, so in this case, at this point, we're going to say, so we're going to have two flows here because basically you can either start a new call. So if you click on the start a new call button here, we're going to basically trigger a new call, in which case you'll come up here and then it will create a new call ID for you. Or you can go ahead and join a room. And when you click this join room button, we pass in an ID. Okay. So how do we do that, right? How do we actually basically create two flows, right? Well, the first version is basically we're going to use something called, we're going to use the ID basically, right? Now, if I don't pass an ID in, essentially what the root is classified as is simply bracket call, close bracket, right? So in this case, what I can do is I can say the following, I can say let's slug, which refers to this, right? Call or call / the ID. I'm going to say slug equals, are you using Android Studio? Yes, I am. Yeah. I'm going to say slug is a string. Okay. Now, if the ID for this route, right? If ID is not equal to call, right? So this means that basically you've come in and we need to make sure the ID exists. Then you're saying you're joining an existing call because basically ID would have been passed in. So if I've ever entered this screen, so if I go through the join call screen, I'm going to that screen with an ID pre-filled. So basically this is the check that makes sure I'm joining an existing call. Else, what I need to do is create a new call. Yes, an Xcode for the iOS simulator. Yes, I am. Well, I've set it up and then I carried on from my own, yeah. So in this case, has it done the iOS? Okay, it just finished the iOS build as well. So I'm going to quickly show you guys how you do it there. Look, open with Orbit. It says downloading build. So it'll download the iOS build. It installs it. It will install it onto the iPhone 15 Pro Max that I have installed here. Okay, so now you guys can see the iPhone is here. Development servers. It hits up that development server. I can simply log in. Let's go ahead and log into that one. Let's close that out. Papa react.team, head over to the iPhone. And as you can see now as well on this device, it's all working well, no errors. And you can see right there, we've created another user. If I hit refresh, we will see another request came in. Boom, there you go. Cool, dope stuff. All right. So now when we go to create the screen, let's carry on, guys. Now we've got two development phones, iOS and Android. Bam, we're back, right? So at this point now, if we're joining an existing call, it's fairly straightforward, right? It's really easy, right? If we create a new call, then well, let's do the joining existing call firstly, I think, right? Actually, no, let's do create a call. Let's do create a call first, right? So all of this happens on GetStream, right? So firstly, I'll just show you how to create a call in the first place. And then I'll show you how to create a special one, which basically has like those words like blue, orange, monkey, or blue, happy, tiger, or whatever it is, right? So the random name. So Geeky SRM, hey Sunny, love your streams. I'm also a dev content creator, up for a collab. Dude, hit me up. We can see if we can work together, right? So at this point, we're gonna do const call equals underscore call, because we're gonna be assigning a call here. We're gonna say client.call default and then a slug. So it's gonna say the demo room, okay? And the default type of room. Otherwise, you can have things like live streams and so forth, but we're using a default room, okay? The next step is to actually join the call, okay? So this is gonna return a asynchronous event. Now, instead of waiting for it with await async, we're gonna make sure that if it doesn't exist, we'll create the room, okay? And you can also go ahead and do things like ring, right? So this is actually really cool. They actually include the APIs inside of GetStream's APIs, basically where if you enter a room, it can trigger a ring to everyone else, and then they have the UI components which basically allow you to accept and decline. Didn't do that in this build, but it's worth knowing that you can actually do that very simply here. Then you can go ahead and say .then. Now here, once it's done, I'm going to go ahead and actually set the call. So here, I'm basically eventually going to have a toaster pop up. So I have a toast pop up saying, you know, you've entered the room, right? And then we're actually going to, after this is done, we're going to set the call to the call outside, right? So here, and also as you can see at the top, we're going to be joining it accordingly, right? Now, if we did have a slug here, then so it will be ID to string. So we basically convert the ID that we've been passed in to string. And then what we do is we do the same principle where we join the call. Okay. However, here, sorry guys, I actually messed up as well here. This should be inside, I believe, here. And I did not do something. I need to have it inside of, what did I do? I had it inside of the then. Okay. Yeah. So have a toast pop up there. Yeah, I forgot to do that, right? So here we have the same thing, except we passed in the slug instead of demo room. And we set the call, except this one does not create a room, it joins an existing room. Okay. So we've got two different approaches now. Now, I want you to try it out. So how do we do that? Well, first up, remember, once this is all done, it passes call into the room. Now, the problem is, if the call's not ready, what should we show? Well, it's pretty easy here. If there is no call or if there is no slug being passed in, and then slug is not here. So slug is actually a piece of state that we want to keep track of. So we need to include set slug outside of the overall use effect here. So inside, here, sorry. That one is actually going to be added to outside of that. No, where's this? If else set slug, variable slug is used before being assigned. We do not set the slug. Okay, what have I stupidly done here? Oh yeah, I forgot to set the slug here. So let's just do, okay, so here we've got demo room. So let's just do slug, and here I'll do slug equals demo room. Okay, that's how we do it. So it's being assigned in both conditions. That's why I was complaining before. So at this point, what should happen now is we should actually be able to, we've got an activity indicator being rendered if it's loading. So if there is no call or no slug, we're going to basically go ahead and show a centered activity indicator. All that is a little spinner, okay, which is by default available inside of our app, right? So let's go ahead and click on start a new call, and you see it's loading, okay? We've got a promise rejection. So demo room is not available, right? So it says failed, it's not a valid call ID. So that's because demo room is not a valid call ID, okay? So let's just call it demo room all in one letters. So let's go ahead and do that. And look, it asks me, would you like to access the camera? Yes. Would you like to access the microphone? Yes. And now we're on the call screen, right? Incredible, works. So if we were actually going into our GetStream now, so let's look over at GetStream. And guys, you can see here that if I refresh my recent calls, we should see demo room. Look at that. Look, there's a live call right now with demo room. That's awesome. So that's literally the call, which would be the one that we're going to tap into. Okay. So pretty awesome. Remember, if you're enjoying this, smash that like button. All of this code is available in the Papa GitHub repo straight after this live ends. And this video will be on the chat, right? Clerk is my favorite authentication, hands down. Beats everyone that I've ever used, honestly, just period. I honestly cannot find a better authentication experience, period. They're just too good. I use them for all my projects, right? So there we go, the call screen. Now you'll be amazed at how cool this is and easy to set up after this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a component called room, pass the slug through like so. And I'm going to go ahead and do the following. So I'm gonna get rid of call screen, and we're gonna create this room component, okay? So this room component, let's go into our components over here. Let's go ahead and create room.tsx, RF React Native functional component. And we're gonna call this one the call room, okay? It takes a slug, like we said, takes a slug. Yep. Takes a slug, which is a string, and I've screwed something up somewhere. It's because of this. And then I've screwed something up there. Oh, sunny. Sometimes you mess things up. Look, slug. There we go. Muscle memory for the win, okay? Call room, all right? So now we're back at the call room. So inside of the call room, here is where we need to render something called, this is honestly where the magic comes together. It's called call content, okay? And I promise you, it's incredible how this works. So look, call content. So let's pass in call content. And let's pass in literally this. So React Native SDK, right? Hit save, and 1 minute, guys. Boom, boom, boom. And we need to wrap it in something called a gesture root handler. Okay, so gesture handler root. Let's go ahead and pop that in, and that is from a React Native root handler. And we need to actually install this one. So we're going to need this for later. So I'm going to just pop this in right now so you guys can see it. React Native Expo install. So you actually need to install this one correctly. Do not mess it up. npx expo install React Native gesture handler. Okay. So we need to install that one. See, it's not installed. So let's go ahead and install it. npx expo install. And now again, what have we learned? If we install something natively, native dependencies, most of the time, we will need to restart our development build. Okay, so I'm going to try and see if it will force it and work. I don't know if it will work. I don't think it will. Yeah, so in this case, it will not. Oh, I didn't even save. Okay, let's go ahead and refresh. And I believe... Firstly, let's try a few things. Let's go back to my ID room. I didn't even save it. That's why that would help. Call room. Let's just call it call room. I mean, no, I want to call it room. Okay, we can do that. And then I can go here and I can just call it room. Fine, okay. And then we can rename that one to room because it's a default export. Okay. Let's see now. And this will freak out because, yeah, we don't have the native dependency here. So no route named ID exists in nested children. Okay, so first up, that's freaking out. So this actually exists because of the issue that we have. So what I need to do first is I need to I'm going to try and do a npx expo start-c to clear the cache, see if it rebuilds. I don't think it will. I think we'll have to do a full rebuild. Yeah, so let's try one more time. So let's bundle it. Let's see. It may have bundled it in. I don't know. No, it won't. See? Yeah. Okay. So we're going to need to trigger a build before we carry on. Okay. So at this point, guys, because we introduced a new native module, I'm going to trigger a build. Okay. So I'm going to do npx. Let's go back to our lovely command, EAS build profile development simulator. And this again will take a while, right? But obviously you can do it locally. I'm not showing you that. What's up, Kobe Guillaume? Good to see you. Right. We're going to do all. Okay. So that will go ahead and install it accordingly. And we can let that do its thing now in the background, right? So that's going to upload it to EAS, which will start the build process, and it will do iOS as well. And then once we head back over to this one, we can see inside of EAS, where is it gone? Right, it was create development build. No, yeah. Yep. So this is queued now because obviously, look, 24 seconds, less than 5 minutes remaining, last time, free tier, look, queue. So it's waiting in a queue. Obviously, this can happen because we're in a free tier, less than 5 minutes remaining. That's fine. All right. In the meantime, we can carry on building it. Okay. That's fine because we've got loads of stuff to do anyway. So here we've got the room itself. I'm going to go ahead and build the room out. Now, we can build according to design specs. So I'll show you guys. And then once the development builds are ready, we can tap into them. So this will basically be rendered from the cool content component, which is absolutely awesome, right? Then we have something called on hang up cool handler. So you see this, when I click this, what should happen? Okay. Now what I want to do is I simply want to do a go back with the router, right? So what I need the access to the router, use router, and then I'm going to say on hang up. Yeah. And this is going to be an inline arrow function. I'm going to say router.go back or about. Yeah. And remember, because the previous one had the cleanup function inside the use effect, it will leave the call when you do that step. Okay. What's the first thing? Now, obviously, when we render this, I need that overlaid. Now that's the slug. Remember, we passed the slug through here. So what we can actually do here is we can have the room ID being rendered in like so. So we have an absolutely positioned view in the top left, 1010 spacing, Z index of 100. So it goes to the top, and then the room ID, we're going to go ahead and build out accordingly. Now the room ID is going to be a functional component. Now you can make this into a separate file, but I'm just going to show you for simplicity. Yeah. All right. And then we're going to have these two helper functions, copy slug and format slug. And this is going to be basically where I click this, it will copy to the clipboard, right? And you can see here, tap here to copy the core ID as well. So I'm going to make some helper functions now, which are going to help us do this, copy slug and so forth, right? So we're going to go ahead and create that right now. So I'm going to close all of these. We're going to say at the top level. Also, by the way, right now, before you do anything, add to get ignore list here, right? So make sure you add your environment variable to your get ignore. You do not want to commit your environment variable. Even if it's a public key, you still don't want to do it. GitHub will freak out as well. Okay, so here at the top level, we're going to create a lib folder, and inside of here, we're going to say slugs.tsx. Okay, now a couple of things. We're going to go ahead and, oh my God, it's going to make me install bloody another Expo clipboard we have to install. So that may be another bloody build. Let's try again anyway. So Expo clipboard, we have to do Expo in npx. Oh God damn it, right, it's fine. So yes, you can obviously, you can see the issue with that you're gonna run into eventually. It's okay, it's just a case of like, I would say let's do npx expo install Expo clipboard, and then I want you to run this app. So npx expo start-c, clear the cache, And then we're going to start it up on our iOS Android app. I don't think it'll work, to be honest with you, because we need to rebuild the development build. And again, it may fail because we've added in another native dependency, so we have to do another development build. But anyway, yeah, you get the point. Yeah, so you see we're going to run into a couple of these. So let the development build do its course of action, and then we can carry on. The next one we're also going to need is React Native root toast, right? So this one here. So let's go ahead and do React Native root toast. So this right here. And in fact, it's the one that's recommended inside of the documentation. So this one is very easy install. You just do an npm install. Npm installs straightforward, not very hard to do, right? So let's create another terminal so we can start adding those in. So npm install React Native root toast. Okay, and that's it. Now we have that. And then a couple of things. Okay, so first one, copy slug. I want to do that one. Boom. Copy slug, fairly straightforward. All we do is if there is no slug, return. It takes a slug, string or no value. We protect ourselves here. We say await clipboard dot set string asynchronously, and we basically pass in the slug. Now, if the slug was like this, where it looks something like orange dash happy monkey, format slug would turn this into orange happy monkey. Okay. So this would become that. And the reason why we do this is because this is a valid room name. This is our display name. So we need format slug to help us with that. So I've already made life easy for us. I've created the two helper functions. Format slug will basically go ahead and do that. And then inverse format slug will do the opposite, right? So inverse will do the opposite and so forth, right? And then we've got toast.show copied call ID to clipboard. When you press the button, copy slug, anywhere it's used, it'll show a toast on the screen. Now, in order to use that, you have to go ahead and wrap your entire app in a root sibling parent, okay, before you can do any of that. So head over to the top layout, top layout. Okay, so at the top layout, underneath Clerk loaded, we need the root sibling layout, root sibling parent, sorry. So let's go ahead and pull that in like so. Root sibling parent, like so. That's how you do it. And that's because if you think about it, the toast is actually being rendered like that next to it, and you can't have two sibling parents next to each other. So this is essentially like a React fragment. Okay, so that allows us to do that. So now we can import copy slug, we can import format slug. And this will basically be responsible for rendering that in the screen. Cool. So once that's done, we have the stream call, the room, and the slug, right? So once this is done building after an eternity of waiting, we can hopefully do it. So build's in progress. It's running the Gradle, which means it shouldn't be too long now. So Android will be done fairly shortly. And then we can go ahead and check this one out, right? So again, the development build, again, you only need to rebuild once you add native dependencies again, because you need to install the native dependency into the app build. The NPM packages can be dynamically added in, but the rest, because they're just node modules, right? All right, so that would do the live calling, right? Which we can test once it's ready. In the meantime, what we can do, guys, is let's handle this. So rather than saying demo room, I want to instead go ahead and do, what's it called? I want to create that like funky naming convention, right? So how do we do that? Well, pretty cool. We actually have something called generate slug from random word slug. So let's go over to this npm package, random word slugs, and this one, massive downloads. And basically you see this elegant green coat and so forth, right? So you guys can check this out. So import generate slug. So first, yes, install it, npm packages, all good. Okay, so we added that in. So let's use it now. So here we have the import generate slug from random word slugs. I like this song. It's quite a jam, like a chill vibe. All right, so here, very simply now, we can say, we can create our slug like so. Rather than this, boom. Now, the cool part about this is you can add categories. So I can say color and personality and animals and food. So it could be like orange, angry, pizza, all right, a blue angry, blue happy banana, all right, or blue yellow bird, I don't know, whatever the case, right? But it will generate like a random name. Obviously there could be a clash, right? So I would recommend, if you wanted to, you can add like a UUID to it as well, or whatever the case. But in this case, this is just supposed to be like either, or you can make it 4 letters, right? Because there's a chance that that would be you know, like unique, right? There's quite a high chance that that's unique. But even if you really wanted to go extreme, you could check beforehand is taken or not, whatever the case, right? And you can even have like kebab casing, camel casing, sentence lower title. I feel like the things I'm saying in this live stream are just jokes. But anyway, so we've got the slug here, right? So generate slug, hit save, and that will go ahead and create a new core. Otherwise, if we come to this room with an ID, it will do the same thing, but it will join the room. So guys, we've actually done most of the stuff. We just need to do UI stuff now, right? So if we go to the join room, let's just quickly build this while the thing's building itself out. And honestly, all of this will come together, right? So this room's easy compared to what we've done so far. So the join room, honestly, straightforward. So we've got the enter the room name. So I'm just gonna have a couple of styling options here. This one we're gonna have very easily just say flex1, cool. And right now we're gonna have the text saying style padding bold. And remember guys, we're building this right now. So enter the room name, it's gonna be here. And then we've got the text input, okay? So text input, first one here, and black purple tiger, for example, right? Whatever the case, right? Text input, pull it from React Native. And then we've got the room ID, set room ID. Okay, so let's go ahead and use that right now. So that's a piece of state. Like so. What a fun morning. It's a good way to jump into a new framework. Yeah, it's cool, man. This is part of it, right? It's part of the fun of being a dev. That's what I mean. Everything is persistence, guys. Like perseverance. You just can't quit. That's it. Trust me. Imagine when I'm building them, like the amount of debugging that comes into play. It's crazy. Then we have a touchable opacity. Okay, so underneath this is where we have the join room button. Okay, now obviously you can customize this screen. I've kept it really simple here, so you can really customize this screen to your heart's content. The touchable opacity here is going to be from React Native. Handle join room will be a function I create, and within the touchable opacity, I simply have a join room button. Now the handle join room function, I'm going to create here, here, and this is just going to be an asynchronous function. And firstly, a little bit of protective statements. Well, firstly, we're gonna check if there's no room, otherwise we don't handle it. Import our helper function. Now, say I added in black purple tiger, it will take that and format it by inverting it. So it will take like, oh, it's a banger. It'll take like black purple tiger and it will make it all lowercase with black purple tiger with hyphens between it, because that's an ID that is supported by GetStream. Cool. Once we've done that, what I can do is I can check the room exists by actually trying to call the room. And instead of going into the room, I just simply do a get call on it, right? So what we do is we do the following. We say, we need the client firstly. So the client, again, we're surrounded inside of the parent is inside of the higher order components. We have access to the client. The layout has the stream video client being passed through, so we've got access to it here via the hook. Client.call, we passed in the slug, so same thing as we did in the other room, but here is the interesting one. So this will return a room inside of it, right? So it'll have a call response. Now, if it does have a room, it'll show up here. And then what we can do is we can send the user to /call/ the slug, which is the ID room, okay? And that's gonna help out a lot. So next up, we need the router. So let's go ahead and get the router so far. So we go ahead and pull that in like so. Router.push call slug, okay? And then I don't even need that. If it works, it will go ahead. Now we can console log it out. All right, this song reminds me of the Twitch days. If you're ever watching me on Twitch, you will know what I'm talking about. This was like my vibe when I was prepping builds. Now, if anything goes wrong, so for example, the room was not found, we can do a catch, right? So in this case, we can do the catch statement. And then here we can do a toast. So toast, we can pull it from React Native root toast. Basically say, whoops, it looks like the room you're trying to join does not exist. right? And we're just going to use these enums here for the long duration and the centering of it. And we're going to give it a shadow as well. Okay, so now, guys, let's see firstly, are we done with the builds? Come on, we must be done with those builds. Okay, good news. We are done with the build. I think we're done with Android. I don't think we're done with iOS. So yeah, Android. So iOS is queued up, but that's fine. We can test with Android. It's all good. So I'm going to click open with Orbit. It's going to download the builds. Okay. So we already have our phone running. So that should come through on this phone afterwards. So I'll wait for it. Let's see, where is Orbit at? So go into our little helper. Orbit, it's installing it. As you can see, it's now bundling it, and we should get past the error screen. I think the clipboard might break it. I hope not. Damn it, I knew it. I knew it. Okay, but if we dismiss it, hopefully we can still get past that. All right, guys, so yeah, you've seen the pattern here, right? You have to, for God's sake, we need to create a build for it because we installed a new dependency. I knew it would be a pain. I just knew it. Oh, struggle. Anyway, you guys, I hope you don't feel alone now. You guys know the struggle, right? So go up. Let's do I'm sorry, not iOS, Android. Let's see, will it still work? No, it's not gonna work. I mean, we can actually get past it, to be fair. So root join is extraneous. So 1 minute, we've got too many roots here. So okay, so we've screwed up somewhere as well, guys. So here, tabs, we have, oh no, that's fine. Index ID join. Okay. All right, so we have one issue there, which is interesting. However, if I'm honest, I think this is happening because we haven't got the build set up correctly. So sucks, but let's do that. So I'm going to cancel this build, and we're going to spin up another build. Okay. So yes, it requires a tremendous amount of patience. It does. But trust me, once you've installed your main dependencies, it's not like you're installing dependencies every time, so it's fine. EAS build profile development simulator, or let it do its builds. Okay, now I'm pretty sure we're done for the native dependency, so we won't have to do that again. Our concurrency limit reached. Oh, okay, it's waiting to enter a queue. Don't worry about it. That's fine, right? Again, you can set it all up locally if you want. I ain't gonna go through that. It's quite a long setup for everyone. It's a little bit different depending on your Java version, for Android, all that stuff. So in the meantime, we're going to build the rest of the app out with using our designs, and then we're basically gonna, once it's all done, we're gonna debug and get it up. Okay, so we've done this screen. We've actually done this screen. Now when we basically let's go to our join. All right, once that's done, it will push us from this screen to this screen. We haven't got this pop-up yet, so we could do that. Yeah, let's do that. All right, so when we go to the ID screen, adding that's easy, right? After we join an existing call, all we have to do is show a toaster. So yeah, so after we set the call, or before we even set the call, have a toast pop up here, right? So I'm gonna just simply show a toaster here. And this would basically say call created successfully, And what I'm going to do here, guys, is I'm going to import it. And here on press of the notification, you can do the copy slug. Remember, copy slug will go ahead and show a copied call ID to clipboard. So easy as. Now we can copy when we tap the call ID to share. There we go. Easy as. I think we need to add... I actually think we need to add permission to do that even. I'm just checking inside app.json on my other build. Do we need to ask to use the clipboard? No. As far as I'm aware, I don't think we do. Okay, I forgot to do one thing as well, guys. So, I wish I did that earlier. Damn it, sorry guys. So here in iOS, your app will fail, right? Abo, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate you. $10 donation. You're the man. I appreciate that. Thank you, dude. on iOS, you have to give a reason inside of info. So basically what's going to happen now, and I'm so sorry if you get to this point and you are like, my app kept breaking because of that. You need to add in your iOS simulator something called an info plist with a reason why you're using the camera, right? So in this case here, info plist, NS camera usage description, NS microphone usage description. And okay, so here's a little trick. If your app ever crashes and it says, you know, Expo dev app crashed, it will say reopen or it'll say report. Click report, and I guarantee if you open it up, it would have said, if you looked at it closely, it says the app needs to ask for permissions to inside of the NS camera usage description section, something like that. And that's where I first found it as well. So it's all about basically exploring and debugging, but I'm so sorry, I should have included that before. You need to add that in, guys. The info plist is very important. Oh no, does that mean it's gonna my dev build's gonna suck? Let's cancel
another one. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I'm a pop star, not a doctor. It's just calling my phone.
There's the queue progress starting in about 10 minutes. That one, waiting to enter the queue, concurrency limit reached. Okay, I'm gonna actually cancel and do it again. I know. So that one's let's have a look which builds are being built. So Android, let's cancel all of the builds and let's do it again because that was a final change that needed to be done. And let's do this one as well. Let's cancel that one. And you know what? I keep doing this. Okay, so cancel all of the builds for now, and I'm going to do a refresh. And by the time we finish the app, our development builds will be done. We can debug it, and while we debug it, we can go ahead and do the backend deployment to Vercel. There we go. All right, there we go. So you see, this is live. This is why React Native live streaming is much more chaotic because of the debugging. But your boy's here. I ain't going anywhere. I'm not quitting. I'm here to show you how we get past it. All right. I've canceled. I think I've over canceled things. Right. So this is canceled. Yeah, canceled. Okay, cool. So boom, all platforms. Now it will build out for all of them. Cool. Let that do its thing. Right. In the meantime, let's carry on building stuff. So I want to build the screen here. Okay. So this screen will show me all of the calls that are previously there. Now, the logic that I've done, and obviously you can implement on top of this, but I basically said if everyone's left a call, the call is technically ended. It hasn't actually ended, but if nobody's in the call for a certain period of time, the call ends on the back end. So I just classified it as ended. But you could technically join an empty room and it will reopen. But anyway, it's fine. Right, I'm telling you the truth. That's how honest I am. I'm telling you the truth of that. Right, but in this case, we're gonna have a toggle for all calls, all my calls, and it's simply gonna show all of the calls. Now, if you have got a call that has people inside of it, it will go ahead and allow you to click into that call to join the call as well. Okay, once we've done that, everything will be done and it will work. It will work. Famous last words. Okay, so with that in mind, let that do its thing. Yeah, Android build, queue progress starting in about 10 minutes, right? So that's fine. This is like everything's on this moment of working. Okay, so at this point, let's go ahead and go to our index and let's start building it out. So here is where we're going to go ahead and do what we need. So first up, we need a couple of things. We're going to need the video client because we're going to need to do a little bit of a connection sort of check to see which videos are about. We're going to need the user, right? The logged in user. I'm going to need to keep track of all of the calls. So in this case, I'm going to import the calls. So let's go ahead and import that. Let's import the call from React Native SDK. I'm also going to bring in the router because I'm going to route the user afterwards. We're going to have is refreshing. So I don't know if I showed it, but you pull to refresh to show the latest things that have been added in. So I'm even going to implement pull to refresh. We're going to have my calls toggle, which is basically going to be that toggle at the top. So my calls versus all calls. We're going to do that. And then we're also going to have sign out, which we've done. Okay, cool. So we've got our little prep work done. Let's start doing stuff. Okay, cool. So first up, let's fetch all the calls, right? Well, as soon as the component mounts, I want to fetch all the calls. So first up, how do we do this? Well, use effect. Simple as, right? Use effect. we want to run it when the component mounts for the first time and for the first time only, or when you change is my cause. Is my cause is this toggle. Okay, this is going to be simply referring to this toggle. So if you click on this right here, that's going to go ahead and do it. Here we're going to do fetch cause. So in this case, I'm going to create a thing called fetch cause, and let's go ahead and build that. So here I'm going to say const fetch cause equals asynchronous bit of code. And we're going to basically have a defensive programming statement. If there's no client or if there's no user, return. Next step, we're going to query for the cause. Now, this is a step that I want you to pay attention to, okay? So we're going to query for the cause. So client.query cause, and then this returns all of the cause, right, from the client. So we'll query the API for calls matching the given filters, and inside I pass an object. Here I can pass in something called filter conditions, okay? Now here for the filter conditions, I'm gonna say if is my cause, then I'm gonna add in a bunch of filters. So right now, by default, we have no filter conditions, okay? But what I can do here is I can say, is my cause, then it's gonna do this set of filters, otherwise it's gonna do that set of filters. So otherwise it's gonna do nothing else. It will have some filters included. And now inside of it, I ain't gonna go into too much detail with it, but really fairly straightforward. It's just the or filter, which has two or like values that it's checking against. If it's created by me or if I'm a member of a current call. So that's how you filter according to the GetStream API, okay? Then we're gonna sort by the created at date. Okay, so outside of this block, we're gonna sort by created at, and this is ascending, I believe, right? And then we do watch is true. And this is supposed to have a subscription. So basically this is actually on the server side. So you can then enhance this to say it will become real time. I haven't done that. I've done a pull to refresh mechanism. But I'm just being honest with you, but that's how you can go ahead and do it, right? And then on the front end, you may have edge cases where someone leaves a call and there's like I want all of the active calls to be always at the top. So I'm always going to do a client side little sort here of the, what's it called, based on the participant count. So if somebody is inside, basically all the calls where someone's active, I'm going to push those to the top of the screen, right? So that's the ones that we want to do. All right, cool. So, and then we set calls to sorted calls. So this will give me all the calls, right? Simple as that. Now, when we have a list inside of React Native, the more efficient way of rendering a list is actually called a flat list, okay? So a flat list is how we will render this out. So if we go down to hello world, you're signed in, we don't need that anymore. We're past them levels. We can say flat list, and we're going to pull that from React Native, okay? Now for the flat list, we're going to have a self-closed component, and it requires a couple of things. Firstly, the data. The data is calls, okay? Key extractor basically is how we would, like, for example, in web dev, when we map, we have to pass a key in. The same applies here with React Native with flat lists. You have to say, how do we get the key of every item that we're looping through in the list, okay? Then we have the is refreshing. So is refreshing is referring to, refreshing. This is basically referring to if you do pull to refresh, we're going to have a on refresh, which is going to be basically handle refresh. Okay. And the handle refresh function, fairly straightforward, guys. It's basically going to go ahead and have a wrapper around the fetch calls. So set is refreshing true, await fetch calls, set is refreshing false. Okay. You could actually rewrite this using the use transition hook and then use the is pending. I'm pseudocoding here. So you could go ahead and do this. You can have is pending, you start transition, basically wrap this inside of it. And then your is pending would be safe to assume that you're using it. But again, it's really down to how far you want to take it. That would always be correct based on the asynchronous behavior. So probably the technical way to do it, but I'm going to show you without doing that. It's very simply, it's loading and then it's set false once it's done. Easy as, right? Now, next up, we're going to style the padding of the container. So padding of the container, we're going to give it an extra bit of padding at the bottom. So when you scroll all the way down, because we've got this like extra custom nav bar here, I just want to make sure you can see the last element. So I've given it a bit of padding at the bottom of the container. And then we have the render item. And this is the basically the main thing. Okay. So rendering item is where we need it all to basically work the way we want it, right? So here, first up, we're gonna have touchable opacity. So that's the first thing, touchable opacity, and that is gonna be a button, right? Now, this one is basically gonna resemble all of this, right? So this is where all of that stuff's gonna come into play. So first up, let's just say a bit of text and the item ID. So just to see if we've got something on screen. Now, really hope that these builds are done. Come on. I want to see this app now. It's been a minute since we've seen the app. Oh, come on, man. All right, we've got to give it time. We'll give it time. I should have really done that before, but anyway, you can see where it takes patience. But anyway, okay, it's fine. We're going to build this layout. So this bit right here, okay? Well, first up, before we do that, should we do the talk? No, let's stick on task, right? Let's stay with it, right? Touchable opacity. So first up, touchable opacity, the key, on press, and disabled, right? So touchable opacity, key is item ID, on press is handle join room when we pass the item ID. So if you click it, it will be, on join room, and we're going to disable click basically if no one's in the room. Okay, so you only join rooms where somebody is in there. Cool. And then a bit of styling. Now, I'm going to go too far into the styling, but you guys can see for yourself that this right now is going to style it. It's going to gray it out if basically if it's disabled. So if the participant count is 0, and this will actually say call ended now. I've changed it. And this will say it will be a white background if it's active, right? And obviously, if it's disabled, you can't click it. Now, handle join room is very actually straightforward. Handle join room is just going to be a router push. So basically it will look something like this. Takes an ID, it pushes you to /calls/slug. And because that has been built in the way that we've set it up, it will work. Well, hopefully I'm putting a big gamble here on that working. I've coded it. I'm pretty sure this is all gonna work, right? So in this case now, when we have that, when we click on this, it will basically, if you think about it, what it's gonna do is it's gonna go to the join call basically, as in it does the same behavior as this, right? So basically the exact same behavior as that, but instead it's just basically pre-filling proud bashful dinner inside of start new call, and then you'll be inside of the call here with that pre-filled ID, and then basically you can join other people's rooms accordingly, right? Now we just need to make it look pretty. So first up, I'm gonna say if the phone call is active, it's gonna show two different icons. So show this if it's active, this if it's not active. So easy enough, right? We can go ahead and do this. Import the feather Expo icons from here, as so forth. Where is it? Feather material icons. There we go. And we're gonna say phone off based on the participant account. This basically if it's empty, phone off. Otherwise, it'll say phone call. Okay. And then we've got the image. The image will be the created by image. This is the user's image basically. All right, so let's go ahead and pop that one in. We import image from React Native. Get rid of the text there as well. And then we have the view. So this bit, a bit more of a trickier one because it's quite a big chunk, but I'll try and break it down the best I can. So we've got a view. And firstly, this view is gonna have flex of 1. And it's gonna be justifying the content space between. So right now, what we're actually building is this. Okay. So we're actually building that chunk right now. So everything inside this view would be relating to that. Okay. So here we have another view nested. Okay. So we actually have another view nested. This view is gonna have its own styling. This one's gonna have a flex direction row, space between, and everything aligned. So this is going to be responsible basically for, I believe it's this part. So, I mean, we'll dial it in anyway and we'll see. So here we have a view with 2 pieces of text, right? So I'll show you exactly what I mean. So we have this chunk. Okay. And just to make it easy, what I'll do is I'll pop this here so you can see. So I'm going to pop in a bit of code. So between the 2 markers is where we've pasted in. So it's just 2 text values, the creator that name, or it will just have the email address if you don't have the name. So you will not have the name if you signed in via just username and a password, via email and password. If you signed in via Google, it will have a name, right? So use the name, otherwise it will use your first part of your email and it'll split it at the @ sign. And then underneath it will have the email address, okay? So that's the first bit. And then after that, we have another view. So again, I hope these little markers are actually helping out a bit. I think they are. All right, so between these markers now, we have another much bigger chunk. This one might be a bit too much if I show you in a big thing. So in this case, what we'll do a view. And within this, we have, I'm going to slowly break it down. So we have a piece of text, okay, which formats a slug. Boom, like so. Is it done yet? Oh, come on. All right. But yes, at this point, what would have been way quicker is if I scanned it with my phone. But stupidly, I am on the iOS beta. But in 3 days, WWDC or whatever it is, the iOS event comes out. I'm going way off topic, but yeah, hopefully I should be off that. So the future videos won't get affected by it. Okay, so we have the text. Next up, we have a view with a bunch of stuff inside of it. So here we have, I'm going to do again our markers. These are just to help you see where I'm working between. So if I get rid of the old markers now, you'll see. Yeah, so here. Now we have a view. Okay. Now this view is going to be responsible for a few things now. So this will be actually here, right? So it'll be like this part here. So it will either say call ended, or it will say, I really need to see the app right now because I can't. Coding in this nested level is really going to get messy. Otherwise, I'm going to make a few mistakes otherwise. Basically, what I can do is I can pop in this chunk because that's actually what I need. So format slug. Okay, so here, what I'm going to do is, between these two markers, this is what I need. And firstly, let's import the vector icon. So here we go. I can show you now. That's better actually. So in between the two markers, what I did is I popped in a view. All right, so this view goes from here to the end of the marker. And then we have a flex direction row, align item center. We're checking if the participant count is 0. If it's 0, this part will say call ended in red text. Okay, this part here will say, call ended in red text, right? I don't know why this is happening. Right, yeah, there we go. And then otherwise it will have this, but it'll have a nice little border around it. Okay, so in this case, we've got the view, nice little border around it. We'll have the person sign, which is this one, the users. So this is that Entepio icon. And then we have the number of users, which is participant count, which is here. Okay, done. Cool. Is it done? Yes, guys, it's done. Let's try. Oh, moment of truth. Okay, we're going to click open with Orbit. So let's see. Let's do X. Okay. Oh my God. Like, come on. I mean, there's some UI components, but like, that's sick, right? If I click join call, oh, just look at that. Like, yes. All right. I'm going to fix that top part. I don't like that bit. We'll build that bit out. But for now, if I click start a call, wait for it. Yes. While using the app. Yes. Oh, look at that. But we got a little bit of an error. These are easy fixes now. So quick little fixes around here. That call screen, easy little fix. We go to the ID. That's because we do not have inside the room, I believe, we do not have a flex of 1. A flex of 1. Boom. Look at that. Love it. Right. And now if I was to hang up and come back on, so you see I can show, yeah, look, there's a call there. It takes a second, which is why I say, oh, there we go. Look, we got the stream. So on Android, you'll get this little dummy stream, right? Right now it's been a bit weird, but it will work. So let's see what's going on there. So here, cannot find native. Oh, for God's sake. Yeah, anyway. Refresh. All right, so here. Start a new call. We should get the little screen, the little guy there. I mean, for some reason I'm not getting it, but anyway, it's fine. All right, but anyway, this will work, right? So, and if you click this, look, copied ID to clipboard, you can see proof there. And now if I was to open up a second phone, so let's open up a second Pixel 7. Yeah. And use EAS. So I'm actually selecting, do this, and let's do Pixel 7. So if I click on that one, it should install it over here now. So select build from EAS, video calling app, boom, Android. And from that, it should start doing it. Oh, open with Orbit. Okay, so now it should start doing it. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, here we are. So let's log in with let's do a little actual simple login. So sign up, Sunny. Here we've got that stupid header shown error, which I can fix later. Sunny.sanga +123 at J. Get ready to give me the code, please. Let's do a little password. The verification code is I have it, I believe it is. I get an email saying 932.227. So 932.227, verify the email. I am now logged in. And now we can see, I'll fix that issue, don't worry about it. You can see that Sunny's call is active, adventurous lemon refrigerator. But what I want to do is I want to show you that even if we click on this route, right, and we go ahead and do adventurous and join room, that it joins the room. So while using the app, and look at that, guys, we also have another user in the room. Amazing stuff, right? We should also be getting the dummy signal, so you'll get that little character thing, so you can actually test it. For some reason, it's being a bit weird. It's not letting me do that, but that's okay for now. Let's close it, and let's maybe do a little bit of a hard restart with it. So what I would say is you go to your server. Let's do Expo start-C. Let it rebundle, and I believe we will be good. Destroy that like button. There we go. Pixel 8 Pro. Then you can open up the Pixel 7, press A. Or to be honest with you, what you do is you just open that up and it will force it to build after it's bundled. So there you go. Even here, if we do R, so then it will force it onto this phone. Yeah. Okay. So this one was actually, I believe, oh God, I forgot what I logged in as. Let's try it now anyway. So start new call. Did we get little guy? Problem on the project and web pair connection. Okay, so this one we can catch the error actually. This one it's a normal error, it's known. So right now, I believe so let's go into here. Yeah. So it's almost perfect, except we're freezing here. I ran into this issue last time as well and I fixed it. I can't remember what it was. Debugging fun. We'll fix it anyway. Cool. So in the meantime, is iOS done? Let's see. Hopefully it's done. Okay, it's doing it. That's fine. Patience is the virtue. Oh, wow. Hasn't even started building anyway. I'm going to screw that. I'm going to do it myself. All right. So anyway, the build part. Okay. So actually everything is done. We just need to get it working. So get the final bit working. So ID, let's have a look here. So I'm missing a very simple thing here somewhere. I need to do it on the catch, I believe. Inside of the room. Is it inside the room? Okay, so let's log in firstly. Let's sign up. Let's do a email sunny.sanga +123 @gmail.com. And let's do an example. So I'm going to just sign in with a password. That's our test account now. email address is taken. Oh, I think I already did it. So let me try log in with that one. So sunny.sanger+123@gmail.com. And then let's log in with that. Sign in. Okay, so I'm signed in. Cool. Let's do start a new call. Okay, so it's loading the call, which is great. It doesn't freeze, which is great. It's just weirdly that it's not showing the static image. Usually it shows that little alien guy, which is fine. It's okay. I mean, the main thing is that works, right? If you test that on your phone, you'll notice that it does work as well. So let's pull open this phone. Let's see if the call actually comes through now. Again, let's log in with this one. So, and we'll sort out the little part at the top afterwards. So the design aspect, we'll sort out the all calls in a second. Deep link received. Oh, okay, interesting. And forget that. Just do video callings. Just do that. Okay. I'm screwing up so many things right now. Let's do Command J, A. There we go. That's what I needed. Yes, it wasn't loading the correct build. Okay, now we're back. So we've got two phones open. Okay, so here, start a new call. And then if I was to refresh, there's a problem. Yeah, so I need to catch that. Oh, I have this somewhere. It's a silly issue. I believe it's in... Okay, so a couple of areas where we can check. Layout.tsx, I believe it could be here. No. This is a normal issue that I've experienced before. However, usually it was just a warning, and we were able to bypass it. I'm wondering if that's because of another thing I'm doing though. So if I was to join this call as well. Okay, the good news is you can see that there is two members in this call, which is awesome. So you can see like you and the other member. There we go. So that's perfect. The other member doesn't have a name because they signed up, which is great. So we've got this working great. Once we have the iPhone there, we can go ahead and show it in full force. But as you can see now, it says if we end this call, it will take a second to reflect, but you see one person ended, and then in a second that will be gone. Once the call is registered as finished, that will be gone. So I want to show you the final part, which is the actual top part. So we go to index.tsx. Let's go ahead and do that little all calls, my calls toggle. So that's fairly straightforward, fairly easy how to do it. Index.tsx, let's do it. Oh, I know why it's happening. I know why it's happening. Wow, that is a crazy problem to have. Okay, so the reason why all of this is happening is in the top parent layout. So top parent layout, you actually need a gesture root handler above it all. That's why. All right, so here, you need to actually have this in order for the video rendering to work properly. It was in the documentation somewhere. I remember it. It's because of the way the videos are rendering. I don't know. I can't remember fully, but you need to add a gesture root handler. I believe that will fix something here that I'm figuring out problem wise. But anyway, yeah, that's a big problem that I was facing. Oh, guys. Oh my God. I had the video off. That was it. Wow, are you kidding me? I had the video off the entire time. The whole... Wow. Okay, you can just turn the video on. Mad. All right, if you flip the camera... No, there's the alien, dude. All right, so if I click on this now, and if you press Option, you can actually, on this phone, Option, and then WSAD, like you can actually move around this room, and it shows on the other phone, like that's simulating a conversation. So like obviously, like, hey, check out my other room, blah, blah, blah. Right, there you go. Awesome stuff. Got up and down with, so basically WSAD QE is how you do it, right? That's awesome. So that's how you do a little test. Oh, thank God. That was driving me crazy. Wow. Okay, now let's just see, is the iPhone done? Okay, iPhone's gonna take forever, so you can just trust me on that one. But In this case, boom. Okay, amazing stuff. Let's finish strong now with this, and then we can deploy the Next.js app, and then we are good. And I want to try and get all of that done fairly quick. So index.tsx. So where's my switch? Okay, yeah, so here we have it. So underneath the dialog container, here we have it. So I have a view. Inside my view, I have text, which looks like so. I have text, which sets all calls to false. See, all calls, there we go. And then I have another one, which is actually for my calls. So my calls, and this will set it to true. Now we have this, so all calls, my calls, and you see how it is toggling already, yeah? Which is really nice. So that's cool. And then this one, by the way, we just say is my calls. We just flip the color. So you can, you can flip it this way, right? So like my calls or all calls. You see that? We already set that up earlier. And you see how it says call ended as well. Everything's really nice. There's a bit of styling problems there, which we need to address. I'll fix that afterwards. I didn't have access to the build because we were doing it before the dev build. And I need a switch. So a switch is fairly easy, guys. What we do is inside of here, we do a switch. We import that from React Native. Track color, false and true are going to be the same color, because right now this isn't really going to be a switch for the typical use case. It's just going to be like a toggle between two different modes. Thumb color, this is just styling, and it will set it to whatever it isn't. So it will toggle the opposite. And then to get this looking the way we want it, we do a flex direction row with a bit of styling. So, and just like that, we have it. Look, all calls. And if I click these as well, look at that. Nice. And you see how now, because it's added in a bit of padding, the absolute over here is fine. So that's perfect, right? Nice, cool. That's cool, that's working great. All right, I create my own call. And then inside of this one, we can go ahead and do like copy. The only thing I noticed was it didn't pop up saying new call created. And that phone is a bit, yeah, so this one's a bit glitchy. But let's do create a new, yeah, so yeah, oh, it does do it, yeah, create a new call. Let's go ahead and do this. I'm telling you it's because I'm live. Mine, I wasn't experiencing this stuff before. Like, yeah, it keeps throwing me out as well. I don't have my other app running, do I? I feel like because I have a few things open, it's something's getting mad confused and it's getting messed up. But what we can do is we can do Android, sorry. That's really taking the craziness like that in building. All right, let's open it now. Let's see. Yeah, that's gonna fail because obviously we're in an edge case right now. Oh, come on, help me out here. Come back. Yep, there we go. Start a new call. This one is failing. Can't find a call with default ID dashboard. This is not the correct build. This is the wrong build. There we go. What's up, dude? Thank you for tuning in. So here, start a new call. There we go. Okay, so that's a call working. Ashamed jolly lion. And let's try one more time. Join call, and let joining a room. Boom. There we go. Thank the Lord. Wow. You got our little alien friend, right? Wow. We did it. Okay. So there you go. We got everything working the way we wanted it. The call's reflecting here. As soon as we exit, if I do a quick refresh, you can see like 2 people in that split second. And then that will eventually switch to 1. Let's address some of the styling. This is not exactly as I want it. So let's fix that quickly, and then let's do deployments, right? Obviously, we're not going to deploy the app today, but we're going to deploy the Next.js backend, right? So remember, we did a lot in this build. It was insane. We're going to go back to... I forgot to style this one. Here we are. So font weight, bold. That one was never styled, actually. It was more so the... It was the one with ashamed jolly lion, that one. So it was actually the view around this one. So it was that. So that's centering it. That's in row. This is the problem. I was deving without seeing what I could see. And now I've messed up one part. Flex end, there it is. Width 100, here you are, boom. Thank you. There we are. All right, so that was literally what I was looking for. And also, you see the top there? I don't like that. That's not nice how we've done that. So where I added the switch, that view is not correct. That one, oh, this is little guy's jokes. It should be like that. So I've messed up with the touchable opacity. I mean, that we could fix fairly straightforward. We could do 1010 even. Yeah, 1010. Like, it doesn't need to be in the corner like that. So I mean, so I think we did it because of the overall out. Yeah, okay, I got it. Yeah, the offset was 10. I was wondering, I literally calculated it. That's why I was like, yeah, 10 is about off 10. So that's correct. Yeah. So if I do a, what do I add? Oh, Hadeep says this project looks insane. Thank you, dude. Look at that. Boom. Perfect gaps. Yeah. And then my calls. Yeah, cool. So now if I was to join it, I can click it. Boom. We can join the call. And we have proof in the pudding. Go live with it. You can see the little alien dude in a second. Where is he? Sometimes he's shy. He doesn't come out. Maybe this one will come out. Yeah, there we go. This little alien dude's out. All right. Let's see. Is it working? Yeah, there we go, guys. Look at that. If I flip the camera. Remember, when you're in a simulator, it's prone to problems happening, guys. It's okay though. You can see that is streaming video from one device to another, and this will work with iOS, but iOS just doesn't want to give me a build. So in this case, what I can do is I could just start another medium iPhone API. So let's just do 3 Androids. Screw it, I'll do that. All right, so I have another Android phone here, and then we're going to deploy Vercel. So I want to test it on 3 phones. We can log into the same account as well. It's completely fine. But I just want to prove to you that group chat is working, because I don't want to end it on a case of someone being like, he didn't finish it properly, right? I want to show you I did it all, right? So this one, the only thing I can imagine is we actually have to do a build on that one. So here, I mean, we can start development. So I don't know if this is going to be the correct dev build, but we can try. I don't think it's the correct dev build. Okay, it might be. Let's do sign in with Google. I think this phone is set up correctly. Let's have a look. Yes, it was. It's in Arabic because I'm in Dubai. This simulator sucks. Out of the rest of them, compared to the others, this one's crap. Like, this one's so slow. But anyway, Mysterious Salmon Garden. Right, that's the call ID that we need to join from this super slow phone. Okay, so this one, yeah, this one's just weird as hell. All right, so this, I don't think this is, oh, it is there. Look, Mysterious Salmon Garden. Yeah, so I can click it. And it's got loud as hell notifications as well. But as you can see, boom, this slow ass phone got inside, right? Oh god, this is terrible, dude. This one, wait, just. Okay, this simulator is the problem, yeah, not these ones. This simulator is the problem. Just want to make that very apparently clear. And if I came on, we should see a little alien dude if this one ever loads. Or I could just use this one to make the alien come up. Okay, so there we go. We should see alien dude here, and he should pop up at some point here. This phone is dead. Right, so don't use the medium phone API. That one sucks. Right, use one of these Pixel ones in AVD. But there you go. Yeah, there you go. At least it shows you the proof. Right, this phone's crashed. Right, just forget that phone. No, forget that. Yeah. Use the actual emulators. They're better than the fake ones that it tries. I would use the Pixel Pro and all that kind of stuff as well. They're just so much faster as well. Okay, cool. That's awesome, right? Let's deploy it. So first things first, go back over to the backend now. And then here, I've already actually set up with Vercel. So you just need to install the Vercel CLI. I've done that, but you can go ahead and do that as well, right? So install Vercel and then simply hit Vercel, right? Set up and deploy, yes. If you're not logged in at this point, you will have to log in. Sunny Sanga is the one that we want. Link to an existing project, no project name, all good to keep it the same. Which directory, the default. This will upload the code to Vercel and this will fail. This will fail for a normal reason. Click yes here. This will fail for absolutely normal reason because it needs the environment variables, right? So hit open, little hack that I like to do. What I'll say here is make sure you're just logged in. So I am not in the correct profile. Open in my personal. All right, so in this case, I'm gonna go into the build. So here, go to settings, go to environment variables. You can see there are no environment variables, right? So at this point, go to your env.local. You thought I was gonna slip, but I'm not, right? I'm gonna copy all my environment variables, go back, head over here now, paste them. So here, paste them. So I'm actually here, right? So what I want you to do is you can see basically that's better, right? So paste, and you can see it pastes in the values over like so. And then what you do is on the side, you basically, oh, well, that was great. Where you click on save, right? And then, you know, the intention's there, right? In this case, you got the GetStream and publishable key. And now we can go ahead and do Vercel again. In fact, you can cancel that and do Vercel -- prod because I want to push it straight to prod to get the final URL that I want. So do Vercel prod. That would have failed previously, I can guarantee you, because of the, I can already tell you that's going to be, it's going to say missing API stream keys. So error. Who wants to bet? Who wants to bet? Look at this. There you go. Missing GetStream API keys. I knew it. I knew it. All right. Now if we go here to deployment logs, boom. Not deploy. This one. Queued building. Preview production. Cancel this one. Don't care about that. This one is the one. That's dope, right? So that will do it. Let's see if the never-ending story is working. The iOS build. Okay, that's crazy. I don't know. Maybe it's caught in some like. That's just insane. Maybe I don't know. Maybe my account's like hit or something. But they shouldn't take that long for the iOS. But either way, we can see it on Android working, so it's good. And like I said, you can always install it on your phone with the QR code. Yours will work, and I definitely recommend you do that, by the way. Install it on your phone with the QR code. It's so much better to test with. I just can't show you now because I have the iOS beta on my phone, and I'm never doing that again because it really restricted me with what I could show you. But yeah, anyway, we make do. All right, so in this case, you can see that generate user token is there, deployment assigning custom domains, boom, and that is the one we want. Cool. So in this case, I want that URL. Okay, so I want to go to that URL. I'm going to copy this URL, go over to my React Native app, go to env, the React Native app, right? And we're going to paste this one without the /. So now this is the backend deployed. Hit save, and what I need you to do to test it all works now is go over here and cut your Ngrok. All right, so cut the Ngrok and cut your server. So technically I'm not running locally now, and what we should find is you're gonna have to do a hard refresh. So you're gonna make sure you cut your server, Expo start -C, and I think I don't know if you would have to restart your dev build here. I think you can. Yeah, you can swap out your environment keys. It should be fine. Here is where we need to do the Android build again. So here, I want you to close the app, A, and it will start up our app. Digital Alchemist, setup is a little janky with Expo and Android SDK. Not sure if it's one or both, as I've never used either. Having it on the PC and phone together helps me know if the error is real or janky. I'm getting, yeah, it really does. It's one of those things that it will just take a lot of time and practice to really iron out a couple of bugs. But once it works, then it's good, right? But it does take a bit of patience. That's why I really try and tell everyone, But look, in this case right now, how do we test this works? Okay. Well, all you need to do is go to your NextJS, your Vercel app, go to logs, click on live. Okay. And I already know it's working because I can see something. Boom. All right. And what I want you to do is basically here now. So can you see how generate user token was already created? Yeah. But in this case, this should be working. If I refresh this phone, I should get a real user token in a second. So let's see. I'm here. I'm in the app. If I click, look, boom, user token. So I was given a user token, which means if I start a new call, GetStream, I should have a valid GetStream token and it should start a phone call. Boom, it works. That is sick. And if we go ahead and do that, yes, it works. Amazing stuff. And that is the backend deployed as well. That's awesome, guys. The app is pretty much done. Look at this. Look, this one, I don't know if it will work, as in I need to restart this one properly, but let's see anyway. So did it? Yeah, look, it done it. Yeah. So you can see it's hitting the real backend now. Absolutely awesome stuff. So that's how you launch your backend server. We use Next.js. You can obviously use Superbase, whatever you want for that. Does not matter. You just need a Node.js function basically that's running what we need to like some endpoint. And this peer connection, oh, this one's annoying. It's not a problem. I've ran into that before. Before it was a warning. But anyway, it's a very small issue. I don't know. Maybe it's like the current thing that I'm messing around with. But you can see like, look, it doesn't. Yeah, anyway, but it's there. It works. Right? If we flip this camera, that we turn this one on, we flip this just to prove to you that two cameras are sending signals. This one's staring at the TV. If we flip this one, he's staring at a dog. Yeah. So then you can see both in the top right. And also awesome about this, guys, look, if you click the top right, you can actually do everything that you can do. You can mute. Everything works the way we expect it. Boom. Amazing, amazing stuff, guys. All right. On that note, I think we're going to do a wrap up of today's build. Look at that. When I exit the call, works perfectly as well. Everything from the my calls, the filtering, we have full functionality, sign up flows. Absolutely incredible stuff. Now, I don't know about you, but that was an incredible Zoom clone that works just like the real Zoom. But now it's time to deliver our next build, pun intended. The next app is a UPS-like delivery app. So you can pull all of the customer info, the order info, search through a massive record of customer and order details. And most importantly, I'm going to show you how you can take a data stream from any endpoint, turn it into a sleek API endpoint with GraphQL, and display it beautifully on the app that you can see right now on the screen, with features such as search and sorting. Now, this UPS clone is powered by React Native with Expo. We're going to be using StepZen, which is actually now known as IBM's Connect Essentials, because it's that powerful. IBM picked them up to handle all of our GraphQL backend needs. So how we can take an endpoint, turn it into a GraphQL backend seamlessly, and use it to pull data inside of our app. We're going to have Firebase for the real-time database, Tailwind CSS to amplify our app's design, and of course, TypeScript to reduce the overall bugs and errors. So without further ado, let's jump straight into it, Papa Fam. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Peace. There we go, guys. Here we have it. This is our app that we're looking at. So we're going to be able to do a bunch of filtering, bunch of searching. We're going to be able to click into a card of deliveries where we can see all of our customers. We've got maps. We've got everything working as we expect it. Nice, beautiful, scrollable list. We've got nested navigation in React Native navigation now. So we can check by customers or by orders. Let's go ahead and click into an order. You can see we have that same reused component on the front end being reused here. Now, this build, I want to stress to you guys, you can go ahead and search as well. This build is more of a scenario-based build. So I'm going to go ahead and explain what today is all about and why I've done it a little bit different today. So what I've always done in traditional builds is we've gone ahead and given you pretty much the answer from the get-go. You guys have coded along with me and we've gone ahead and built something pretty awesome. But I always get the same question. Sonny, what do I do in this scenario with a freelancing client? Sonny, what do I do if they've already got a database and they've asked me to build an app? So I basically did exactly just that. I listened to you guys, and what we've done today is we've given you a backend. So we're going to go ahead and show you. Let's imagine you have a freelancing client and your client came to you with a let's just imagine a massive JSON blob, right? A JSON string, and this is their backend, or it could be whatever backend you want. I'm going to show you how you can leverage the power of StepZen to go ahead, create a GraphQL interface, build an awesome interface between that backend and between our app, and then present it on an app like you see right here. So it's going to be one hell of an experience. So today's video, what are we building? We're going to be using something called React Native. If you haven't used it before, it's how you build beautiful apps just like this. So you're going to be building an iOS and an Android app. You're going to be using TypeScript to go ahead and build a robust application. So you're not going to have as many bugs. So we're going to be building sort of, let's just call it the delivery tracking app. Okay, we're using Tailwind CSS to build a beautiful UI. We're going to be using React Native elements to go ahead and style out that UI. We're actually using the real-time Firebase database today as well. So if you're interested in learning some Firebase, today is your lucky day. We're going to build your first ever custom hook on this channel if you haven't already been in some of my other previous builds where we did that. So that's going to be fun for you guys. I'm going to show you how to add maps into React Native apps, and you're going to learn how to use nested navigators. Now, if you're probably wondering, what the hell does he mean when he keeps saying that? Right? Here you can see we've got tab navigation, but we've also got modal navigation, so modals can pop up, and we've got page navigation. Believe it or not, you doing that with TypeScript, not as simple as you might think. So we're going to be covering all of that in today's video. So smash the thumbs up button if you like what you're seeing, if you're getting excited about this, and we're going to go ahead and dive right into today's breakdown of what we're going to be up to. With that said and done, we're going to go ahead and start this build. First thing I want you guys to go ahead and do is let me know if you're coding along with me right now, because we're actually going to be doing this pretty fast, but I want to know if you guys are going to code along or if you're going to be kind of doing your own thing. But we're going to be using Expo. Expo is an awesome platform to go ahead and use, and it's actually going to allow us to create an iOS, Android app, and a web app actually. But we're not going to focus on the web app today. We're going to focus on the iOS and Android app. First thing I want you to do, I want you to go ahead, go to expo.dev, and then I want you to click on Get Started. So I'm going to turn the music down a little bit. Let's get focused. Okay, so I've actually logged in. I've already created an account here. So I'm going to go to the docs, and we're going to go ahead and jump into it. Now, what I like to do, I'm going to pretend that you're just brand new to this channel. You have never seen a video of mine before, and I'm going to run you through everything, okay? So absolute beginner-friendly tutorial here. So first thing I want you to do is actually go ahead and install something into your terminal. Now, what is this that we're installing? This is called the Expo CLI, and this is going to allow us to actually go ahead and set up our application that you see on the right hand side. Now, because this is actually running already, I'm going to have to cut this one so we can actually start developing on another one. So what I'm actually going to go ahead and do is I'm actually going to go ahead, and I've already prepped this beforehand. I've created a bunch of different screenshots that we can go ahead and use in our assistants to go ahead and use as a reference. So now you can see the different screens. We now have reference screenshots, and we can use these screenshots as we're developing our app. So this is honestly a really good case study if you're learning to become a software developer and you want to see what it's like, because in a lot of cases, when you get a gig, a designer is going to give you a bunch of screens and you're going to go ahead and have to build it out. So I hope this is as close to a freelancing gig as possible. And yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. What we want to do is go ahead and npm i-g expo CLI. Now this is going to install it globally, which means it's not going to be attached to a project. It's going to be available for you to use on your entire computer. So you can open up a terminal. I'm going to go ahead and make this super big for you guys. And what you can do is you can go ahead and say npm i-g expo CLI. I've already done this, so I'm not going to do it. But in this case, you might have to go ahead and sometimes add in sudo, as it's a admin command, and sometimes you need extra permissions, right? So it's going to prompt you to ask your password, and then you can go ahead and do it just like that. Okay. So I've already done that command, so you don't have to. You have to do that. Sorry. And if that doesn't work and it says npm is not recognized, you're probably going to have to download Node. Okay, you have to download Node. Sorry, right? So you're going to need to do that. Now the next one you want to do is npx create expo app my app. Now I'm actually not going to use this one actually in particular. Instead, I'm going to be using one with TypeScript. I'm just going to find it for you guys. As I actually lost it. But there's a really nice sort of starter template that we can use to go ahead and create our app with the TypeScript template. So this is the one I actually want you to use. So starting from scratch using a TypeScript template. Okay, so this is official from their docs. And what this is going to allow us to do is actually go ahead and create the app with the TypeScript sort of configuration already set up for us. So really, really easy stuff. What we're going to do now, I'm going to bring the music up a little bit. npx create Expo app. So I'm going to copy this command right here. Now the main bit you really have to focus about is the -t, the template. Okay. So I want you to basically copy this, open up your template, or terminal, sorry. And I want you to go into a folder that you like to code in. Now I like to go ahead and do documents, builds. So you can put it wherever the hell you want. I'm going to chuck it here, bam. And then it's going to ask me what the app name should be. So we're going to give it a second. Whenever I'm live, the demo gods are against me, but here you go. What is your app called? We're going to call this app the UPS clone YouTube StepZen. Okay, I'm going to call it that, okay? You can call it whatever you want. It does not matter. That's your app name. There you go. It's going to locate project files. It's going to go ahead and set up our dependencies, all that good stuff. Now mine, you can see, is using npm. So that's what we're going to stick with in today's build. All right. So in this case, our project is ready. Hey, we're going to go into our app right now. And we're going to go into it like so. I've got a few here. You can see, wow. Okay. There you go. I'm inside. And what I'm going to do is do code dot. And code dot allows me to open up VS Code with that folder directory set up in my workspace. So what I'm going to do is open this up, and I'm going to make this a bit bigger for you guys so that way you can see how I am doing. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Now we've got a lot to build today, believe it or not. Right, there's actually a lot that goes on into building this app. It may not look it, but there's a lot that goes on to that. So brace yourselves, get your coffee ready. App.tsx. This is what we're going to use to start up our app. So I'm going to go ahead and actually cancel this app right now. So I'm going to close everything I had running previously, and I'm going to go ahead and show you what we are about right now. And if I didn't show you already, we have a StepZen GraphQL Explorer where we can basically go ahead and interact and pull data from our Firebase, and it returns a nice GraphQL return statement. So this is what we're going to basically be building in just a second. Okay, so I'm going to introduce you to everything. Don't stress, right? So at this point, what I want you to do is go into your terminal, Command J to open up your terminal, and I want you to go ahead and type in Expo start. Okay, and what this is going to do is it's going to go ahead and start up Expo, which is basically going to allow us to have our app running on either iOS or Android. And the great thing about Expo is you can actually scan the QR code that pops up on your phone, download the appropriate app, which is Expo Go, the client on your phone, and you can actually develop on your phone as long as you're connected to your local network. So it's an absolute game changer like that. So you don't always need to have an iOS or Mac device to code in iOS anymore. All right, so we're going to go ahead and click Expo Start. Awesome stuff. There we go. You can use the local CI by using npx Expo Start as well. So in this case, you could scan that if you're on my network, and then it would work. Okay, so in this case, you can see open iOS simulator, open web, and so forth. So I'm going to actually close the simulator for a second and show you this from scratch. So what I want you to do here is hit the I button, I key on the keyboard. So I'm hitting I, and it says opening on iOS. Right. So now what we'll see is we will see the simulator pop up on the screen in just a second, and this will go ahead and open up in the form of an iPhone 12 Pro Max, whatever one you have on the screen. Right. So let's go ahead and see if the phone opened up. Where is my phone? Let's see. Let's open up again. It's just being slow. It's shy today, guys. Where the hell is my phone? All right. Let's see. I'm going to open up the simulator. And if it doesn't open up, you can always go to your device and just force it to open as well. In this case, you go to Open Simulator, iPhone 12. There you go, right? iPhone 12 Pro Max, and it will just load up a phone. Now you can go ahead and actually add different phones. You can actually go ahead and add simulators. If you go to preferences, do all that kind of fun stuff, and it'll work. Now I'm going to go ahead and give this a second while it's doing this thing. In the meantime, what we're going to do is go ahead and dive into the beginning of this build. So what I want you to first do is prepare the backend of today's build. So we're going to actually use Firebase today. So Firebase is an awesome set of tools provided by the guys over at Google, and I've used this in a ton of our old builds, right? So in this case, you just want to sign in with a Google account, hit go to console, and I want you to set up your app in Firebase. So this is essentially going to be the backend, which is going to hold that sample JSON. I'm going to go ahead and create a new project, and I'm going to go ahead and name my project. So I'm going to call this one, let's just call it the UPS clone StepZen. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and click continue. I'm going to disable Google Analytics. Thank you, Jay. Click create project. And this is going to go ahead and set up our project for us. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't actually show you that. So I went ahead and done that on the screen. I just typed in create project. I added a name and I clicked create app. Continue. Now this is going to open up our screen, and as you can see here, guys, this is our starting point for the backend. So what I want you to do is, and they've actually neatened it up a lot since we've been here, right? I'm actually going to make this a little bit bigger for you guys. I don't know why it was smaller than it should have been. That's strange. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut my simulator and try and run that again. I want you to know one thing. You have to be patient with React Native. I'm just telling you right now. Any React Native dev will tell you the same. React Native is a patient piece of tech, right? It is not as nice as NextJS, in my opinion. It takes a bit of time, but we're going to get there. Okay, so at this point, we're going to go to the build. And inside of here, you've got Firestore and Realtime. Now, I'm typically a huge fan of Firestore, but today's video, we're going to be using the Realtime database. All you need to do is go ahead and click sample data.json, and this is your test data to begin in today's video. So all I need you to do is literally copy this. Okay, so you can go here, you can actually copy the contents, and it will go ahead and copy to your clipboard. Okay, my phone isn't actually loading. This is interesting. I'm going to force my simulator to quit, and we're not going to panic. It's all good in the hood. Right, let's go ahead and leave that. I'm going to go ahead and force it to open again. It's fine. Just patience, guys. Don't stress. Right. So at this point, we're going to copy the raw contents like so. Now what I want you to do is head over back. There we go. Hey. So if that happens, I would recommend you just force quit and then you hit I. So I'm just going to let that show up. This will just basically render up the dummy app on our phone. Okay. Now heading back over here, we're going to click on create database, right? Click create database, and you want to click a location. Now it's up to you. Honestly, just choose whatever's kind of near you. At this point, I'm just going to leave it as the United States. Click next. We're going to start in test mode, which allows a temporary writing. I'm not going to go into security rules today, but if you want to know more about security rules, check out the Firebase's channel on YouTube. They're awesome. They do really good videos, and click enable. Okay. So this is going to allow us to go ahead and do this. Yes, you can use this on Windows as well, guys. This is a universal app, right? You can do it on Windows. If you're using Windows, you're probably going to be using Android, unless you have an iPhone and you can scan that QR code and use your phone to develop. Okay. Now what I want you to do is, we copied all of this information like so. I want you to go here, and what we're going to do is we're going to go into value, and I want you to actually paste it and hit enter. Okay. And as you can see, you get all of the additional information added to our database. Now, what this essentially is a JSON tree, right? So the real-time database is like a massive JSON tree. Now, the whole reason why I've given you this, again, if for anyone who's missed it, we are essentially giving you a scenario today where you've got a freelancing client who already has a database. It's a JSON massive tree inside a real-time database. And your mission is to go ahead and pull information from that in a relational type of way, so in a way that makes sense. And you need to go ahead and build a tracking app and present it on a React Native app. So I'm showing you just how to do that in today's video. And I'm going to show you how StepZen makes that incredibly easy to go ahead and create a GraphQL interface that we can use. Right. So at this point, you should have the following information. If you did have a problem with that, you can go ahead and hit here and import JSON. That will do the same trick if you just save the file and upload it. It's easy to do. Okay. Awesome stuff. Okay, so with this done, now what we're going to do is head back over to StepZen. What I want you to do is go ahead and actually see what we have here. Right, so in order to get started, you can actually use StepZen with a bunch of different backends. Now, today, we're going to be using the REST endpoint API, right? But you have got databases, you have got GraphQL endpoints. If you are interested in learning about how to use it with a SQL database like Supabase, then check out the Reddit build on, it's going to be hovering over the screen right now if you are watching this on replay. But without further ado, we're going to carry on with what we're doing with the REST endpoints. So let's click on dashboard. Now, what I want you to do when you do this is all you need to do is actually just click login, and a login will take you to your starting point. Now, this is the new dashboard, okay? So it's free to log in, set up an account, sorry. All right, and then here you're actually going to see all the different endpoints that are going to get deployed. So you can see I use these guys quite a lot, and they actually have these awesome metrics now that you can see. What I then want you to do is go ahead and go over to your account. So here you can see you've got my key. I'm not showing the entire key, so it's fine. And you've got your login details. Now, if we head over to the docs, you can see you've got a bunch of documentation over here. If you do get stuck, we've got examples. We've got loads of things that will help us get to where we need to get to. But in the first point, what I want you to do is once you've logged in, you will see this getting started screen. And if you don't, simply head to stepzen.com/getting-started to go ahead and get set up. Now, first thing you're going to have to do install the global tool StepZen. Just like we did for Expo, go ahead and do this. You'll probably need to do sudo as well in a lot of cases. So in this case, go ahead and install StepZen. I have already done this. The next thing I want you to do is log in to your StepZen account. So you will get a command here which is relevant for you. You can go ahead and log in to your account. Then it's going to ask for your admin key password. And if you don't log into your account, any API that you actually go ahead and release is going to be a public endpoint. So it's going to be accessible to everyone. So I just recommend you use this approach and you actually pop in your admin key when you're prompted like so. And then you're going to have your own private API endpoint at least. So that way people don't go crazy over yours if you accidentally leak it or share it. Okay. So as you can see, there's a bunch of different examples down here, but I'm going to make it super easy for you just to follow along with me. Okay. So once you've done this, we can go ahead and proceed to the next step. Okay, see what I did there? Step, right? So at this point, we're going to go ahead and we've already just set up our Firebase backend. We have our app running and we have our StepZen app pretty much set up. Okay, so now what we're going to do is prepare our app to go ahead and start getting built. Now, as I mentioned, this app does use Tailwind CSS. So Tailwind CSS is essentially a way of creating responsive, beautiful pages, right? But we're actually I'm going to show you how to use it in today's video with React Native. So in today's video, I'm going to show you how to go ahead and use it. And we're actually going to be using a special Tailwind CSS library. Now, I did use a different one in the past, but I like to go ahead and mix and match so you guys can see it's not just one way fits all. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and use something called Tailwind React Native, and this is the one right here that we're going to use. So I'm going to show you as I've done it, as I log into it, as I kind of, as I find it and as I kind of install it. Now, here is the first command. We have to add it to our project. So I want to go over to our project and notice what I'm about to do here. I have my Expo running here, right? So Expo start. I will need to go ahead and then pop in the side. So here you can see I've got another terminal, and what I like to do is just pop that to the side, right? So this is kind of running, it's a bit squished up, but I can see if there's any red going on and I can look into it, right? Next thing I'm going to do is install Tailwind React Native into our application. So I'm going to set up our Tailwind right now. So this is going to install into the dependencies for Tailwind, so that way I don't have to do all of this long styles stuff, right? I'm going to show you how to kind of neaten this up. So we've gone ahead and installed that successfully. Now what I want you to go ahead and do is head back over to their documentation. And what we're going to use is this npx setup Tailwind React Native. And this will go ahead and actually help us set up what we need to inside of our application. So let's check this out right now. npx setup Tailwind React Native in that same folder. So in this case, you can see step one, run Tailwind React Native in development mode. So essentially what we need to do now is run our app in one window. In the second terminal, we need to run the Tailwind compiler, and then we need to basically implement the steps to allow Tailwind to work inside of our app. So I'm going to do it in a kind of a reverse order. I'm going to go ahead and do step 2 first, which is add in the Tailwind provider. So I'm going to go ahead and copy these 2 lines right here, go to the root of our application, which is right here, and paste it in. Right, so a very simple thing, first thing that we're doing. And then I'm going to go ahead and actually wrap our entire app inside of this Tailwind provider, like so. So I'm popping in my app around the Tailwind provider. Okay, there we go. And then you can see we've got a little bit of an issue. Now, the reason why this is happening is the type definitions haven't actually been added yet. So what I want you to do here is just add a TypeScript ignore, which is only for this. And I know there's going to be some TypeScript guys that are going to kill me for that, but it's fine. Tailwind provider, they haven't updated the type definitions. If you're watching this video, just do it, please. So that way I don't have to do stuff like that and get hate. All right. So in this case, there you go. Or somebody else can contribute to it, right? But there you go. That's the only time we're doing TypeScript ignore is for that wrapper, right? So I'm wrapping out the app with Tailwind provider. Right, so at this point we've got Tailwind provider, and we're going to go ahead and now we can use Tailwind inside of our application. But before we do that, we're going to do this. So npm run dev Tailwind. So I'm firstly now in this window, I'm going to go ahead and run npm run dev Tailwind, and we should see our Tailwind script run. Now, if you're wondering how the hell did that work, right? Well, really what's happened behind the scenes there, you see we've got a bunch of Tailwind configuration files. It's actually gone ahead and added a package.json script, which has got a bunch of different scripts concurrently working together to go ahead and compile the Tailwind CSS that we're about to write. Okay, so in this case, you can see it works like so. So there you go. We've got it rebuilding. I'm going to open up a third terminal now. Okay, so you can see how this app works. We've got Expo running, we've got the Tailwind compiler running, and then we've got our third one, which is probably going to have StepZen running. Okay, right. So the final thing is, how do we actually use it? So to use it inside of a component, all you need to do is do step 4. Yeah, so you basically go ahead and we can actually do it inside of here. In fact, what I'm actually going to do now is show you how we can have a screen here. So I'm actually going to go ahead and let's see if we can use it anyway. No, we're not going to be able to. All right. I'm going to go ahead and create a screens folder. So we're going to create our first screen, which represents the home page. Okay. So in this case, I'm going to create a folder called screens. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and call this first screen the customers screen. Okay. And don't worry about the name. We're going to go ahead and use it later so it makes sense. But this is going to be the customer screen.tsx. And we're using because we're using TypeScript with JSX. So it's going to be called the customer screen. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and use a handy extension. You've seen me do it a few times. But if you haven't seen it, type in ES7. And what you will see is this one right here. ES7 React Redux React Native snippets. I want you to go ahead and use that right now. Now, loads of people are saying, why don't you use this library? Why don't you use that library? Guys, use whatever library you want, please. It does not matter. There's tons of ways in coding to do the same thing. So it really doesn't matter at this point. So I'm going to use a snippet here, RN for React Native functional exported component. There you go. And there's even one with TypeScript implemented in it, right? So you can actually do that one as well. In this case, we've got a customer screen. So in this case, this is just going to say customer screen. I'm going to hit save, go back to my app.tsx, and I'm going to go back here. And instead of this now, I'm going to go ahead and show you a preview of the app while it's open. And I'm going to replace this with my app. So in this case, I'm going to go back here and I'm going to type in my customers screen. There you go. And it's a self-closed component, right? There you go, and hit save. And now what we should be able to see right in the top corner, it says customer screen. Okay, that's because there's no padding, there's no safe zone. I'll explain that in just a second. Now we're going to go into customer screen, and I'm going to prove, but we just need to test that it's actually working the way we wanted it, right? So I'm going to go over here, and what I now need to do is pop in our little useful Tailwind command. So it was right here actually where it had it. It was use Tailwind, and we're going to go ahead and pop it in. And we're going to go ahead and do control spacebar, import it from our Tailwind React Native library. Now, what we can do is, firstly, in order to get it actually visible, we're going to change our view. And the only way that it works is, guys, is where you have divs in web development, you have views in React Native. The reason why you have this is because it's going to be one component which is going to compile down to iOS on Apple phones, Apple devices, and Android is going to compile down to the appropriate element. So that way you've got one component which works across devices. So that's why we do that, by the way. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. So we're going to change this to a safe area view. And I want you to change this. And what this does is it basically avoids the notch. So that way you can see that right there, right? Now in this case, I like to, rather than call it Tailwind, I call it TW for shorthand. And in the style command, which is basically where we would replace class names in web development, we're going to type in TW, and we can go ahead and test if this works. So here I'm writing a Tailwind CSS utility class. Now, you're probably wondering, Sunny, it didn't go red. Why didn't it go red? Well, that actually makes sense, and I'm going to show you why. So whenever we use Tailwind, we have to tell Tailwind which folder or which files do you need to look out for. So head over to tailwind.config.js, and what we're going to need to do is basically add in the following. So I need to basically tell Tailwind that you need to go ahead and check out for the following files. So I'm going to go ahead and search for all the files inside of a directory. So any name, and it can be any file name, and I'm going to go ahead and translate the TypeScript files, right? So the TSX files, and then we hit save. And now what we should see, if we go ahead and we refresh, there we go. So as you can see, there's a little delay because our little compiler in the middle here is actually rebuilding as we save things. So it's watching over and rebuilding. And now if I change it to text blue, hit save, you will see that this will eventually turn blue as well. So bam, we have Tailwind CSS working. All right, so at this point, we have the customer screen. So I'm going to go ahead and just leave that right there. We're going to build that later. We've set up Tailwind CSS successfully, okay? So at this point, we can choose where we want to go ahead and build. So I think let's do a little bit of UI, and then we can go ahead and move around, okay? So the first thing that you can notice is whenever we have an application, we're going to have separate screens. Now, whenever you have separate screens in an app, you need something called a navigator, right? So you need something like React Native navigation to go ahead and allow something like this, for example, where you have customers and orders. Now I'm going to use a screen brush here to go ahead and draw on the screen. So as you can see, that everyone always asks me that question, what do you use to draw on the screen? It's actually called screen brush. So in this case, it should be popping up right now. So here you go. Now I can draw on the screen, and yeah, we can do this. So you can see down here, we have some, so if you can't see that, down there I'm looking, right? So this navigator right here is basically called a tab navigator. And then when I click onto one of these, it will either take me to a screen or a tab navigator. So I've actually, or a modal, sorry, pops up. Now I'm going to show you how to do both, right? So when we click on one of these, I want a modal to pop up. When we click on one of these, I want it to go to the next page. And we're going to customize it. We're going to do so much cool stuff around this. And I'm going to show you just how we're going to do that, okay? So first step to get any navigation working is we need to go ahead and head over to React Native navigation, right? So React Native navigation. There we go. Bam. Hit save. And now you can go ahead, not save, sorry, coding too long. Right, so this is what we're going to basically be using. So we're going to go ahead and hit read the docs. And I'm going to show you as I would do it in the beginning if I was a newcomer, right? So you can go down here, you'll see npm installations, right? So first thing you need to do is actually install React Native navigation. So let's go ahead and do that first. So we're going to open this up, and as you can see, we've still got a free terminal on the right-hand side. So I'm actually going to go ahead and use that free terminal in order to do what I need to do. So npm install React Native navigation. Yes, you can actually separate or create a new separate screen. It's up to you how you want to work here. Right, awesome stuff. So you can see we added that into our application. Then what we're going to now do is head back over, and you can see the next step is installing dependencies into an Expo managed project. Now, what does that mean as opposed to a bare React Native project? Now, when we're using Expo, the benefit of using Expo is that it makes dependency management actually a lot easier. And they've actually sort of handled this for a lot of us in different areas. So like maps, for example, rather than going into separate iOS folders, installing dependencies, separate Android folders, installing separate dependencies, Expo is very easy. You just run one command, and then they've handled that behind the scenes. And trust me, saves you a hell of a lot of pain. I've worked with React Native before. Only get to that point if you have to, or you get to a production state where you have to eject and you have to do it manually. But in this case, we are in an Expo managed environment. So I'm going to click copy, and we're going to go ahead and use our Expo install command. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So Expo install. So you can see I've done that here, npx Expo install. I'm going to bring the music up a little bit as well. So you can see here, we've installed that successfully. Command J to hide it. Oops, wrong screen. And now you can see we've already done that step. So you can proceed to go down, skip that bit. And now the next part, wrapping your app in a navigation container. So a lot of our patterns you can see are called higher order components. And this is where our app essentially keeps getting wrapped and wrapped and wrapped in different things. So in this case, if we open up our app.tsx, you can see we're wrapping our app in a Tailwind provider. Well, naturally next, we're gonna have a navigation container. So we're gonna go ahead and do that right now. And you can delete the things that we're not using. So anything grayed out, feel free to go ahead and clean up your code and get rid of it. Right, so hit save like that, navigation container. I'm going to go down here, pop it in like so. Okay. Now, as you can see, I pushed in my customer screen inside of there, right? So that's not the way, it's not finished yet. I'm just doing it step by step. So that's the first thing I want you to do. The second thing I want you to do is go to the next screen, okay? And I'm showing you this way, but not because I don't know it. I've done this already, right? I'm showing you because I want to show you in case, I don't want you to have to rely on me. I want to show you how you can start to learn yourself and go ahead and learn new tech. There's no point me just showing you every single step manually without showing you the websites, because then you're not learning yourself. How are you going to learn new bits of tech if I'm not there then? So I like to show you the actual realistic, me going onto a website and finding out how to use it. All right. So in this case, you can see we've got the next part, which is where we add the native navigation stacks. Okay. So in this case, we can do it a few ways. So we need to go ahead and install this is the first step, right? So I'm going to go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go into my dependencies. I'm going to install the React Navigation native stack. Okay, so done. Let's go back. and let's head over here. So we've got to create a native stack navigator, right? So what we can essentially do, the natural next step would be this, create a stack navigator. However, this is only if you want to use a single screen, right? Or only one stack navigator. So if you've seen any of my other builds, like Tinder, for example, or any of those, I did this approach. And this is basically easy if you just want several screens where you can click into it and it has that little back on the header, and then you can go back and forth between pages. But what if you want to go ahead and mix pages and have modules popping up and all this other stuff? Well, in that case, we're going to introduce something called a root navigator. So we're going to change the pattern slightly, and I'm going to show you how we do this, right? And we are going to be layering it up with TypeScript. So again, it's going to be a little bit tricky, but don't worry, just take your time and enjoy the process. Okay, so we are going to be doing this, creating a stack, but I'm going to show you how we're going to do it instead, right? So I want you to go ahead and create a folder and call this folder navigator. Right, so you can call it whatever you want. I'm going to call it navigator. I'm going to create a file inside of here, and I'm going to call this our root navigator. And this is like the parent navigator that's going to handle all the navigation inside of our application. Okay, so root navigator, magical class. Okay, and I'm going to do React Native functional export. Right, so there you go. We got the root navigator. The next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and actually start pulling some stuff into this from what we had before. So the first thing I want you to do is I want you to go ahead and pop in the following line here, create native stack navigator, right? So we're going to go ahead and pop this in at the top above our root navigator. And as you can see, it highlights, so control spacebar and import it, right? So nice little trick there. You can go ahead and do that. Right, so some people are saying, do I need to do yarn or can I use npm? So the way to quickly check, guys, is if you've got package lock, use npm. If you've got a yarn lock file, use yarn, right? If you want to switch, that's fine, use npm and it'll create a package lock, but then delete the yarn lock. So you have to switch. You can't be using, if you have a package lock and a yarn lock, you're in a bad place. Delete one of them and then use the appropriate, all right? Don't use both. It's going to end up bad. So this is the first thing you want to do, stack, right? So I'm going to rename this to call it the root stack. And what I'm going to now do is instead of this, I'm going to say root stack dot navigator, right? So our parent here is going to be root stack dot navigator. And then what we need to do is basically add in our separate screens, right? Now, in the example here, you can see they straight away start adding in screens. Now, we're not going to do that. We're going to do something called a group, and we're going to have separate types of groups for separate scenarios. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to handle this trickier part. We're going to handle the tabs. So I'm going to show you how we can implement tabs. Okay, so inside of our root navigator, which is like our parent navigator, I'm going to have something called a root stack. So root stack dot, and I'm going to go ahead and say group. Okay. Now inside of this, I'm going to go ahead and create something called a tab navigator. So I'm going to create a new file called tab navigator. And this is going to be responsible for all the screens that you see that are going to be tabbed and so forth. Okay. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and do the same thing, React Native functional export component. So we've got our tab navigator over here and we're going to go back over here. Now inside of here, what I want you to do is type in root stack dot screen. Okay. And here we're going to give it a name. So every single screen in your app needs a name. So in this case, I'm going to give this one the name of main. You can call it whatever you want. Honestly, I'm going to call it main. And then I'm going to give it a component. Okay. And in this case, the tab navigator is the component I want to give it to. And I need to import the tab navigator like so. Okay. And then what we're going to do is hit save. And then inside the tab navigator, we're going to eventually build this one out. Now, we are using TypeScript, which means I want our app to be type checking. Right? I want it to basically not allow me to make mistakes if I, for example, wrote something like main ABC or something like that. Yeah, I don't want it to allow me to do that. So now what we're going to do is we're going to start implementing our first ever type definitions. Now, TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript. All it essentially means is that we are telling JavaScript that if you use a variable or if you use something like that, check the type, hence type checking, right? It's strongly typed language basically as an extension. And basically what we're doing here is we're going to say that this needs to be of this type. Don't let me do it any other way. If I do it another way, it's going to go ahead and break, right? It doesn't let me get past it. So that reduces the number of bugs inside of our app. So bear with me, this is getting fun, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to say export, because I'm going to use it outside, type, and we're going to create a type definition for the root stack. So we're going to say root stack param list, and this is all in the documentation. I'm just going to explain it in the way that I prefer, right? First one I'm going to write is main, and you see here we have undefined. Okay, so firstly, I wrote main because I have a screen or a group here, right? So the tab navigator, we're going to give it a name here of main, right? So the key for it is main, but it has no props. So we're not going to pass any value in. But for the modal that you see that pops up, for example, over here, in this case, I will have some props. I'm going to have things like the user ID, so I know which order to show. I'm going to have the name, so I know if it's Lucas or if it's someone else, if it's Bob. And then for the order screen, I'm going to have the order ID and so forth to go ahead and pass data through it. So we are going to have more inside of this afterwards. And in fact, let's just go ahead and prepare ourselves now. Eventually, we're going to have a modal, and this modal is going to have a user ID, which is going to be a string. And it's going to have a name, which is going to be a string also. And then we're also going to have a final screen, which is going to be called the order screen. And this is going to take a order, and it's going to have a type of order, okay? And this order does not exist yet, hence why we're getting this error. So for now, I'm going to put any, but we are going to replace this, right? Do not have any left in your code. It's a bad practice, right? But in this case, we are going to go ahead and do this. We're going to keep that as any for now, and I'm going to show you how to create the type definitions. And we're going to do that when we go ahead and pull in our data from our Firebase database using StepZen. Okay, so there's going to be a whole segment on StepZen coming up very shortly. Okay, so we've done our first screen. So let's go into our tab navigator now and create our tab navigator. So that way we can have our two screens, one responsible for the customer screen, one responsible for the order screen. So as you can see, our app is going to allow us to show all the customers, and you can click a customer and see any of the deliveries. And then we're going to have the order screen, which is going to show all of the orders instead of the customers, and you can see the customer on an order, and you can click it and it's going to pull this up. And by the way, that's going to be the same component there and there. So you're going to know how to do that by the end of this as well. So lots of cool stuff to learn today, right? So first thing I want you to do is inside a tab navigator, we're going to go ahead and create something called a bottom tab navigator. Okay. So what this is essentially that bottom tab navigator that you're seeing over here that has customers and orders on it. Right, I'm going to show you how we create that. So first thing you want to do is type in const tab equals create bottom tab navigator. Now what I want you to do here is control spacebar, and usually it will pop up, but if it doesn't pop up, it's fine. You can manually import it like so. Okay, and this is because I haven't installed this, that's why. Right, so in this case, if it says you haven't installed it, copy this and we're going to install it. Right, in fact, what I'm actually going to do is I'm just going to be safe. I'm going to pop in bottom tabs and I'm going to actually install it here before I carry on. So where is my tab navigation? Here we go. So you can see inside the documentation, it would have told us to do it. I just forgot to do it. Right, so we're going to install it into our app. So you can see I've installed it using our separate terminal down here. Hit save. You will now see that this will disappear in just a second. It will, I promise. Let's go back to tab navigator. Did it install? Bottom tabs, npm install. Yeah, okay, interesting. Let's go ahead and get rid of it. Let's pop it back in. Okay, it will go away in a second. Strange. React navigation, bottom tabs, npm I, React navigation, bottom tabs. Okay, yeah, it will go. That's fine. Interesting. Okay, so at this point, we're going to go ahead and build this out. So I'm going to go and do the following. So I'm going to say tab dot, is this going to help me out? Okay, so it's not helping me out here. So this is just VS Code being slow. It's fine. It's somebody says try to reload your window. I do want to do that, but then it's going to basically cause my other screens to go, and I've got everything laid out in a nice way right now. So I don't want to have to do that, but that's fine. It will basically come on and it'll work. Right, so at this point inside of view, I want you to type in tab.navigator, right? And in this case, you'll have loads of things popping up and helping you out with this. I haven't got it, so I'm just going to do it blindly and it'll work. You installed it in the wrong directory. No, I have not. This is the correct directory. Okay. So in this point, we've got it there. So what we're now going to do is we're going to go ahead and add in a tab screen. Okay. And this tab screen is going to be for the customer screen. So remember that customer screen we created earlier? We're going to import that and we're going to call this one the customers. And I'm going to copy and paste and I'm going to make it an order screen as well. So we're going to have two different screens. So this is plural order screen. And this one is going to call orders. Somebody said remove the @ sign. I don't think I need to do that, guys. It really doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You see, it's the same thing. Okay. Okay, that's fine. So at this point, what we're now going to do is somebody said remove this. That's not it, guys. See? Right, so don't worry, it's fine. We can carry on. Okay, so at this point, what I need you to do is we're going to go into our app and we're going to basically go ahead and create this order screen as well. So add in the order screen inside of our screens folder. So we're going to say orders screen.tsx, our React Native functional exploit component. Jay says, gotta love the community. That is what I'm talking about. Then I say, this is the orders screen. Orders screen. No, guys, honestly, this has happened before. It just happens when I'm live sometimes. It's all good. Okay. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and import it like so. Bam, hit save. And we're going to go and see what's up. So tab navigator, we have imported, and this is all good. And we have everything looking pretty nice so far. And I want to see, is this attached right now? Customer screen 1, 2, 3. Hit save. It is there. Okay, so what I'm actually going to do is we did a bunch of different changes. So I'm going to restart my Expo. So at this point, Control C to basically cut my Expo. You can see it stopped the server. Expo start. I'm going to do a hard start on this. Okay. Hit I to go ahead and open on iOS. And as you can see, disconnected from Metro. So whenever this happens, I just tend to swipe up like that, get rid of it, and then you can see it will open up again. You just got to be a little bit patient, as I mentioned. Okay. All right. So amazing stuff, guys. Let's wait until that goes ahead and builds out. And we should be good to see what we have. Okay, so we got the customer screen. Everything's exactly as I wanted it. Okay, that's fine. It's strange though, because this isn't actually implemented the way I want it right now. Maybe it's because, let's go back to our app.tsx. Oh my goodness, okay. All right, I see why. All right, my bad. So go back to your app.tsx. I went so far ahead, I forgot. All right, and instead of the customer screen, we're gonna add our root navigator. Root navigator, there we go. Right, and we're going to delete the stars. We don't need that anymore. So what I want you to do is whenever you're building any kind of app, I want you to make sure that your app.tsx is always a high level view of your app, right? It shouldn't be this very kind of, low level kind of setup. It should be a high level view of your app, right? You shouldn't have your presentational logic at your top level. Absolutely not. So root navigator, hopping into this. Now you can see we've got a lot more happening, right? We've got the customers header, and then we've got this main as well. Now, the first thing is, the reason why you're seeing two headers is because we have nested navigators inside of this app. So in order to fix that, the first thing I need you to do is go into, we're actually going to get rid of the main afterwards, so we can do that afterwards. That's fine. Go into the tab navigator. Okay, inside of your tab navigator, I'm going to show you a neat little trick. Now, the first thing is, remember I had type checking before. So we need to do that as well here, right? So I'm going to actually go ahead and create type definitions right now. We're going to say export type, tab stack, param list. Right, and these are going to be our typing definitions. So in this case, we've got customers, and that is going to have nothing passed through it. And we're going to have orders with undefined as well. So I hit save, and I'm going to pass this as a template over here. Or generic template, whatever they call it. Okay, now you can see if I try to do customers ABC, this will actually freak out. It's just because this ain't loading for some reason, right? But for you guys, it will freak out. It will make sure that you do not make this mistake, okay? So at this point, that's pretty good. All right, so we've got customers and everything there. I wonder if I can restart to update. No, I don't want to do that. All right, that's fine. Here we go. So customers, and there we go. So in this case, that's exactly how you want to do it, and it will basically prevent you from entering in the wrong information. The next thing I want you to do is actually go ahead and we're going to pull the navigation object. And the reason being is because I'm going to basically tell this tab navigator, I don't want you to show a header. Okay. So I tried to close it. Don't worry, guys. It's fine. All right. We're going to say const navigation equals use navigation. And here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use something called use layout effect, which basically is similar to a use effect. And if you do not know what a use effect is, please go ahead and benefit from my React Basics 101. The link is somewhere in the description. It's on Skillshare for absolutely free right now, or the full course is at papareact.com/course. But yeah, if you want a free sort of basically basics rundown of React, including the use layout, the use effect, then you can go ahead and check it out. All right, so now I want you to go ahead and type in navigation, set options, and inside there, add an object with header shown false. Hit save. And now you can see it gets rid of the header. So as you can see, that's how we go ahead and get rid of the header. You can also do it at the root navigator level. But as I mentioned, I like keeping it neat. Okay. So we've got it looking pretty neat right now. Now, as you can see, we're getting there somewhat, right? We've got orders and we've got customers. Now notice how when I click the tab navigation, it goes ahead and changes the screen. Very good step. Okay. Code PR says, I learned the user effect from you. Thank you, dude. That's amazing to hear. Awesome, awesome stuff. Nearly at 500 likes. Let's go. Oh, man. Okay, so first step now that I want you to do is go ahead and we're going to customize this screen right here. So we're going to get the basis for this screen. I'm also going to do the icons over here, and then we're going to move over to StepZen, import some data in, and start moving with that. Okay, so the first thing I want you to do is go ahead and do the following. So we're actually going to handle the icons first at the bottom. Right, I'm going to show you how you would do that inside of React Native navigation. So we're actually going to be using something called React Native Elements. Okay, so I'm going to show you how we can install it. So React Native Elements. Right, so this is a pretty cool kind of cross-platform UI toolkit for React Native. Right, so in this case, you can go ahead, click Get Started, and you can go ahead and get this installed. So Expo CLI, you can go ahead and do the following. So Expo Net, we've already done this. We need to go ahead and add it to an existing app. So in this case, we need to do, this is yarn add, but we're going to do npm add instead of this, right? So we're going to do this. We're going to run this first one. So I want you to copy everything except the yarn add, because we're going to do npm install. And what I want you to do now, guys, is basically shift that over there, shift that over there. Let's go ahead and install it. So I'm saying, oh, oops. So before all of that, I'm going to say npm I. Okay, that's going to install those dependencies into our project. Then after that, I'm going to do npm I -- dev and the rest of it. And basically that means these are the developer dependencies that aren't going to get packaged into our production build. So npm I -- dev means it's only going to be in the development portion of when we're actually using it. But when we actually deploy it, it doesn't need to include those things. Like, for example, TypeScript is a developer dependency because you don't need that in production. Okay, this is going crazy good. Let's go. Okay, so at this point, we are now going to go ahead and use it. So we can do config overrides. I don't think I bothered to do that last time and it worked, but you can do that. I'm not gonna go crazy and do everything. I don't think we even need to do all of this right now. Right, I think I'm just gonna use it. This is for using it on the web. Oh my God, sorry guys, I completely skipped out a bunch of stuff. Oh no, okay, don't do that. That's if you wanna do it on the Create React app. Okay, my bad. I completely messed that one up. Go to npm at the top, right? This is what I was thinking. I was like, I'm sure that it shows me, right? So instead, okay, let that install. Don't worry about it, right? If you want the actual code, it's on the GitHub repo. You can uninstall it. I'm not going to waste time doing that in this build. Let that happen. Okay, the npm install. There we go. I was thinking of myself, I'm sure it had it. And then we're going to go ahead and stable bleeding edge. We've done that already. npm install React Native themed. We've already done that as well. Cool. And the peer dependencies. Here we go. React Native vector icons. So let's go ahead and do that. And we don't need to do anything else after that. Oh, a safe area context you can already do. I think it actually already does that inside of Expo. So I don't think we have to do that. Yeah, I don't think we actually have to do that. Okay. So at this point, we're pretty good. Right, so we can actually start using this stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and import an icon. I'm going to show you how we can use it. So here you go. We got an icon from React Native Elements. And what we can actually go ahead and do is we can go down to icon. And here you can see we've got examples of how to use it. Now, what I want you to do is hit the React Native Vector Icons button. And here you can actually see if we go down to our, where is it? Browse all button. Okay, here you'll get a nice kind of browsing section. So I always keep this open on the side, and then you can basically type in a box, for example, and it'll show you all these different libraries, and then you can go ahead and actually use the icons like you need to. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and actually use this as, like, I'm going to show you how to use this. Okay, so that's how you would find them, but actually how we're going to use it is the following way. So inside of our tab navigator, guys, what I want you to do is we're going to use something called screen options. And here, I want you to go ahead and put up curly brackets. Now, inside these curly brackets, we're going to go ahead and get something called the root, right? So I'm going to go ahead and put parentheses, and I'm going to have an arrow function with a return, right? So in this case, a parentheses. And this is going to have an object inside of it, okay? So take it one step at a time. Now, inside of here, we get something. We're going to destructure it, and we're going to say, we're going to get the root out of this object here, right? And in this case, we're freaking out because okay, so this is where I need to maybe restart. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is UPS clone YouTube StepZen. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm actually going to do us a solid and see if I can actually restart this up. Okay. because that's actually kind of annoying. I need it to work the way I need it to work. So documents builds, I'm just going back into this right now, CD into this code, and let's just kind of get this up and running again. So sometimes, you know, it tends to bug out a little bit. It's okay, we can forgive it. But there you go, a little restart and we should be good to go. We go back into our app and we should have the correct dependencies getting loaded out. Okay, so it should not be complaining now. Okay. All right, so at this point you can see now it's not complaining. Okay, so here when I destructure, I can actually see I get root and navigation. So now it recognizes that. So I wasn't lying to you. Okay, now here inside this bracket we can add different kind of customization aspects. So the first thing I want to do is I want to have different colors based on the bottom tab, right? So as you can see down here, we've disconnected. So I don't want to disconnect. So we're going to reset our environment up. So the first one I'm going to do Expo start. The second one, we're going to have that Tailwind compiler command. If you do forget it, package JSON, it is this one here, dev Tailwind. And then we can go back here and we can say npm run dev Tailwind. And now you can see I've got back to the setup. On the first screen, I can hit I to open on iOS. And there you go, we're back. So nothing to get freaked out about if you kind of fall behind. Don't worry about it. Look, we're back, right? So at this point, that's everything running. If you want to restart your app, hit R and you can see R once you're on this terminal, and it will actually go ahead and build it out like so. Okay, so we're back on track, right? So at this point, I want to go ahead and customize a few things. So you see these two colors over here. Right now it's gray if it's inactive and it's that color if it's not. I'm going to change it to the color that we eventually want it to. So here you can see I've added two different colors in. One is called tab bar active color, and you can see now it's gone to a cyan. And if you don't believe me, I'm going to change it to red, and you'll see now it's a red, right? So red and gray. So in this case, I've changed it to a theme color that we want. So this is the one that you eventually see over here. So now we've got our colors down. What about the icons? Okay, so for the icons, I'm going to go ahead and customize a different property. Here, I'm going to go ahead and say the tab bar icon. And as you can see, GitHub Copilot's helping me out here. But I'm going to do a parentheses, a return statement, and curly brackets, right? Inside of these parentheses is an arrow function. And the callbacks here are basically going to be focused, which means if it's clicked, you've got color and you've got size. Now I'm not going to actually use these two, but I'll leave them there for reference. Now you've got focused, right? Now for this one, here you can see also TypeScript is actually protecting us here. It's making sure, look at that. Wow, that's crazy, right? So here I want to say if root name, okay, is equal to, and as you can see, TypeScript knows already what the roots are based on our type stack parameter list, right? So you guys can see how TypeScript actually protects us in a really nice way, okay? So in this case, I'm gonna say if the screen is customers, then I'm gonna return a specific icon, so that way you can actually see the final outcome, right? And if it's focused, I'm gonna change the color and so forth, right? So let's go ahead and do that right now. So I'm gonna return the icon, and if it's focused, I'm going to say it's our theme color, otherwise it's going to be a gray, okay? And then I'm going to say else, there we go. I'm going to put another icon, right? And actually, you know what, I'm not going to do just else generically. I'm going to say else if the root name is equal to orders, and you see how it knows now that we're in an else, so it knows that we've already used customers, and now we just got the orders left, right? Here I'm going to say return parentheses and pop in this, and this is the box, and it's of a certain type, right? So I've actually gone ahead and checked this beforehand for you guys. If I hit save on that now, what we should see once it finishes refreshing is we should see our nice little icons hit up on the screen there. Hey, there we go. Now you can see that's perfect, right? The only thing that's off is that the orders is not getting colored correctly, but we will fix that inside of the orders screen. Okay, so we'll do that when we get to the order screen, but that's a pretty good starting point for now. Okay, so now we can go ahead and carry on building out our screen. So heading over to the customer screen right now. So now what I want you to do is I want to go ahead and build out some of the customer screen. Okay, so heading over to the customer screen now, I'm going to go ahead and first surround our entire customer screen in something called a scroll view, and think of it like a scrollable div, right? So rather than having like overflow and that kind of stuff, a scroll view allows us just to have something which you can scroll. So now you can see that's actually scrollable, whereas in orders, that's not scrollable. I'm clicking it and I'm moving it, nothing's happening. Whereas in this one, it's allowing me to scroll. Okay, so firstly, good step. Next up, I'm going to go ahead and hide the header for the customer screen. So what I'm going to now do is go ahead and say const navigation. So const navigation equals use navigation, pull that in like so. And remember, we're using TypeScript. So I'm actually gonna have to go ahead and pass in what we need over here to go ahead and give it the correct type definition. So now, this is a little bit more complicated because we're inside of a root navigator, which is inside of a tab navigator is nested inside of a root navigator. So you've got nested stacks here. So what I'm going to show you now is how to create something called a composite navigation prop, which is basically a fancy way of saying combine up the navigation stuff so that way you have all the types that you're going to need. Okay. So I'm going to show you how a cheat code as to how to do it. Right here we say export type, and I'm going to call it the customer screen navigation prop. Okay, and this basically means that it's going to stop me from making any kind of mistake, and we're going to use something called the composite navigation prop. Composite navigation prop, and we're going to import it from React Native. This is going to take a generic inside of it, and as you can see now, what I'm going to do is I'm slowly going to import things as we need it. So firstly, I'm going to use a bottom tab navigator prop, right? Navigation prop. And that is going to have its own generic. And that generic is the one that we had for tab stack parameters. So this is the one that we created over here. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and in here, we have to tell it which screen we were in as a second argument. So this is the customer screen. Okay. Then we're going to go ahead and do comma. And basically you see it's called composite because we're combining a bunch, right? Then we're going to have native stack navigation prop. Right, it's navigation prop. So this one here, and this is going to have the, if you haven't guessed already, the root stack. So basically what I've done here is I've essentially gone ahead and combined them. So in this case, where I had the root stack param list, I need to go ahead and pop that in here, root stack param list. And this is being weird. Why? Where's root stack param list? Oh, we're not even pulling in. What the hell? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and import that like so. Bam. There we go. Okay, now we have a really kind of nice way of combining it together. It looks a bit ugly, but you can go ahead and kind of, you know, if you really want to, you can refactor it out and it's going to help you out. So we're going to take that navigation prop and we're going to put it in there, right? And eventually you could create separate type definition files to kind of keep your code neat. Again, we're limited for time, so I'm going to do all of that in one video, right? So now we've basically got this and it's looking pretty good. Now what I'm going to do is the use layout effect, which is essentially a use effect, but it's when the UI mounts, okay, as well as any dependency here. So when the UI mounts, we're going to say navigation.set options, and instead of this, I'm going to say header shown false, header shown false. Right, false, like so, bam. And as you can see, waha, it goes away. So really nice, already it's gone, and that looks pretty good. Now, the reason why I'm keeping that is because I want my picture to actually go up inside that view. So what I'm actually gonna use here is rather than a boring text string, I'm gonna go ahead and say, I want an image, right? And this image is gonna be from the React Native library, not from the theme library. So you can do it from a few different places. I'm actually just going to take the one from, actually I think we did use it. No, we did use that one. So if I type in image, I did use the themed import, right? This one here, right? And then what we do is this will take a source, right? So the source in this case has a object inside of it, and it's the URI is going to be, I've shortened this URL for you guys so you guys can feel free to use it. I've helped you out a little bit. There you go. Bam, hit save, and let's see our app, right? You can't see anything yet because we haven't got any style to it. So now what I'm going to do is the second argument is called the container style. So container style is going to have our tailwind, and we're going to add some styling here. The width is going to be 4 and the height is going to be a value of 64. And as you can see now, we should in a second possibly, yay, there we go. Nice, good stuff, right? And if you really want to, you can actually have an activity indicator show if it's loading. So you can see here we've got placeholder content, and you can actually put something like a activity loader if you really want to, or something like loader or whatever. I'm just going to keep that there so you guys can feel free to do it. SAS is loading right now. So if I was to refresh our app by hitting R, you can see, and the reason why I'm saying unsupported class is just because it took time to compile. Okay, but now if you can catch it, there's like an activity indicator right at the top, but I mean, you might want it, you might not. The point is you can change it up for whatever the hell you want, right? But I'm going to leave it there for now. So we've got our image up. That looks pretty good. Okay, I mean, it looks okay. And then we're going to go ahead and, for the scroll view, I'm going to go ahead and give it a background color, which matches the color of that image, right? So in this case, I'm not using our Tailwind because I've got a custom color. So I'm going to be combining the two where it's necessary. And yeah, again, you can mix and match as you wish, as you see fit. It really doesn't matter. Again, there's a million ways to do the same thing here. So hit save, and now you can see we've got a nice background color matching the top. Already our app is looking pretty good, okay? So really, really nice. All right, so we got image here, and then we're gonna go ahead and have a little bit of the UI. So I'm gonna have the search by customer as well, and then we can implement that afterwards. But the whole point is, right, I just wanted you to have something before we can go ahead and keep on adding in the backend stuff, right? So that way you've got something to look at. All right, so you got the input. There you go. We're gonna import this from, let's use the themed, right? So there we go, we got an input, and you can see it's an underlined element, and it's actually there, believe it or not. It just doesn't, it's hard to see. Command K brings up the keyboard. We're gonna go ahead and add a placeholder, and we're gonna go ahead and say search by customer. Hit save, and as you can see, it says search by customer, and then we're gonna have a value, and I'm gonna hook this up to a piece of state inside of React. All right, we're gonna go ahead and grab some stuff here. We're gonna get an input, set the input, and I'm gonna say equals use state. There we go, bam. Okay, and you can actually cast the state here. So if you want to kind of make sure it's only a string, you can make sure it's only a string, and you can give it a value of like so, right? And then that way it won't allow me to do that. You see, if I do a number, it freaks out, it says, whoa, you ain't allowed to do that. So we're going to set the value to that piece of state here. And what's really nice inside of React Native, you have this on change text, as opposed to the input field in HTML. We have on change, I think it is, or on key press, or no, I forgot what it is, but you know what I'm talking about. On change, then you have an event handler and so forth. Here, you actually get the text as you type in, and it's an arrow function. And you can basically just set the input text. And what you can do as a shorthand to this is you can actually just go ahead and do this all in one line. So I'm going to hit save now, but you can change this all into set input, and it does it for you. There you go, that does it, and it still works, and you can prove that because you can still type. So there you go. Now we've got that stored in input. We can use it later on. Nice, cool. I'm going to change the container style here to have some Tailwind styling inside of it. I'm going to have the background set to white. I'm going to have padding on the top of 5, padding on the bottom, padding on the bottom of 0, and padding on the x-axis of 10. Okay, looking good. In just a second, wait for it. Pow, there you go. Right, so we have this looking pretty good so far. Let's actually pause at this point and start working on the back end, I think. So, I have the pop-up coming in on this. 1 second, guys. I'm gonna actually pull my audio in through my headphones right now. Coming through in a weird way. There we go. Now it should be all dialed in. Cool stuff, right? Damn, we love sushi. I do love sushi, guys. I haven't actually had it in a while. All right, so at this point, tangents. We're gonna go ahead and actually set up StepZen, okay? So to get started with StepZen, guys, what I want you to go ahead and do is, firstly, I just wanna show you how you can do this, right? You can actually set everything up here, all this kind of good stuff. You can actually go ahead and mess around with any of this, really, to go ahead and get started. But we're gonna go ahead and just basically set up fresh inside of our code, and I'll show you how we're gonna do it. So, close everything, so that way you got a fresh slate. Inside of package JSON, click it so that way you're at the top level. And I want you to go ahead and, oh, sorry, I'm not gonna do that just yet. Yeah, we're gonna go close this up, pull this over here. And I want you to go ahead and create a new, why can't I split my terminal? Okay, I'm gonna create a new one. So I've got the split terminals over here. I've got another terminal here. I'm gonna type in StepZen, because we did that setup earlier. I'm gonna say StepZen init. Okay, and this will go ahead and set up StepZen inside of my environment, right? I'm sure it's StepZen in there. It's been a while. There we go. What would you like your endpoint to be called? So at this point, I really don't mind what my endpoint is called. So I'm going to just leave it with API Vocal Leopard, right? So that's mine. Create a StepZen workplace. There we go. So let's see what we've got here. I've now got screens. Let me refresh. Where is my StepZen? LS StepZen. Where is that? Oh, StepZen config. Okay, I'll tell you what, guys. Actually, cut that. I'm going to show you how we can do it better, actually. What I want you to do is, I'm actually going to get rid of that. And instead, I'm going to create a folder called StepZen. And there's a reason for this. I want to keep it nice and neat, right? It's always handy to have your code looking a lot more neater, right? So at this point, I'm going to go cd StepZen. And inside of here now, I'm going to say StepZen init, okay? And this is going to go ahead and we're going to be called Dusty Gopher right now, right? So now inside of StepZen, I have my config file, okay? So that's a bit nicer, that's cleaner, okay? So the first thing I really want to do here is I want to get my first kind of endpoint. Now, how does any of this work, right? Like, how do you get StepZen to create me this GraphQL API that you keep talking about. It's actually way easier because of the awesome work that they've done over there. So we're going to use the REST API documentation. And as you can see here, you can actually go ahead and even use authentication headers as well. But we made it kind of easy to stay today. We've actually got a pretty simple one. Basically, we're going to run a command called StepZen import. We're going to use a curl command, okay? Now, I'm going to show you how this works first, and then I'm going to show you how StepZen utilizes it to actually build out these endpoints that we're after. So first thing we're going to do is head over to our Firebase. Now, what I want you to pay attention to is if I click into customers, you can see this top part right here. These are actually URLs, guys. So this entire thing is a URL right here. So you can see where we've got this /customers. So if I click into customers right now, here at the top, we actually have a really kind of handy, unique URL, okay? So I'm gonna show you how this works right now. So first thing I wanna do is I wanna copy that reference URL. Now, as you can see, if I went to that URL, it's gonna pull my customers that we need. Okay, so I'm actually logged into the wrong account. Let's go back here. There we go. And what I'm actually looking for here is let's go ahead and grab this. There's a really nice way of doing this. Great database. How do I do this again? Just copy it. There we go. Bam. Hit save. Okay, I'll show you a different way. All right. So at this point, what I want you to do is go in here and I want you to type in curl and paste that. Right. And you should see customers. Okay, so I'm getting the wrong URL here. I did a different command now and I can't remember which one I did. Let me find it quickly and then I'll come back in just a second. So the one that I'm after right now is actually, so we got HTTPS, the demo, okay, that's it, yeah, I found it. All right, so what you wanna do is you wanna paste it in .json. There you go. And now, as you can see, I get my JSON come back, okay? Now, one thing I wanna point out here, guys, is as you can see, my JSON document comes back like so, okay? So as you can see, each of these are a different ID. So if I was to actually go ahead and do something like this, /ID.json, you can actually see that it goes and gets that exact document. So as you can see, this is actually a nice curl kind of API that we can actually go ahead and access our documents from, okay? And if we went over here, I don't know if it'll work at that level. No, it won't work at that level. Right, but we've got orders, /orders.json as well. And you can go ahead and pull in the orders and so forth. So you can see all I have here is a massive JSON tree, right? And I want to basically make this way more easier to navigate and work with. So at this point, what we're going to do is use that curl request to generate a GraphQL response, right? So first thing I want you to do is type in curl. Here, I want you to go ahead and type in .json as well. And you should see you get a response back. So curl requests are essentially the way that we do what I did on the browser inside our terminal. So we can use that information and basically connect it with StepZen, right? So I'm going to show you how we do that. So where the hell is my StepZen doc? Another one. So we're going to type in StepZen import and then we'll write that request. And I will show you a few additional flags we can add on to it as well to make life easier, okay? So the first one I care about is get orders. So this endpoint is going to be for the orders that we are going to be using. So I'm going to go ahead and use the following. I'm going to say StepZen import curl, and then I'm going to paste in the following. I'm going to, oh no, definitely not that. Let's go back to our Firebase. Here we have the customers. I'm going to go into orders. This is going to be my first one. And I'm going to go ahead and do the following. Okay, so I'm going to copy the reference URL. I'm going to go over to my terminal. I'm going to paste it. I'm going to do .json. And here I'm going to add in a few additional things. So I'm going to add in -- query type. Okay, query type. And for this value, I'm going to give it a type. And in this case, I'm going to call the type order with a capital O. And then I'm going to have -- name. Right, no, 1 second. I've got query, no, sorry. Yeah, -- type. And then I'm going to go ahead and say, 1 second, I've completely lost my focus. I'm going to say order. There you go, space. I'm going to say -- query name. And for this query name, I'm going to actually call this one get orders. Okay. Then I'm going to go ahead and say -- name. And for this one, I'm just going to have the same thing I had before, but it's going to be lowercase o. And that's basically it's going to set it up in a way that it's going to make sense for our folder structure. Right. So if I hit enter now, watch the magic that's about to happen, all powered by StepZen. Right. So check this out. Hit enter. and watch this, guys. It's going to go ahead and import. So as you can see, what just happened here is actually incredibly powerful. So do not blink, because this is really cool. I'm about to show you, okay? So we go into StepZen folder, and notice how it's order based on the name I gave. We then go inside. We get an index.graphql file, and notice how we have inside of here our type, our query, right? And as you can see here, we've got our orders. Now here we've got our JSON response, and the reason being it came back as JSON response is because we had some invalid identifiers, but sometimes it can come back and it can actually calculate the exact types for us, which is really impressive, right? But essentially what we've done here is we've got the endpoint, and this has returned a bunch of JSON data. So I'm going to show you how we can go ahead and take this and basically build out a really nice kind of response that we can go ahead and use. So I'm going to get rid of that. Inside of here, I'm actually going to go ahead and create a type, and this type is going to be of type order. Now, the type itself, the order, notice how this is a GraphQL definition, not a TypeScript definition, okay? So first thing I want you to do is actually install the GraphQL extension, because you're going to need that to get syntax highlighting. So I want you to go ahead and install, I think one of them, I think by default it will, here you go, I've got this one. Install whatever one you want, it's fine. Let's go. So we're going up to the top, and then I'm going to go ahead and add in the following data types. So I'm going to add in a chunk of data types. Now these are all going to be what we pull in as value. So if I actually go to this URL, you will see that we get a bunch of these: address, city, longitude, latitude, tracking ID, and so forth. Now what I'm also going to do is eventually have something here called tracking items, okay? Here we're gonna have the tracking items, right? But notice something, I'm gonna show you, this is where the power of StepZen comes in. That is what we have to play with, right? I can't see my tracking items, but what do I have? I actually have my tracking ID, and inside the data structure, inside the items in a different section of my tree, I've actually got some tracking information. So if we go back here, you can see tracking items has got a tracking ID. So if I was to open up one of these, for example, you see that tracking ID? If I go back, you can actually see that that belongs to one of these, and then that's got a bunch of items inside of it. So how the hell am I going to connect that up? Like, how would you even begin to do that, right? Well, I'm going to show you how. It's really cool what they do there, right? Well, firstly, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and make a separate request. So that way I can go ahead and create the appropriate connection to that backend. So I'm going to go ahead and actually do a similar thing that I did before. But now what I'm going to do is create something called, so let me go ahead and actually prepare myself for this one. I need to create get tracking item by ID. Okay, so this one here. So I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to go over here back to our previous command, and I'm going to say tracking items / and then there's a trick here that you have to do, right? So if we go over to tracking items, just take one of your examples here. So in this case, if I was to copy and paste this, you see how we've got an example ID. Copy that, okay? Go back, go over here, and you just want to paste that ID, all right? And the reason why I'm doing this, by the way, is just to get an example of the first entry. And then I'll change it up and I'll have it however I need it, right? So the query type here is now going to be different. It's going to be for tracking items, right? And we're going to probably change this up around a bit. So tracking items, and I'm probably going to call this one tracking items list. The query name is going to be called get tracking items by ID, by ID. Okay, by ID. And the name here is going to be tracking items in lowercase, okay, in a camel casing. So hit enter. Now it's going to create an import, and as you can see, we have a beautiful new tracking items declaration. And look at that, guys. So primary example of what it did there. It figured it out for us and wrote the definitions. Like, what the hell? That is so powerful, guys. That's really actually pretty cool, right? It actually went ahead, based on the things that came back, it went ahead and created those items for us in the database. I'm going to create this. I'm going to basically rename this to make it items, because I prefer items. It sounds better. And here, instead, I'm actually going to go ahead and keep that as tracking items. That's fine. All right. So as you can see, it looks pretty good. Now, I'm going to customize it a bit. This is basically a hard-coded value. So what I'm going to do is a nice little trick here. I'm going to add a parentheses, and I'm going to say ID of type ID, and it's a required field. And then I'm going to go into here and I'm going to write $ID. So what I've essentially done there is I've made it dynamic now. So you pass in the ID and it will go ahead and create it. So very, very powerful stuff here. So now we've got an endpoint which allows us to get the tracking items. So this is connected to that curl request. Keep hold of that thought. Let's head back to our order. Now, what's really powerful about this is, remember how I told you that we previously had data, for example, inside of orders, and it just had this. So that's all we had. I didn't have access to the items though, right? Whoa. What we can do is we can cleverly connect it using StepZen's powerful materializer function, right? So this is a really nice thing about StepZen, and it makes you creating GraphQL endpoints really, really nice. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to write tracking items. And what we're going to do is basically, this is going to be of type tracking items. Okay. Now, inside of here, I'm going to go in, no, tracking item, sorry. And then I'm going to indent and I'm going to say at materializer. So you can check out the docs if you want to know what exactly this does. But essentially, what we're doing here is we're passing in a name of a function. So in this case, the name of the function is what we just created over here. So I'm actually going to pop this up on the screen. This is hyper focus mode, guys. Really, really stick with me here. Right. So I'm going to go into the name, pop this in, right, like so, right? I want this to go ahead and be in double quotes as well. Comma, no, it's not actually comma. We can just type in arguments. Now, this is where the magic happens. We pass in an array of information. Okay. This takes an object with key value pairs, right? The first one is going to be the name, and the name here is the name of the field for the parameter that we're passing in. So in this case, I'm actually going to be passing in a value which is going to replace the parameter for ID. And then the field that I want to connect it to inside of my own, where is it gone? Tracking ID. So in this case, we've got tracking ID here. I'm going to connect it to that field. So think about what I'm doing here, right? And I'm going to try and illustrate this as much as I can right here. So what we've essentially done is I've created a connection. So where we only previously got this information in our order, what I've now done is I've created a new item or a new variable called tracking items. And what it's done is it's used the tracking ID that we originally have. It's using the special function that we created over here. Okay. And it's basically passing this ID to that function, getting the response back. And basically, we know it belongs to this one because it's using its tracking ID, and it will append that as a response. So it's basically built another variable on top of what we originally have. Now, notice how some of these have annoying uppercase, lowercase. So just be careful with that. Just don't fall trick to that, all right? So look at this, okay? So this is pretty powerful stuff, guys. So I'm going to hit save now, and we're going to see if we did this correct. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and show you how we do this right now. So I'm going to type in StepZen start, right? Moment of truth. Hit enter. Let's see what happens. All right, so it's going to go ahead and start up our local environment. So now it says, okay, we made a little error here. So looks like I made an error inside of my tracking items. Oh, here we are. That's why. Okay, so I actually made an error in my tracking items. And that's because I actually need to create a new type over here. So what I've actually not done correctly is I forgot to do something. So, okay, that's fine. So what really is happening here is we've got the tracking items by ID, and this is actually going to be a tracking items type. Okay, so this one is actually going to be tracking items. So we're going to change this to tracking items. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and materialize the customer as well here. So eventually we'll have the customer. So I'm going to create another one afterwards, and we're eventually going to connect the customer in the same way we just did. But for now, I'm going to try and start this up and show you that we can do this. So materialize because string requirement. Okay, that's fine. A string is required, and we have our string over here. Let's continue on. So I think I made a slight hiccup somewhere. Let's go back to my my stuff over here, and we have my, okay, so let's debug. We're in debugging mode right now. So first steps first, tracking items. We've got our item, which is item ID, name, price, quantity. Nice. Tracking items itself actually has our customer ID and our items array. Cool. And then we have our tracking items being returned from our get tracking items by ID. Cool. That's all nice. Then we've got our order. Now inside of our order, we've actually got our carrier, created our strip and tracking ID, which is of type string. Okay, cool. And then we've got tracking items. Okay, so that's actually pretty good. That's actually pretty good. The only thing that we have messed up here is get orders. So get orders is actually going to return a type of order list. And we need to create that type. So I'm going to type order list. And this is going to have name, which is going to be an ID. And it's going to have value, which is going to be the order itself. Okay, so that's just the way that Firebase tends to give it back. Hit save. We're going to cut that and we're going to do StepZen start. Okay, so we've got the same error. All right, now we've got to debug this. Materialize argument query of type string is required, but it's not provided. Okay, so let me see where I've made a slight mistake. Tracking items, I've probably typed in something incorrectly. Oh my God, I've typed it in wrong. There you go. Get tracking items by ID. You see that, guys? I made a mistake. So don't do what I did and make a silly mistake like that. Actually type it incorrectly, please. Okay, hit save and let's just fix that right now. Okay, so we're gonna pop that in, hit save, and then we don't actually have get tracking item by ID. So I think what I've messed up here is my naming. So let me just double check. Get tracking item by ID. Okay, and there we go. Okay, so my naming is off. Right, there we go. That's better. So now what you can see is it's deployed it at our local host. And you also, if you want to use it online, you can use this and then you can use your authorization key as your header to access it. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to use this. I did that in the Reddit clone. So if you want to check that out, you can go over there and check it out. Okay, so I'm now going to go over to localhost. There we go. Done. Right. Here we are. Right, so click on Explorer. Hey, we got our orders, we got our tracking items. So this is where the bloody magic happens, right? So the first thing I want to do is I want to get the name and the value of all my orders. And you see, guys, look, tracking items. So I'm going to call everything but the tracking items firstly to show you if this actually works. Hit save and we get no. Okay, interesting. So we need to figure out what the hell is going on there. Right, I'm going to figure out why that happened. Get tracking items by ID. Let's go ahead and give that a try. Let me get an ID back. So what have I done wrong here? I've actually gone ahead and messed up something bad here. So I've got my ID.json, ID.json. Okay. Tracking, UPS clone. There we go. Okay. Let's debug. This is the tricky part. This is where we've actually got to kind of break it down and figure it out live on there. Okay. My item is good. Let's actually get an ID back over here and figure out what the hell's going on. So if I get an ID of an order, let's take this ID for example. Let's go over to our StepZen. No, not this one. I've lost track of this now. And hopping gorilla. Oh no, I was on the wrong. No, that's different. Sorry, I'm going to close that out. Here we are. Get tracking item by ID. Let's go ahead and get rid of this. And you can even put it here as well, right? So you can actually pop it in. Give me this, come on. And I want the customer IDs, okay? Get tracking item by ID. Okay, so it's not correctly connecting. So I need to debug this, right? Live problems, here we go. Let's go ahead and check our endpoints firstly. So first thing we want to do is go ahead and create, let's see if this is actually pulling. So I need to do a that.json. Okay, we are getting that information, which is correct, right? Customer ID comes in, so I'm not sure why we're not actually pulling that through right now. That is correct. We've got the ID, which is correct. We've got the tracking items, which let's just go ahead and test it and let's actually get all the items back as well. So I'm going to create another query here, get tracking items. This is going to return a type of tracking items list. So all of them. I'm going to create the type up above it. So we're just basically testing and debugging right now. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and we're going to change this to tracking items.json. Cool. And here for this one, guys, we actually need to do something slightly different. We have to have a transforms. So this is all in the documentation, but essentially what we're doing is we're taking it from its current pattern and we're turning it into an array, which is we're basically turning it from a JSON, from the response type into an array. Hit save. And now we are good to go. Okay. So let's go ahead and see our get tracking items. Okay. So heading over back to StepZen. Let's go here and let's hit refresh. And now you can see we've got get tracking items. I want to get the name of everything back. I want to get rid of this. get tracking items. Okay, this is annoying. Let me see what's going on. Get tracking items, name, yeah. Okay, nice. Okay, we got something back. This is good. So we know not everything's broken. So let's firstly test this out. Okay, well, hey, this is good. We've got our tracking items. Now what I can do is let's take an item ID and let's go into our get tracking item by ID. Let's pass in a value here for the ID, which is going to be a value of, let's pass in item and I should be able to pass in this ID. What's this happening? All right, let's do that. Oops, sorry guys. Item ID, bam, hit save. Okay, so it's working. It is working. I don't know why it was glitching out weirdly before. Let's do get orders. Let's get all the orders now. Okay, so it just needed a bit of a hard reset. Okay, so my orders is broken, but our get tracking items and get tracking is done. So we fixed that problem. Now we just need to fix the orders. So something went horribly wrong in orders. So let's go ahead and figure out what's going on there. So in this case, I'm going to have the get orders, which has got our orders list, and that's looking pretty good so far. So that is exactly what we wanted. And our order list is our return value. We go into there and we get our orders.json back. Oh, God. Okay. I know why this is. We forgot to add the transform, guys. So this is because, okay, so it was coming back and we weren't transforming it into an array. So that's why it wasn't working. Oops, my bad. Okay, so we need to add a transform in. Okay, so at this point, don't forget to do that. It's very important. Let's see if that works now. It's probably going to, there we go. Bam, we done it. Trust me, that took me a long time with documentation, but it's done. Awesome stuff. Okay, so at this point, that's looking pretty good. So we've got everything in, and now I want to show you the magic. So remember how we only got the item back, right? Well, no, we only got that information, limited to that. Remember, I did that special materializer function, this one. So it's going to use the tracking ID, run a query, connect it to the other one, combine it all in a session, all back in a response. So now you can see I get the other data type and I can pull in only the things I really want. So if I didn't want the item ID, I can do that. Hit enter, bam. Look at that now. Look at that. That is live. I debugged that live. I'm so happy. So what I like about this is that you can pretty much now go ahead and connect basically like a bunch of useless JSON strings like this into something useful now. So in some sense, this is now relational, right? So in this case, we're using the tracking ID to perform a separate query, pull in the additional items, and have it as we need it. So you guys can see, I hope you can see there, the power of StepZen and what we just did, right? We took a boring JSON, you know, basically like a boring JSON backend, and we went ahead and made it a powerful interface with the GraphQL using StepZen. Okay, so that's very good. I'm very happy now. Okay, now I'm going to show you how to add a get orders by ID one in case you're wondering. So if you did want to add a get orders by ID, you can do it just like that. You can have your, in this case, I've got the wrong URL. Sorry, guys. I've actually just copied that in. You can go ahead and do the following. You can do orders / get rid of that, and then you've got your ID, and that's going to be your dynamic value. All right, so that's how you would do an orders by ID. So I've shown you now how to go ahead and do all of these things. Now, what I'm going to do next is create the same type definitions on the front end. So let's consider StepZen as the interface between our front end and our back end. Right, so now I'm going to go ahead and create the type definitions on the front end. So that way we protect ourselves and we code this in the correct fashion. Right. So what's really nice about React Native, NextJS lately is that if you go ahead and simply create a typings.d.ts file, this is a type definition file, you actually don't need to go ahead and keep importing it into different files. You can just go ahead and actually use these type definitions and it will pull it in when it compiles. So at this point, I'm going to create a customer type. This customer type is going to have an email of string and a name of string as well. Okay, and then we've got a type of customer list, right? Customer list, and this type of customer list has a name, ID, and the value is going to be a customer. Right, so you see how we can use different types as values, right? And as you can see, we're slowly building it out. Now I want to show you something, right? Heading on back over to our, we haven't actually built out a customer yet. Sorry, that's ID, not IDB cursor, right? Going back over to StepZen, we actually need one more thing, right? So I wanted to go ahead and show you a final materializer, which I forgot to do, right? Let's finish it off strong. is basically where we have our tracking items, right? So notice how in tracking items, we have customer ID. So what do you think I'm going to do right now, right? We have a customer ID right there. I've caught sight of it. I know it's there. So now what I'm going to do is go over to my customers.json file and just stare at this JSON with uselessly, right? No, well, that's not what we want to do. Instead, what we want to do is basically take that ID and materialize it and connect it. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is go back to my code, create a awesome materializer. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and firstly, to do this, I need to actually go ahead and get a connection. So what I told you is that they've got a nice little trick, right? And I'm going to do that same little trick again. So I'm going to cut my, actually I don't need to cut it. I'm just going to create another one, right? Let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to do StepZen. Oh, don't do it there. Do it CD StepZen. Make sure you're in the correct folder. And then I'm going to go ahead and do an import. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change my import here, right? I'm importing from customers. Okay, so I'm importing from customers.json. The query type here is not going to be tracking list items. The query type is actually going to be, give me 1 second. The query that I'm just checking is going to be, let's do get customers. Okay, so it's going to be get customers. Query name, oh no, I've messed this up. Query type is going to be customer. That's it. What am I doing? Customer. There you go. All right. Query name is going to be get customers. Get customers. And then dash name is going to be customer, lowercase. Okay. There we go. All right. Hit enter and let the magic happen on its side. And let's go ahead and go back into our code. And you can see we've got a customer. There we go. And it had the same problem. It struggles sometimes to figure out what the return type is. That's fine. We can depict it ourselves. So at this point, we've got the type query over here. I'm going to create a type customer and I'm going to do the following, right? So I've got the type customer is email string. And remember, this is not a TypeScript definition. It's actually a GraphQL definition. It's slightly different, hence the capital S. And then we've got string and I've got the customer list, which is actually the return type. So customer list is the return type. And that name is actually the key, believe it or not. So that's why I'm putting ID there. And then we've got value, which is the returned customer that comes back. So that's just the type that I've done the hard work here. Search that for you. It's easy. Don't worry about it. Get customers. I'll say get customer. This is going to be customer list, and it's going to be an array that returns, and it's going to have all the basically IDs of the users that come back, and then the customer themselves, right? And this is going to basically be customers.json. Remember, this is returning an array, okay? So I'm going to transform that array. So what I need to do there is go ahead and transform it. That allows me to go ahead and show it along, right? So pretty good there. The next thing I'm going to do is basically rewrite this, but have it as get customer by ID, right? So same thing. And again, I'm showing you all of this because that way you can go ahead and extend it as you need to, right? By ID. And if you really want to take this a bit further, Roy Dirks did an amazing video on this over at the StepZen YouTube channel. So definitely check it out. Return type for a customer by ID is a singular customer. So here what I would do is I would change this to be customers / the wildcard ID. We are not returning an array, so I can simply do that. Hit save. It's going to rebuild our backend. Hit refresh on StepZen, and now you can go ahead and see that we have get customers, and you see I can pull in the name, the IDs, and just like that, bam, we have a GraphQL interface. Oh, the music is sick and we are going well at this rate, right? So backend interface is done. We pretty much made our whole GraphQL interface. Now we're going to connect it up to our React Native app, go crazy speed, and we're going to go ahead and build this app to make it look beautiful. Okay, now I want to show you something else. We had the materializer that I didn't end up writing. So I got hyped. So let's go back to our tracking items. So that's the whole point of what I was going to do. So where we had tracking items as being a return type, what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to return the items themselves, and then I'm going to return a customer, right? And what I'm going to do here is the type of is going to be customer, and that's going to be capital, and I'm going to indent. I'm going to say at materializer. Right. So remember, it doesn't actually come with the customer attached. So we're actually going to use the materializer to go ahead and find and use the value, the previous query for us to go ahead and connect it together. Okay. So I'm going to type in get customer by ID. So the reason why I'm doing that is because I'm basically connecting this get customer by ID. Okay. And that actually should be a lowercase I, get customer, right, by ID. So I'm going to do get customer by ID. Then I'm going to say arguments. It takes an array with an object inside. So there we go. It's going to be name. The field that we're replacing is ID. So double things, quotes. The field that we're connecting to is customer ID. Okay, let's hit save. And now we should have materialized our customer into our return. So if we hit refresh now, when I get my tracking items, I should see a new field inside of the customer. So you can see value items. Is it customer? No, tracking items. Get orders, sorry. It was in get, was it orders? Where the heck am I looking? This is inside of tracking items inside of get tracking items. Okay. So refresh. Get tracking items, name, customer ID, items. It hasn't, oh, sorry guys. Silly me. I did not actually. Okay, so it hasn't rebuilt weirdly. So let's go over here. Field cannot be query, does not exist. Customer tracking items. There we go. So get customer ID reference in your query. Material does not exist. Okay, so we are actually typed in the wrong value. So get customer by ID. It's, oh, I didn't save the file. God damn it. All right, deploying. So check out your logs and it should show you. Then it says done, 3.3 seconds. Yeah. So now we refresh. And we should see customer. Yes, there we go. So now I can pull in the customer as a return value. This is GraphQL, by the way, yeah. And now you can see I get the item. The item is in the tracking information, the customer ID with the information of the orders, the items, and it connects the customer. Bam, bam, bam. That's damn powerful, man. That is actually wicked. Like that can turn any database source or several database sources into a response like that. I don't think you understand just how powerful that is, guys. Like you can make any query from any different data source. So you can have like curl requests from one area, Supabase requests from some other, combine it. So all you're saying is, I want the tracking items and give me the customer as well, and use the customer's ID to figure it out. And you see what I mean? You can pull in all this different information from different sources, which is so powerful, right? And all your front-end devs would have to do is come onto your graphical UI and basically play around with it. Oh, okay, I can see the customer, I can access the customer, and there you go, right? Really, really cool. Okay, so at this point, we need to pull in that information from the front end. So this is where we're gonna need to use some kind of client. In this case, this is where we love to use Apollo. Right, so Apollo client is what we're going to be using today. So I'm going to head over to my browser. I'm going to basically stop spamming my browser. I'm going to have another tab here saying Apollo client. Okay, so what we're going to use is an Apollo client for React. Okay, so we're going to click on get started. You've got v3, v2. We're going to use v3, and we're going to go ahead and install it. So first thing we need to do is install the following dependencies. So go ahead, Command J. And remember, I'm inside of StepZen now. So CD upper level, yeah? And then you want to do npm install at that level, right? So we've got this looking pretty nice so far. Next thing you want to do is go ahead and you need to basically wrap your entire app and initialize it. So what I'm going to do now is actually do a local connection to my app. So in this case, if I was to connect here, I'll show you how we do it. So at the top here is go ahead and do the following. I see you, Jay. All right, so at this point, we're going to go ahead and import from the Apollo client. And instead of the URI from the dummy demo that they gave, I'm going to go ahead and do the following, right? Instead, I'm going to go ahead and take the StepZen URI that they gave us. So in this case, my local host StepZen is running at Dusty Gopher. Right, so I'm going to copy that. I'm going to go here. Now, remember, I told you when we actually set this up, or when I started running it, where was it? So at the top over here, whenever you basically run it, it will give you two URIs. It will give you the deployment one and it will give you the local one. So when you're developing, feel free to use the local one and then you can switch it. Again, I did that in the Reddit clone. Feel free to check it out if you're interested in how to do that. So we've got the client here. Next thing we need to do is, you can do it really above or below the Tailwind provider. I'm just going to do it below. I'm going to pop in the client like so, go around the navigation container and then exit like that. So you see how we're powering the app up in a higher order component fashion. Okay. At this point, you probably want to check that your app hasn't crashed. Okay, so we're doing pretty good so far. Okay, and there we go. Kulia needs to get out of here. All right, so at this point, let's go ahead and see this. We've got our application here. So we've got customers, orders, And 1 second, guys. Let's check this out. Let's do it. So we've got navigation container over here. So now what I'm going to do is basically we can actually use the inner components. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and do the following now. So right now, yeah, now we can start making our queries and so forth. So I'm going to show you a nice way of doing this. Now, I haven't made use of every single query that we created, okay? Instead now, what we can do is we're going to go ahead and create a nice folder structure, because I always get that question, Sunny, please make a folder structure as you would when you're building an app out. So I'm going to show you right now how I do it. I'm going to have GraphQL folder, okay? And inside there, I'm going to have a queries folder. Okay, so inside here, this is going to have all my queries logic. So this one's going to be a TypeScript file. So it's going to be queries.ts. Okay, now inside of here, I'm going to create some queries. Now, you're probably wondering, how do I know what the queries are? Well, remember we were in StepZen a second ago, right? Well, in fact, what you need to do here is you just need to go ahead and if we click on export, you can actually see here. What I love about this is you can go ahead and do this. You can go ahead and do Apollo, use query hook. You actually get the code right here. Okay, so what you can do is once you've created your query from all the information that you needed, you can go ahead and use this to get the snippets that we're going to go ahead and create. Okay, and 1 second, guys. So in this case, you can see we've got the following. So I'm going to go ahead and basically use that same way of doing things, but basically streamline it. So we're going to get the customers and we're going to get the orders, right? And we use those inner selectors to materialize things, so it's not going to waste. Okay, so check this out. We're going to go ahead and firstly create a query for the getting the customers. So in this case, bam, we've got our customers, and here you can see GQL. So that's actually from Apollo client. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that in. So there you go. We got the customers. That's our first query. And then we're going to go ahead and create an orders one. So the orders one, I'm actually going to go ahead and pull in all the information. So I'm pulling in all of this information right here. Now, again, what is nice about GraphQL is you can actually go ahead and say, I don't need the created out, right? You can get rid of it. And then it kind of reduces the network call bandwidth, because you're not getting that information in every single time. So you can actually be quite efficient with this. And if you think about it, all the heavyweight fetching and connecting from different APIs is happening on the back end. Then you just get a single request response, which is nicer than doing several requests on the front end, right? Cool stuff. Okay, so at this point, we are going to start pulling in this information. Okay, so I'm actually going to create a few helpful hooks for us. Okay, so we're actually going to use 2 custom hooks, and I'm going to create them now, and then we're going to use them inside of our build. So if you think about this, here we have all of our customers. So I'm going to call this one the use customers hook. And this is going to use that GraphQL query to pull in all the information in a certain way that we can basically go ahead and constantly use it in an easy, approachable way. Then we're going to have another one here, which is going to be called the use orders hook. And this is going to fetch the information so that way we can render it on the front end like so. So we're going to create 2 custom hooks now. The first custom hook, let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to create a hooks folder. The first hook is going to be called use customer orders.tsx. Okay, bam, just like that. And now inside of use customer orders.tsx, what I like to do, guys, is a little trick. I like to do RFCE, right? And then I basically turn this into a functional component. So bam, make it an arrow function. Yes, there is a snippet for it. I know. So in this case, this is basically what we're doing. And then what we're going to basically say is we're going to use the use query hook from Apollo, and inside of here I'm going to say that we're going to have const, and we're basically going to pull a bunch of stuff in from the from our GraphQL call. Now when I make a call to GraphQL to get the information that we saw earlier, it's going to give me 3 things back. It's going to give me loading, it's going to give me an error status, and it's going to give me the data that returns back. So I'm destructuring the object here, and I'm going to go ahead and say equals use query, and I'm going to go ahead and pull in that get orders function that we query that we created earlier. Okay, so really good stuff. Let's go ahead and hit save. All right, so we're also going to have a piece of local state. All right, so here I'm going to go ahead and say const orders set orders equals use state, and then I'm going to go ahead and import that from React. And as you can see here, this is going to start off as an array. Now, what I'm actually going to do here is we created an order type, or we haven't created it yet. I'm going to create it in a second. So we're going to create, this is going to be of type order array. So going back to our typings, I'm going to actually complete these. I completely forgot to type this out, right? So remember we had the customer list. We also got tracking item, which is basically, this is all shaped to the GraphQL calls that we did previously. That means we've got our individual items. We also got the order, the customer response, and the order response typings. Okay, so these three are basically mapped out exactly as I wrote it inside of the GraphQL StepZen area. Basically, I completely lost my words there. These type definitions match, okay? Yes, that's what I wanted to say. All right, so now we've got our protection over here. Awesome stuff. Okay, somebody says, how long did it take you to learn coding? I'm still learning, right? That's how I see it. You should never say I've learned it, right? You're always learning. I'm learning every day, right? So honestly, you want to keep on going, right? Okay, so right now we're going to go ahead and create a use effect. Now, what's really cool about custom hook is that you can go ahead and have your own kind of specific logic, and it's basically going to have all the use effects, like kind of stuff happening in the background, right? So it's really quite a nice kind of finished product. You'll see what I'm saying, right? The point is that, right, what we're going to say is if there is no data, so basically if we're still fetching, you can say if loading return, but I'm going to say if there is no data return. So I'm going to do a little bit of defensive programming here. Okay, so if there's no data, right, so if we're still fetching the get orders, right, remember it's going to first say loading and blah, 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 right? But if there's no data, then we're going to stop there, right? And this means that data is a dependency. Okay, but if there is data, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new orders object, and this is going to be of type order. So I'm going to create an orders array, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to access the orders and I'm going to return it. So basically what I'm doing here is I'm transforming the data in a way that allows us to manipulate and play with it on the front end in a bit nicer response way. Okay, so I'm going to say data, ciao from Italy, what's up, dude? Right, so I'm going to say data dot get orders. So basically what happens is whenever we do any of these requests, right, for example get orders, what actually happens is that query, guys, is going to return in the form of an object, right? So this information will come back to us, and you can see it's data dot get orders dot, and then you've got access to these things, right? So what I'm now doing is data dot get orders dot map. So I'm basically kind of unwrapping it in a nice way, right? So I've got an arrow function here. Right, and I'm actually returning parentheses. I'm returning an object, right? Inside of the arrow, what we have is the item. And what I'm doing is I'm destructuring the item to get the value out. But before I do that, I'm going to cast the item, right? So how do I do this right now? Well, what I do is I basically go ahead and I create an object, and I go ahead here and I say it's the order response. And that's actually something I created earlier. So if we go and click into that, that's what we did in our type definitions. And here I can actually go ahead and get the value out. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say the carrier, basically I'm rebuilding up the object, right? So we've got a nice kind of presented front end. So I'm going to say value dot, and you can see here, all my IntelliSense knows about what's happening, right? Now, yes, I can do the spread operator if I really wanted to, but I'm just kind of make it explicitly clear as to what's going on, right? So at this point, I'm going to basically fast track, and we're going to pull in a bunch of stuff. So we've got a few different things that we're pulling in. Okay, and once it's done, I'm going to set the orders to our orders. So essentially what I'm doing here is I'm basically passing in the orders as it comes in from the backend. Okay, now what am I doing next? Rather than returning some JSX, it's a custom hook. So I'm going to return the loading state, the error state, and the orders, not data. So as you can see now, this will either return some orders or it may be loading. But either way, I can use all of this information as and when I need it. Okay, cool stuff. We're now going to do the exact same. Oh, wow, I've messed that up right bad, isn't it? I've done the customer orders. Oh, okay. Okay, so I'll tell you what, guys, this whole thing was for use orders, right? I'm sorry, guys. This whole thing was for use orders. Okay, so never mind. So when Jay, when you timestamp this, please put use orders here. Right, that was actually use orders. I completely messed that up. My bad. Use orders is what I was actually doing there. So which means that you have to change this to use orders. It's fine. It happens. I completely lost track. Right. And the next one is going to be use customer orders. There we go. Use customer orders. I was reading the chat and I kind of got a bit mixed up. Right. RFCE, bam, okay. Now for the customer orders, similar thing, but customer orders is a hook which takes we're gonna pass in the user ID, and then it's gonna basically, from the overall orders that we pull in, it's gonna filter it down based on the customer ID that we pass in. Yeah. Yes, there are ways you could do this. You could probably offload this to the backend. You can. I'm just going to show you how you can do it on the front end. Okay. So first step is we're going to go ahead and pull in a bunch of dependencies that I'm probably going to need, like so. Okay. And get orders I can pull in as I need it. Okay. So first step is to pull from the get orders. So I'm going to go ahead and get my get orders like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get my orders, set my orders, and I'm going to get, it's going to be an array of orders. Nice. Okay. Next stop is we're going to have a user fact. So very similar to what we just did, guys. Okay. Very, very similar to what we just did. It's going to have a dependency. The dependency in this case is going to be data. We are going to have a defensive programming block. So in this case, I'm going to say if there is no data, then we're going to return. So if there's no data, return, bam, cool. And then we're going to do the whole fetching. So I'm going to say with the order. So we're going to return a bunch of orders. I'm going to say data.getOrder. So very exactly pretty much similar to what we just did. GetOrders.map. And then we're going to have the same thing. So parentheses, arrow function. I'm going to be implicitly returning an array. So an object. Yeah. Inside of here, we have an object, which is the order response. This is a nice song, actually. This has the value inside of it, bam. And then the object that I'm rebuilding from this is going to be basically the same thing. So it's basically exactly what I just did, right? Only difference here is that we pass in a user ID as a value, okay? This is going to be a string that gets passed in. Now, when we have our orders here, what we're actually going to be doing is we're going to be filtering based on the customer's order. So I'm going to create something here, and this one's going to say orders.filter. And what I'm now doing is I'm taking the orders that we just had, and I'm going to say for every single order, the predicate function. So what I'm checking against is going to be order dot. And as you can see here, I've got all of our things. So I'm going to say order dot tracking ID. Oh no, sorry, it's tracking items. Tracking items dot customer ID is equivalent to user ID. So I'm checking if that is the case, right? So I'm filtering it out based on that. Now, what I then do is I set the orders to the customer's orders. Cool. That's it, right? And because we're using the user ID here, it also has to become a dependency. Any variable externally that you use inside of your user fact block has to be included in your dependency array, as it is a dependency of your user fact, right? So if it changes, your user fact has to effectively run again. Now, rather than some JSX returning, we don't care. We're going to take the loading, the error, and the orders out. Done. We have our useful hooks. Okay, so useful hooks done. Now it's time to get back to our front end. Let's build out this app, man. Let's go ahead and build this out and use modals and cool stuff like that, right? So heading back over to our screen. So screen, customer screen. Let's go ahead and do the following. So this screen right here. See how we're going to move now. Now it's going to get real fun. I'm telling you, it's going to get quite. Let's do it. So we're firstly going to start off with the customer screen. So we are going to actually pull in that helpful hook. In fact, what I did here was I still used our customers query. Okay, so get customers, I ended up using it. So, okay, we're not actually using it in this screen, we're using a different one. And I'll show you why we do that in a sec. Okay, so I'll tell you what we'll do, that's fine. We're going to pull in the hook over here. So we're going to say loading, error, data. So I'm going to use that GraphQL hook, use query, get customers. I'm going to pull everything in like so. And then we're actually going to render this out. So I'm basically going to render out the customers down here. Okay. So let's do this. Let's go underneath our input. And here I'm going to say data, and it's going to be optional chain because there may be a case where it's still loading. Okay. Get customers. And you can, yes, you can block based on the loading state if you really wanted to. So next we're going to map through. Now, each customer is going to get returned. So we're going to return a customer and return something along with it. Now, as you can see here, we've actually got we've got the get customers. And what I want to do instead here is I'm actually going to go ahead and say that this is an object of type customer response. So I'm casting it a value. Okay. And then now I can go ahead and actually pull out values from it. So I can say, I'm going to get the name. And inside the name, I'm going to rename the name to ID because it actually comes back as name, but it really should be ID. Kind of confusing, but that's Firebase for you. All right, so and then we're going to pull the value, and that has inside of it the email and the name. Okay. And then we're going to have customer cards. So now what we're going to do is we're going to build this customer card component. Okay. So let's actually do that right now. So we're going to say customer card, and we're going to build that component. The key for each customer card is going to be the ID. The email is going to be the email. So these are going to be props that we're going to pass through. The name is going to be name, and the user ID prop is going to be the user ID. All right, so the ID that we have here. Okay, so let's go ahead and create our first component. So, well, a separate component. So I'm going to create a components folder. Oops, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Go to package JSON, then press folder. There you go, components. Cool. We're going to go ahead and create the components folder. Now we're going to create the customer card. So we're going to do that right now. So create customer card.tsx. Bam. Here, RFCE. Oh no, React Native functional component. Why is my tabs doing that? What the hell? All right, so there we go. Import it. And now it's saying email. Now this is what's really nice about this is it says you haven't included that as a TypeScript prop. So we're actually telling you that the code is wrong. So this is good. This is very good. It means that it's calling us out on something, right? So what we're actually going to do is we're going to take a bunch of props. So you can see the props that we accepted in the previous screen were email, name, user ID. I've written out that type definition here. The props come through here. So props come through, we assign it as props, but I can just save ourselves a bit of time and destructure the props and get the email, the name, and the user ID out like so. Okay. Next up, I'm going to use our special customer orders hook to create the appropriate information, or to pull in the appropriate information based on the customer's ID. So in this case, loading error data equals, and we're going to say use customer orders, and I'm going to pass in the user ID. So what we're essentially doing here is we're calling in all the information. This is going to be order, sorry, not that. Alex says, let's go, Papa Fam, Diamond, Go, Platinum Offers. Hell yes, dude. So check this out. So in this case, we've got, it probably won't load at the moment anyway, because I haven't rendered it out correctly. So we've done that. And then we're going to go ahead and have stuff rendered out here. So firstly, we're going to use Tailwind in this bit. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. So we're going to say const Tailwind equals use Tailwind. And then the final thing I'm going to do just to prep myself is use the navigation. We're going to use that inside of here. And we need to import our customer screen navigation prop, which we already created. All right, because the customer card is sitting inside customer screen, we're going to use that prop. Okay, so hit save. You can see we've got customer card here. So it's starting to render out now. Cool stuff, right? Now at this point, we're going to basically build out that card so it looks damn awesome. And I'm going to move damn fast, okay? So touchable opacity is a button component, similar kind of button component. It basically just makes something clickable, right? So it's like a touchable effect. So now if I click it, you see that I've got a clickable effect. So touchable opacity is going to wrap our element. Then we're going to use something called a card. Right? Now the card I'm going to pull in from React Native Elements themed library, and inside of here I'm going to have a view. Okay, now as you can see, we started getting cards. Okay, now the first thing I want to do, guys, is inside of that card I'm going to change this style. So the container for this is going to be a Tailwind styling element, and we're going to say it's going to be padding of 5, it's going to be rounded large. And for the flex items inside of it, I'm going to justify the space between. I mean, to be fair, I don't think we need that just yet, actually. So give that a second. Cool. Okay. Nice. Padding of 5. And then the view. Cool. So first thing we've got here is we're basically building this out, right? So we need to build out, think of everything in boxes. Box, right? And then there's a box underneath, and there's a divider between them, right? We're literally going to just do that right now. Right, so first things first, we've got a view with 2 text fields inside of it. So view with 2 text fields inside of it, text times 2, bam, just like that. Right, then we're going to pull the name in, and over here I'm going to pull the email in. No, sorry, the ID. So I'm going to say ID, user ID. Oh my god, ID. What am I doing? Right, ID is user ID. Bam. Okay, Lucas, Matt, Jones. We've got loads of stuff happening now. Underneath that, I'm going to have a view with some text. Colombia in the house. What is up, Juan? All right. Now at this point, I'm going to say if it's loading, right? So we can actually use that loading state for good use. If it's loading, I'm going to say loading. ... Otherwise, I want to say, I'm going to do backticks. So I'm going to do some string interpolation here. I'll say orders.length X. So it means like this many orders. So like basically when it's loading, it'll say loading, and then it'll say 2 objects, right, inside your order basically. So looking good, pretty decent, right? And then we got an icon. Now this icon is going to have a bit of styling attached to it. So I'm just going to save us some time. I'm going to pull in the icon. And we're actually going to pull it in from a React Native UI elements themed. Now this has got margin bottom of 5, margin left of auto, name is box, and typo is the type. If you want to know the types, you can command click it. Icon type is where you'll find all of the different types. Hit save. Already starting to look a bit funky. It's kind of getting there, but it's not there yet. Okay, now outside of the icon, right, outside of this view, we have a card divider, card.divider. Okay, and then underneath it, we have a text with the email inside of it. Cool. Now I'm going to style this up to look like what we see behind us right there. Let's move. The first thing we're going to do is style up the, see how I'm always switching between React and NextJS. So, no, React Native and NextJS. I'm getting so confused. Tailwind. At this point, we're going to say text 2XL. And then I'm going to say font should be bold. And for the user ID, style is going to be, and I'll show you what we can do here, right? So if you want to combine inline styles with Tailwind styles, you put an array and then you just add in your elements. So in this case, I'm going to put some Tailwind styles. So text should be small. And then I'm going to put a comma, and then you can have inline styles. So color should be black. Oh no, I'm going to do the actual, the little theme color that we have going on, right? So I'm going to actually add that in, pop that in. There you see, bam, just like that. Looks good. Text to Excel. This is looking nice. Okay. Now outside of this, the view, I'm going to have a style. Actually, I've messed up a little bit. I think I want to have it so this view should be encapsulating these. This view should be styled. And I want to do Tailwind. And inside of here, I want to do flex row. So pump it in a line. Let's see, flex row. And that's not what I wanted. That's not what justify space between, justify between. That's because this view right here should go underneath that view. There we go. That's what I wanted. There we go. Right. Now, the only thing that's messed up is this view. This is the one that I need to make flex. So style, Tailwind, flex row, items in the center, hit save. And I'm going to justify it at the end. So what you see here is justify at the end. This will basically put them on the baseline together. Cool. The text over here, I want to make it like a nice blue color. So style is going to be that nice blue. So I'm going to say color should be the blue that we previously had. Bam, like so. Okay, just like that. Pow, look at that. Nice. Okay, very good. So at this point, we have that, and it's a star. There you go. Nice. Pretty cool. Okay. Now I want to do something before I implement the screen, the pop-up, the modal, that stuff. I want to go back to my customer screen. Remember, I have a typing function here. I want this to basically work, right? I don't want it to not work. So I'm going to put a little, it's kind of like, obviously you can always go ahead and change this up if you want to, but I'm going to have it so that way when you type in, it will filter based on what you've typed in. So I'm just going to show you how you can do it inline. You can feel free to neaten it up. You can always neaten it up if you want to, okay? So I'm actually going to do a little kind of piping trick here. So I'm going to say data.getCustomers, which we already did. And then I'm going to say, that could also be kind of, optional change. We can say filter it, okay? So I'm going to filter here, and obviously it's going to kind of look a bit weird for now. I'm going to say filter, and for every single customer, okay? So the customer type here is actually going to be customer list. Customer list is the type. We're going to return a check. So basically I'm going to say filter if this predicate is true. So I'm going to say customer dot value dot email, no, sorry, name. And we're going to do dot includes the input. Input is what we mapped previously to our entry box. And then the outcome of that is what we map out. Right? So now as we type in, it should filter. So if I type in Bill, hey, look at that. Salim. Oh, look at that. Mandy. Hey. And let's go down here and type in John. Oh, oops. Okay, that's nice. And let's type in John. Oh, guys, look at that. That's sick, right? Works. Cool. And yes, there are more optimal, efficient ways. I ain't getting into it right now. Looks pretty good, though. Okay. Awesome stuff. This is going very well, right? Very, very well. Now, at this point, I'm going to go ahead and create the clicking in sort of modal that you see. So how do we do that? Well, first thing is I need to prepare for that modal. So we're actually going to go to our root navigator and prepare a stack for the modal. So first things first, we are going to create a new root stack group. Okay, so I'm going to copy in the root stack group. So just how we had one for the screen, I'm going to have another one for this. Okay, and the difference with this one is inside of here, I am going to have a screen. So I'm going to copy that in. But here, it's not going to be this. It's going to be my modal, because that's what we basically called it. And also, guys, I forgot to actually pass in the root param list here. There you go. That's why it didn't pop up there. I was wondering. So here, my modal. And then the component for this would be the modal screen, which we haven't created yet. So we're going to go ahead and do that. All right. So we've got the modal screen here. And I'm going to go ahead and show you how we basically tell it it's a modal. So we basically change the screen options here. And here what I'm doing is I'm going ahead and changing something called the presentation. And what you can do here is you can put modal as a type. Now, if I go ahead and do command control space, where you can see transparent modal, modal, full screen modal, contain modal, craziness. Honestly, I know so much to learn, but we're only doing the modal. Okay, it's fine. And then what I'm going to do is for this screen, you can remember I showed you how to do header shown false in the actual component. But what if you want to do it at this level? Right, just as a heads up to show you both ways, well, you can go ahead and say options and you can make header shown. So header shown, you can actually go ahead and change it here as well. So there's two ways you can do it. Okay, so header shown is another way you can do it here. Now for modal screen, it's going to obviously freak out because it doesn't exist. So let's create that screen, modal screen. .tsx, React Native functional export a component. Bam, hit save, and let's go back to our root navigator, pull it in just like that, hit save, and voila, done. Okay, we have a modal screen. So you can't see it right now. You're probably wondering what's the point of that. Well, I'll show you now. Now I can navigate to it and it will work, right? So if I go into my customer screen, I'll show you how it works. Where we have our customer card, I'm going to have it so that way when you click into a customer card, it's going to go ahead and actually take you to my modal screen and pass along the appropriate properties. So what's cool about React Native navigation is as you navigate from one screen to another, you can pass props with that navigation request. So imagine if I go from the home screen to the modal screen and I say, hey, when you do that navigation, take the user ID and name with you. Right, so you see you go from one screen to the next, but you can take data with you. So we can basically pass props through. Now, the way I showed you that earlier is inside of the root navigator, you can see we actually defined it inside type definitions. We had user ID and name, both being a string. So now inside of the customer card, let's go back there. In touchable opacity, I actually had the navigation with the correct prop type. And all I'm going to do here is say on press. And we're going to go ahead and have some arrow function. Oops. Arrow function. And here, guys, what I'm going to say is it's going to be a one-liner, so we don't need that. We can just actually say, we're going to say navigation.navigate. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put colon. As you can see, it knows what screens based on that prop type. So you can see, really, I know it was a bit to set up, but it was really worth it. My modal, let's go pop that in, and then I can pass in the data. So you can see the params, it even knows the params because of the prop types, which is so damn cool, right? So at this point, I can take the name, and I'm passing through the name here. So we already have the name. So I'm going to pass in my name, I'm passing user ID, and I'm literally going to pass through the values. Now, let's check out if this works. Lucas Bill, click it, bam. Header shown is false because I've disabled it. But if I didn't disable it and I go back to the root navigator and I get rid of this, you will now see if I click this, my modal. Look at that, guys. Amazing. All right, pops up. So I'm going to disable the header as well. Boom. right? But if I showed you in real time, you can see it actually pops up like so. I'm going to disable it. Okay, cool. Now let's make this screen. This one right here. So we're going to have Lucas Bill, deliveries, and we've got the delivery cards, which are basically going to go ahead and show everything. Right, modal screen. Let's go. So first thing I want to do right now is I want to go ahead and start styling out. So we've got the view. Everything inside of the view is going to be a touchable opacity. Oh, no, it's not. What am I saying? No, it's not. I'm going to have a back button, which is going to be the touchable opacity. So this button right here is going to be a absolutely positioned button on the top right of this element. So let's do that now. So I'm going to have a touchable opacity. Oops. Someone said, I like that pop-up. I like it too, man. Touchable opacity. Let's go pop that in. Okay. And that touchable opacity is going to have an icon inside of it. So that icon is going to come from the theme library. And then we're going to have the name is going to be closed circle. And the type, so the basically where it's from is going to be Antizine. Yeah, that's the one. There you go. There you go. There it is. And this is going to be styled up appropriately with Tailwind. So I'm going to need the Tailwind addition. So let's go pop that in over here. Let's import it. So control spacebar at the end. Bam, hit in. And then we can say Tailwind. And let's make this absolutely positioned on the top right. So right of 5 and top of 5. And we're going to give it a Z of 10. So that way it doesn't get buried behind anything. So Z index means it's layered up to the top. And if we hit save now, top right. And as you can see, it's actually relative already to the parent, right? So typically when you do web dev, you have to make the parent relative, but we don't have to do that this time, okay? Now, what's really cool here is I'm gonna go ahead and make it so that if I click that X button, it actually closes the screen. Now, how the hell do I do that? So I'm gonna go ahead and pull in a navigation, constant navigation. Navigation equals use navigation. And I'm going to go pop this in. Now, remember I said when we get to these second level screens, we start having that more complicated composite navigation prop type. So in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to repeat that same pattern. I'm going to say type, and this is going to say modal screen navigation prop equals composite navigation prop. And then it's basically the exact same as what I put last time, except the only difference is that when you come to putting in your screen, you're actually putting in the modal instead. So I'm going to import all of these things. Nice little trick. There you go, bam. And then here, I'm actually going to go ahead and say my modal. So this is where you would pick which screen you're currently in, my modal. And then we basically pass that in as a generic template, hit save. And now on this one, what I can do is I can say on press, I can say navigation dot go back. And just like that, guys, bam. Do you just love it when code works for the first time? So cool, man. So cool. Really, really cool. So look at that. As soon as you do that, boom, hit it. It's cool. It works really nice. Okay. So that's looking really good. Let's continue on at that same momentum and get it looking the way we want it. All right. So what I'm actually going to do here, oops. I'm going to move this slightly to the right. That way I can kind of pull it as a reference when I need it. Okay. So next thing I'm going to do is probably do the header. So there's a view. Inside there, I'm going to have a view with two text fields. Okay. First one is going to have the name, and then it's going to have deliveries. It's freaking out right now because it doesn't have that right now. So is this name is deprecated? Okay, that's because it's not pulling out the name from anywhere, right? We need to say where do you get it from. So remember, I passed it through the customer card, right? When we navigated here, the way you basically get it out of that prop, you have to go ahead and do the following. So you have to say const. It's basically root equals use root. Okay, and then what you have to do is you have to pass in your modal screen root prop. So we haven't actually made that. So I'm going to make that and show you how that works. So the way this one works is you say type modal screen, type modal screen root prop. Okay, and then we say root prop, which is a special type of prop. We import it from React Native Navigation, awesome stuff. And then this takes the generic template, and I mean this takes in the root stack parameters and what page we're on. So in this case, my modal. I then pass that in here, and it now knows you have access to those variables, right? So if I destructure the root, inside of there, you will now see I have params, and inside of the params, you will now see the name and the ID. So what I love about TypeScript is that if you do it correctly, it will tell you that you're actually doing the right thing. So you see how you're saving yourself from bugs, all that kind of stuff. You're not messing up like that, right? So in this case, look at that. We get Lucas Bill deliveries. If I go down here and I go to Mandy Jones comes through as so, right? So now I've got the user ID as well. Awesome stuff, right? Next thing I want to do is I'm going to pull in the information using my custom hook based off of that user ID. So I'm going to say loading errors or loading error orders. Sorry guys, from use customer orders, and I'm going to basically import my custom hook. So all these good programming practices come in handy, right? You can use it to kind of build out this awesome page and kind of make it, you know, do whatever the hell you want. So at this point, you could either do a map. So I showed you how you did a map. Now, if you're not using a scroll view and you just want a scrollable list but in a more optimized way, you can use something called a flat list. So I'm going to show you how to use a flat list to render out something inside of React Native. So in this case, I'm going to say flat list, like so. And the flat list, we have to import like so from React Native. Where is it? Not there, it's okay, sir. And then this takes a bunch of important things, okay? The first thing is it takes some data. The data has to be an array of information. So our information here is the orders. Then what we have to do is we have to extract a key every time it goes through it. What is up, Papi Chuck? Good to see you. So every time we do this, basically what we do is we say that each order, so each singular, from me go through it, is I'm gonna map it to the order dot. And as you can see, I've got access to everything. So in this case, I'm going to say the tracking ID is unique. I'm going to make that the key, right? Keys are important when you're looping through things in React because it tells React what each individual item is in the list, and it prevents it from re-rendering the entire list if one element changes in that list. If you don't have keys, it's going to re-render everything in the list. It's not optimal. Okay, now I know there's so many ways to optimize in React, it gets crazy, right? All right, then now what we do is we say render item function. And what we do here is we have a arrow function. So in this case, arrow function that returns some JSX. So in this case, we're going to return something called a delivery card, right? So I'm going to create a delivery card. And this is going to have the order as a prop, which is going to be the order that we pass in. And what happens here is what we do is we actually get inside the parentheses, we get the something known as the item. Right, so item, you see, and we're going to rename it to order. Basically, that's what I've done there. And now we just have to create delivery card. Okay, so let's do that quickly, and that way it shows something. Let's go to our components. Let's create a delivery card .tsx React Native functional export, and I'm going to create a type of props with inside of it the order of type order. And that will have inside of here the order of time, and that's going to be our props. Okay, cool. Save it, go back, import it, and you see it stops complaining as now it expects order, which is the exact same type. It works. Right, so the prop type's declared, it goes through as so. Okay, now here what I want to do is just if I hit this, you can see delivery card. So if something's rendering, we're obviously going to style it out and make it look nice. So let's firstly make this look pretty, so that way we've got something beautiful to look at rather than this hideous thing. So the view, right, let's start with that. So the style here, I'm going to show you, you can do a margin top with Tailwind, whatever you really want. I'm always showing you both, so that way you can feel free to do it yourself. I'm not doing one or the other to be consistent. Trust me, I know you can change it up, but yeah, you know. Style, let's do it. So for the name and the deliveries, what I've done here is I've actually done two. So I've got Tailwind stuff and I've got, you know, inline stuff. Finding Y of 5, border bottom, and then outside of it I've got a border color, because I didn't know how to change it in that. It wasn't working in the Tailwind way. And I've got the sort of the actual color that we're sticking to in this build. Let's go ahead and do that. Boom. Okay, and it should pop in a sec. Okay, just like that. Style, let's go ahead and do it again. Tailwind, let's start this one up. So this one is going to be again in an array. We're going to have the text to be of type center. Text should be text should be in the center. Text should be extra large, and the font should be bold. Font should be bold. Awesome. Okay, it'll chuck in a bit. There you go. And the deliveries is going to be somewhat similar as well. And I also want to change the color of that. So that's why I did 2. Nice stuff, Jay. I see you. All right, let's go ahead and chuck the color in there. This is awesome. Let's go chuck that in. So we got the color will also change. And then I want to change the style here. Style, and I want to do a array tailwind. Let's chuck in here. I want to do text center, italic, text should be small. Nice. Sasa says, you're killing it, man. Dude, thank you. I am only doing this off of your energy. That is why I do what I do. It's thanks to you guys that I can do it, because you guys have such amazing energy. It's honestly what powers me. Here, we've got something called the content container style. And this allows me to pad out the bottom so that way you can scroll a little bit past the bottom, which is kind of important, right? Otherwise, you kind of get this like right next to the bottom thing. So it's kind of annoying, right? So see this, right? Cool. Jay can tell you the computer spec in the chat. Okay, there we go. Quite nice. You won't notice it until I actually add in the delivery cards. But now you're gonna see we're gonna build this. Now what's awesome, guys, which you probably didn't realize, is this delivery card is the same component here. That's the exact same component there. Right, that's actually the same component. The cool thing about this is that it just takes a prop called full width. And if you pass in full width, it changes to that. And if you don't pass in full width, it becomes a card. So really, really cool. Okay. Let's go ahead and build out the delivery card. Okay. So delivery card, and then believe me, we're actually nearly there. We're nearly there, right? So at this point, we're going to go ahead and build out the delivery card. So I need Tailwind here. So we're going to pull in Tailwind like this. Right. So at this point, we're going to do this. I'm going to pop in a card instead here. So this is going to be a themed card. And as you can see, it starts looking a little bit better, right? A little bit. And then inside of here, we're going to have a view instead of that. And the first thing we're going to see is an icon, right? So an icon and self-closing component. There we go, themed. And this icon is going to be a name, a box. If you're wondering what I'm building, is this right now. So the box is the icon that we're writing right now, okay? The type is ntypo and the color is white. Okay, hit save. Can't tell right now because that background is not a color. So we're going to change it up. We're going to make it so the card has a container style of the following. I'm going to say it has an array because I want to have some Tailwind as well. I'm going to say Tailwind, and here I'm going to put in the following. I'm going to say it should be rounded large. So rounded large and margin Y of 2. Okay. Margin large Y of 2. Okay, cool. And then we're going to do a slight change. We're going to have the inline style next to it. And then in here, I've got a bunch of things. Now I'm going to just put this on the screen, basically. It's a bunch of padding and it's shadows. So I'm going to tell you what's happening. So we've got padding of 0, shadow black, shadow offset, which is basically where the shadow arrives. The shadow opacity, so if I change it to like 0.9, you see how the shadow becomes way darker. And the shadow radius. So if you change that to a bigger radius, it becomes more of a bigger spread. So you can really play around with that to get the ultimate kind of feel that you want. Oh, thank you so much, Universe Code. I appreciate that. Okay, so that way we kind of get the background, okay? And then the background color is the final bit. So background color, in this case, we're just going to stick with the this one right here. So background color right there, okay? There we go. Nice. Now you can see that. Cool. So we're going to slowly build this out, and then I'm going to implement that full width, you know, sort of thing that we can do afterwards. So we've got the icon there. We've got a view, and inside that view, the first thing that we're going to see is a piece of text. Inside of there, we've got the order, and I've got the carrier dash, carrier dash, and I've got order tracking ID. So I've just kind of customized it as we're looking for order tracking ID. So as you see, it's going to pop in that text. We're going to style it up, and this is going to say the following. It's going to have Tailwind. It's going to say text should be extra small. Text should be in the center, uppercase. Text should be white, and I want the font to be bold. Bam, just like that, just like that. Look at that. All right, next things next is expected delivery. All right, so we're going to have a text, and this one's going to say expected delivery, And this is gonna have a space, and then it's gonna have we're gonna pass the order.created@date. Now I am gonna be using the created@date as a dummy here, but you would actually in real life have a actual due date. But in this case, I'm just doing it like this, right? So I'm gonna it's a demo, okay? So order.created@, and then I'm gonna say .to locale date stream. Bam. There you go, expected delivery 8th of 4th. Okay, and obviously you would have a time in real life and so forth. You know, you can really take it as far as you want. Just depends on your backend, what it's bringing in. So Tailwind, I'm going to change this to text white. Text should be in the center. Text should be large. And I also want it to be font bold. There we go. It's safe. Bam. Cool. That's looking a bit better already. Underneath that, I'm going to have a divider. So divider. There you go. Get rid of that. Import it from React Native themed. The color of that divider is going to be white. Okay, so white. Bam. And you can't see it because there's no padding under it right now. Right, so I will make that padding more present. We're going to have a view. Under that, we're going to have a text, and that's going to have the address inside of it. Okay, and then we're going to have the text under it, which is going to be the order.address, order.city. Okay, and in fact, I'm going to have a little comma by next to it, and then we're going to have text, and it's going to say shipping cost. And I've not done if you were going to do this in a production environment, honestly, for the sake of time, I haven't done it today, but I'll use a currency formatting library. In this case, I've just done £, right? But you would typically get that back from the backend, so it would typically say what currency, and then you would pass that in, and you would basically format it based on that. Okay. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and for this bit, I'm going to center it out. So I'm going to say style should be Tailwind, MX Auto, and then I'm going to say style equals Tailwind. And it's going to be text based, so we don't actually need to change that. We can say text center. Oh God, I can't spell today. Text center. Text should be white, font bold, margin top 5. Bam. There we go. And then actually, you know what? I don't know. I think text base is bigger than that. Text base. Let me see. Did it change? Yeah, it is bigger. I thought so. Style equals. Upper Fam is all about growth. That is it. All right, this song gets me hyped. All right, so we're gonna say text small. So Tailwind, text small, and then we'll say text should be center, italics, and text should be white. Text should be white. My God, I cannot type today. Text should be white. Bam. There we go. Nice. All right, so there you go. Looking pretty decent so far. All right, and then divider. Let's go. Bam. Color should be white. There we go. All right, view. Inside of this, we've got view, text. Okay, so we've got view. Inside of the view, we've got 2 pieces of text. Emmet is so powerful, guys. Here you've got item name, and here you've got, oh, actually, I've messed this one right up. So we've not got this. We've got the order. So basically, we're going to loop through the order items. So order.tracking items dot items dot map. So we're going to basically map through the items. So for every single item, I need to return the following, and there I'm going to do a view with a text times by 2. Okay, and then that will have the item dot, there you go, name, item dot quantity. There we go. Bam. We'll hit save. There you go. You can start seeing the items coming in from the orders, and then we can style it out. So the top one is going to be a style of Tailwind, and this is going to be flex row, justify between item center. So I would really recommend getting familiar with Tailwind, right? So with Flexbox, and again, I will stress this out every single time. I would definitely recommend that you spend a lot of time, just play Flexbox Froggy, okay, and watch my YouTube video where we talk about it, because Flexbox Froggy taught me how to do Flexbox, and I knew after that, and it was just so much easier after playing that one game. So if you've never played it, definitely do so. We've got members of Zero to Full Stack Hero in the house. It's awesome to see members here from our own community, the Papa Fam's best community. right? So that was the wrong place to put it. I actually messed that up. I'm going to take this style and I'm going to pop it here. Okay. And then this one, I'm going to put inside of text, so style. And then it's Tailwind. And inside of here, we're going to have text white, text dash white, text XL. Okay. For anyone asking where those components are coming from, that kind of stuff, honestly, watch the video throughout because it's coming from React Native Elements UI library. Justify between items center, and also we're using React Native. They have their own components, right? So I justify between, so that should actually be pushing it away. So I've messed up here because that shouldn't be, yeah, my bad. And also, what the hell have I done? Why have I put the 2 views here? We didn't need that. Yeah, there we go. I don't know why I did that, right? And then there should be a view around the entire thing. So view, push this underneath. Style should be Tailwind padding around it of 5. There we go, hit save, and there you go. Looks very good, right? And in fact, for the quantity, I want to say X. So that way it's kind of like ×1, ×2, ×3, so forth. Okay, so already looking damn nice, damn pretty. This is good, right? The next thing we have is the map view. So I'm going to show you how to do a map. Right, so for a map, we're going to go ahead and use React Native Maps. So I'm going to show you how to go ahead and implement that. So first thing you want to do is type in React Native Maps. It will take you to docs.expo.dev. Now, it's actually very easy to use, right? You just use the Expo install like I explained earlier. So in this case, you can go ahead and do Expo install React Native maps. Sorry, there you go. And then I'm going to do Command J. I'm going to go ahead and install it into our project. And we can do this, and you can use npx in Expo install. We'll use the local version of it. So I had a chiropractor reset my neck because it's supposed to be straight, which is a good thing, I guess, because it means it's actually fixed it. Okay, so at this point, let's go ahead and we need to put it underneath the view. So first thing you want to do now is actually import the following from a React Native Map. So we've just imported the dependencies. This works on iOS and Android, not the web. Okay, so if you are planning to do the 3 platforms, you have pretty much ruled out web at this point. You'd have to use a separate map and do a platform check to see if you're on web, and then replace the map with that. Just a FYI. Okay, so in this case, we got map view, and then we're going to have a marker inside of it. But for initially, what I want to do is I'm going to have a map view, and the initial region is going to be the following. So the latitude is going to be, oh, sorry guys, I've actually got to put an object here. The latitude is going to be the order.lat. Oops, sorry guys, order.lat. The longitude is going to be order.long. The latitude delta is basically the rate at which you've zoomed out or zoomed in. So I found a sweet spot for this was 0.005, which is kind of like what we kind of naturally tend to find these apps looking at, right? And then what I do is I'm going to have a style here. I'm going to style it out. So I'm basically going to have some Tailwind and something else here. So Tailwind, I'm going to have a width of 4. And then I'm going to have flex grow is 1. Okay, so actually, you know what? I'm going to implement that afterwards. That's for when I have my full width add-on. I don't want to show you that yet. Instead of this, right now, what we're going to say is height of 200. Yeah, that's it. Height of 200. There you go. Cool. Okay, so this is what we're doing first. Now, I want a map marker to basically pop onto it, onto the screen, right? So let's check this out. So here I'm going to say if there is only if there is order.lat and an order.long, then we want to basically put out the following on the screen. I want to have a marker on the screen, and inside that I'm going to have the coordinates. So coordinates are going to be the latitude, which is, yes, it's going to be the order.lat, and then the longitude, which is order.long. And then underneath that, I'm going to have a title, which is going to be the delivery location. So delivery location. And then I'm going to have the description, which is going to be the order address. So order.address. Okay. And then we've got the identifier is going to be the origin, right? because again, you could do destination as well. I mean, I guess it kind of destination, really. Destination. Yeah, you mess around with it whatever you want. But there you go, right? Basically, it's in the center of the map, right? So you see it's actually stuck to the exact coordinate. If I click it, delivery location 123 Main Street is exactly correct. And the only thing that's messed up here is the padding below shipping cost. So shipping cost right here should actually have some padding beneath there that I've forgotten about, or the view that I put in there is actually the one. So yeah, the view that I put in there is supposed to have some styling on it, which is I've forgotten to do. So this one right here should have had some styling on it, this one here. So style is going to be the following: Tailwind, items start. I'm going to do them on the baseline, padding of 5, and I'm going to bring it slightly up, margin top of 3. Okay. So just like, no, I've messed it up. Okay, no, I've completely ruined that. But that's not the one I'm looking at. My eyes are a bit playing tricks on me right now. I've got my text here. What am I doing? Where is the icon? Oh, this one. Okay, so it was supposed to be here. My bad. Items should be at the start. Sorry, guys. Tailwind. Items start, padding of 5 minus margin top of 3. I want to bring it up slightly. What am I doing? Oh my god, this is screwing me over right now. Okay, you know what? I'm going to forget this. I'm just going to go with my gut, right? It looks perfect except the address bit. The address bit belongs here. Where the heck is it? Where is it? And this is what happens when I get tired. Address is here. There we go. So I'm just going to pop in a padding bottom of 10. And wait for it. Wait for it. Bam. Okay, there we go. It's a bit too big. 5 is good enough, I think. That's good. Yeah, see? Bam. Don't always have to go with the old stuff. It works. Cool. Right, that looks kind of nice. I mean, I've kind of got it differently aligned here. It's fine. I mean, the actual code is in the thing. I'm not going to spend too long on a line, but yeah, you guys can feel free to change it up as you need to. Okay, again, you can have it like that or like this. It's completely up to you. But there you go. That's that, right? That looks pretty damn good. Okay, that looks actually very nice. Now, if I go into Mandy Jones, you'll see her card pops up, and this is for Mandy, so Union Square. If I go to Salim Ali, you can see there's a very different package, so Xbox One S, Xbox One, so forth. Now, the only thing that's kind of weird here is Salim Ali has got 1. Oh no, that's correct. That's correct, actually. Yeah. Lucas Bill has 2. John Doe has 0, right? So in this case, he has no click. So you can actually have it so you don't have that. It's very simple. You just say if the length is 0, don't have a navigate. At this point, I'm just going to leave it. I'm going to show you because the whole point here is just to show you the options. But I want to spend more time on this screen, which is the order screen, and how we can go ahead and leverage these with a sort function with the full screen variant of what we need. So let's go ahead and jump into that. So in this case, let's just fly on to the order screen. So orders screen, bam. Okay, so now we are on the order screen and we're going to go and move at a relatively fast pace. So 2 things I now need, guys. I now need to basically go ahead and firstly customize my prop type so that way it all makes sense. And then I need to kind of, sorry, I'm just changing something quickly. Okay, so 2 things I'm going to need in here. I'm going to need the navigation and I'm going to need access to the root. So I'm going to need a few things. So I'm basically going to make my type definitions early to save you a bit of time. Remember, we did this earlier, so I'm not going to repeat it. We basically are going to import our parameters, but I'm basically making a composite navigation type. Same thing I did earlier. And then I'm pulling in my orders, but except this time I'm on the orders screen. So remember, customers and orders, that's the difference. Okay. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my use navigation and I'm going to plug it with that orders screen navigation prop. So plugging that in like so will allow me to do that. Import, and now we've got access to the navigation prop. The final thing is once we hit this orders screen, I'm actually going to be on the, 1 second, what have I done there? Orders screen. Oh, sorry, I've gone to the wrong. Oh God, I've gone to the wrong thing. Order screen navigation prop. No, that's fine. That's fine. That's actually completely fine. I've done it right. Yeah, I don't need the root. Yeah, not yet. Not yet. Right. Let's go check this out. So let's do const tailwind equals use tailwind, and I'm going to go ahead and hit this. And use Tailwind, so we've got Tailwind working well. And then we're going to go ahead and have the following. So I'm going to pull in my use orders hook. I'm going to say const loading error orders And I'm going to say equals use orders like so. Okay. And now I've got access to those. Then I'm going to need something for the sort. So for here, I'm going to have eventually a ascending sort of Boolean toggle. So I'm going to prepare that now. So I'm going to say ascending, set ascending, and then we're not using this one. We're going to use the actual import. There we go. This is going to be a Boolean value. And yes, if you give it initial value, it will also infer it, but I'm just going to write it anyway. So that way you know both. Okay. And then what I want to do is I want to change up this orders to be a certain color. So the way I do that is I use the layout effect. Oops. I use layout effect, import it like so, similar to a use effect. It's gonna be the exact same thing. Right, navigation.set options. Now here, I'm not gonna have, I'm just gonna use that to basically write it out, but I'm not gonna use that. Let's go. Here, I'm gonna have header shown as false. So that way we don't see the header there. And I also want to have the tab bar label. Okay, I'm actually going to go ahead and do something with that tab bar label. So that's actually this bottom orders bit. Okay, so I'm going to show you how we can change that. So first things first, I'm going to put some text there, and this is going to be basically just going to say orders. Here, what we do is we get two things. We get the focus and the color back, right? And what we can do here is I can go ahead and say that the color of this should be, so I can style it based on that prop. So I can go ahead and say something like this. Color, if focused is enabled, I love this song, right? If color is focused, then it should be that pink color, right? So we're gonna have a nice little pink color. Else, oh God, what have I done there? That's horrible. Else, it should be the color that it originally was, okay? And then I'm gonna go ahead and say the font size, oops. Font size should be 10. There you go. Now it's pink. And it says orders. Nice. Okay. So pretty cool. We've got that down. So we changed that. So we've got that fixed. And then now we're going to go ahead and change the top bit. So first things first, make it a scroll view. Let's go ahead and do this. So scroll. Let's go ahead and do this. So I'm going to go ahead and say scroll view, React Native. And then I'm going to go ahead and say that we have an image. Self-closing component. This is going to go ahead and be a React Native themed element. That's going to say source is, I've actually done the hard work for you guys. I'm going to say URI is, the pink is this one, guys, by the way, remember this pink. So I've got this right here. And let's just chuck it there. There we go. I've got a string. Cool. And I'm going to go ahead and, oops, no. This one here. I'm gonna style this image out. That's why we're not seeing it at the moment. So container style equals, is our Sunny's live? Yes, I'm live, dude. All right, we're pretty good, right? It says excellent connection right now. So container, Jay, how we doing? Status. Let's do this. 64, nice. There we go, looking good. And then we can put a placeholder there like we did earlier, right? Again, you can really, you don't have to do that. I'm just showing you that you can do it. You can change it up if you really want to. Awesome stuff. Right. So at this point, view, I'm going to have a view, and inside of my view, I'm going to have a button. Right now, this button I'm going to import from React Native themed, and this button is going to say basically if it's ascending, it's going to be the sort button. So this one, if it's ascending, it's going to say show first and so forth. Right. So I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I've actually helped us out, save a bit of time. I'll put this there. And there we go, showing orders first, otherwise it's showing, no, there you go. So there you go, showing orders first. When we click it, it's going to do the opposite, right? So on press, it will set the opposite. So now you can see if I click it, it does the opposite. And then eventually we'll have that connected to our rendering logic, okay? So at this point, thank you, Marius. I appreciate you, dude. Color here is going to just a straight up pink button. The title style is going to be color is going to be gray, and then it's going to be font weight of 400. Bam. Okay. And I'm going to say the style here should be a tailwind, and it will be padding Y of 2, padding X of 5, hit save. Okay, there we go. So that's how we're getting that effect. Right, nice. Now the scroll view, I want the background color to be that pink color, so that way it kind of has this continuation effect from the picture. Okay, there you go, just like that. Right, so this is how we get this effect, right? And as you can see, if I click it, it shows off like that. Now we get the orders pulling in through our handy little hook. So what I can now do is I'm actually going to go ahead and pull in the orders as so. So we're going to say orders, and I'm actually going to apply my sorting logic right now off the bat. So I'm going to say sort, and if you've never done a sort before, basically you have two items. You have item 1 and item 2. Now instead of making this complicated, we just call it AB, right? And you put parentheses around it. Now what you do is you do a callback function, and you do a you basically will have a check to see if A something value is greater than B something value, then return a 1 or return a -1. And what this basically does is it sorts out that array to basically put it in order based on what you want. So in this case, I'm going to say if it's ascending, I'm going to do the following sort, right? And yes, you can completely move this into another thing or do it to the back end. You can really kind of change it up as you want. But in this case, I'm going to pass the date. So I'm going to say new date a.created at. So a.created at. I'm going to say if that date is greater than new date b.created at, then it's going to be 1, otherwise a -1. Okay. So you can kind of go ahead and do that. And then you can say else, and you basically want to do the opposite. So you basically got the same thing, but you've got less than. Okay, so that's essentially what you're doing. Then what that will do is it will sort that entire list and return an array. So then you want to go ahead and map through each order, right? And each order, I'm going to go ahead and render out something called an order card, which we're going to go ahead and create. The key for the order card is going to go ahead and say order.tracking ID, because that's unique. The item is going to be the order. Okay. In this case, we could say that is order, whatever. It's fine, doesn't matter. So I'm going to go ahead and create this component right now. So let's go to components. Let's create a order card.tsx, React Native functional exported component. Hit save. This will actually take two types of props, as in props goes here. The props that we said is going to be an item of type order. And then we go ahead and pull in the item like so. We append it like this. Hit save. Go back to our order screen. Go down here and we pull it in like so. Cool. Now at this point, you should be able to see order card being on the screen. Okay, so this now gives us context to go ahead and build out these individual items. And then from there, we can go ahead and do as we wish. Okay, and also the sort is not breaking things, which means it's probably working correctly. Okay, we'll see once we go ahead and build out the actual order card, if that was the case. Order card. So we've got, at first, we've got a touchable opacity. So touchable opacity, bam, and here I'm going to go ahead and do this, bam, bam, and then we're going to have a card. Okay, so card. Oh god, that's horrible. Card. Yep, bam, bam. There you go, save. Okay, cool. Now inside of that, I'm going to have a view. Inside that view, I'm going to have an icon. The icon is going to be a themed icon. It's a self-closed component. And then that is going to have the following. It's going to be a truck delivery, and it's going to be from the material community library. So bam, there you go. Yeah, we're starting to form. Okay, nice. And then, oh, this is a vibe. All right. And then inside of that, I'm going to have some text. That text is going to have a date item, and that is going to be the item created at item.created at to date string. And we're going to style it. And then instead down here, I'm just going to make it very easy. I'm just going to say it's a font size. Oh, sorry, font size of 10. Hit save. Almost 800 likes, guys. Absolutely killing it. Okay, and the view that surrounds everything, I'm going to go ahead and create style from that. I'm going to say Tailwind, and I'm actually going to go ahead and do things. Tree walker, what the hell is tree walker? Tailwind, let's go pop that in like so, pop that here. And now, inside of the overall view, it's actually not this view, is it? I've got this mixed up. This is not the view that I'm on. It's actually a view outside of this, a view. And then this view goes inside of that. And then style that. And now here I'm going to say that we've got a style. The Tailwind is going to be flex row. I want it to be justified between. And we're going to say item should be put in the center. The actual card itself, the container style, it's going to be a Tailwind component, as in Tailwind, sorry, styling, padding X on the axis of 5, so we can push it out from the sides. I'm going to round the corners a bit. So rounded LG, bam. Okay. So that's looking pretty good. Pretty good so far. Okay. And I want to next up have, outside of my view, I want to have a view with 2 pieces of text in. So view text times by 2, emit, bam. First one is going to be item dot tracking items dot length, right? A bit of a mouthful, but items dot length. And that will give me the actual item length. So I can say 2 of a certain thing. And then actually it's not going to be a text on the next one, it'll be an icon. So we're going to switch it with a feather. There we go. Right, and in order to put that next to each other, we're going to make that a flex rule. So we're going to say Tailwind should be flexed row, and items should be aligned vertically on the central axis. That way it kind of goes in center. And then the text I'm going to make pink. Okay, so I'm going to say the style of that is going to be an array Tailwind, and inside of that I'm going to say it's going to be small. Items are going to be centrally aligned. It doesn't really need the central alignment, to be honest. And then here we can go ahead and put in the color, which is our pink color. Right, so you can combine it. There you go, pink. Boom. Looking good. Looking good. Sujay says, damn, bro, you're going really strong for 3 hours straight. Thank you, dude. I appreciate you. I would say I'm in damn good flow right now. And look at this. If we go ahead and sort, notice the dates are working. So sort works. Way. It's always good when your code works. Nice. So there you go, showing most recent first, showing oldest first. Nice, perfect, it works. Okay, so at this point, we've got the view looking pretty good. Inside of the view, I want to have a text. And inside of here, I'm going to have, oh, actually, I've completely skipped a bit. My bad. So before this view, I'm going to have a view with 2 pieces of text. I knew I wasn't going crazy. I knew it was 2 pieces of text. Right, here we're going to have item.carrier dash item tracking ID, item.tracking ID, and this will show, like, you know, the item, the UPS item, or whatever you are doing. And then the next one will be items, the customer's name, basically, right? So it's the item.tracking, items.customer.name, bam. Okay, and here what I want to do, I'm going to say style equals Tailwind text gray 500, so we're using Tailwind's colors, and the text should be extra large, right? That looks good. And we're not spaced out right here, right? This is looking weird, so we're going to say style equals Tailwind text gray 400, text gray 400. And for this one, I want to say that it should be flex row. No, am I flex row? No, I'm not doing that. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this a array and font size of 10. There you go, bam. That's better, right? So that's kind of more spacious. Okay, looking good, right? So in this case now, you guys can see that's actually looking pretty sweet, and these are clickable. So naturally now what we can do is, you see it actually works. So it flicks them and stuff, and we can see actual real numbers of orders. So when I click it now, I want to take me to that order. Okay, so essentially now I need to have it so it takes me to an order screen. So in order to do that, first I need to go into my root navigator, and I need to create another group. So in this case, root navigator. And remember, we had 2 groups so far. I need one more group. So underneath all of this, I need one more group. And this is kind of like your screen stack, I would say, right? So you would have all of your different screens in here. This because we had a modal and a different type of tab navigator here. But in this case, I can go ahead and do this. Boom. Okay, so this one's going to be modal screen. No, this is actually going to be order screen. Okay, and not orders screen, so don't get it wrong. Okay, so Anton says, hey, is this sort done on the back end or front end? In this case, I done it on the front end, but yes, in an optimal way, if you had more time, I'd probably shift any sorting to kind of the back end, right? But it wasn't sorting on the back end, no. Okay, order screen. So let's go ahead and do this now. So I'm going to pull the screen in. I'm going to create a screen, sorry, order screen.tsx. There we go, right? React Native functional export. But why the array styling? Because I have a mixture of Tailwind styling and inline styling. That's why. right? So we're going to pull this in, order screen. There we go. And now I have something to navigate to. Okay. So let's go to orders screen. And thank you, Papicha. I appreciate that. Orders screen, sorry. And here I'm going to go ahead, and when I click on the actual order card, I want this touchable opacity to have a navigation to it. So order card now needs to basically have some navigation. So I'm going to create an order screen navigation prop, that basically that prop that we used earlier. I'm going to go do the same thing. Okay. So we got to make a composite. So I'm not going to repeat what we did here. We did this before. So I'm basically doing the same thing. Oops. Okay. That's nice. And then we got that. Cool. And then I'm making sure I'm on the orders screen. Cool. Okay. So order card. Oh, wait. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. It's being rendered in the order card. So that's why we, okay, cool. Got it. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say const navigation, use navigation, and pin it to that. And we have to import our use navigation. Cool. Okay. Next step is on press of this, I need to navigate to my order, passing the order alongside it. So arrow function, we're going to say navigation.navigate to the, see, I love that. Navigate to the order screen, and inside I'm going to pass in the order, and my order here is in the form of an item. An item is not complaining because it is of type order. Okay. Bit of a mouthful, but we done it. Nice. Okay, and let me know if you want to see streams on this channel where I'm prepping. So that's kind of an interesting one. Okay, so at this point, we've got this. Now, okay, so if I navigate now, you see that, guys. Boom, I go to the screen. That's exactly what I wanted, right? So now if I go here, you can see we're basically going to transition this to this. And the amazing part is I'm going to reuse the delivery card, but introduce a full screen prop, okay? So let's do that. So at this point, we're going to go to the order screen, and then we're going to go ahead and customize it out. So let's do this. So order screen, and this is actually a lot cleaner than you might think, right? Order screen, bam. And here, there we go. We're going to bring in Tailwind. We're going to need it. And at this point, this is going to be a view, and it's very simple, this screen, honestly. It's just going to have a Tailwind of minus margin top 2, and I'll show you why afterwards. It'll make a bit of sense. It's going to pull it up. It'll look quite nice afterwards. And then here I'm going to have const navigation equals use navigation. I'm going to pass in the order screen navigation prop, which I will create right now, and that is going to be, and again, you can see why I would probably recommend that you pull this into a separate file. Otherwise you're probably going to like clutter up your app, but it's kind of worth it, to be honest. For the trade-off you're getting, right? So I'm not going to explain this, but again, we've done that before. As we're rendering it inside the order screen, it's going to be the orders like so, right? So it's either one of those, we're rendering in the order screen. So cool stuff. Now, at this point, we're going to do a use layout effect. So use layout effect. Okay. We're going to import this stuff like so. And what I'm going to do here is based on the order that comes in, and I'll show you how we get the order through the root prop, as I mentioned before. So what we actually, I'm going to do that now, actually, I need that. So let's make a type, and this type we did earlier with the root prop. So remember when I say you transition from one screen to another and pass a bunch of props in, by introducing this root prop, you can now go ahead and fetch that information. So heading into our code, we can see if I do const root equals use root, and I pass in the following, and I pull this in. Now, if I destructure this object and see what's inside of it, you can see we've got params, and inside of params, I've got the order. That's why we get it. I then use that as a dependency in the dependency array, and we can go ahead and do the following. So now I'm going to say navigation.set options, and rather than this, I'm going to say the header title is actually going to be, not that, sorry, header title, I want it to be the order.tracking. I basically want it to be the guy's or girl's name. So this is actually going to be, all right, so I just want to check something. All right, so order.tracking items. Why am I not getting IntelliSense here? Order. Okay, interesting. Order screen, root prop, order screen, navigation prop, params order. And my params order here is any. Okay, interesting. Why is that? Root stack param list. Undefined. Oh, here. Okay, yeah, so order. Remember, we forgot to change that. But that's cool. You see what TypeScript just did there in the flesh. It caught me out because I was like, wait, why aren't I getting IntelliSense? So I was thinking, what's wrong with that, right? So now you know, right? Order dot. Now that is very good. That's exactly where that was actual proof of where it would show up, like in a handy situation. Because something felt wrong, and I was like, it's not giving me my suggestions. Why is it any? And then you find the problem before it becomes apparent in part of that production, right? So awesome stuff. Now name. There we go. There we go. All right, so at this point, header title, and then we're gonna say, I want to actually hide no, we don't hide it here. Sorry, we don't hide it. Instead, what I did here was I want to get rid of that, for example, firstly, and I'm gonna go ahead and say that the header back title and style is going to be the following. So let's start those up. So the color of the back title is going to be header title is going to be black, sorry, and then the header tint color is going to be pink. There you go. Yeah, if I didn't do this, by the way, it would have become pink eventually, or at some point. Yeah, there's a reason why I did that. All right, so anyway, we're going back here. So there we go. Jane Zhu, Mandy Jones. Awesome. Now I've got the order to basically go ahead and render out a delivery card, right? So this is where it gets really nice with reusable components, right? All I'm doing now is popping in my order, chucking the order in, and wait for it. Look, we get a delivery card, right? So how do I make a component reusable at this point? Okay, so how do I do this, right? So check this out. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce a prop called full width, right? There you go, full width. Now, inside of my delivery card, I'm now going to change everything up. I'm going to introduce it there, and I'm going to say it's a optional Boolean. So you don't need to give it, but if you do give it, we should do something with it, right? Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go around my code, and I'm going to start styling based on certain things. So the first thing I want to do is this one here. I'm going to say the style here, if we pass in full width, only then should the height be 100. Okay, 100%. Hit save, and we get that effect, right? And you're probably wondering, that does not look nice. Well, I'm getting there. Stay with me, okay? So at this point, we've got that, okay? The next thing that I want to do is the container style. So for the container style, I'm now going to change this into backticks. I'm now going to have the following an effect. So I'm going to say, if we passed in full width, right, then it's going to be rounded none. So the corners are going to be rounded none with a margin of 0. Otherwise it will be rounded large. Okay. Now you can see the rounded corners are gone and the margin becomes 0. Nice, right? You see, even though if we went to our customer, they render differently, right? So they're in a reusable fashion. Here we're in a full width fashion. Okay. Next thing is the background color. Easy enough. We can go ahead and say if there's full width, I can say full width. Then you want to go ahead and have the pink, right? So in this case, I'm just depicting it based on that. You could pass in color props, that kind of stuff. Probably more of a production thing. I'd pass in color props, but in this case, I'm just making it easy. We don't want to go too long on this build. So that looks a lot better already. And then the final thing really is the map, okay? So the map is where we kind of need to fix it now. So the map, what we're going to do is we're going to say width should be this, and then I'm going to say flex grow should be 1, and I'm going to pass in something else here. Now I'm going to say here, if it's not full width, only then do you have a set height. Otherwise, you should just grow and use up as much space as you possibly can, right? Now, we have a slight issue where I haven't set up the spacing correctly. So let's see where my issue is at, right? So final bit of debugging, and then we are in the clear. And I see why. It's because my overall flex, I've messed up something to do with my flex box. It's going to be in my, let's have a look. It's going to be, the view where we have tracking items is going to be flex row. No, it's not that one. Okay, it's going to be, oh, okay, this is going to be tricky now. We're going to have to find the issue. Okay, remember to drink water, friends. Thank you, dude. I definitely will. Okay, so let's debug this, right? So let's firstly refresh the app. Let's see if it was just a little refresh issue. No, that's good. We can check into this. Okay, firstly, each child should have a unique list key. So I forgot to put keys here. So each key should be item ID. There we go. So that way we will get rid of that error. There we go. And then the next thing is our map view, right? So our map view is not showing on the screen right now. It will show on non-full width. So it will show there. And this is most likely because we haven't got a height, right? So in this case, I'm saying if there's no full width and a height is 200, flex scroll 1, Tailwind width 4, order long lat, okay. Right, now let's find the bug. Find the bug. We're so close. This is literally the final thing in this build, and then we are done. So I know where the issue is. I just can't find it. So I'm putting flex somewhere in the wrong place. No, it's not flex here. It's also something to do around my expected delivery because that is not rendering in the way that I expected it to. So let's just start there. And we're also not seeing, okay, we're not seeing the children here. So that's a good point to look at. So here we have the divider white, padding of 5, okay. And underneath that, we have our view, okay. Okay, so I've screwed up somewhere. 1 second. So we've got our divider white. We've got the view, which encapsulates all the way up until there. It says items. Okay, that's where it is. Right, I've messed it right up. No, I haven't. No, it's here. No, what the hell? Okay, so that's wrong. All right. So this view right here is surrounding the wrong thing. It has to be around all of the group. Hit save. And then this view right here should be styled up, and it should say Tailwind items. What's that? What the hell? Where's my Tailwind? Yeah. Okay, so Tailwind items start, and no, I've completely screwed this up. Okay. Oof, okay, we'll make it. We will make it. I like this. I like when you guys can see me in a stressful position. Okay, we've got the carrier ID. Let's break it down. We've got the carrier ID. We've got surrounded inside of this. Inside another one. Oh, I see. Okay. So I should have had a view around this as well. So my view that I'm missing is actually around the divider here. So, okay. So it should be a view around the divider. There we go. That's better. And then here, my overall outstanding one should be Tailwind items start, padding 5 minus margin top of 3. Okay, yep, that's good. And then I do MX auto to center it. Cool. Tailwind MX auto. Nice. And then we've got my view, which finishes there, my view, which finishes there, and then we've got an extra view, which is not needed now. So that can go. And this is where I've screwed up. Okay. So we've got a divider, we've got a view, we've got view text. So this is one view too many. Okay, so now at this point, where have I messed this up? I have my view, I have my container, my card, my icon, my view for my style, my view for my style, my text, my divider, up until there, cool. And then after this, we have in 47, we have another view, my text, my text, my text, my view, my divider, my view. Okay, it's actually underneath all of this. That's why. Nice. My viewer is completely in the wrong place. Whew, wow. All right, so you see it? There you go. Just got to be patient with that and try and figure it out. So in that situation, what I would do is, obviously I'm sort of using reference content, but if I was doing this directly, I would have probably broken it down. And my idea here, honestly, would just be to just do this. Honestly, if you ever get in that position, just comment things out. Just do one at a time. Okay, so that's not affecting my thing. You know, come here. That's not affecting my build. And then you slowly break it down, and eventually you will hit the point that you want to find, right? But the main thing is that just symbolizes that we did it, guys. So 3 items, yep, 3 items with the correct delivery location, Santa Clara. There we go, perfect stuff. We can sort, we can do all of the stuff we wanted to do. We can go ahead and filter based on name as well. The app is pretty much damn there. So finishing things off, we've got our StepZen GraphQL API. Oh my goodness, let me go ahead and just get some music up right now. Let me get this energy pretty big right now. I need a song for this. I need something. Papa fam, this is literally your UPS 2.0 clone. Right? It was an absolutely mad build. It was a big build, right? We did loads of stuff in this build. Let's context it down let's put it down into context, right? My brain is mush right now. Don't blame me. We took a scenario where you went ahead and had a backend from a client. You had the task of building a delivery tracking app and building an interface which takes the information from this this JSON database, which has no structure to it. Create an interface with GraphQL using StepZen to go ahead and make some kind of relational querying from queries from the backend to our front end. My mouth is everywhere right now. But then we went ahead and did that, right? We did that in an amazing fashion. We used StepZen to its full capabilities. We built out these and we used StepZen's amazing import. You guys saw how beneficial it was. And then we went ahead and used Apollo to bring it onto the front end. We used React Native elements to make it look beautiful. We used Tailwind CSS to absolutely crush the design. I showed you loads of different approaches as to how this can be done, right? And yeah, it's absolutely incredible. And of course, we have our next build, the mecca of our apps, the fitness app with monthly and annual in-app subscriptions, localized pricing, restore purchase functionality, and full feature gating. The reason why I'm so excited right now is because this is what you've been working towards. This is the app that you can actually go ahead, launch in the App Store and make money from right now. So of course, in this app, you're gonna learn a bunch. You're gonna learn React Native with Expo application services known as EAS, using the EAS CLI tools to deploy a live development build to a live iOS or Android device. So you can actually test on your phone for real. We're also going to include RevenueCat. RevenueCat's going to allow us to implement all of the in-app subscriptions for localized pricing. And we're also going to show you how to set up App Store Connect. Tailwind CSS is going to be used to make the app absolutely gorgeous. And then of course, TypeScript to keep all of the bugs at bay. Let's dive straight into the build. Enjoy. I'm going to show you a live demo of the build. So what we're going to first see is you can actually go ahead and click into any of these features. So in a normal app, you can see if I was to go ahead and look on this right now, as I mentioned, this is literally on my phone, right? So I'm going to go ahead and click one of these features. And if I have access to it, you're going to see, hooray, you have access to this feature. We're going to be able to go back. Now, what if I go on to something like this? So I'm going to try and highlight this. So if I click on, right now, I'm about to tap on one of these fields where it says add an exercise, create a routine, or join challenges. And you can see there's a little pro icon right there, right? So in this case, if I was to go ahead and hit one of those, so I'm going to hit that. You can see, hang on a minute, you have to upgrade so we get a paywall. And this paywall is literally being powered by RevenueCat. And I'm going to show you how to do all of this right now. Now, let's say I want to go ahead and do this, right? So I want to go ahead and start a 1-week free trial, which by the way, I'm going to show you how to do. So you can have a 1-week free trial. You can have a 2-day free trial, a 1-year free trial, whatever you want to set up. I'm going to show you how to do it. And you're going to have localized pricing. So you're going to be able to set up prices for everyone around the world in their specific currencies. So I'm in Dubai right now. So you're going to see a Dubai currency on the screen. Okay. So check this out. If I go ahead and click start a 1 week free trial, now what you'll see is it's going to connect to the App Store. It's going to show an option now that's going to pop up on the screen saying, hey, you can sign up to the Pro monthly subscription with a 1 week free trial. And then after that, it's going to be $22.99 dirhams per month, right? If it's in dollars, in pounds, it will show the appropriate currency. Now, for example, if I was to go ahead and subscribe, in this case, I'm going to put in my password, and as it's being airplayed, you can't actually see it. So that's completely fine. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this in right now. And let me just do that right now. So I'm just popping this in, 2 seconds. And this is a test account. And I'm going to show you how to do all of this in a second as well. So you're going to learn about all of this and how you can get test accounts and do all this good stuff. So I'm going to click sign in right now. And then what's going to happen is this is actually going to create a purchase. So you can see I've now got Pro. Okay. So now what we've literally done is subscribed to the Pro membership on this application, right? And what's going to happen is it's going to say your purchase was successful. Then what would happen is it will drop down in just a second, and we should see an alert message on the screen saying, oh, hey, your purchase has been complete. And now I have access to add an exercise. You can see I have access to this. I have create a routine, and I have access to the join challenges. So the previously blocked out things, and you can see, you can confirm this by on the top right, it now says Pro. Before it said upgrade, okay? What's even cooler about this is, let's imagine I want to go ahead and actually change my subscription. Maybe I changed my mind. I really like this app and I want to change it to an annual subscription. In that case, what we can then do is go ahead, and I've actually gone ahead and shown the paywall here as well. So I can go ahead and click on the Pro button over here. So I click on Pro, and then we can actually click on the annual option. So now I'm going to click on the bottom option right here. And I'm going to implement restore purchases, which is really cool. I'm going to show you all of this, right? I am live right now, right? So if I click on save 46% annually, and I click on this, now what it will literally do is ask to switch my membership to a year plan. And that will continue to allow me to have Pro, but it will be on the yearly annual plan. And I'm going to show you how to do all of this. So without further ado, let's dive into the tech stack and see what this build is about. And as I mentioned, you're going to learn how to do all of this beautiful UI on the screen. You're going to learn how to have React Native navigation. We are using Tailwind here with native wind. All right, so you're going to learn how to do that. And most importantly, you're going to go ahead and learn how to handle in-app subscriptions. So let's dive into in-app subscriptions, why you want to use them, and why you want to use RevenueCat. Okay, so I am developing apps all the time, and we are using RevenueCat. So in this case, why should you care about them? What are they doing? So in this case, you're going to actually have loads of instances where you're going to have, you've got iOS apps and Android apps, 2 different platforms, which is why we have React Native, right? And then you've got different configurations. You've got ways to set up the App Store. You've got ways to set up the Play Store. It gets kind of really tricky, right, to do all of this. This is where RevenueCat comes in. We basically plug in all of our keys into RevenueCat. So our App Store keys, our Android store keys and all that good stuff. And then RevenueCat is our one central platform where we can go ahead and handle everything, okay? So let's go ahead and dive into the reasons why. So a lot of crazy huge apps, if you've ever heard of Notion, Cameo, Visco, Buffer, Stockfish, any of these huge apps are actually using RevenueCat to power their in-app purchases right now, which is absolutely incredible. And you can go ahead and get started really quickly. So you can see just with a few lines of code, you can get everything running. And they support loads of languages. So if you want to do it natively on iOS, you've got Swift. If you want to use React Native, you can use React Native, which is what we're going to do today, right? They've got tons of SDKs, a very simple API to use. You're going to see today just how simple it really is. And as I mentioned, it's going to be your single place where you're going to get access to all of your metrics. So imagine you have people on your App Store, you have people on your Play Store, and everyone's, subscribing to your app and going ahead and getting everything set up. In this case, you have a one central place where you can see all your customers, you can see how many millions you're making a month from your in-app purchases, all that goodness, right? And you have all of these integrations and plugins that you can then go ahead and connect to as well. So RevenueCat is not just a little platform that helps you do a simple thing. It's actually allowing you to expand and carry out all this powerful stuff in one central place. So you can handle your in-app purchases, you can handle your customers, you can go ahead and see where your customers are from, how they interact with the app and so forth, right? And it will scale with you. So tons and tons of stuff to do with this, right? That's why I like to use things like Firebase, NextJS, Vercel, because they're all built around scaling as you grow. The worst fear that I would ever have is my app becoming super successful and loads of people actually wanting to use it, and then it's going to crash. That's not what you want. And there's a tons of reasons why. And I've already got questions coming up in the chat saying, what about Stripe? What about this? What about that? Look for yourself. Come onto RevenueCat.com and you're going to see a bunch of reasons why. For example, Stripe do not have access to a ton of different webhooks and integrations. They have access to some, but RevenueCat's arsenal is huge. So in this case, this is why I would recommend it, right? So you're going to see just how easy it is to integrate this. Now, there is an amazing blog post that they've provided called Expo in-app purchase tutorial. If you just Google this, you'll find it. And we're going to use this today. And I'm going to show you how we're going to use this to get set up and everything. So it's going to be quite easy to follow along. It's going to be something you're going to be able to enjoy and build alongside with me. And yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. So this is the Expo. This is built with Expo, by the way. Just want to shout that out. And if you find anything sort of, you know, over your head or too complicated, or you're kind of like, whoa, Sonny, slow down. I don't know JavaScript. I don't know React. I don't know where the hell to begin with this. Then make sure you definitely check out Zero to Full Stack Hero, our main flagship course. The link is in the description. This is where we have all of our coding community awesomeness, and we have all of our content, our coaching calls, I have tons and tons of modules in there. They're going to teach you how to go from zero all the way up to becoming a successful developer, right? So we've done it with tons of students, and that's how we basically thrive, right? So our students are killing it right now. We've got nearly 1,000 students inside. So it's absolutely awesome. And yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun if you join. So make sure you check this out. First link in the description, and I want to see you inside. Okay. So first things first, what I've done is I've taken screenshots of the app, right? So we're going to go ahead and dive into today's app. And I forgot to mention as well, today's app is also going to use TypeScript. So if anyone's been wanting to learn TypeScript, then this is the video for you. So this will support TypeScript. We're going to be using TypeScript to build it, React Native as our main framework. And yeah, we're going to build an iOS and Android app. But by the way, this tutorial is covering the iOS installation portion of the in-app purchases and in-app subscriptions. If you want the Android, there is awesome tutorials out there on YouTube. And if I get enough likes and comments on this video, I will make sure to go ahead and make an Android version as well. So you know what to do. Subscribe and like the video if you want to see an Android version as well, right? But I'm going to show you how to program it in React Native. So it's going to be pretty straightforward. Okay, so we've got our screenshots for reference for our design afterwards. And right now we're going to go ahead and dive into the tutorial. So what I'm going to do is pretty much show you, and this is how I kind of do it in coaching calls. I'm going to show you how I would go ahead and do it myself, how I would go ahead and find the resources to do it. And in this case, we're going to use RevenueCat's awesome tutorial to go ahead and do that. So in this case, the first step you want to do is make sure you have the Expo CLI installed, right? This is a crucial step that you're going to need, because you're actually going to need to be able to do things like set up your starter template, start up your server and all that kind of good stuff. So in this case, I'm going to cut my old server. I've already installed Expo, so I'm not going to need to do this. Right? So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and install this. So I've already installed this, but all you want to do is pop open your terminal and go ahead and pop in the following: npm install -g expo CLI. I've already done that, so I'm not going to do that. This will allow us to run Expo commands in your terminal. Now, if you do this, and you basically go ahead and type in Expo and it doesn't work, all you're going to need to do is shut your terminal and reopen it after you've done the install, okay? If anyone's getting an audio delay, don't worry about it. They tend to fix after the live finishes, so it's all good. Don't stress, right? That's all good. All right, so now what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and actually initialize an app. And before we carry on any further, I'm going to explain to you something. So we are using Expo today, which is going to allow us to streamline the development process in building our app. And then what we're actually going to be doing is actually deploying the app to Expo application services, right? And what this will allow us to do is do something like this. We're going to be able to deploy a development build, and that development build will allow us to run it on our device, but it will be connected to our Metro server. So when we're basically developing and we're basically building out the features of our app, we're going to basically have a live version on our phone. And I'm going to show you exactly how to set up your test device so that you can use your iOS device as your test device for your development, okay? So don't worry if it goes over your head. I'm going to explain the steps and then you can pause the video afterwards. It's going to be up. So let's get started with our development. So I'm going to go into my terminal. Let's get into flow state, right? Let's do this. So I'm going to go into documents, builds. I like to do it here. You don't have to do that. I just like to throw it in there. Okay. Then we're going to go ahead and say Expo init, and I'm going to call this one RevenueCat build, or let's just say RevenueCat app. And I'm going to call it YouTube, right? Then we're going to go ahead and hit enter. This is going to create our starter application for us. Okay. So in this case, we get a nice little template that pops up. You've got blank TypeScript, or you've got tabs TypeScript, right? Now you can use tabs and it will go ahead and set up React Native navigation for you. But I'm going to show you to do it from scratch because I think it's going to be more beneficial to actually show you how to add React Native navigation to a basic app, okay? So in this case, we're going to go ahead and type in, with the arrow keys, we're going to go down to blank TypeScript and hit enter on the keyboard. Then you can see it downloads the template and it starts getting things set up, okay? Now I'm just going to go ahead and move my screens around so that way we're ready to crush this build, okay? Now, while this is doing this, I'm actually going to show you something else that we're going to need. So remember I explained how we're going to be using something called Expo application services, right? Well, firstly, this is the docs. So you can go ahead for yourself and check it out at docs.expo.dev/EAS, right? And then you can actually give it a read here. But in this case, we can use this to actually deploy our app to development. So we can actually have a development build. We can deploy it to production, so it can go ahead and get pushed out to the appropriate app stores. In this case, we're going to be showcasing how to push a development build and then basically be able to test it on our phone, right? It's going to be too long of a video if I showed you the entire flow all the way to actual deployment, but we can make future videos for that, right? So we're going to prepare ourselves for that while this is happening. And you need to go ahead and install this into your computer. So in this case, you could use Yarn or you can use npm. Just like we did Expo, I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing from earlier. So in this case, I'm going to open up my terminal and I'm going to paste it and I'm going to install this. Now I've already done it, but in this case, you have to run that as well. Okay. So make sure you install the Expo EAS CLI as well. We're going to need that, right? So next step is once this is done, it will say your project is ready. That's a good sign. You want to then CD into your app. So in this case, I'm going to CD into my app and I'm going to type in code dot, and code dot will open up VS Code in our on our screen in the correct folder directory. So I can close the previous terminal and then I can go ahead and just set things up nicely. So that way I can have it all looking the way I want it, right? Now, I'd highly recommend at this point that you actually prepare your screens accordingly. So you have a nice workspace. So you want to have your windows on one side. So you've got your design maybe like this, and then you can actually have things nicely laid out. So you can work a bit more efficiently, right? Rather than kind of going a bit crazy. And I always say this in my coaching calls as well, right? Now let's go ahead and actually get this up and running. So the first thing we want to look at is app, or let me make it a little bit bigger for you guys, is app.tsx, right? So app.tsx. Now this basically, this is the traditional way to write styling in a React Native app. I personally do not like that. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that right now. Okay, I'm going to get rid of the styles.container as well. And I'm going to get rid of style. So in this case, this is simply a very similar to a React functional component. Well, it is a functional component. It's just in React Native, except rather than divs like we were doing React for web apps, we're using the view components and the text components from React Native, because what's going to happen is we have to use those special components. So that way React Native knows that, okay, on an iPhone, build the text field in this way. On an Android device, build the text field in that way. Okay. So it needs to go ahead and know those kind of things. So what I'm going to now do is clean up our code a bit. And now I'm going to show you how to actually implement Tailwind into this app. Okay. So right now we haven't got the app running because I want to go ahead and get everything kind of prepared and organized before we do. So the first step is getting a native Win installed. So that way my goal is I should be able to write something like how we used to, saying class name, and I should be able to add in padding like so, and it should just work. Right. So let's go ahead and install a native Win. So that way we can style our app. So first things first, I'm going to type in Tailwind and I'm going to type in native Win. I'm just showing you because I want to show you the whole process, right? So native Win home, you can literally click it and then it's going to have some install steps on here. And some people, I always get mixed comments about this. Why do you show all this? You don't know what you're doing. And it's not that, guys. It's literally because even in coaching calls, I will completely show you how to do it in this approach, rather than kind of show you, rather than kind of just skip all of this, because otherwise you're going to be doing it yourself and you're going to have no idea, how to do it yourself, right? So in this case, you can see the docs, right? We've got to create the project. We've already done this step, right? We've already gone ahead and done this. Then we have to go ahead and install Tailwind, right? And its peer dependency, which is of course Tailwind CSS, right? So at this point, I need to now go ahead and add it. Now they're using Yarn. Let's have a quick check what we're using. So we have a Yarn lock file, which means I am now using Yarn. If I had a package lock file, it means I'm using npm. Remember, you can switch between the two as long as you don't have two lock files, because you should only really have one. Okay, so you want to make sure you only have one. If you have both, then just delete one and use the other one that's existing, and make sure if it's a package lock using npm, if it's yarn lock using yarn. Stay consistent, because there's a reason why we have lock files. Okay, make sure that all the dependencies are locked and in the right place, right? So in this case, or in the right, yeah, I'm looking into it, but yeah. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and install these. So I'm going to copy these. And also, if you like the tunes on the new Papa Fan playlist, go ahead and subscribe to our email newsletter and I'll send them out. That's how we do it right now. So Command J to open up your terminal. And then I'm going to go ahead and pop this in. And now we're adding in the two dependencies. So this is Tailwind and Tailwind CSS. So this is going to allow us to use Tailwind CSS in our code. At this point now, we've installed this. Cool. Let's go ahead and set up Tailwind CSS. So next step is we have to go ahead and do npx Tailwind CSS init. I love this track. I'm going to restart this track. It's called East West Dance on the playlist. So npx Tailwind CSS init. So we're going to go ahead and pop this in. So npx Tailwind init, right? So I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. And you can see it said it created a Tailwind config file. So Command B to open up our sidebar, Command J to hide our terminal. And you can see Tailwind config is now here, right? So then what we need to do is we need to tell Tailwind config that what files it basically needs to check for Tailwind stuff inside of, right? So in this case, they've already given us a kind of a head start here. So I'm going to copy where they have their content, and we're going to basically change this for what we need. Okay. So in this case, I'm going to go back to here. I'm going to chuck in the content field, and I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this one and pop in mine. So now we've got this under /app. So in this case, the app.tsx file with loads of different extensions to just support that. You can delete ones that you don't want, but I'll just recommend keeping it. And then we've got the custom directory. Okay. All right. So at this point, we also want to support the screens folder, which we're eventually going to have, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and take this as well, copy it, and I'm going to say I also want a components, right? So in this case, I'm just going to go up. I want screens and I want components, because this is how I'm going to lay out my app, right? So we've got screens and components eventually as well. So that's it. That's the Tailwind config file sorted. Let's go back. Let's go down, add the Babel plugin, right? So in this case, we should have a Babel. I don't know how you even say it. I probably messed that up so bad, but Babel, right? And in this case, we're going to go ahead into our config file and add in the following plugin, right? The Tailwind Babel configuration. So in this case, we have got it. We're going to go, don't add it in presets. I've done it before, and I know one of you have done it as well, right? I completely just misread it, and I kind of done that quickly. So at this point, I'm just going to, oh yeah, there we go. We've got the plugin set up, and then we're going to go down, and now we can start writing some code. Okay, cool. So let's actually see for ourselves, right? So what I want to do is head back over to our app, and I'm going to start typing in class, and you can see we don't get the correct sort of configuration as yet. So I'm actually just trying to figure out where I added in the final missing piece of the puzzle. I think, to be honest, what you can do here at this point is that because we've added in an entire new thing, what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in Expo start. So I like to do npx Expo start. Okay. And this is basically going to start up this app. Right. So let's go ahead and start it up. And you can see it starts the project up. And while that's doing it, and now you can see it gives me a QR code. So this QR code is basically going to allow us to basically scan on our phone if we had it set up in the correct way. But for now, we're just going to go ahead and do Open W for the web, right? In this case, oh no, actually, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that yet. Yeah, no, cancel that. I'm not going to do it for the web today. I'm going to do it for the iOS or Android, okay? Now, rather than do it this way and show you on the simulator, I mean, I could show you on the simulator before we do anything further. I'll actually show you how to deploy it first, right? Let's actually do that. Oh, no, I'll show you simulator, right? So I'm going to hit I on the keyboard, right? Hit I on the keyboard, open the iOS simulator. And then what we're going to do is we're going to load this up on the simulator first, and then I'll show you the point at which we can't continue on with the simulator for a few reasons, right? So this will go ahead and open up a simulator for me. I think it's going to open up my simulator. Hopefully it does. Yeah, it does. Yeah. There we go. So let's go ahead and wait for my simulator device to pop open. Okay, whenever it does, it will. And then we're going to be able to use our styles like so, right? So view class name, that kind of stuff. Now, I'm going to go ahead and head back over. So is it opening up my simulator yet? No, I don't think it is. Okay, that's annoying. Oh yeah, there we go. It's out there. Would you like to upgrade? Oh, okay. Yes, let's upgrade. Fetching Expo Go, downloading Expo Go app. All right, so let it do its thing, right? In the meantime, let's get our phone ready so that way we can actually demo this on a real device, okay? So the way that we're gonna do this is we need to go ahead, and I mentioned before, we need to install the Expo CLI, right? So this one right here. So we've done this already. We've already installed the CLI. The next thing that we need to do is actually go ahead and start using this. Now, the first thing you need to do is actually go ahead and create a device. Basically, you need to register your iPhone as a device under the application service. So that way you can actually go ahead and connect or push builds to your test device, right? Now, before we do that, I just want to go ahead and see. I think my Expo device is working. Let's just double check something. Is my simulator? Oh, okay, my simulator has finally come around. Let's just let that load. I wanted to do this live, right? I was thinking about doing this on a recorded screen, but then I think it's just when I do it live, you guys can see for yourself the actual painful bits that kind of break when I'm actually live. And I think that's so much more valuable than everything just being crystal perfect and, you know, every time is perfect. Because when we're developing, the truth is it's not always perfect, right? So in this case, there we go, building JavaScript bundle. Nice. Okay, there we go. So you can see that on the simulator, I started this by pressing I, right? So now what I'm going to change here is I'm going to make this a safe area view. And then what that will do instead is it will go ahead and it will show it here. Okay, now let's just double check something. Let's go into here and say class name equals padding of 10, and you can see that it's not pulling in the Babel's not kicking in, right? So the reason why this can happen is it can happen in a few different reasons. What I would say is at this point I would highly recommend you need to restart, I believe it's your VS Code or your server. There was a reason, I'm going to find it on the stream. It was a little bit of a painful reason. I remember, where was it? Took a couple of retries and then I was able to do it. So I did set up my Babel config. I did do this. I did do this. Okay, let's do open on iOS. The scary thing about doing a React Native build on live is that there's so many more chances of bugs happening. Okay, so that's fine. Now there was a place where I could extend my where is it? There we are. That's it. So the reason why we're not seeing class name right now is because we have to add in something called a type definition file. So I forgot where it is. Where is it here? It's not showing it here. But basically what you need to do to basically stop it freaking out like this is go ahead and add in a new file called app.d.ts. Okay. And in here, you basically want to add in the reference to the types. Okay. So here, reference to the types, native wind types. Okay. And then we're going to close this. And eventually at some point this is going to kick in and it will work, right? Let's refresh again. Let's see if it's going to do me a favor now. No, is it not still not working? Let's do text red 500, text red 500. And at some point it will wake up, right? Unless I've completely missed a step, which I don't think I have. TypeScript, let's see. I've already done this step, right? So we've already done that. Expo, we've already done this. We've already added in my dependencies. Let's have a look again. Package JSON. We did add in native wind. We did add in Tailwind CSS. Good. And then we did run our Tailwind CSS init file. Fine. App custom directory. Let's just double check our custom directory again. So let's go to Tailwind config and right here. So app.tsx. So I'm just going to double check my config because I sometimes feel like I always mess up a little bit here. Oh, that's still fine. Okay, that's completely fine. And Babel config, let's just go ahead and double check that one more time. In this case, yep, that's completely fine. npx expo / clear. Okay, we could do that actually, yeah. So I'm going to clear my cache, right? So what I'm going to do is detected a change in Babel config. There we go. That's the one I was waiting for. All right, so that's usually the problem here. So if we do expo dash dash start, and I believe that is the correct thing, clear, and that will clear the cache. All right, so now we've run the project again with the clear flag, and now it says bundle the cache is empty, rebuilding, and then we do I to open it on iOS. Okay, and then wait for a sec and hit R. So okay, just to wait until it actually loads. Let's close it here, push it up. There we go. And now, wait a second, that will pop up. Honestly, React Native requires so much patience. I'm just gonna be real with you. It does require patience, but that's why I'm here. You can code along with me, okay? So in this case, there we go. Now it's building a bit again. Let's do and if you do find that, I highly recommend you have to clear your bundle, yeah. It's mostly the case. Even when we do the EAS deployment step, chances are you're gonna have to rebuild a couple of times to get it to kick in the way you expect it to, the way it to work, right? Okay, so what I'd recommend here is, honestly, I did it last time and it just seemed to work, is I'm gonna go ahead and actually reopen this project. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy this. I'm gonna close my code terminal. I'm gonna open up a terminal here. I'm gonna do documents /build. Oops, builds, there we go. I'm gonna cd into my directory again. I'm gonna do code dot again. So I'm gonna restart my VS Code basically with the directory. And last time that, that actually seemed to wake it up. There we go. So now it shouldn't complain about my class names. All right, I told you. Right, hopefully it doesn't scream at me. If it does, then I made a mistake there. Okay, then we're gonna do expo mpx expo start. And remember, if you're watching this on live, just know that afterwards we always add timestamps to these videos, so you can feel free to watch it with me and experience the entire flow, or you can go ahead and skip ahead. I'm gonna hit I to open up on iOS again. I'm gonna close this one again, so let's do that, and then hit I. There we go. Cool. Now, what I've found most of the time is it's usually a caching issue here, right? Code with Guillaume says, Papa Fam is back. So cool to see you again. Sunny, hope you're doing well. I am doing well. Thank you so much, dude. Right? Someone said, how did I get this little color picker box? It's because I have the Tailwind extension installed, dude. So that's the reason why. So in this case, Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, that is why we get that. So we fixed the first issue, but our Tailwind isn't kicking in. So we'll fix it on the stream live. Don't worry, we always do. Okay, so in this case, API cache, that's fine. All right, well, I mean, we'll come back to it. I guess we'll get around to it. Let's do a view. Oh, maybe it's because I'm in a safe view. No, I don't think it is. Let me just pop this here. Let me try and do it with a normal view and see. View. Is that going to be red? Let's see. Where's my red text at? BG. Oh, okay. BG. Oh, wait a second. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. All right. So in that case, I believe I'm actually being so stupid here. I think I actually can't add safe area view. Oh, I can add it as safe area view. Okay. I mean, you see what I mean? Sometimes it's just so weird, React Native, right? So if you've experienced the same thing, don't stress. It happens, right? You see how, what I would recommend is just change a component and it'll force it to kick out at some point, right? But there we go. Now we can start adding in our Tailwind, right? So I know a lot of you always drop comments about, suddenly it worked and then it doesn't work and what the hell is going on. And also you'll notice that we can't do the text white in the parent component here, right? You're gonna have to do actually on the text field here. So in this case, I have to do text white and then you can see it applies on the text. But that's damn good, right? We made it. So smash the thumbs up button. We're about to cross 300 likes. That's what I'm talking about, right? And then now we can start making progress. Oh, that was kind of scary. I ain't gonna lie, right? Yeah, so it wasn't accepting the class name for some reason, and then I had to force it by changing it to view and then coming back to safe area view. So we're past the first problem. Nice. Now we've got 100 more. I'm joking. All right. So now at this point, what you need to do is install. I've actually got a nicer bit of documentation here that I want to show you instead. Now we're going to go ahead and I'm going to show you the docs for how we can get set up with, here we are. Create your first app. So on Expo, no, sorry, here's, oh yeah, it was this one, yeah. So there you go. So when we basically set up React Native purchases, right, we are going to be using RevenueCat. And now RevenueCat is actually on the Expo doc. So if you're wondering, is it official? Should I use it? Expo themselves are recommending RevenueCat. If you look on their docs on in-app purchases and in-app subscriptions, you will see that they also have a link to it, right? Now, in order to get everything set up, is actually all we need to do is install the two things here. So one being React Native purchases and one being Expo Dev Client, okay? So the first one that I'm going to install is this one here, Expo Dev, and this has to be in your directory, okay? So I'm going to go into Command J, I'm going to pop open a second terminal, and I'm going to push this one all the way to the side because that's just running my stuff over there, and I'm going to go ahead and pop it in, Expo install Expo Dev Client. And then you can see that this is, so if you do want to avoid this issue, you can use npx expo install, right? So that way it will use the latest version. I recommend you actually do that, to be fair. And then I'm going to do the same here with React Native purchases, okay? So in this case, npx expo install React Native purchases. And now it's basically installing the dependencies, but it's going to use Expo in order to do it. And what this actually does behind the scenes is it installs the appropriate pods and stuff for iOS, it installs all the goodness in Android and the manifest and all that kind of stuff. But it does it in a nice way. You just write Expo install and it does all the dependency management for you. That's the beauty of Expo, right? So in this case, we've installed the two things that we needed. Step 2 is to configure our revenue products and offerings, right? So at this point, we can kind of pause here, right? And then the reason being is that this is where I can kind of take over and show you how I would do it, right? But what we're going to do here is we're going to pause here and we're actually going to build out a little bit of the UI, right? Because I mean, we just want to see some stuff on the screen, right? So I'm going to build out the UI while we have access to the simulator. And then what I'm going to do is we're going to go from the UI connected to the App Store, and then we're going to go ahead and hook everything up with the RevenueCat. Okay, so that's first things first is let's get to the point where our app turns from this to this, right? Which is obviously a lot better looking than what I have right now on the screen. So heading over to our app, this has several screens on it, right? If I showed you, as I showed you earlier, if I type on hit on track workout, for example, it says, hooray, you have access to this feature and so forth, right? This is called a React Native Navigation. Well, most of the time, the library you're going to use for this is called React Native Navigation. So what I'd highly recommend at this point is we actually install that. So first thing that we need to do is, I'm going to leave that over here, is our starting point here is app.tsx, right? TSX TypeScript file. So we want to convert this into screens, and then we're going to have a navigation kind of structure to this, right? So how do we do that? Well, basically we go over to we type in React Native Navigation, and I will show you, this is the library that you should get very familiar with when you're doing React Native work, okay? So this is how you navigate between screens. It's one of the most popular ways of doing it. So in this case, click on read docs, you'll see for yourself. And the reason why I'm showing you this exact route as well is because the docs will tend to change, right? They will tend to change. So you should actually check for yourself. And I get the comment all the time, what about the latest version? You're going to always have this issue, right? Where it's going to go ahead and sometimes be delayed and or outdated and stuff. So you have to check for yourself. So we're going to install React Native Navigation into our app. So I'm going to install it like so, React Native Navigation. And then I'm going to come down here and it says installing dependencies into an Expo managed project. That's exactly what I'm doing. So I'm going to copy this entire line right here. Okay. And you can see we're installing React Native screens and React Native safe area context. So I'm going to install those into our app. And you can see that's using npx expo install. And then you can see we can stop there, right? Because what we've done is we're not using a bare React Native project. Now we're using Expo Managed Project instead, right? So the next step now is that we need to basically go ahead and wrap our app into a navigation container. So in this case now, what I can do is I can import navigation container like so. And then what I'm going to do is basically wrap my entire app in the navigation container, right? Just like that. Okay, and at this point you should see, you know, nothing's broken, nothing's crying at me, freaking out, and then you can even hit R on the keyboard in the console and it will refresh, right? So good so far. Next step that we need to do is go ahead and you can click on Hello React Navigation to see an example of this. Is you need to install your native stacks, right? So in this case, I'm going to copy yarn add React Navigation native stack, copy that, head over here. Oops, let me chop that on the side. And then we're going to go ahead and pop it in here. So yarn add React Navigation native stack. And this is going to be like responsible for the different, like the stack library, I guess. So it's basically how we stack screens on top of each other and how we navigate between them. So now what we need to do is create something called a stack navigator. And the stack navigator allows us to essentially have like a screen like this, and we can have a link to another screen, and it will essentially have that behavior where we can go into the next screen and then swipe back between to the old screen, right? Or if we had a modal, we can basically set the type to modal, click it, and it pops up as a modal, that screen. Right, so we need this. It's basically a crucial element, right? So I'm gonna grab this stack, const stack over here, and we're gonna basically pop that in just over here. Right, cool. And you can actually leave that outside over there, right? And then what I'll show you is a little trick. So go to the end of Navigator, Control Spacebar, and you have autocomplete. Click it, bam, you get your autocomplete, right? I always get that question. Everyone's asking me, how the hell do you do that? That's how you do it, right? Then we're going to go ahead and copy this stack over here. So that bit of code there. And basically, we're just going to remove this right now. I'm going to paste that in, and you can see we're going to push eventually to a home screen. And then the whole point here is that you can have several screens. I can have the home screen, I could have the search screen, I could have the inbox screen, and different screens like that. That's how you basically nest your different screens. And then that way we can basically, we're telling our React Native app that these are the different screens, and then basically it sets up all the navigation parameters so that we can basically go ahead and navigate between them. Okay, so in this case we've got the home screen, right? And then what I'm going to do is I need to create that home screen component. So firstly, before I do that, I want everyone to go into your extensions and download this extension, because it is absolutely game changer. I'll say it every single session. ES7 React Redux React Native snippets. So good, such a good extension, right? So simple. It's just snippets that allow us to write functional components really easy. So download that, just click install and it will do it. And then what I want you to do is go into your folder structure at the app.tsx level, create a folder, call it screens, simple as. And then inside of screens, all I want you to do is create something called a home screen.tsx. Okay, React Native functional component with an export. And we're not going to use style sheets, but in this case, you see my snippet, I just hit enter now, and bam, wow, I have a home screen, right? I can get rid of this. That's fine, we don't need it. And I can say, I am the home screen. Bam, hit save. Go back to my app.tsx, control spacebar, enter, and then bam. Just like that now, I have a home screen. And what you should see, if you did everything correct, is you need to go ahead and see the screen, right? If you don't get this screen, you probably messed something up. And at this point, you should go back and just quit. I'm joking. Do not quit. You should go back and actually debug it and figure out what's going on. And then if you do get stuck, honestly, you have ChatGPT to help you out. And I have ChatGPT videos to help out coming along the line. Or join a community like Full Stack Hero and ask for help. That's the main thing, right? So in this case, we've got the home screen right here. And what we're then going to do, and by the way, all this code will be available in the GitHub repo afterwards. If you want it, check it out. Links in the description, right? So we're going to have the home screen, and you can see it just renders out the home screen like here, right? And again, this applies with all of our stuff. We can add padding to the element afterwards, all that good stuff, text extra large. You see, we can do all of our normal stuff, right, that we expect. So at this point now, we've got our screen. And what I basically want is, remember, we captured our UI pictures before, and none of these have this ugly looking header, right? I don't want that header. So how can I change it? Well, you can change the default options, but I actually want to go ahead and change just this screen option. And I'm going to add an argument here called options. And inside of here, I'm going to add an object, and then I'm going to say header shown is false. See, it's like the GitHub Copilot is listening to me, right? So I'm going to do this, and as soon as I hit save, what you'll find is the header disappears. Now, it's very important to understand that the view here is like, if I was to get rid of this padding, look what happens. You see how it goes all the way into that dangerous area? Right, so what we want to do with our screens is tend to use something called the safe area view. And you're going to have two once you've installed the React Native dependencies. Try to use the React Native one. It's just a safe use, right? So go ahead, pop that in. We can get rid of the old dependency. And what this will do is it will only use the safe area. Now the safe area is basically outside the notch. So that way you're not cutting off any text or any of that stuff. So to avoid all that, and it will account for all different types of phones and all that kind of stuff, right? And now we are gonna go ahead and build out this, what you're seeing right here, right? So first things first, let's have let's have a Okay, let's actually document it, right? So I'm gonna actually go ahead and add a few comments. So the first comment I'm gonna say is it's gonna be, I wanna kind of visualize this for you guys. I'm gonna pop this over here. The first comment is gonna be this image, right? So I wanna have a, well, I wanna have an image, right? So I wanna have an image. It's gonna be the logo. And then I wanna have this area right here. Now really what this is these are just components rendered out one after another. So these are just being rendered out one after another, right? So one after another. And then this one is just actually surrounded in a view, and I'm simply using a flex rule to basically divide the space. Right, so if you actually set up your components correctly, then it will actually, you can do this very easily, right? So I'm gonna call these action rows, right? So each one is an action row, action row, right? So we're gonna create a bunch of action rows. So this is gonna be basically action row components, okay? And then we're gonna have a little icon up here, right? So this icon is gonna be responsible, and it's basically gonna show pro or upgrade button, right? And it's gonna show us the status of our membership, or if we're a pro or any of that kind of stuff, okay? So in this case, let's go ahead and hit save. So at this point now, we can go back to our app and we can start doing this. So I think the first thing that we should do is get that image in, right? That image is probably the one that's going to be visible straight away. So let's do image. Let's import the image from React Native. It's a self-closed component. Now, the first thing I want to do is actually pass in a source. Now, I've actually given it a source already, or I've got a source available. And the way we do it is we say source, we pass in an object, and we pass in a URI. Okay, and I've actually got a URI already available, and this URI, you can feel free to use it. It's this one right here, right? I'm not responsible for your use, just throwing that out there. That's up to you, right? So class name, we're gonna go ahead and class name. We're gonna say equals, and I'm gonna say that this one is width full and height of 64. And if you're wondering what the heck is this stuff, this is called Tailwind. So if I hover over it, you'll see that this is actually going to create CSS for me that's actually going to look like the following, right? And a lot of you are asking for video calling apps. I will make one in the future, okay? Hit save, and now let's see what we get, okay? Ooh, nice, right? We get that. So we can get rid of the text up above. Cool, nice. Jay's in the house, what is up? Nice. All right, so at this point now, we're going to go ahead and create the, I guess we should maybe create start creating the pro button. Let's do the pro button, okay? So nice, Jay's back in the house. That is what I'm talking about. All right, so now next step is let's do that pro bit. Right, so I'm gonna have a touchable opacity, right? So whenever you want a button to be clickable, but it's not a button, it's kind of, you want to customize the view of it, then I'd recommend you use something called touchable opacity, right? So touchable opacity, like so. And then you can go ahead and import this from React Native. And what we're gonna do inside of here is we're gonna have a bit of text which says pro or upgrade, right? So in this case, it's gonna be like this, so pro or upgrade. And now if you see, if I click it, ooh, you see how I get this nice clickable? That's because it's touchable, so I can touch it, and it changes opacity when I touch it, right? So if you can't see that, just zoom in. I'll look closely, because I can't zoom into the phone, right? And then I need an icon now, right? So I need this icon that you see right here. So this one right here. So at this point, we're gonna change Ionic. We're gonna add in icons. So what you may not realize is when you actually use Expo, we have the following, right? So when you use Expo, we have Expo vector icons as part of the package. So in this case, you actually get this just by installing Expo. So I'm going to show you, if you go to icons in the Expo documentation, it will show you how to use it. So that's the first thing, how to use it, as well as how to go ahead, firstly, how to use it, and then as well as how to search all of the different icons, right? So in this case, you can see here, we can actually search. If I typed in person, for example, but loads of different people come up, right? Or people icons, okay? Now, at this point, yeah, this is how I'm checking for them. And then if you click it, it will show you how to use it. So let's do this for the first one. And then I'll basically just assume that you do this approach when you're doing it yourself. So in this case, person, we have an icon right here. And I actually want to use person circle. So we're going to copy this from here, right? So in this case, I'm going to copy it, go over to my code, paste it in. And then what I'm going to do is render it. Okay, so I'm going to copy that and I'm going to pop it in like so. And I'm going to show my simulator and hit OK. And now you can see it popped up. Nice. Okay. And what we're going to do is style this out a bit. So we're going to say class name. And then here's going to say, this is actually going to be an absolutely positioned element. And the reason being is because I want to throw it over here on the right, And it doesn't matter how much I scroll around this screen, I don't want to show. So basically, if I show you this app, this is the live one. You see, no matter what I do, or if I go up and down, it's going to always be stuck in that top right. And that's what I want here. Okay, so I'm going to say absolute. And this is going to be a Z50 because I never want it to be buried behind something. Z means the layer that you're positioning it in. Top is going to be 5 and the right is going to be 10, right? So we're going to hit save. And now you can see it flies over to the top right? Then we're going to say items in the center. Okay, and as you can see now, it's kind of nicely pushed into that center, right? Now for the safe area view, we're just going to style this a little bit. We're going to say flex 1, give it as much space as we can possibly. We're going to say the background is going to be gray 100, and then we're going to give it a relative color, okay? And then I'm going to also just go ahead and go to my console and hit R to refresh, because for some reason the background color is not kicking in. Let's do red. Okay, so red. Oh, it was okay. So it is kicking. I guess it's just super subtle, right? So gray relative. There we go, right? So in this case, that's pretty nice. I'm gonna go all of this. I want it to be in a scrollable view, right? So I want to add a scroll view, and a scroll view is basically like a view, but it's just scrollable. So in this case, if I throw it here, now you can see I can scroll. Right, so that's better, and it also adds a little bit of padding at the top, which I like. Right, so we've got a tiny bit of that. Now we've got this scrollable feature, which I didn't have before. Okay, awesome stuff. Okay, so in this case we've got pro or upgrade, and I'm going to make this basically change based on if you're actually a pro or if you're not. Right, as in a pro member. Right, you're all pros in my eyes. Right, so in this case, Ionic for the Ionic icons, we're going to change the size to 30, and the color. I've got a nice hexadecimal color here, so I'm going to go ahead and copy that right now. So copy. And then change the color to this, and then hit save. There we go. And I want the same color in the text. So in this case, I'm going to say class name, and this is going to be text centrally aligned. And I'm also going to say text. And remember, in the Tailwind, we have something called we have the just-in-time compiler, and the just-in-time compiler allows us to have dynamic values in square brackets. We can still have that here, but we can pass it in like so, and you can see we can still actually pass in our own colors. So it's really, really cool to actually go ahead and see that, right? And then so that's looking pretty good so far. Now for the action row, right? Let's actually get something pretty nicely looking like this, right? So action row, that's what we want to do. And the action row should take a few different things in as arguments, right? So as props. So we're going to make it a customizable element, and each time we pass in different props, it will render out these different icons and different colors. So I'm going to show you how to do that. So first things first, go to app.tsx level, create a new folder called components, right? So at this point, we're going to do that, and then we're going to create a component inside the components folder called action row.tsx, right? And then React Native functional exported component, bam, we can get rid of the React at the top, no longer needed, right? And that's good. And then what we're going to do is we're going to basically mask out our props and how we're going to pull them into this app. So if I go back to home screen, here, for example, let's do a dummy call for an action row, okay? So one of the action rows is to track a workout, right? So in this case, you can see it's to track a workout. So in order to do that, I'm going to have something that looks like this. So we're going to import it, and you can see right now it's complaining because we haven't set up TypeScript in the way that it expects. So it thinks that, everything ain't really set up right? So these are the different props that we're going to basically customize our custom component with, right? So by passing in different props or properties, we can actually customize how a component will be rendered out on the screen, right? So in this case, we've got different colors, different screens, and we're going to also say vertical, okay? We'll cover that in this. I know why we're doing that. Okay, so we need to actually support this. So first things first is the props come through here. Now, all of those individual props that you just saw, I'm going to do something called destructuring. And I do teach this inside the course. So remember, check out 0 to Full Stack Hero if you want to learn more about your JavaScript fundamentals. Yeah, or just learn them on the videos. It's all up to you. So in this case, the props are getting destructured here, but this is not where it ends, right? You have to define the prop types here. And this is where TypeScript is basically going to help us protect against unwanted bugs or anything like that. So we actually have to say that we have to basically tell it the shape of the props that it expects. So in this case, we've got the title, right, which is going to be a string. So the title is going to be a string. Then we've got the screen, which is going to be of type any. And the reason that because is any right now, just for now, right, is because what's it called? What's that in last stream was at that time? Oh yeah, this is so good to see. I'm gonna ignore, but I see, right? So when the screen is any, that's because we haven't got the correct type definition just yet. That's because we're going to navigate to a certain screen. Then we're going to have color, and this is going to be for a string, right? Then we're going to have 3 more, and these are going to be all optional, which means you don't have to pass them in. So requires pro, icon, and vertical. Okay, now the reason why I want to do this is because basically some of these, so if we look at this screenshot, some of these will require pro, and if they require pro, I'm going to make it so that you can't actually navigate to that screen. And if you try to navigate when you haven't got a pro membership, it's going to pop up that, you know, that pop-up that I showed you previously, right? The one that says, whoa, you need to pay. So it's going to pop this up saying you need to upgrade your membership. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do that right now. So we've got our props correctly placed in like so. The next thing that we're going to want to do is we're going to change our view to a touchable opacity, right? And I don't know why it doesn't actually autocomplete properly like that, right? So now we've got a touchable opacity, and then inside of it, we're going to have an icon and a title, right? So let's just keep it very simple for now, an icon and a title, okay? So icon and title. So we've got the text already in there, so let's just leave that for now. And then we're eventually going to have a Ionic ON's icon. So I'm going to import that at the top, like so, bam. And then you can see what we're doing here is typically in the previous use case, we were actually passing in the name of the icon that we wanted to use, right? But here what we're doing is we're using the string that we passed in, or the component that we're essentially passing in. Depends. In this case, it will actually be a string value, right? In this case, it's going to be a string value, but oh, that's why I did it. Yeah, because this is expecting a certain string, and I don't want to write all of these out because they didn't give me a specified type definition. So in this case, what we can do is we're going to say name is equal to icon. And that's going to be basically whatever we pass in as a prop type, right? And then the title here, I'm going to instead replace with title. So we do curly brackets for JSX to basically pass our prop in like so. Okay, now let's go ahead and see. You can see track workout with a heart has popped up, right? And the color is white, right? Now, in this case, I want to make the background a different color, right? So in this case, the background should be a different color. So what I can do here is I can actually go ahead and pass in. Now, you can pass in colors in many ways, but in this case, when you're passing a dynamic value into a customizable component, it's better to pass in the style prop, the color, right? So in this case, the color is like so, right? So color, and it's actually not going to be color. It's going to be, I think it's background color. Yeah, background color is going to be the color here. Okay. And what you'll find now is that is the track workout. So we're almost getting there, right? So track workout. And what I'm now going to do is pop in the rest of them. So the rest of the action rows. So that way we can get basically a nice overview as we build this out, right? So going into my home screen, I've got the browse workouts. I'm going to add in and hit save. And now you can see browse workouts popped in. And I've got a bunch of others which I've actually done for us, right? And some of them are going to require pro. So you see the last 3 are requiring pro. Right, and I'm passing in different icons into each one, and I'm passing in different colors and all of the screens in this case are eventually going to navigate to a demo screen, right? So remember, this is a demo, and it's just showing you how to basically block access to different screens based on if you're a pro member or not. So action row is going pretty well so far. And now what we're going to do is we're going to customize the text because it looks boring as hell. So for the class name, we're going to say text white. We're going to say the font should be bold. Font should be bold, and the text should be large. There we go. Bam. All right. Now for the touchable opacity for the class name, we are going to actually do quite a bit here. So we're going to say, firstly, it's a flex box. And the reason being is by default on React Native, everything is flex column. Now, when you're taught, Flexbox, if you've done Flexbox already, check out my video, it'll teach you Flexbox. But by default, everything is in a row. In React Native, because it's mostly on, it's mainly for phones, everything by default is in columns. So you have to tell it that you're actually going in the other direction, right? So in this case, if we were to say like in this that we said flex row, you'll see the following. So then it goes into a row, okay? But we're actually going to keep it as that just for now, and I'll show you why, right? We're going to say flex 1, so I want them to use up as much space as they possibly can. We're going to say justify in the center. We're going to say item center with a padding of 5. And in fact, I'm going to change this to padding Y of 6. I want the padding on the Y-axis of 6. There we go. And remember, it's a scrollable component, so that's pretty nice. Okay, I'm going to give it a slight shadow, and actually, to be fair, you won't see a shadow because we're on mobile. So shadows we're not going to do. If you want to add a shadow, I recommend adding it in style as a custom shadow, right? We're going to round the corners as rounded LG. So you see the slightly rounded corners now. And then we're going to say space between all of the X components as 2, right? And you can also do, so this is actually when they're in a vertical sense, right? So if I did flex row, then it would kick in. You see space X, space X of, like, let's say if I did 8, for example, you see how they spaced out. So I'm doing space X of 2, but for flex row, I'll show you why I keep getting rid of it. I'm going to change this to backticks and put a curly brace. And same with this. And the reason for this is because I want to do some string interpolation here. All right, so in this case, so we got backticks, $, curly brackets. So basically what I'm doing here is string interpolation, right? So what this means is basically if I have a dynamic variable, then I want to basically determine what style is going to get applied if that variable exists. So in this case, I'm going to say if it's a vertical screen, then I'm going to say it's flex column. Otherwise, I'm going to say flex row, right? So in this case, you see they're all vertical, right? And they're all vertical. And that's strange because do I have them all vertical? I think in my home screen, did I pass everything vertical? Okay, let's have a look. So I don't pass in these ones vertical. Interesting. All right, so in this case, flex column. I think I have to say flex column. Yeah, that's fine. Flex row. Okay, interesting. I'll fix it. Refresh. Okay. And then I'm going to basically say the following. I'm going to say if, another one here. I'm going to say if it's, okay, we're going to do the locked status after we've actually connected the backend properly, right? So my vertical is being a bit strange here. So I'm actually going to go ahead and say that vertical. Oh, that's why. Okay, I had this little curly bracket here. Yeah, so that's super annoying, right? So you see, you got to be careful with that, guys, right? So that's what was happening. So yeah, so we got the verticals working them out and the horizontal. Nice. And then the final touch here is that in the home screen, I'm going to go to the 2 action rows here, and I want this to basically go ahead and say so in this case I'm going to go ahead and put in a view. I'm going to pop in the action rows down here. And then this one, I'm basically going to make this I'm going to basically pop this React Native. Let's go and do this. And now what we're going to do is basically make this its own flex row box, right? So now you can see now I've only got those 2 in a flex row box. And this is where Flexbox is beautiful if you learn how to do it correctly, okay? So now I'm going to say justify the space between them and give a space between the 2 children of 2, right? Now, the reason why this isn't looking the way I want it is I also want to give everything around here of MX of 2. So the action row, all of the action rows should be surrounded in a view. So everything up until the end of the action row should be surrounded in a view. And that action row should have a MX of 5. So I don't want to touch the side, right? So far, I mean, it's almost there. Something's really annoying me though, right? And I think that's just simply because I haven't added a margin around these, which I guarantee it is, and I think it is. Yep, it's true. It's because I haven't added a margin there, which made total sense. There you go, bam. And just like that, we have our UI looking banging, right? And if I tap it, touchable opacities, that's pretty cool, guys. Smash the thumbs up button, hit 400 likes if you're liking this right now. And we're about to touch on to the point where I can basically navigate to the next screens. So in this case, the screen, we haven't decided to use yet. Okay, this is it. So let's go ahead and create our second screen, right? So I'm getting confused with all these designs, right? So now I want it, so when I click this, it takes me to this screen, a demo screen, right? So how do we add a second screen? Well, it's fairly straightforward. We go into our stack navigator, we copy the stack screen, we paste it, we basically call this one the demo screen. And basically what you will do is behind each of the different screens, right? So behind each of these different ones, you'd have a workout screen, you'd have a browse screen, you'll have a connect screen, you'll have an add exercise screen, and you have different stack screens appropriate for each one, okay? In this case, I'm categorizing all of them into the demo screen, all right? So very important point that I just shared. And then I'm gonna basically change this to the demo screen, which doesn't exist yet. So I'm gonna go ahead and actually do this right now. And I'm gonna go back to my song now. I'm loving this song right now. So demo screen.tsx, our React Native functional export, bam. And then we're gonna go ahead and get rid of this because that annoys me. And then over here, we're gonna go ahead and import it like so. And now what we wanna do is when I click this screen, I want it to navigate to me towards the next screen, right? So if I go to demo screen, so you got the view, and then what I wanna do is I wanna navigate to that screen. So I'm gonna go into the home screen, and remember I was passing in a screen here, right? So what I can do is for the demo screen, right now just a demo screen, that's fine. So I'm actually gonna go into my app.tsx. I just wanna show you something. If I remove the header hidden here for that one, and I go back to my action row, right? So these buttons basically. Now what I wanna do is when I click on it, I wanna navigate me somewhere. Now the way that we do this is we need the navigation object, right? We need access to the navigation object. Now, that's actually really handy is that we can actually pull that using a special hook. So we can say const navigation equals use navigation, right? Now, because we're using TypeScript, we actually need to go ahead and actually enhance this a little bit by passing in a certain type of prop. Otherwise, it doesn't know what screen you're actually pushing to. So what we need to do now is basically pause, go back to app.tsx, and we need to basically start passing in our correct prop types, right? So over here, this is where we basically need to go ahead and pass in the type definitions for our different screens. So we're gonna create something called the root stack parameter list, right? It sounds horrible, I know, you can name it whatever the hell you want, but basically this is a type that we're gonna export, right? And then we're going to pass in all the different screens here alongside with all of the variables that those screens can get passed along with. In this case, we've got 3 screens: demo screen, home screen, and the paywall screen. And yeah, so in this case, we're going to go ahead and take that in. And we're going to go pop this here like so, right? So we've got the home screen, paywall, demo, and then none of them are accepting any different variables. That's fine, right? So let's go ahead and save. And now if I go back to my demo screen, remember this bit, yeah? Remember that. So in this case, now what I'm going to do is on the demo screen, I'm going to create something. And this bit can be kind of nasty to understand in the beginning, but I promise you it will make sense. We're going to have a type definition above. And this one is going to look like this. It's going to have a native stack navigation prop. We're going to import the previous root stack param list, and then we're going to say what screen this page is actually on. So sorry, I'm in the wrong screen right now. No, this is fine. Am I on the correct screen? Oh, 1 second. Okay, so this is going to be on the home screen. So this is going to be on the home screen, yeah. So in this case, action rows are on the home screen, so that's fine. So navigation prop is basically going to get all of the screens, and then we're going to say which screen we're on. And then we get this navigation prop and we pass it into our navigation prop over here, okay? So now we have this navigation, nice navigation object, right? So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to say on press, right? And GitHub Copilot beat me to it. We're going to say on press, nice, screenshotted, right? So at this point, I'm going to say on press, and then I'm going to say arrow function, navigation dot, and then you can see we've got all these different options. So navigate is the one that I want, and I'm going to literally say navigate to the screen that we passed in, right? Now the screen is going to be different for every different thing. So in the home screen, you can see I passed in the demo. Those ones will work. The one with the paywall, where was it? Oh, we haven't done that yet. Okay, that's fine. All right, so in this case, navigate to screen. So if I click it now, look what happens, guys. If I click track workout, oh, we get navigated to a screen. And what you'll see is I can actually swipe back from that screen. So the natural behavior there is there, or I can click back. And as I mentioned before, I don't like their UI for this. So I'm going to go back to my app.tsx and I am going to disable the header here for that screen. Yeah, and you can do it default setting, but I'm just showing you per screen at the moment. So I'm going to do that. And now you can see it's in the danger zone, right? So we're going to fix that by saying safe area view. Safe area view. There we go. Boom. And then copy that. Bam. Safe area view. Now we're in the demo screen. Cool. So what I want to do now is basically quick little UI for the demo screen. And I'm going to basically have my navigation object at the top. So I'm going to import the necessary dependencies that we needed for that. Right, so I've just explained this before, but this is on the demo screen, which makes sense. Then we're going to have the navigation object that we're going to basically access. So we're going to pull in our useful hook. Now we have the navigation object. Cool. And then we've got the touchable opacity. But firstly, I want to basically translate this to this, right? So this is going to be a touchable opacity button, and then we're going to do the following with the rest. Now, the first things first is I'm going to have at the top here, I'm going to have touchable opacity like so, and then inside of here I'm going to have a text text like so, and in this text it's going to say go back. Yeah, and on that go back I'm going to have an icon, right? And you can have different types of icons. I just stuck with icons just to keep the UI consistent, but whatever Expo icons has you can use, right? So as you can see, it's white, right? But that's because the background, I still want to change it to be a custom background color. And in this case, I'm going to take a custom background color of this nice orange color, right? So in this case, I'm going to basically make it my own custom color. And as you'll see, it doesn't stretch all the way down, which is kind of irritating. So in order for it to use all that room, you say flex 1, and then it will say, I'm going to use all the space I possibly can, right? So Darshan, what's up, dude? Good to see you in the house, right? Look at this. Look at, so that's really nice so far. And then we've got the text here. That bit, I'm going to go ahead and change the text to say class name, and it's going to be text white, right? And the final thing is for the touchable opacity, oops, I'm going to say it should be flex row, right? And I want to centralize the item. So item center. So notice how that's horrible, right? If I do items center, now it goes next to it, and I say padding of 5, and we should have a little bit of breathing room. That's nice, right? Now if I click it, it doesn't do anything, right? But I want it to simulate the back button. So what I do is I go here, I type in on press, and then I have an arrow. Oh, actually what we can do here is, because I'm not actually passing any property, I can pass the signature of a function and it will invoke it for me. So I can say navigation.go back, right? And that will do just what I want. So now I'll go back, boom, hey, look at that, right? Yeah, look at this, oh, nice, all right? So now we got our screens looking pretty good. So the next natural step is to go ahead and pull in the view. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in. So for the next bit, I'm not going to spend too long on this area. The reason being is because it's just a UI bit, right? So I'm debating maybe just to even pull that, what I did here, to basically save us some time. But basically, I've just got a bunch of icons, a bunch of text, right? And this bit is not really that important. You can put whatever you want there. The whole point of this screen, and I'm going to just pop this on the screen right now so you can see for yourself what I did. But basically, I just popped in the following, right? So I got rid of the demo screen and I popped in this. So you can pause the screen and really just, this is my example demo screen. But really what you would do is you would replace this demo screen or each of the screens that you would navigate to with the actual app functionality. This is purely for the demo part. So in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and save. I'm going to go back, and now you can see we've got access like so, right? But in this case, we haven't set up our padding in the exact way that I would like, and that is because I have not put everything inside of a view correctly. I don't think I have actually. Oh no, that's actually fine. Yeah, that's actually fine. That is good. That is what I wanted. Yeah, it's just a smaller phone. Right. So in that case, hooray, you have access to this feature. This is where you can create a new screen, blah, 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 and do all the stuff that you need to do. Okay, so that's looking pretty nice so far. So in this case, that's actually pretty damn sweet. So we've done that bit, Now I think we should move over to the paywall screen, right? So now I'm going to implement the paywall screen, and we're going to go ahead and get everything hooked up the way we need it. So first things first, let's implement the paywall. And then what we're going to do is actually make it a functional paywall. So that way you can actually see if you're a pro member. We're going to create a custom hook as well in today's video. So we've got loads going on today, right? So make sure you do smash that thumbs up button. So first step, we're going to go into our screens. We're going to create one more called paywall. Right, so this one's going to be called paywall. And as you can see, how the hell did it know what I'm writing? Well, it knows it because of my type definitions at the top, which means it will stop me from writing a random gibberish screen. It'll say, whoa, 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 you can't do that, because we don't have a screen called that one, right? It's a paywall. There you go. Right, it also helps get up Copilot. And now I need to make a paywall screen. Okay, so in this case, the paywall screen, I'm going to go ahead and create a paywall. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and say paywall, actually lowercase w, paywall.tsx. There we go. React Native functional export component, bam, get rid of the React, bam, and go over here back to our app and import the paywall. Now, for a paywall, can you see how it comes up slightly different, right? This is like a modal. It's very different to what we're seeing at the moment, right? Yeah, this paywall, and you can see it's actually a modal. So I want this to swipe up from the bottom when I click it, right? So let's go to paywall, and what I want to do is, remember, we actually have already hooked it up in such a way that if we click one of these down here, oh no, we actually haven't got anything directing to paywall yet, I guess, right? But if we were to go, for example, and connect this to a paywall button, let's do that, right? So in this case, I want this to connect to the paywall. So as our first step, so let's go to our app, our home screen, and let's go to the touchable opacity and say, firstly, remember, we're at the home screen now, so we're going to need access to the navigation objects, which means that we're going to have to do our neat little navigation prop. Let's pop that in over at the top so far. So over outside, like so, boom. Import it like so, root stack param list, bam. And we're also in the home screen right now, hence why I'm doing this. But if I didn't do that, I can actually go ahead and see, it shows me the screens, and that's all based on what I've done as the type definitions earlier, right? So go ahead and hit save, and now we can see we've got the well, nothing visible, right? I'm going to add in the navigation object. Let's go pop that in like so. We need to pull in our hook. There we go. And now on press of the touchable opacity button here, I want to navigate. So I'm going to do an arrow function saying navigation dot navigate to the paywall. Okay. Now let's go ahead and try it out. If I click this now, pow, all right. So firstly, that doesn't look like a modal, Sonny. That looks like a screen that you've disabled the header for. And you're right. That's because that is exactly what it is. It's a screen where I've disabled the header for it, and it's a bit of a pain in the something to go back, right? So, okay, so I'm kind of getting back. There we go. All right. So in this case, I'm going to go back to app.tsx. And here, I'm going to basically do something now. So what you can do is you can actually change the presentation type. So in this case, it's called header shown false, which we want to keep. But I can actually change the presentation to a few different options. You've got contained modal, all these different ones, full screen modal. I want the card modal, right? So in this case, bam, I hit the card modal. I hit the modal, sorry. And then I click upgrade, and look at this. Oh, nice. Now I get this like swipe down beautifulness, right? So look at that. So we swipe down. Oh, it's just clean. So clean, right? So look at that. So everything just works the way we wanted it, right? And then what I want to do is have a little X icon and all this kind of nice styling. So we're going to go ahead and add this styling, and then these buttons will generate based on the actual things that we pull through afterwards once we're set up, right? So I am going to go to my paywall, and I'm going to go over here to paywall, and I'm going to start styling out this thing. So I'm going to firstly change the view to a scroll view. I don't know why I'm saying the other one. View. All right. So for the scroll view, I'm going to say class name, and I'm going to say BG, and we're going to change our background. I've got a nice little color here, and I'm going to say flex one as well. So just like so. Yeah. And then for this, instead, we're going to get rid of the text. We don't want that. Instead, I'm going to have a view with a text button saying upgrade to Pro to access all the features. So again, I'm not going to show you exactly all this little bits and bobs like this because that's very easy to follow, right? I'm just adding 2 text fields inside of a view with a bit of spacing, right? And I'm making it uppercase, so makes it all capitalized, all right? And then we're going to go to touchable opacity. So we're going to create a touchable opacity to basically close it. So touchable opacity. And in here, I've got a nice Ionicon. All right, so Ionicon, pop this in like so. And then at the top, I'm going to import it. So let's go up to our, over here. Pop it in like so, save. And now you can see I've got a nice little X. And I want to go ahead and say on press. Nice little X. So no one ever. Right? So here we're going to go to, we're going to go ahead and pull in a navigation prop. Native stack navigation prop, root params, and this time we're in the paywall screen, hence why it's going to be say paywall. And then we're going to add our navigation object in because we're going to need the navigation, right? Pull this in like so, use navigation. Cool. And then I'm going to basically go to that little X and say on press. I'm going to say navigation dot go back. And again, signature, so that way it should just work. So in this case, upgrade. Click little X and it goes back. Nice. Oh, this is awesome. Right. So inside of the paywall now, I'm going to go ahead and add in the content. So this bit, right? So we got the view. So this is going to be all the content that you see basically, right? And then over here. So now we're going to go ahead and pop in a bunch of text. So this one again is just going to have, so I've basically got 3 repeated sections here, each with different styling. And I'm just going to basically pop it in for the essence of time, right? So that way you guys can get kind of you don't have to spend that long on copying me here for that, right? So basically this is the first chunk and I'm going to show you what that did. So you see what it did here. So it basically popped in access to all pro features. The second one that I'm going to pop in, and this is just literally views and text boxes. That's all it is, right? So the first one was that. And then outside of that, we've got the next block, which is again the exact same block. So you can feel free to go ahead and prop that out in a different way or make it into its own component. And then the final one is going to be another block again. And they're all just different icons and basically different bits of text. That's all it is, right? The only thing that is bothering me so much right now is that button styling because I completely forgot to style it. My bad, right? So that button right there, I'm going to go ahead and say that it should be absolute. It should be top 0, and it should be right of 0, and it should be padding of 5. Yeah, there we go. And now you should see, there we go. That looks pretty good. We forgot the logo. I literally forgot the logo. So let's add in the logo here. In this case, I'm going to go ahead and have a view with a material. Oh yeah, so in this case, the reason why I'm doing a view here is I'm not doing a picture logo. I'm actually using a different type of icon here. So material community icons, and the material community icons is an example of how you can use different icons, not just icons. In this case, we've got the material icons and trophy award 150, and then I put in a view because I want to basically go ahead and center it. So in this case, I can go ahead and just say items in the center of this view, and bam, it works. Okay, now for the content block, I'm going to go ahead and pop in the following with a space between each Y component of 5. So Pat Peter asked previously if space Y worked. Yes, it does. Padding X of 10 and a padding top of 5 allows us to space it out, give us a bit more breathing room, and a padding bottom of 5 as well. Now, because we've got padding bottom and top of 5, we can shorthand this to padding Y of 5, and that's a cleaner way to do it. Okay, so this is looking pretty neat so far. Very nice. Okay. And then what I'm going to do now is basically I am going to add in these 2 buttons. Actually, what I want to do is I want to add in the buttons as we do that, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to pop in here is I'm going to have one button which says monthly subscribe. I'm going to have another button which says annual subscribe. And then I'm going to have one more button called restore purchases. Okay. And that's going to be these 3, right? So these ones. Okay, so now this is where it gets intense, right? So let's see. So I hit save, And now we got this. So basically all of our screens are prepped in the way that I want. And I'm actually going to have it so that if they're locked, it's also going to be sending me to the paywall, right? But I'm going to determine if I'm locked in a little bit when I basically can figure out if you're subscribed to Pro or not. So this is where we bring in RevenueCat, right? So RevenueCat is, as I mentioned before, the platform that we're going to be using to handle our in-app subscriptions, okay? And the reason for this is it makes all of the, you know, the sort of connecting the things that we need, making sure that we're listing the correct offers, it makes everything around the subscriptions fairly straightforward. Now, the first step that I'm going to need you to do, and this is a bit where I'm going to need you all to basically focus, right? I need everyone to kind of, you know, dial in now, right? So at this point, I'm going to be showing you the App Store Connect, right? And I say that with like some whoa, the App Store Connect, because it gets a bit more like you have to kind of concentrate on the little details here, because there's a few areas where you can slip up. So make sure you just take your time. If it gets confusing, pause it, rewind it, watch it back, whatever you need to do to get it right. Now, I want to mention the App Store Connect. You need access to the developer program. In the Play Store, I believe it's free. So you can follow the Play Store and use the docs to basically get the Play Store working. But I'm going to be showing you the iOS version of it, right? So if you want to go ahead and check that out, there's a lot of tutorials already on YouTube up about that. And again, as I mentioned, if this gets over 1,000 likes, I'll do one for Android as well, right? So what we're going to now do is basically set up the App Store Connect, right? So in this case, App Store Connect is basically a suite of web tools, and we use it to basically manage all of the things like subscriptions, all of that stuff, right? So at this point, we actually need to set up our subscriptions on App Store Connect, and then we have to set up on Google Play. And again, I'm not going to do that. I'm only going to do App Store Connect. And then what we do is, once we have all of that data set up on the actual platforms, we basically give our special keys to RevenueCat, and RevenueCat is where we basically carry on the rest of the things, right? So first things first is I've actually gone ahead and paid for $99 for an App Store developer account. In this case, so I'm going to go ahead and sign into App Store Connect. So let that sign in for a second. And again, if you haven't done it, it's completely fine. You can go ahead and there's nothing to freak out about, right? You can just watch this tutorial, or you could be doing this on Google Play if you want to, okay? So we're going to go to App Store Connect. So at this point, I clicked over here, go to App Store Connect, and then I'm going to go ahead and log into my account. So in this case, I've logged into an account, and basically when you do the App Store Connect, you're going to have to agree to the terms and conditions. You're going to have to set up your banking, and that's going to allow you to enable certain things that you're going to need to do, like deployments, that kind of stuff. And you obviously have to pay the $99, right? So at this point, we click onto my apps, and I've already got some dummy apps here, but I'm actually going to go ahead and create one. So I've got a revenue app, RevenueCat. This is one that I used when I was preparing, and this was like a mess around one. So what we're going to do here is create a new app. Okay. So really try and focus along now, please. Yeah. Cause it gets quite intricate. So click on new app, and then we're going to say it's going to be on iOS, right? And the name of this app is going to be, let's go ahead and do the following. I'm just going to say, let's pop in something like revenue, or let's just say YouTube demo, right? So my YouTube demo, that's it. All right, cool, easy as. Primary language, we're going to say is English, and I'm from the UK, so UK in it. And then we go ahead and do this, and you can see bundle ID. Now in this case, the bundle ID, we don't actually have our app deployed yet, right? So here, must actually use an Expo, can't be changed if you upload your first build. Okay, so in this case, we actually need to go ahead and register our new bundle. Now, what we actually have to do is deploy this app first and get a bundle up, right? So I'll show you how we do this. So I'm gonna pause here, go back to our code. Where the heck is my editor? Okay, yeah, back here. And this is where EAS comes in. So the Expo application service, right? So at this point, we're going to pause on our app development. We're going to handle the nitty gritty stuff. I'm going to go back to, where is it gone? Here, right? And over here. So EAS build, EAS submit, that kind of stuff, right? So I'm just double checking my notes as well, because it does get a little bit confusing. Right. So first things first, we need to create a test device, right? So I'm going to go ahead and basically connect my actual phone as a test device for this build. So that way I can actually go ahead and do things. So inside my, what the heck is it? Right. So inside my code, I'm going to go ahead and do EAS device : create. Okay. And at this point, what it will do is it will pop up and it will say, okay, there's an update, right? So I'm not going to do that. That's fine. I'm going to use the one that we already have. And you can see it says, would you like to automatically create an EAS project for RevenueCat app YouTube, which is the one that I am in right now. So yes, I'm going to say enter. Creating RevenueCat on Expo. Cool. And now this is basically the interesting part. So this command is basically link local project to EAS project. Yes, there you go. This command lets you register Apple devices for internal distribution of your app, which is basically how we're going to test it. So what you're doing is you're deploying it to your internal distribution network, which is in this case us, right? So we need to go ahead and create an Expo account. So at this point, if you weren't logged in, you'll be prompted to log in. I've already logged in, so I'm going to go ahead and enter. Now we need to log into our Apple developer account. Now this is where and I expect a lot of people to kind of, at this point, you either watch on or you're going to basically get the US dollar App Store Connect subscription fee. But at this point, you would have to enter in your App Store developer account details. So in this case, I've already done that. I've already got an App Store developer account. So in this case, I've done that. And then I've actually logged in. So it's gone ahead and used my login for my keychain. And now it will say, what account do you want to do? So my main account is my name. And then you've got the Reactive Entrepreneur is my podcast. So that is also an Apple product that we have, right? So it's a podcast. And if you haven't checked it out, definitely go check it out, right? I'm going to do more podcast episodes. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and do my name. So we're going to go ahead and pop that in, Sergeant Sango. And then it says, how would you like to register your device? Okay. So at this point, you've got a few different things that you can do, but the easiest one by far is to click website. Okay. So if I go ahead and click website, now it gives us a QR code with this on it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you my phone. So I'm going to go take it over to my actual phone. So where's my phone? There we go. Boom. Okay. And now I've got my phone in my hand. Right. So this is literally a live example of my phone. Right. So I'm going to go to my camera. Right. I'm going to go here and then I'm going to say Expo Dev. And this is going to pop up a screen saying Expo Dev, set up your device for internal distribution. And then it says download profile. So at this point, I'm going to click download profile and it says website is down, try and download a configuration profile. I'm going to click on allow. And it says profile downloaded. Review the profile in settings app if you want to install it. So at this point, I want you to head into your settings, right? So I'm going to just hide my screen for a second while I go into my settings. I don't want anything to pop up that shouldn't. So in this case, I'm in my settings now and I'm going to go and type in the following. I'm going to type in profile. Okay, so the easiest thing that you can do at this point is go into your settings. I'm just typed in the settings app. So I've gone to the top and I've typed in profile. Then you have VPN and a device management. Click it. Okay, so at this point, I now have a VPN. So in this case, it says VPN screen and it says downloaded profile here, register for development. I click it. And as you can see, I've got the profile on my screen. Okay, so now you can see I've got the profile on my screen. And what I've essentially done here is I've basically gone ahead and enrolled in it. And I've already installed this, so I don't need to install it again. But if I was to do it, you can see I can pop in my password. So in this case, I pop it in and then install. Right, so the install will come up. Now I've already done this, so I'm not going to do that. Okay, so at this point, you should then have your register for development, right? So once you've done that, you also need to make sure you enable developer mode. So I'm going to show you how to also do developer mode. So once you're on your phone, go to your settings, and then you want to go to, let me just find it again. This one, I always actually lose where it is. Oh yeah, so you want to go to privacy and security. Okay, I'm just trying to check. There we go. Yeah. So you want to head to privacy and security tab next. You want to go all the way down to developer mode. Hit OK. And then you should be able to enable this, right? Enable this setting because this is going to allow us to install internal distribution apps onto our test device, our iPhone. Okay. Right. So at this point, we've got this. So I'm going to go back. And then you're also going to have, where did it go? Okay, that's fine for now. For now, that's completely fine. Yeah. So once you've done that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my previous apps just to kind of have a placeholder there. So now we've registered the phone. Okay. So now this phone will be able to accept, something if we were to push it to the distribution network. Okay. So everything's good on that front. Let me move there we go. Move my code back. Okay, cool. So now that that is done, we've added our device. So our device has now been added successfully. And then what I need you to do is go ahead and we're going to go ahead and create a development build for our app. Now, and the way we do this is we go ahead and say EAS build. Okay. Then we're going to say -- profile development. Okay. Then we're going to say -- platform iOS. So I'm building a development build for the iOS platform. Okay. Hit enter. And then you'll see it will go ahead and it will start something called an iOS internal distribution build. Now, this is the important part. Remember where it said you needed a bundle identifier? We didn't have that, right? In the App Store Connect settings. This is where we basically do it. So in this case, I'm going to leave it as it is, RevenueCat app YouTube, and then I'm going to hit enter. Okay. And then in this case, it will say, if you provide your Apple account, it will be able to generate all the necessary build credentials and fully validate them, blah, blah, blah. In that case, I'm going to say yes. It makes my life easier. So I've already done that. So I've already got my Apple account. Again, this will fail if you haven't got the App Store Connect developer, if you haven't paid for your developer fee, right? It's $99, or it depends where you are in the world, but that's what I had to pay. And in this case, you can see we've got all of our stuff. And then we basically, it will ask us to create a distribution certificate. Okay. So in this case, I've already created the distribution certificate. You, in this case, will actually have to do that. So it will prompt you at this point to do that. I've done that. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. So to reuse my distribution certificate. Then you see select devices for the ad hoc build. Now, this is the important part. That's my phone, right? So in that case, my phone is now registered. So from the previous step, that's why it's there. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter now. And then you can see handling ad hoc provisioning profiles. Basically, it's just securing it so only my phone is going to be able to use this app, right? There we go. And then it gets pushed out. Bam, bam, bam. All credentials are ready to build. Would you like to set up push notifications? No, not for this one. Yeah. And then we're going to upload to EAS build. Okay. So now this is uploading to EAS build. And this is basically where it gets queued for a build. Okay, so let's go ahead and check this out now. So if I go to this link right here, what we will see is we will see this being built out, and I'm just waiting it load on another screen, and then I'm going to bring it over to this screen. So right now what we can see is it will take me to this screen, and you'll see that this is actually going to go ahead and build out an internal distribution build. Now, the confusing part is you're probably wondering, hang on a minute. So I have to rebuild and deploy every time I make a change in my app. No. The actual crazy part that's really cool here is you do this build once, right? And then what you do is you basically open the app up on your phone, which I'll show you how to do, right? And then what happens is as you update the app on your phone, because you're running Expo Start, right? So it's running a server on your local machine. Because you're on the same Wi-Fi network, it streams the updates to your phone, which is damn cool, right? So you're developing and you're literally seeing the streamed updates to your phone. It's so cool, right? So it's actually, I was pretty mind blown when I saw that, right? So this will take a minute to go ahead and deploy. So we're going to let that do its thing, right? And in the meantime, we're going to go back over to Apple, to the App Store Connect settings, right? So in this case, the bundle ID. And here you can see, if we go cancel, I need to basically refresh. GG Mark says, keep in mind, if you add any modules or packages to the project, you need to rebuild 100%, right? If you do any yarn or, you know, like you add in a new dependency or anything like that, or for example, you added in Tailwind, right? Then you have to do that EAS build step again, because there's new dependencies that have to be built. It can't just stream the entire dependency, and it has to build that in the bundle. It can stream the UI updates, but it can't stream like entire dependencies. So in that case, yes, very good comment. Thank you so much. So that's why comments are so important for you guys to interact with me, right? So in this case, we'll create a new app. I just want to see as well, let's click bundle ID. Hey, there we go, guys. RevenueCat app YouTube. That's the one that we have. Awesome stuff. Someone says, take a water break. You look tired. I will. Thank you very much, right? I will have one in 1 sec. So here we're going to type in just YouTube demo iOS, YouTube demo app, right? Primary language is English UK, and then SKU. Let's just say YouTube app demo. I really don't make a difference. User access. You can okay, fine. Let's just click on. I think I did full access right now, but okay, let's do full access for now. So that's going to create a new app in the App Store. Right. Oh, we have our first app in the App Store, guys. At this point now, you can see down here subscriptions. All right. So this is where we start getting really fancy. All right. So we start doing some crazy stuff. But basically, what we now need to do is create a subscription. Right now, you can also start messing around with in-app purchases for single purchases, that kind of stuff. But we're going to be covering subscriptions today. So I'm going to go to subscriptions. And let's just have a look on that build 1 second. Okay, so you see that build's building. It's going to take about 10 minutes. So in the meantime, we're going to set this up. So this is where RevenueCat and the next bit go hand in hand, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to click on subscription groups, right? And what I'm actually going to do is just have a reference open on the side so I can teach you in a smooth way. I don't make a mistake. That's silly. It's published for now. No, so basically Kirby asked a good question. So right now it's basically deploying to an internal distribution. It's basically making this and deploying an internal distribution build, but only my phone can access that because of the way I added it to my EAS network earlier. Right, so you have to add the provisioning profile to be able to access that, and then you also have to enable developer mode. Okay, so quite important. Yeah. Still in Dubai? Yes, I am, Simon. So in this case, subscription groups. Let's click on create, and in this case, we're going to create a subscription group. And here, what I'm going to call it is, let's call it our pro subscription. Okay, pro subscription. Let's call it and click create. And this is a subscription group, so you can have different subscriptions inside of here. Now, inside of here, I'm going to have two subscriptions. One is going to be pro monthly, and one is going to be pro annual. So here I'm going to click on create, and this one's going to be pro monthly. Product ID here. Let's go ahead and say that this one is just going to be our pro, right? So I'm just going to call this one pro, and then I'm going to call the next one pro annual, right? So, right. So we're going to call pro monthly pro, and then pro annual is going to be pro annual, right? So let's go create. Oh, I've already done that. Yeah, so I've already got an app that's doing this. So I'm going to say pro monthly. Let's just do pro monthly and pro yearly. Okay, so pro monthly. There we go. Actually, probably easier, to be fair. It's probably clearer. Right, now we've got this. Now this is the important part, okay? So we have to fill this out correctly. Now the subscription duration is going to be for 1 week, right? So in this case, 1 month, right? Now this bit, I want you to kind of take your time, go through it, right? So we got 1 month, right? So this is a monthly subscription. And then we're going to go to subscription prices, right? Now, this is where you can have a localized pricing. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and say, Derek, what's up, man? Good to see you back, dude. Thank you so much. Add subscription price. And in this case, we can add in, different prices, that kind of thing. So let's just imagine our monthly price for this app was £4.99, right? You can say whatever, region you want. Click next, and then look what it's going to do. It will calculate the price internationally. Now, this is something I really actually like about the App Store is that, for example, if you wanted to make it cheaper in a certain country, you can actually go ahead and do that. So for example, I know in some countries, especially when I have certain audiences who basically want us to reduce pricing in certain countries, you can definitely do that, right? So you can definitely do that here, and you can make it cheaper in some countries, you can make it more in other countries. Whatever you decide, it's up to you, it's your app, right? So in this case, we're going to do that. We're going to say next. And this we're doing it in all these countries. You click confirm, make sure you're looking for it, and then confirm. You can also download it. Right, so let's do that. And then, right, so you can see current pricing for new subscribers. Good stuff. And then we've got App Store localization, right? So in this case, you can actually go ahead and change how it would appear in different areas of different apps, for example, right? So in this case, you can go ahead and pop in so localization, so how it would appear in Arabic, how it would appear in English, and so forth. So in this case, imagine we had like pro monthly discount, right? So pro monthly, subscription. So pro monthly, and then you could say something like, let's just say pro monthly. So a pro monthly subscription to access pro stuff. Access Pro, basically, yeah. So basically, you can I keep saying basically, sorry guys. You can go ahead and change all of that. So basically, in all of the different stores, it will say different things. I'm gonna try my best to not keep repeating what I just said, right? So then you need to take a screenshot of the app. Okay, so in this case, take a screenshot of the app. And what I've done here is I've already got a screenshot of another app, or I've honestly just taken any screenshot here. But really what you can do to really kind of easily make your life super clear here is you can just go ahead and go click, and then that'll take a screenshot, right? So that's, if you didn't know that, you can actually do that fairly straightforward. Quick way to clip a screenshot. And then here I'm just going to say test app development. Yeah, so obviously in the real world you would add like a pro screen or something like this, and then actually explain, you know, this is for pro. It's going to have a lot more it's going to have I don't know the code. There's going to have a lot more description here about what your pro offers, right? If this is an actual production app, you would obviously put a lot of time into this point and then do that, right? So we're going to go ahead and hit save. Cool. And then Patty says, I was so curious about how to connect mobile apps to the App Store. This tutorial is insane. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Right? Family sharing as well. You can turn on here. And I think it was here that I did the other step as well for a trial. I think it was here. No, was it? No, it was in a different bit, I think. Okay, but anyway, we're going to go back. So we've done that bit. And basically you want it in a, oh no, so if it's missing the error, it's not good. It should be in a ready to submit state. Add localizations we need to do. So add localizations, App Store localization. Oh yeah, so at the top level, we need to add App Store localization. So in this case, subscription groups, we can just call it Pro, monthly, oh no, sorry, Pro subscription. Keep it as the app name, custom name, blah, blah, blah. In this case, is the English customization. But obviously you can add as many as you want. And I would honestly say you should, right? If you have an Arabic audience, you want to allow your Arabic audience to see everything in Arabic. If you have an Indian audience, you want to see everything in Punjabi or Hindi, or, you know, any language you want, French, Spanish, whatever you want, it's all going to be here. That's where you add in the different languages, okay? So now we're going to go ahead and pop in another one. We're going to say Pro Annual, okay? And then here, or Pro Yearly, let's call it Pro Yearly. Right, and this one's going to be called Pro Yearly, okay, and click create. Okay, and now you can see that's better. Subscription duration is 1 year, so this will be a yearly subscription, and we're going to do the same thing, right? So in this case, let's imagine your yearly subscription was like $34.99. Right, so it will be cheaper to subscribe yearly than it would be to annual, because obviously that's the way it works. In most cases, we're going to confirm all of our pricing options. And then let's just go ahead and check on our app build. So you can see that's got 5 minutes remaining. So we're doing pretty well, guys. It's actually really good. This actually worked out very well, right? App Store localization. And also, by the way, you're probably going to have to fill out your taxes and all that kind of stuff when you set up your App Store Connect account, okay? App Store localization, let's do it here. So we can say Pro Yearly. And then description, we can say your access to Pro Yearly subscription. Okay, like so, right? And same thing over here, by the way. We're going to add in a screenshot. So I'm just going to add a dummy screenshot for now. And remember, there actually has to be a correct sort of, it has to be in the correct dimension, right, or the correct resolution. So that's why I did a direct screenshot from the phone itself, and it will tell you that it's incorrect if you're not giving it a correct resolution one, right? So I'm going to say Pro Yearly subscription test, right? So obviously it should be fully thought out, right? And then we're going to click on save, I believe. So save, yeah, that's all good. Save. Okay, so save and hit back. So subscriptions. Now we've got our Pro monthly, our Pro yearly. This is good. And then we go back to subscriptions, and you can see now we've also got one. Where did I add in? There's also a way while we're waiting for the app to get deployed. Now we need to basically go ahead and prepare to connect this to RevenueCat, right? So once we've got this down, you need to go to users and access, right? So click on users and access. And then you should have this area, right? So you've got me, you've got sandbox testers. So this is important now, guys. So this one, okay, now I stress this when I say this. Use a different sandbox ID compared to your normal Apple ID, right? And then when you have your sandbox ID, you actually have to set that up in your iPhone settings. So the place to do that is actually in, so I think it's, let me see, where is it? Sandbox settings. Where the hell did I put it? Anyway, there's a point where you need to find it, right? And we will find it, so don't worry. I'll definitely find it afterwards. Okay, so at this point, I want to go to here, and I want to basically create a sandbox tester. So I've already created one, and I've done UAE, right? Because I'm in Dubai, right? But obviously, that's why I was seeing dirhams, right, with the currency here, when I was trying to purchase. Now, the really good thing about this is that basically you can have a, you know, an email and a password. And basically, once you click edit and you click it, you can click on clear purchase history. Now, what this does is it simulates you never having bought the test subscription in the first place. So you can try the subscription out, then you can click on clear purchase history, and then it will basically go ahead and act as if you never did the subscription, right? Remember, obviously, it's all fake anyway. It's like in sandbox mode, right? So that's important. And then we're going to have keys. Now, keys is obviously our next important thing. So if we go to in-app purchase, you can see we've got a subscription key, right? So this is going to be important as well in just a second as well. So firstly, let's go over to our RevenueCat. So RevenueCat is the place to be. This is where we're going to basically set everything up to make the whole app work. So we're going to go ahead and log into RevenueCat. So I'm going to log in right now. And you can see I've already got a few projects here right now. We're going to go to projects. We're going to create a new project. We're going to go ahead and call this one YouTube RevenueCat Demo. Okay, create project. Now, in this case, we can start by adding an app. So it's super easy to actually follow their instructions. Okay, guys, we're almost at 500 likes. That is sick. All right, keep going. So check this out. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and do App Store. And remember, you can actually hook up App Store, Play Store, Stripe, and Amazon in one place, which is damn sick. So we're going to click on App Store. Then we're going to go ahead and type in, just call it YouTube RevenueCat app. It doesn't really make a difference, right? And then let's go back to our, so the bundle ID is quite important, right? So inside of our code, what you will find in eas.json is it eas.json? No, it wasn't here. It was app.json, I think. No, app.json, yeah. So iOS bundle identifier is here. Okay, so there it is. You want to copy it from app.json bundle identifier, and then you basically want to go back to over here and paste it. Okay, now you've got App Store Connect app shared specific secret. So if you click on it'll say, what the hell is that? And it will tell you basically where to go to get it. So in this case, we need the key. So all you need to do is go into your App Store Connect, My Apps, select your app, app information, general, manage, and then you should see app specific shared secret. So I'm going to go into it right now. So I'm going to go into the app. So let's go into our app. So this is my demo app. Then we're going to go into, was it services? I can't remember. Was it services? App information. Yeah, okay, I found it. Yeah, so app information on the left. And then we're going to go to app specific shared secret. Click on manage and then here, generate. So I'm going to click generate and I'm going to hide my screen. So I'm clicking generate, and what's happened is it's given me a shared secret. So I'm copying my shared secret right now, right? So I'm smashing the copy button, and make sure you note this down because otherwise you have to regenerate it if you lose it, okay? So I've copied it now. Then what I'm doing is I'm going over to my RevenueCat now. Okay, so I've gone over to my RevenueCat and I'm going to click on set secret, and I'm going to paste in the value here, and then I'm going to click set. Okay, so I'm pasting in the value and then I'm clicking set. And that's it, right? So I've saved my secret now. Then you've got in-app purchase. We don't need to do that right now, but eventually you will need to put in a P8 file from App Store Connect. So I would Google that. Once you go to the actual full deployment, you're going to have that, right? So we'll do that there, or you can do that in another tutorial, I think. For now, we'll save the changes. We'll go over to, you can see now it's pulling everything in. Let's go to API keys. We've got a key over here. So this is going to be our public specific keys. So in this case, this is a special key we're going to actually need to use very shortly. Okay. And then we're going to go over to Oh yeah, here. This is where the magic happens. Right. So products, offerings, entitlements. Right. So these are different ways in which you can go ahead and pass basically your app information. Right. So think of it this way. Products are going to essentially be the lowest level. They're going to be essentially the in-app purchases, the in-app subscriptions. So in our case here, what we're going to have different products for different reasons. Now I'm just going to quickly make sure I get this 100% right, so I don't make a mistake in teaching this. But what we essentially have is for products, we're going to have pro monthly and pro yearly. Okay, so let's go ahead and click new, and you can see we're clicking on our YouTube app, and here now the identifier is very important. Remember previously what we did was we set up our subscriptions. So let's go back to subscriptions. Inside of subscription groups, you can go ahead and see these two product IDs, right? So subscription, pro monthly, pro yearly. So you want to take the ID. This is very important. You get the ID right. You're going to copy the identifier here. So we're going to do monthly first, create a product. Okay, so it's the lowest level, right? Now we've got this. Now you've got entitlements, right? And you've also got offerings, right? So in this case, we've got entitlements. We've also got offerings. So the first thing we want to do here is we want to have, where is it? So we need to create a entitlement here. And the entitlement here is going to be the pro monthly. And this is going to say pro access to all features, right? Add. And you can see it says 0 products. We go into our products, we attach the association to it. There you go. Okay. Now, the way that I like to do it is you can do it with entitlements, but offerings is kind of the simpler way to do it. So offerings are basically a selection of products that are offered to a user on a paywall. So you can do entitlements are slightly different. They basically represent a level of access, right? So if you see pro access and so forth, right? So in fact, I made a mistake here. I actually did it as, no, I did I make a mistake here? No, yeah, I did. So, okay, so in this case, don't worry about entitlements for now. We're not doing that. We're doing more so on the paywall side of things. So go on to paywall and offerings, and we're going to go on new, okay? Now for the paywall here, we're going to call this pro, okay? And we're going to say the pro membership subscription, okay, and then add. And now, as you can see inside of here, we're going to have two packages inside of here. One is going to be for monthly, one is going to be for annual, okay? So inside of here, let's go ahead and add in the monthly. So in this case, identifier monthly, you see this custom, and we're going to go ahead and say pro. So just pro monthly is here, okay? And you can see what we do is we attach the product to it. So in this case, I attach my monthly product to it. So that's it. That's the easiest way you want to do it. So offerings, then we have pro, and inside of here, we'll have two selections. Each one is going to be attached to its product. So monthly, and we need to make a yearly now. So let's go ahead and do the same thing for the app. So we're going to say pro yearly. This was the same thing we did here for pro yearly. Okay. Create product. And now we go to offerings, we go to pro, we go to, go back. Pro, and create a new one called identifier is yearly. So annual. And then we'll say yearly, pro subscription, basically. Add. Oh, God, that's going to bug me so much. Right, there we go. Pro yearly. There you go. I didn't think it was undoable, but there we are. There's no need to freak out. Pro monthly, pro yearly. And then I'm going to basically attach it to the pro yearly. There we go. So you see, once you connect all of this up, then you can basically, we connect it. We set it up correctly the first time. So products, then offerings is what we're doing. We're not touching entitlements today, okay? So products and offerings is what we're doing. And then you've also got your integrations, experiments, A/B testing, all that kind of stuff. Okay. So in this case, for this, it's got no associated entitlements for now. That's fine. Okay. So now what we can do is, I believe actually, you know what, we should actually pass this to. So for now, just to get rid of this error, I'm going to pop in. I'm going to say this is pro access, right? Just entitlement pro. and associated products are pro yearly and pro monthly. Okay, because if you're, so you can either do it by entitlement. So in this case, a level of access. So pro, for example, it should be pro. Well, why is that called pro? It should be, I have updated it, no? Oh, the description only changed. Okay, so really I would have named that pro, and then I would have had pro monthly, pro yearly. But anyway, the easiest way is products, then offerings. Set up your offerings. Okay, cool. Now that that's done, I think we're good to go on this front. Okay, here we are. State build in progress. So now this build is almost done. Good stuff, right? It's faster the second time. It's just obviously it's got to cache it the first time. Okay, so now that that's good, what we're going to do is basically start coding our app to get it all in the correct state that it needs to use. Okay, so let's go to our code and let's start creating things as we need it. So that way we're ready when it's deployed. Okay, so I'm going to create something called a custom hook. Okay, so in React, this is a very good thing to know how to do. So we're going to go ahead and do that right now. And we're almost at 500 likes. Let's go, guys. Absolutely incredible. We're going to create a folder called hooks, and I'm going to create a file called use RevenueCat, right? .ts. All right. And now in here, oh no, sorry, this is a .TypeScript. Oh yeah, .ts. Let's just put an X on it for now, because I mean, you could potentially, right? So in this case, here we're going to have a functional component. So really, all this is a React Native functional component, or it's actually just a function, right? So it's a function, and we're going to call it use RevenueCat, and it's a custom hook now. So you're also learning how to make custom hooks in this tutorial. And we're also going to say export, and this one is not going to export. Yeah, export default revenue. Yeah, there you are. Okay, so this is the start. This is your base. Now what we're going to do is we're going to have all of the sort of, clever logic and the stuff associated around this. So first thing I need a bunch of different imports from React Native and React Native purchases. So let's pop those in right now. Okay. So we've got platform, which will help us determine what we're on, Android or iOS, purchases, customer info, and purchase offering, right? So React Native purchases, this is how we're going to connect to RevenueCat, right? Why can't we integrate the payroll directly in our code? Because remember, we're trying to do everything in a cross-platform sense. RevenueCat allows us to do that cross-platform approach with one bit of code. If you're doing it directly to the App Store, you're going to have to do it directly for iOS, directly for Android. In this case, you do it in one instance and it works for both. That's why you want to do it. Okay. Obviously, I'm only showing you the single way of doing it, right? So in this case, I'm only going to do this as a demo tutorial purposes, but you should be storing these in, in environment variables. But here, just to simplify it, so you can see it all in the same screen. So your RevenueCat Google API key for here, we're going to use the RevenueCat iOS key. So let's go back to our RevenueCat, go to API keys, and we will have a public key that we will use. So you can see here, public app specific API keys. We're going to take that key and we're going to pop it in here. And this should be in a special file, right? It should be an environment file. And then we're going to say const, and then this is where we start preparing our state. Okay, so I'm going to create a few different things here to keep track of, right? And this is actually going to return us three things. I want to know the current offerings that we have in RevenueCat. So I want to know what membership options we have. So like pro yearly, pro monthly. I want to know the customer's current information and their current state. And I want to know if the user is a pro member. All in this function, all neatly wrapped up, right? And I'm going to show you how easy that is, right? So we're going to say current offering. So one for the current offerings. Set current offering. And then here we'll say equals use state, and you're either going to basically get the purchase offering back. Purchase offering. Why am I not getting this back? Use state. We're either going to get purchase offering back or no. Right. And it's going to be initialized with no to begin with. And then we're going to have the same thing for customer info. Okay. So the same two things for customer info and current offering. So two pieces of state right now. And then we're also going to have, basically, we're going to check the customer info object eventually to see if their active subscription includes either pro monthly or pro yearly. And the way we do this is we say const is pro member. And obviously you can memorize this if you want to, but I'm just going to show you very simply. We're going to say customer info dot active subscriptions, and we're going to use optional chaining here as well because that could be no. And then we could say if it is, so this is a few different ways you could do this, right? You can firstly say if directly into the thing, so you can actually go ahead and do like pro here, but I'm actually going to make it a little bit easier. I'm just going to say if it dot includes and say pro monthly, yeah, or, and obviously what I would recommend here highly is that you have these in constant files, right? So you have something like a const and different types. So in this case, you could have something like types of membership, or membership. And then here you would have your pro monthly, or so you'd say monthly, and also yearly, yeah? So that way you've got like a dedicated monthly. And why is this freaking out? Cannot find monthly, or types of membership, sorry, dot monthly, yeah? Or if it's type yearly, right? So that way you've got a const. Right, there we go, nice. And now that will tell us if the user is pro or not, basically, right? So if they have an active membership, which is either monthly or yearly, that in RevenueCat, okay? So then we're gonna have a use effect now. This is where we start having the custom hook magic. We're gonna have a dependency array. We're gonna import the use effect like so. And this is where we do our special stuff, okay? So we need to do an asynchronous bit of code. Now, when we do an asynchronous bit of code inside of a use effect, we have to wrap it in a function. So we're gonna say const fetch data equals an asynchronous function. And then inside of here, we're gonna say, firstly, we need to enable the debug logs for our purchases. So that way it can tell us more insightful information. So this is the purchase API. And then we're basically gonna detect, or if we're on an iPhone or if we're on a Android. So the way we do this is we say if the platform operating system is Android, configure our purchase API with the Google key, right? If it's iOS, then configure with the Apple key, right? And obviously if this was the case and you're using environment variables, at this point you'd say process.m.google API key, process.m.api Apple API key, and so forth, right? Then what we do is we say const, and then we need to basically get all of the offerings, right? Now the offerings, just to make super clear, are in RevenueCat. Remember, we went ahead and we actually set up the offerings. So I need to basically get all of the offerings. So these two offerings, okay? Well, the actual pro off is the offering, and then I need to get the packages inside of it. So in this case, I'm gonna say const offerings equals await purchases get offerings, okay? And I'm gonna do the same for the customer info. I'm gonna say const customer info equals await.get purchases get customer info, and that's what we want, okay? So that this will get us the customer information. This will get, see how you hover, it says gets current customer info, and here it gets us offerings and so forth. And you can always look at the purchase offerings to detect what type you're getting back. And then you can even look into that and see what kind of stuff you get back and so forth. Like active subscriptions is a string array and so forth, right? So it's just a handy way to do it. And then we need to set that to our current pieces of state. So in this case, set current offering to customer, to offerings.current, right? So in this case, current offerings configured in the RevenueCat dashboard, or you can even show all of them. But in this case, I just want to show the current ones. And then we're going to say set customer info to the customer info, like so, okay? Now, once that's done, we need to execute our fetch data. So we're going to say fetch the data. And if there's any issues, we're simply going to console log them, console error them, right? So that's an easy way of writing basically this. It's an easy way of just saying that. Okay, so in this case, I'm just going to do console.error, hit save, like so, right? That's awesome. Now, that's perfect so far. We have no external dependency inside here, so we're good. Then we're going to have a second use effect, right? So in a function with, there we go, I'm going to say const, and this is basically going to be a listener now, okay? So what this will do is it's going to basically every time the user's information updates, for example, if they got if they subscribe to the pro membership, this should ping off and tell us, right? And it didn't have a detached listener function, in case anyone's wondering. So that's what I would typically do here. In the cleanup function of the user effect, I would detach listener, but it didn't have that here. So I was assuming it just did it itself. And you even got one for, I think that's, no, it doesn't exist. Yeah. I was going to say const customer info updated object equals asynchronous. So I'm going to create an asynchronous function here. And I'm going to go ahead and say purchaser info. So this actually has an argument here. And then we're going to update. So basically this is a function, and I'll show you how what we're going to do here, right? So this is a function that we're going to attach to a listener right now. So we're going to say attach it to the purchases dot add customer info update listener. And then what you do is you pass in your function, and what this does is this is essentially getting passed through here. And if you don't believe me, you can check here by doing this. And now if we hover over A, you can see A is customer of type customer info, hence why I've done it here. Okay, so that's basically how you detect the type. So in this case, we got our customer info, and then we basically set it with that. So that's basically what's happening. And if you're wondering, it returned nothing, otherwise I would have detached it in the cleanup function. Okay, so done. And then we have no dependency management here, that's because there's nothing in there as well. Okay, and then what we want to do is we have all of these things happening behind the scenes now with user effects. So they're going to get updated. It will tell us if a user updates and so forth. And then what I want to do is I want to return these objects. So this is our custom hook part of it. We're going to return the current offering, the customer info, and his pro member. And what's beautiful about this now is that in that hook now, I can call it anywhere inside my app, and it will tell me if the user's a pro member, it will tell me all the RevenueCat offerings, and it will tell me the customer's current information, right? So pretty sick, right? So in this case, we're going to go ahead and close that, and now we can start implementing it. So I want to show you right now, if we go to the home screen, let's test this to see if this even works, right? So firstly, I'm going to go over here, and then I'm going to just go ahead and close this out. So come on, okay. And now the thing is, right? So this is the point at which we are limited, because we cannot test the actual purchases with a simulator, right? We will get restricted at some point here. So what I will show you is there is a setup process where you can activate, I think, the storefront API or something. You can basically set up your simulator in a way with Xcode and all that stuff. But I'm going to show you how like I said, how to test it on a real device, hence why we deployed it to EAS, right? So on the home screen now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull in our custom hook. So I'm going to go ahead and say custom offering, go ahead and pull in our custom hook. So just like we have other hooks, I have one here. And what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to log out current offering to see what happens. So I'm going to say debug current offering, right? And let's see what we see. In this case, there we go. You're trying to use a module that is not supported in Expo Go. You need to create a development build of your app. So that's the problem, right? So in this case now, this is where we need to create a development build. So this is where we move over to the simulator. So I didn't need to stop it there. npx expo start. So now what I want you to do is I want to basically close the simulator, because that's the end of the journey for the simulator. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to move over to our phone. Okay. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to go to the deployment. So this one here. So iOS internal distribution build. This will finish. You click install, and this is where on the phone now, I will show you what we need to do. Okay. So on my phone, what I'm now going to do is I'm going to go ahead and scan this code. So I'm opening up my camera. I go ahead and pop in, it says open in iTunes. And then you can see here it says, would like to install RevenueCat app YouTube. Okay. So I click install, and now this is installing it onto my phone. Okay, so I'm now going to go ahead and locate that on my phone. So I'm going to go into my photos, and right now what I would do is simply just do a little search, right? So basically pull down, I'm not going to show my search, but basically go into your search in your home screen and you pull down and you follow that, because I don't want to show in case there's anything there. And then basically what you'll do is you'll find the app that we just deployed. Okay, so our one is called RevenueCat app, and that's literally an app name, right? So in this case, I've now gone ahead and loaded the app, and this is what you'll see. right? So this is literally an app on my phone now. So you can see it's literally an app, RevenueCat app YouTube. So you just need to search for that app and you'll find it. Okay. So now at this point, you should see we don't have a development server running. It's like blank. Okay. How do we do this? So this is where it gets really cool, right? So right now I'm charging the phone again. So I'm going to go ahead and restart my server. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and do R to refresh. Where is it? Fetch development servers. Let me go ahead and actually do Expo. Let me go ahead and do this. Sorry. Let me do Expo start MPX. Sorry, MPX Expo start. Dash dash dev dash dash client or dash dash dev client. Okay. And now what you'll see is this should go ahead and fetch up our app over here. So let's just double check. Oh, in fact, I don't think I've actually got the, I think I needed to actually install that provisioning profile. I don't think I did it. All right. So firstly, 500 likes, boom, we smashed it. Amazing stuff, guys. Yeah, so at this point I've messed up somewhere, so I should have actually installed that. Okay. All right, so at this point what I want to do is actually I want to install that provisioning profile that I completely ignored earlier. All right. Oh, okay. Let's do that again. So in this case, right, well, I've just showed that. That's fine. This song gets me so hyped up. And then we're going to say EAS device create, which I've already done, but we're going to do it again just to show you. Okay, and we're going to go yes, yes. Okay, we're going to say website, yes. I'm going to register this, which I probably didn't do correctly the first time. That's my honest truth. So I'm going to go ahead and screenshot, get this. Expo dev, oops. Right. Download the profile, allow profile downloaded. I'm going to go into my settings right now. I'm going to go into the profile. So I'm going to type into the search bar, profile. And now I'm going to VPN and device management. I see downloaded profile is here. Register for development. Go ahead and do that. Install. Enter my passcode. So let's do that right now. And I'm going to install it. So now I clicked install, okay, which I didn't do properly before. And now you can see Expo Dev, your device is ready to run your internal development builds. So that's where I kind of messed up, right? So I don't think I did it correctly the first time, right? Now what I'm going to do is reopen the app that I had opened previously. All right, so in this case, oh no, actually, Sonny, I'm so stupid sometimes. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my app. So many steps, right? MPX Expo start. Yeah. And now watch this. So that QR code that popped up, now all we need to do is scan it. Oh, so stupid, right? So scan it. And then this will pop up on our phone here. So once you're on this screen, I need you to go ahead and click on the development build, and it will say open in RevenueCat app YouTube. Yes. And then you want to click on allow. You want to click on reload. And just like that, hey, look at that. Now it says hello there, friend, blah, blah, blah. Right. And then you can shake to get to this, right? So if I shake my phone now, so basically, look, I look like a crazy man. But look, if I'm on my phone right now. So this is actually the app that we built right now. So you see, I can do all the things we did previously. I know it's not focused. It's super annoying. Right, so in this case, I can do all the stuff we were doing previously. If I click on the top bit over here, so I'm just trying to show you. And if I talk over there you go. You get even the pop-up and all sorts, yeah? But now, if I go ahead and shake it. Okay, shake it. Yeah, there you go. Then it pops up with the debug menu. Okay, so that's how you access the debug menu on this bit. So you just shake the phone. Okay. Now once you're on here, I want you to click on Remote JS Debugger. All right. So Remote JavaScript Debugger, and you see what happened. The minute I clicked it, it opened up a React Native debugger on my computer. And what you'll find is now I've got the debug logs on my computer. So if I inspect this screen by doing inspect, now you can see I've got my debug. Remember the one that I showed you? And I can see, yes, we can see it, monthly, annual. Let's go. It's working, right? So this is exactly what I wanted to see. All right, so in that case, yeah, so that's what you had to do. I'm so sorry, I messed that up. You just had to scan the bloody QR code. This is stupid. Whenever you see a QR code, just scan the thing, right? It helps you out, right? But yeah, there you go. So now we have it on our phone. So this is, and by the way, guys, I promise you something crazy. I'm gonna show you something. And this is what I initially thought, wait, that actually works. So check this out. If I go to my, basically, I just want to add in a bit of text here just to prove something to you. Yeah? So use text, just say hello world, right? I'm gonna pop it in. So if I hit save, it rebuilt my app. There you go. Weirdly, it wouldn't have to do that every time, by the way. Say hello world 1 2 3, save. Okay, maybe because I'm streaming, I guess it's doing that, but it won't. It doesn't always do that, right? But in this case, if I hit save now, I want to show you something. Remember that's streaming from my phone, right? So I'm gonna remove that text block and show you right now. So I'm going to remove it. I'm removing it and I'm hitting save. That's crazy. That is crazy. That just streamed to my phone. And if I undo it and I hit save, like that's nuts. And I'm stressing the point because I just find that absolutely crazy how that works, right? But yeah, so now you know basically what's happening, right? So let's hit 600 likes. But yeah, so now we've got the connection to our backend ready, right? So absolutely crazy. So it will literally stream it over your network to your development build. So that's what you need to do at this point, right? And now the awesome part is if you need to debug it, we have our debug logs here. So I can go ahead and cancel this. And remember, you can't click this because I'm streaming it. And by the way, if you want to see it on your computer, I'm using something called Reflector 4. To AirPlay to my phone, but as in right now, honestly, when you're developing, you can just have your phone in front of you. Okay, so now let's go ahead and test this. What I'm going to do is you're going to see me interact with the phone as well. But if I need to send a refresh command, I go to my terminal and I simply press R. So to R to refresh, and I can actually refresh the app. Right, and you can see it says debug logs. So in this case, I had a debug in the home screen which showed the current offering. Right, and that's what you see here, and this is what I get back. So I get the annual membership, I get all of this good stuff, available packages and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so this is really, really awesome right now, right? So now we're going to go ahead and take this knowledge. I'm going to put my song on because I like that song so much. Where is it? But we're going so well, guys. I'm actually so like, this is going sick. Okay, so the next thing is let's actually make this thing work. Okay, so we're going to go to oh yeah, so, let me get my code up. There we are. So now we're going to basically use the is pro member to determine if the user is actually a pro member or not. Okay, so we're going to go here. We're going to go ahead and say we don't actually care about the rest of these. We just is pro member for now. We're going to go down and basically first things first is at the top over here, if they're a pro member, I want it to say pro. Okay, so here I can say is pro member, then they're going to basically say pro. Otherwise, it's going to say upgrade. Okay, so I really don't know why it's doing that, yeah, but as in it's fine. It's just going to do that a bit, right? But in this case, now I've got upgrade. So if I click it, you can see on my phone it pops up. So I'm not clicking it, sorry, I'm pressing it on my actual, like I'm actually pressing the app, right? So now you can see it says upgrade because I'm not pro. Okay, now the same applies to here. So where we've got requires pro. All right, so requires pro is actually, we can do inside of here. So we go to action row. So let's hop over to action row. Now I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to pull through my here. And to be fair, we can just import what we need here. So, and then we don't need the rest of these just inside this file. We just need the is pro. That's all we care about right now. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to conditionally render some styling now. So first things first, I'm going to go ahead and say, we're going to have a little extra variable here saying locked for pro members is equal to if it requires pro and if they're not a pro member. So this means that if the prop that we pass through, so basically I'm saying if I passed a prop saying it required pro, then it would go ahead and lock it. And if they're not a pro member, so if it requires pro and you're not a pro, basically, then it should disable. So this will be true at that point if it's locked. Yeah, so now, oh god, that's so annoying. I don't know why it's doing that. Yeah, but anyway, we'll work for it. Okay, so once that happens, then what we can do is we can basically say the over here we can say the background color. If it's locked for pro members, the background color is going to be gray. Otherwise, it will be the color that we specified. So let that do a little weird refresh. And now you can see, boom, we get this add an exercise. That's all good, right? Everything looks good. And in fact, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to save it when I'm ready, right? So that way we don't get this weird spasm thing, right? And then I'm going to have locked for pro members and only show the following, like so. And then we're going to say, and I'm going to just pop in what I would show here. So I'm just going to have a nice little lock on the screen as well. Yeah, so after this, you see now we've got the pro little lock nicely added in, and that's going to be absolutely positioned in the top right if it's if locked pro is there. So in this case, I'm going to also disable, I think I disable, yeah, okay. So in this case, we're going to say that these buttons, for example, right now, if I press the button, you shouldn't do that, right? It shouldn't say this. It should instead take me to the paywall. So the way that I do that is I go to here and I basically say, okay, if it's locked for pro members, then I want to go ahead and basically navigate to the paywall instead. So I'm going to navigate to the paywall, else I'm going to navigate to the screen, right? So basically this, right? So in this case here, so we're saying navigation to navigate paywall, otherwise navigate to the screen. Okay, so let's go over here. There we go. Just going to change the song a bit. So now what will happen is if any of the colored ones, hey, you have access. Hey, you have access. Hey, you have access. And if I go to a pro one, whoa, you need to upgrade, right? So it blocks us now because the navigation is going straight to paywall if you're not a pro member. And you see how that works, right? So it's actually a really nice way of dealing with it. And it does exactly what we wanted. Okay, so at this point, now we need to go ahead and actually implement basically the bottom bit, right? So where the hell are my designs? Where are my designs at? There we are. Yeah, so I want to implement these two things. This, the starter 1 week trial and the 46% annually and the restore purchases. Now the annoying thing is where the heck is the trial, right? I have done the trial before. I'm trying to remember where I put the trial. So we will find it. I promise you, we will find it. It has to be an App Store Connect, right? So let's go find it. So App Store Connect, subscription upgrades, downloads. Okay, it was such a small setting. I remember finding it. It was pro monthly. I'm sure it was here. And then it was, don't be sending without music. I can turn the music down. So see if you guys can find it before me. Yeah. Where was it? There's a free trial option that I cannot find. There's a free trial option that I cannot find for App Store Connect. Right. So in this case, if I go back to subscriptions, I believe it was in sort of in that purchases. Well, I'm going to see it on my other project if I have it. So this is my other project right here. I've got here. So in this case, this is the other one. I changed the setting and for the life of me, I cannot find it. Right. So in this case, we have, no, that seems to be the old one, Jay, I think. Yeah, that's not going to work for this one. So let's go back. In-app purchases. No, it wasn't here. No. Okay, so we'll find it. We'll find it afterwards even. It might have been, no, so it wasn't here as well. Non-renewing. Okay, no. So it's fine. Let's build out the part where we can still sign up. That's fine. I can show you how to do it. And then I will implement remind me at the end, I will implement it. So let's go ahead and do this now. So I'm going to go ahead and implement the rest of it. So the actual sign up stuff. So in the upgrade screen, so the paywall, we're going to go to the paywall. And now I will show you. So I'm going to need my current offering that we had previously. So here. This one, and then I need the current offering. I don't care about the others in this case. Now for the current offering, Asian CK says, this is the most relatable programming experience. Honestly, that's why I do it live, because it's such rubbish when I see a tutorial and it's like everything's super perfect. This is not how it happens, right? Stuff goes wrong. Okay, so in this case, let's go to my current offering. Yeah, what am I doing? So we're gonna have, firstly, current offering may take some time to load. Okay, so in which case I'm actually gonna say if there is no current offering, then what I want to do is I actually want to return a loading indicator before we actually render anything. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say, return, and I'm going to import activity indicator from React Native. And this is basically going to go ahead and show a loader. So now if I go here, so I'm going to press it. I'm going to press it upgrade. And now you can see we've got a nice activity loader until the current offers are loaded, right? Because it will take a little bit of time for that to happen. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to say, I'm going to firstly have a monthly purchase button. Okay. And here, what we're going to have is a touchable opacity button underneath everything. So here, monthly subscribe, we're going to have a touchable opacity. Yep, like so. And in this button, I'm going to have two pieces of text. So one saying sign up, and the same thing again, and we're just going to change it up. So basically, I need the price, right? So I actually need the actual price. So I want it to basically say free trial for 1 week, blah, blah, blah. And then I want it to say the actual price afterwards. So I'm going to say current offering dot monthly. So you see how we can actually access it. The product itself, price string. So this will actually give me the price / per month, as it's a month after. Now, the reason why I'm doing this is if I show you, it will say free trial for 1 week, 20 dirhams month after. Okay, that's nice. Let's go ahead and do that right now. So let's style this up. So what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to pop the styling in. So I'm going to apply the styles. I've already explained a bunch of style, like what we're doing. We're giving it a bunch of styling here. I'm going to give this one some text white. Yeah, so text white. And then for the touchable opacity, I'm going to go ahead and give it the following styles. So I'm going to give it a nice little button style. So let's go ahead and pop this one here. Hit save. And now we've got a nice little button at the bottom. Okay. And we basically want to handle the purchase of this, right? So right now we don't have the free trial implemented. I will do that. But if I was to click this right now, it doesn't do anything. If I do on press, I want to do a handle monthly purchase. And I'm going to have two very similar functions here, which you can go ahead and feel free to actually refactor yourself and make it your own, like, you know, neater version. Because you can actually do that quite easily after this. So we're going to go and say const handle monthly purchase, and it's going to be an asynchronous function. Yeah. And then here, what we're going to do is we're going to say if there is no current offer, or if there's no monthly offer, then we're going to simply return. Right. And then again, when we optional chain is because it could be no, which is why we're protecting ourselves. And then what I'm going to say is I'm going to say purchase info. So basically, this is where we carry out the execution or the purchasing part. I say await purchases. So await purchases, and we import that from React Native. Yeah. And then we say dot purchase package. And in this case, what we do is we pass in the monthly package, right? Oops, sorry guys. Completely messed up. Yeah. Handle monthly purchase. We pass in the monthly package. And what this is going to do, it's going to tell RevenueCat that, hang on, you want to basically go ahead and purchase this package. Okay. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a debug here saying you bought the, basically, you bought, one second, what have I done here? Purchase info. Yeah, there we go. Purchaser info. And we'll just say monthly sub purchased. Yeah, just like that. Okay. And what I'm going to do is, you know what, I'm going to maybe, okay, it's fine. Keep it there. I'll just won't save you. We'll say, and then I'm basically going to say an alert, right? So if you're active afterwards, so if you've got a subscription and it all went well, we're going to say if purchaser, basically the customer's information, right? So in this case, purchaser info would be the customer's information that is returned. If their customer entitlements, active, pro. Basically, entitlements, remember, basically, okay, so that's very important actually. Remember, we did have entitlements, which was levels of access, right? And we included in that pro monthly and pro yearly, right? So in this case, pro monthly will be active, right? But I actually want to double check this to be sure of something. I want to go ahead and see what the console log will return, but let's go ahead and do .pro, because the identifier for our annual was, I believe it was here. So let's go ahead and see. So entitlements. So I called it, oh bloody hell, I called it pro monthly. Okay, so let's delete this one. Let's just get rid of this, delete entitlement. Yeah, so forget that. We actually want pro instead. It should be pro access. Yeah, and the hope, okay, this makes so much sense now. This is how we actually get the entitlement to use the thing. Okay, so in this case, now what we can do is we can attach the entitlement of pro monthly and pro yearly, and then we can check against that in the actual thing. Okay, that makes sense now. Right, pro yearly. Right, so at this point, that's good. And now we can do .pro. That's fine. Yeah, so, oh, sorry. So I just want to show one more. Then, if you've got the pro entitlement, which you will have because you purchased the monthly, okay. Then we're going to say navigation.go back, so it should close it afterwards. And then what's amazing is that because the users will then become pro, our listener should then fire off, and then it should work in the way that we expect it, right? Because then this will say is pro, and it will basically allow us through access, and that will also say pro after we've successfully done it. So let's go ahead and say handle monthly purchase. Let's go ahead and attach that to the correct thing. Handle monthly purchase. Okay, and let's try this out. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and give this a go. So I'm going to click on add an exercise, and boom, we get that, which is great. That's what we wanted. And then I'm going to click on free trial for one, as in we haven't got the free trial yet, but I'm going to click it. So I've pressed the button, and let's see what happened. Did I press it? Yeah. Okay, there we go. Okay, so that's good. That's a very good sign. And then you see the accounts popped up, and then we can click on subscribe. And also, by the way, in your settings, it will say sandbox account. You would put the test sandbox user that you set up in App Store Connect previously. Put that in, which is why I'm seeing Sunny Sanga plus test at gmail.com, right? So that's the name. And then you want to put in the passcode that you set for that test user. So I'm going to pop that in right now. So I'm doing that just now as we speak. And then I'm going to go ahead and hit sign in. Okay, so I'm signing in. And now if all has done well, what we should see is my purchase has gone through. Now it should say purchase is complete in a second. Okay, so give it a second. Obviously this is a sandbox. It's going to take a little bit of time. And then what we should see is that this will navigation go back should kick in. And then it should say, oh, there we go. We're pro. Amazing. Look at that. We said pro. And now we have a pro membership. Hey, look at that. We have a pro membership. And just to prove to you that that actually worked, all right, I'm going to go over to my RevenueCat now. So let's go to overview. And we are in the correct project, I believe. Yeah, we are in YouTube RevenueCat demo. Yeah, so click into that project. And then click on overview, sandbox data. And bear in mind, guys, this has all of my other projects in. But the one that we want to pay attention is pro monthly. That's the one we just set up. Pro monthly and pro yearly are the ones that we set up. Okay. You see where we've got pro monthly. We're going to click that. And as you can see, it's going to show that I subscribed to Pro Monthly for 19.99 dirhams, which was correct. Yeah. And by the way, it's showing total spent 0 because 1, we're in sandbox, and 2, because it's in a different currency. You can test that and it will show you if you did USD, right? So now what you can do is you can go ahead and see the user in here, right? So, and this is again, another really amazing reason to use RevenueCat. It shows when they first saw the app, it first shows when they opened the app, and it first shows when they started the subscription, right? So one thing you'll find as well is that your subscriptions in sandbox mode, I think it's every 5 minutes, will renew monthly. right? So every minute or so, it renews monthly. So that way you can test everything out. Otherwise, obviously, you're not going to wait an entire month, right? That's why you can see pro, because it's basically going to renew. And if we click here, indicates it was a renewal subscription. It was a subscription renewal on us. That's not the renewal yet. These are all renewals, all right? So in that case, there we go. We can see it. And obviously, as I mentioned before, it's because one, we're in test, and two, we're doing dirhams, not US, right? If you were charging US, you would see US dollars. Okay, so that's great. We're working. Now, how do we test this and actually get to the point where I want to deactivate my Pro again, right? So my Pro subscription. Well, I'm going to show you right now. Well, basically, all you need to do is go to delete user, go ahead and confirm. And then what we can do is restart the server. So in this case, if I restart my app, what you'll see is that we're locked out. Okay. Now, as you can see, if I click it, I'm no longer a Pro member because I deleted it, right? But really what you want to do is, if I was to go into my app right now and click restore purchases, which we were going to implement, I would be able to actually restore it, because technically on Apple, my sandbox user has still got access to it. But if you really want to do it correctly, so if I was to go ahead and press free trial, so I press free trial again, you'll see that it's going to basically tell me that I'm already subscribed. Yeah, you see that? I'm already subscribed, right? And the reason being is because unless I go to my sandbox testers and I go to edit and I clear purchase history, now you've basically reset that test user. Okay. So now what we got to do is, if we want to test this out properly, so you see it just restored my purchase for me. So in this case, yeah, it's restored it again. So now it's basically gone to RevenueCat. So basically what you have to do in tandem is delete the clear purchase history here, go to your RevenueCat, and delete the user from here. So go to overview, sandbox, go to this user and delete them. So go to your user and basically remove them. And that's how you do a full test, right? And now if we refresh, so R to refresh, you'll see that now this one should, yeah, there we go, right? It gets deactivated. And then if we do it now, upgrade, cool. And obviously you can handle you can put a loader in at that point, right? So you can have a splash screen while it's doing that. I'm just showing you obviously without any of that stuff. If I now click here, you'll see it will offer me the opportunity to upgrade, right? And I think Jay actually found what I was looking for. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. That's amazing, right? So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the annual. Let's go ahead and get the annual in. So let's go ahead and do this now. So the annual subscribe. Right, so I'm going to do the same thing for annual subscribe. And to be honest with you, what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to pop in the snippet of code for the styling. So actually, no, I'll do it properly. I'll show you fully. So we'll say for annual, I'm only going to include annual if annual actually existed. So we'll say if current offering.annual exists, then we'll basically have a touchable opacity. So a touchable opacity. Okay. And then inside of here, I'm going to have a piece of text saying something per year. Okay, so this is going to be the price string. Okay, that's so annoying. But anyway, we got there. Yeah, then we're going to have the price string. And then I'm going to basically have a nice little formula to help you out here. So what I'm actually doing here is I'm showing you how much you save if you sign up annually. And I'll show you how I've done it. It's a little formula. And basically what I've said here is I've said save this much percent annually. And all I've done here is a little formula where I'm basically calculating the percentage of, if you were to pay monthly for 12 months, the difference, basically how much percent would you save if you simply paid annual, right? So this is a simple mathematical formula where I do 1 minus the difference here, and then I times it by 100 to get the percent, and I just do it to precision 2 to give me a 2 character. So I never want to go over 100%, for example, right? Then I hit save. And check this out. Okay. Now you can see save 46% annually, right? So that's nice. So now we're saving 46 to be able to do that. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is add in the styling. So let's go ahead and do that right now. I'm going to add in the touchable opacity styling. Last name. There we go. Beautiful. And then I'm also, while we're here, I'm going to add in a touchable restore purchases button. Right, so I'm going to obviously implement this, but again, the actual UI part of it is going to be here. Right, so for this bit, I'm going to have an on press for handle annual purchases. So So I need to create my restore purchases and handle annual purchases. And I'll show you the difference between the two and how we're going to implement them. So going back up now, let's create our handle annual. And the handle annual is honestly the exact same in many ways, except we're basically changing the annual. So obviously you can see there's a room to refactor here. I'm not going to go through it all, but you can definitely refactor it here and say, if it's monthly, handle it this way. If it's annual, do it this way. So we're simply going to go into here and we're going to change the monthly to annual. Okay. And in this case, the entitlement would still be the same because annual and monthly still get the entitlement of pro. Okay. And then, yeah, so in that case, now we should see the annual. So once I hit save, we're gonna get a little flickery weirdness and then restore purchases. Okay. So I forgot to do that. So let me move this over here. So restore purchases is going to be the last one. And the restore purchases, actually, believe it or not, a lot easier than you think. Restore purchases. And this, for example, is perfect for, let's imagine I pay for my monthly subscription, but I got a new phone and I downloaded the app and for some reason it doesn't think I'm a pro member. And that's happened in a lot of cases. I guarantee you it's happened with me a lot of the time when I've gone onto a new device and I'm like, well, hang on a minute, I pay for pro. Why am I not a pro member? That's simply because it hasn't done a little fetch to the backend or to App Store Connect or Google Play to say, is this person actually paying a subscription to us or not? So in that case, you just have to restore purchase. It restores that connection and then it knows that you're still a pro member. So I'll show you how we do that right now. We simply have an asynchronous function. And again, all of this is made this simple because of RevenueCat. So it is actually really nicely done. We'll say info equals, and it is going to be restore. It's not restore transactions, it's restore purchases. Okay. And then what we do is we're going to do a simple check and we're going to allow on the screen. We're going to say, if your active subscriptions length was actually greater than 0, then you definitely you were subscribed before, and it's going to say you're now restored. But if it wasn't, and you wasn't actually, you didn't pay for anything before and you just try to click restore, then it will actually catch you and it'll say no purchases to restore. And what we're going to do is we're going to carry in the alert from React Native, which is just a simple pop-up, right? So that's just like an easy, lazy way of doing it. Okay. So now if I go into upgrade, so on the top right, upgrade, now you can see we've got the restore purchases and we've got that. So in this case now, I'm going to go ahead and do annual and I'll show you how we can test. So firstly, we're going to test the annual membership. We already tested monthly, it works, but we're going to do the free trial afterwards. But we're going to try the annual membership and then we're going to basically, I'm going to show you how we test the disconnection. So imagine you went onto a new phone and then we can restore the purchase. Okay. So get ready for this. And remember, we're going to smash the 550 like mark in just a second. So just keep going strong, guys. All right. So I'm going to click on save 46% annually and the price. So I'm pressing it now. And you can see, boom, we get the price for the year pop up. I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. So I'm going to go ahead and buy this on my Sandbox account. So I'm doing it right now. So I'm popping it in like so, sign in. And in just a second, boom, hey. All right, that's good. And then it will process it in the App Store. And this will go ahead and give us our pro entitlement, which will then get detected, which means that we will now see our pro. Right, awesome stuff. That also reminds me, right? So firstly, that worked, amazing stuff. So you now have access to those features. But it also reminds me that in our actual code, we could have probably also done, just in hindsight, in the use RevenueCat to detect if the user was a pro. Just as a FYI, you could probably go ahead and also do entitlements here and do active.pro, right? So this is probably a cleaner way of doing it. Yeah. So if we were to go ahead and refactor this right now, let's see if that works. Yeah, so you see that's actually a lot cleaner. So that's exactly the way we need to do it. So I hope this makes sense now. The entitlement is grouped under, so that way once you're a pro member, you basically include the products that are offered in there, and then your offering is your paywall, right? Makes sense. Okay. So now it works, right? Everything works the way I expect it to. But what if I go onto a new device and, for some reason it doesn't detect that I've done it? So the way you can test this, by the way, is you go into your Sandbox there, you go into your user profile in RevenueCat, not in App Store Connect. So according to Apple now, this user is a fully paid member. He's paying monthly. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete the user on RevenueCat. Okay. And I'll show you what happens. So I'm going to delete him on RevenueCat. And now what we should see, I'm just going to quickly restart this up. So refresh. now what you'll see is that this user no longer has their pro membership, right? But hang on a minute, I've paid my pro membership, and according to Apple, I am paying a bloody monthly subscription, which I should be enabled for. So I click it, and now I go down to bottom and I click on purchase, what's it called? I go down to the paywall, and I'm basically going to click on the restore purchases, which is going to do that. So right now I'm pressing on restore purchase under the annual button. So I'm pressing over here. Right, so I'm pressing restore purchases, and now you can see your purchases have been restored. Okay. And then what we'll find is I can go ahead and swipe down, and now I'm still a pro member. Right. So I think at this point you could have just had navigation go back after this. So we could potentially just go ahead and pop it in afterwards for restore purchases, like so. Again, same thing. Entitlements. Yeah, you could do that basically, right? And that will give you the same thing. Okay. And then that will basically, rather than me having to manually swipe down, it'll work. So I hope that bloody helped. That's actually really cool, like how that works, right? So now we've got our pro membership. So I'm just clicked on pro just to show you. I've left that as an option so I can demo it. But you've got the free week, the annual, the restore purchases, amazing stuff. If I was to try and go ahead and do this, it would go ahead and tell me that I'm already subscribed or I'm already doing this thing. So why am I doing it again? So at this point now, I want to do the free trial. So that's the final step, is the free trial, right? This has been a banger of a build, right? Let's go ahead and get the free trial in. So we're going to go to the App Store. Yeah. So React Native Store, RevenueCat. Okay. So YouTube demo app. This is the one, right? Now I want a free trial. So I'm going to go to, and I think Jay actually found a nice little article, which I'm just going to go ahead and see. Okay, so what we can do now is we can go into, in this one, sorry, we can go into select our app in the sidebar, in-app purchases, and we should click manage. So I don't think it's here though. That's the thing. It's not this one. I know that I've been here before. I'm trying to find it. So in this case, all right, this is the one we're gonna do. Let's debug it together. Screw it. I'm actually gonna show you how I would find it, right? So introductory offers. So the introductory offers that we're looking for right now are here. So it's basically, I'm just literally trying to find where the hell I put it, because it's not here. It's App Store, introductory, for free trial, App Store Connect. We need 7 days free trial, you know, see it go. Okay, so, thank you, Bytebound. Let me check that. So Bytebound says it's in My Apps Features. My Apps Feature, where am I looking? Features, where am I going? So, like, okay, so subscriptions, I'm in subscriptions. Subscription pricing. Oh, you know what? I think you're right, actually. So we're going to monthly. I think it is in here. Yes, dude. Thank you, Bytebound. That's what I'm talking about. It's there. I was wondering it. I knew it. Was, yeah, because basically I did it in here as well. So I'll show you. In Pro Monthly, I was like, where is this? Thank you so much, dude. That was actually bugging me so much. All right, introductory offers. There you go. Bam. Free for the first week, right? So in this case, this is the YouTube app MO. Oh man, that is MVP right there. All right, set up the introductory offer. And in this case, we've got all of the, this is why I love live streams. Honestly, it's so exciting. We can solve it together. All right, so in this case, we are going to enable it for everyone. Click next. The start date, we're actually going to go ahead and say like it's today. And the end date is no end date, right? We're just going to have this ongoing free trial offer, right? So in this case, click next. And we're going to say, free trade, one may charge pay as you go, pay up front, or type of introductory. It's going to be a free introductory offer, free for 3 days, 1 week, 2 weeks, and so forth. So I'm going to say free for a week, right? Free for the first week. Next. And then there you go. It's free for the first week. Confirm. And now this will actually have a free offer inside, right? And basically what's amazing about this is that RevenueCat would simply pass this through the offering object that we've already hooked up. Okay, so now if I show you the if I was to refresh the app, I'm just going to show you if I console log the paywall, so console log the current offering, right? I'm going to basically move this and boom. I'm going to press on Pro and we should see in here in a second current offering. Where is it? Okay, sorry. Yeah, so current offering, we can see here in the debugger. Remember, you have to shake the phone, enable remote debugger in order to get that up. And then here we can see monthly, offering type, product, intro, price, intro, discounts, pro monthly. Okay, so in this case, because I've already got it, it's not going to show me an intro price. However, is it here actually? I don't think it is here. I think it's in this one maybe. Product, discounts. Okay, I'll tell you what we'll do. In that case, I'm gonna restart my, basically I'm gonna assume my user actually never got that price, because remember, they've already signed up, which means they won't get the price again. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a refresh of that user. So we're gonna assume they clear their purchase history. We're gonna remove them. And obviously you should only do this when you're testing, right? Like don't do this for live users, because you're literally gonna wipe your live user off your apps and mess up everything. Pro yearly, and then we're gonna click on delete, confirm. There we go. Yep. And now, okay. Yeah. And now if I go back to my app, where's the phone? Oh, yeah, here. If I refresh, we shouldn't be pro. Okay, so I didn't delete the right user, or deleted the wrong user. Okay, so this is where it gets a bit annoying. So what you should really ideally have is a separate account for every single project. That's what they recommend. Otherwise you get this headache where your users are merged. So in this case, we've got the pro user here. My clear purchase history. Okay. And now let's go back here, refresh. Okay, there we go. Okay, so in this case now, I want to go ahead and see the log, and I want to press upgrade. And then once that's happened, annual, monthly, product, intro price. Okay, so did I add it for? Okay, that's interesting. I think I might have added it for the wrong bloody thing. Let's see. Apps, YouTube App Store, free for the first week. Cool. Subscription pricing. Go back. Pro monthly. Did I save it or not? Okay, so this is pro monthly. Fine. It could simply be cached, I think. Maybe. I don't know. Let's do free for the first Jan 26th. To no end date, free for the first week. Cool. And I want to show you how I actually find it. So inside of, yeah, so it is intro price. It's in the intro price. Yeah. So we should see it in intro price. So the last final leg of debugging, and then we are literally golden. Okay. So let's go into, thank you so much for the kind words, guys. Let's go to paywall. And let's go to the bottom, and I want to show you something quickly. I think also I'm showing the wrong thing here. So let's go down to here where we have the button. So free trial for 1 week. I'll show you the actual code that we use. So I'm going to say start a something for, so in this case, what you do is you say start a current offering monthly product. Oops, come on. Start a monthly product intro price, number of units. So like 1 times, so I've got X space week free trial. So in this formula, it would say like start a or it would be start a 3 times day free trial or so forth, right? So in this case, this works. James, what's up? He goes, yeah, I made the last up. Let's go. Good to see Pop Fam OG members in the house, guys. I'm going to click on upgrade and let's see. I'm not sure why it's not pulling through. Start a X free trial. So we're simply not getting it passed through, which is a bit strange right now, which we just need to debug and figure out what the hell is happening. Apps. I am in the correct app. Subscriptions. Pro subscription. I have a feeling it's like not cached or something, or it's caching, or I don't know, some weirdness is happening. Because the introductory offer is right there. I see it. Unless I've completely added it into... Yeah, it's not like I can add it like a day before or anything. That's fine. Okay. Offer code, promotion offers, no. Introductory offer. It's definitely introductory offer. Let's go back to our account, or let's go back to the project. So YouTube RevenueCat demo. Yep, and then we've got the entitlements offering products. So pro monthly. Pro monthly. And the thing is as well, even in here, it would be pro monthly. I think what's happened is, let me delete this product for a second and reattach the product. So now let's go ahead and create a new product called Pro Monthly. Create product. I have a feeling what's happened is it's not pulled the latest thing in, like the latest edition in. So let's add in the addition. No, go back. Add in a new entitlement. So if you've got Pro Monthly, you have access to Pro entitlements. That's what we want. And then in the offerings, we've got the packages. And monthly is going to be connected to our Pro Monthly. Oh, amazing stuff, James. Love the new site to you. Way to go, Sanity team. Thank you so much. We try super hard, dude. He's talking about the Papa Fam new community website. It's absolutely awesome. So make sure you guys, if you want to join 0 to Full Stack Hero, check out the link in the description. Join us. Right. So now I think that would have re-pulled it back in. Okay. So now if we try to basically go ahead, we basically did a hard disconnect here, and then let's do a refresh. Okay. Ignore that. That's fine for now. We haven't got a splash screen. So add an exercise. Yes, that's exactly it. Oh my God. We actually figured it out. Let's go. All right. So basically what had happened is RevenueCat hadn't yet refetched the new introductory offer that I had added in. Okay, so that was the issue. And then, yeah, basically by removing the product and re-adding the product, to be honest with you, I think it would have refetched after an amount of time, but I didn't want to be, it did refetch for me when I did it myself, but I didn't want to wait because we're live right now. But yeah, that's actually incredible. So I think with that, guys, we're actually done. Oh my God, that was an incredible 3-hour build. Let's go ahead and go through all of the things that we've done in today's build. So I'm going to show you right now. And just to let you know, James, this is running on a real device right now in front of you. So I am demoing on a device right now that you can see. But okay, on that note, yeah, so basically what we went ahead and built today was an awesome application with, I taught you so many different elements today. I taught you the EAS app service, how to go ahead and deploy development builds internally and then test them on real devices and actually have this connected to your live developer environment, which is nuts. We created our first in-app subscription on App Store Connect. We then went ahead and connected it to RevenueCat. We've got certain screens which are basically allowed for all users. And then we've got some screens which are behind the paywall. So in case I try to create a new routine, it will go and say, whoa, 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 you need to upgrade. And then we can go ahead and do annual. We can restore our purchases if we have done before, or we can start a free trial, which I'm going to go ahead and show you right now because we've actually confidently gone ahead and implemented that. So now this will go ahead and actually pop up, and notice how I didn't have to change anything. Right, so this is the reason why I didn't get the free trial, is because I didn't correctly wipe my user. I'll show you how we actually do this. So to test this properly, because I want to show you this actually in a full test fashion. So let's go back to here, and let's go to our overview. And I need to basically completely clear that customer. So clear customer purchase history. Let's go ahead and say sandbox data. And these are all renewals anyway. So in that case, let's go ahead and try this again. So I'm gonna R to refresh. Okay, so ignore the splash screen, that's fine. Let's go ahead and try now. I have a feeling it's just simple. It's quite a simple reason, to be honest. It's because it's got me a little bit confused in a weird state right now where I've got my, so I'm going to go ahead and enable this, and then I'm going to cancel my user entirely, and then we can try again. But basically, in the beginning of the video, I did show you how this does work, because right now we're trying to provide this test scenario in the perfect way. Probably messed up one little step here. So in that case, I'm done. It's gone ahead, and that will go ahead and upgrade me. If I show you here. So let that go down. So now I am a pro, that's fine. And then you can see now I've got a pro membership. So if we go ahead and do pro, this is a pro monthly membership. So if we go to sandbox data, we should see a pro monthly. There we go. All right, there we are. So that's why it was there. So I need to cancel both of these users. Right. So in this case, and remember, obviously, what you would really want to check is that if they're an annual customer, don't show them the bloody buy button for the other one, right? Obviously, I haven't covered all the corner cases, but that's just common sense. You wouldn't show the upgrade option again, like once you've got annual. And then also here, I'm going to delete this user. So basically, I'm deleting all the user states where I've signed up. So now, if I go here, there's no user. I was in there. Oh, there, that's a completely different app, but I've done that. And then here I go to clear purchase history. Cool. So now I've basically said to Apple that this guy is not built bought at all, and I've cut him off from RevenueCat. In which case now you can see we've lost our pro. We click on add an exercise for pro, and now if I click start a 1 week free trial, we should get an introductory offer for new, as we're a new member technically. You currently subscribe to pro, blah blah blah. Okay, so I'm attached somewhere. Bloody hell, I'm attached. It keeps reinstating me. So where is my customer for YouTube RevenueCat? Okay, so I definitely have a customer here still left over, which I can't seem to find. Come on, I need to find it. I have to show you this. I have to show you it before we finish this up. So renewal 2 minutes ago. Okay, so it seems to not be killing the user. So yeah, see, it's confirm, delete. Right. And then let's refresh. Again, sandbox data. Okay. Let's go to here. Clear purchase history. And I just want to double check one more time. Sandbox data. Okay. So if I refresh now, sandbox data. Okay. So now we should see our introductory price. Basically, I haven't got I'm not resetting my user in the correct way. If it shows again, yeah. So I'm actually bloody subscribed. Okay. So in this case, I just can't seem to find my user here. But basically what would happen is if I deleted the user, you would see exactly what I'm saying to you, right? So in that case, it would work. So sandbox. Oh, wait a second. I can see him. Yeah, see, I don't actually have it accessed. It's just a case of it's just taking a little bit of time. Sandbox purchase. Okay, that's fine. Bear in mind, guys, I do also have my sandbox account is attached to a few different builds here. So RevenueCat, maybe it's this one. Yeah, so okay, so I have got a user in another app. That's probably why actually. Let's delete this user as well. I have to try and fix it. Honestly, it's bothering me so much on the live. I'm going to try and wrap this up and then we're going to do it. Okay, so I think that one's died out anyway. And pop on demo. Okay. Now that's good. And then let's try this one more time. Oh, no, that's not this one. Okay. So let's go ahead and I was about to touch my bloody laptop screen. Okay. Anyway, if it doesn't work, you know how to basically replicate. Okay, you know what? I am not even finding the bloody user right now. So at some point, the demo gods are against me, and I think it's just renewing my test data, my sandbox data is a bit of and they're caught in a bit of a loop. Yeah, see, it just keeps on doing it, thinking I'm bloody renewed. Okay, let's just do it one more time. And let's just go ahead and back to overview. Let's just try one more time. If not, it's completely fine. I've shown you how to do it and you can do it yourself. It will work on yours. I've got like so much random test data and random things in the app that it's definitely messing this up. Where I've constantly tried to break it. Let's do this again. Okay. So if I click on add an exercise, and then I click on start a 1 week free trial. If this doesn't pop up, then we know that it's this. Okay, I mean, yeah, for me, that was you currently subscribed. Okay, so it's just re-invoked. Okay, that's fine. So in this case, yeah, basically, if on your devices, I'm telling you it'll work. I've got like 3 different projects, loads of test data where I've been testing this thing out. That's why if you had one project, it really never gave me an issue. So make sure you definitely give that a try, because that's how you get the free trial method working. And as you can see, we can definitely sign up, which is the main thing, right? And then basically that intro offer doesn't require anything special. It just means that if it detects a new user has come onto the platform, then it'll be like, oh, okay, it's your first time buying monthly. Here's a free week. And then afterwards you'll get charged the full amount. But otherwise, guys, that was absolutely incredible. Boom, that's insane. You've just built 4 incredible React Native apps and learned tons of new tech. Now, if you've made it this far in the video, drop a mobile emoji in the comments right now. The mobile you see on the screen. So I know you're a true OG and you made it to this point. And don't forget, make sure to use the special links in the description, such as the Clerk link, because it tells them that you came from this video, and it allows us to make more videos like this for absolutely free, which is my mission, it's my goal, and it's to help you guys learn and achieve. And remember, if you want access to the entire source code for all of the builds that you've seen today or any of my future builds, then make sure you check out the Papa GitHub repo, which is linked down below in the description. It includes over 60+ builds. And if you found it too tricky, or you want to get more involved in learning, or you want direct mentorship, look no further. Come join us at Zero to Full Stack Hero 2.0. The link is on the screen right now. It will change your life, just like how I've helped over 1,000 students in our community change theirs. Now it's your chance to become the developer that you've always wanted to. Until then, it's your boy Sunny, aka Papa React, and I will see you guys in the next video. Peace.